Chapter 1. The Little Demon. Qingzhou Prefecture, Sanlong Mountain. Recently, the valiant heroes of Heifengzhai have been lamenting their plight. Ever since the passing of the former chieftain, Song Jingang, 2 years ago, the leadership of Heifengzhai has fallen into the hands of his adopted son, Fan Xiaodao. Initially, it seemed that the bandits, freed from the constraints of the old chief, would revel in lawlessness once more. However, Fan Xiaodao proved to be no ordinary leader intent on following the whims of the times. He sought to implement reforms, launch a second entrepreneurial venture, drive a transformation of old and new energies, and reshape their operations. First, he abolished the most lucrative ventures of murder, pillaging, and kidnapping, establishing instead a ridiculous 3 rob, 3 don't rob policy. Most egregiously, he introduced a smiling robbery service, requiring robbers to address their victims with polite language while displaying their teeth, much to the chagrin of the brutish ruffians who found themselves thwarted by these ludicrous demands. Yet they found themselves powerless against Fan Xiaodao. Although the old chieftain was gone, his legacy loomed large among the ranks. Moreover, Fan Xiaodao had inherited the old chief's formidable skills and had been a figure of admiration since childhood. They found themselves both unable to confront him and reluctant to do so. After 2 years of turmoil, the once robust band of over 200 had dwindled to just 50 or 60. Several leaders and brothers within the stronghold felt a need for action. Seizing an opportunity when Fan Xiaodao was absent, they chose representatives and convened in a secluded cavern to deliberate. If we allow this little demon to continue his antics, Heifengzhai will surely close its doors. Thunderous Lion Lei Lai, the fiery third in command, burst forth, his straightforward declaration invoking a wave of agreement among his compatriots. "I've had my fill of this nonsense," added the fourth in command, Golden Abacus Hu Sandao. "We are robbers if we're going to raid? Must we first say hello? At this rate, we might as well wait for Qingzhou Prefecture to commend us as good citizens. Just look at us when we encounter the competing gangs of Heilongzhai and Heihuzhai. We can't even lift our heads." One man with bruises on his face chimed in. "What's worse is that Fan Xiaodao often disguises himself, pretending to be a traveler passing through our territory, conducting surprise inspections. Do you see this bruise? It's because I didn't use polite language and he thrashed me. What is this? Just the other day, he forced me to lend him over 200 taels of silver ID saved for years, claiming it was for road repair. Damn it, is this what bandits have come to? Is this what banditry is supposed to be? Heifengzhai has turned into a disgrace within the world of robbers. At this rate, we won't even function as a stronghold anymore." Lei Lai fumed. "Second in command, you should say something. Back in the day, I was quite a figure around here, joining Heifengzhai largely due to your influence." The second in command, cloud-transcending Han Yongqing, who sported a goatee and was usually taciturn with a pipe in hand, puffed thoughtfully. "Seeing your indignation, what exactly do you want?" Yongqing, a trusted aide of the late Song Jingang, who had fought alongside the old chief, secretly held affection for Fan Xiaodao, though he did think the new chief was taking things too far. "Since you're his uncle, it's difficult for us to voice such opinions. We beg you to mentor this little demon. At our age, while we may not expect to be rich from robbery, shouldn't we at least have something to look forward to?" Yongqing frowned. "What if we eliminated him?" The others quickly shook their heads. Such thoughts should remain unspoken. If that reaches the little demon's ears, who knows what calamity might befall us? "What then can we do?" Hu Sandao mused. "Next month marks the little demon's 20th birthday. Didn't the fortune teller claim that he had a bad fate and wouldn't live past 20? Perhaps we can endure for just 1 more month. Although I've always thought the fortune teller was a fraud, this time, I dearly hope he's accurate." Lei Lai looked taken aback. "How is it that I wasn't aware of this?" Hu Sandao explained. "I heard from the old chief that he seemed to have been ill since birth. On the 15th of each month, he would suffer from severe headaches, which were only managed through the elixirs left by our old chief. Once, when I injured my foot, he ventured into the mountains to fetch medicinal herbs. He missed his dose, and the resulting pain had him wailing in a cave, scaring even the wolves away. Had I not arrived in time, he might have died there. Given your disdain for him, why save him then? I may not like him, but I wouldn't wish his death upon him due to my grievances. Besides, it was the little demon who rescued you when you were caught trying to steal silver from the officials, wasn't it?" The group began to reminisce about Fan Zaidao's goodwill. Though he had faced criticism for his leadership, Fan Xiaodao had not betrayed the trust of his brothers. Somehow, what began as a meeting to denounce the little demon turned into a session of gratitude for his deeds. Yet, the looming words of the fortune teller weighed heavy on their minds, muffling their spirits. "Do you really think the fortune teller's claims hold any truth?" Hu Sandao remarked. "The fortune teller is known for his precision, seldom speaking unless absolutely required." Even the late chieftain could not convince him to give Fan Xiaodao a reading until he was finally offered a golden needle as a bargaining chip. The crowd gasped, "A golden needle?" The oath of the golden needle. What is most valuable in the world of martial arts? Not the decree that offers a stay of execution, for even such proclamations have their flaws, nor the emperor's imperial edict throughout history. Those who have obtained such are seldom granted peace. What is most valuable is the oath of the golden needle granted by Song Jingang. Song Jingang held his vows in the highest regard, and the golden needle oath he made would compel him to exhaust all efforts to uphold it. Even after his death, the creed of Heifeng Zhai promised to honor the oath of the golden needle. Anyone presenting it would find the brothers wholly committed to fulfilling their promise. Yang Qing stated, "The likes of you, Thunderous Lion, and Hu Sandao, along with all those present, we are, in truth, already dead men. Thunderous Lion, you claimed the title of Fire Lion after killing the corrupt prefect of Yiyang out of sheer rage. Had it not been for our old chief's intervention to clear your name, you would long ago have been reduced to mere bones. Hu Sandao, you were once a figure of renown in the martial world, yet here you sit now, moping like a spurned woman. What of all of you?" Yang Qing pointed at the others. "Which among you has not benefited from the old chief's kindness? Before he died, he entrusted Fan Xiaodao to us. True, he has his flaws, but has he ever wronged any of you during these years?" One by one, heads hung in shame. Yang Qing continued, "My own beard was singed by Fan Xiaodao. Did you ever see me lose my temper?" Yang Qing, also known as the Handsome Whiskers, had once boasted dashing whiskers that had made him a formidable presence 2 decades prior, but he had suddenly retreated into obscurity alongside Song Jingang, becoming a bandit. Even so, he had continued to cherish his appearance. However, over 10 years ago, the prized whiskers he had once flaunted had vanished, replaced now by a simple goatee. Lei Lai muttered, "That's because the second-in-command has a good temper." Yang Qing snorted, "You've never seen me lose my cool." The others trembled at the thought. The second-in-command seldom lost his composure, but when he did, even the old chief could not restrain him among them. He was the most formidable, having once matched the masters of Shaolin and Wudong with his mastery of the cloud-transcending technique. The group began reminiscing about the good old days. Heifeng Zhai may appear inconspicuous in the martial world, but any of its members could unleash chaos upon the realm. Now, however, they found themselves at the mercy of a mischievous youth, entirely devoid of recourse. What choice did they have? They had sworn oaths before Song Jingang. After all, who was Song Jingang? The former head of the Six Doors First Chief. He was one of the realm's foremost masters, a figure who could match the 3 great masters in skill. Known for his integrity and a fervent hatred for evil, he had unraveled many mysteries, earning respect even from the emperor. Yet, inexplicably, he had vanished from the scene 2 decades prior, only to resurface as the founder of Heifeng Zhai half a year later. Hu Sandao inquired, "What do we do now?" After a moment's thought, Lei Lai suggested, "The little demon has yet to experience the pleasures of a woman. How about I find someone from Qingzhou Prefecture to be his consort? That way, he might cease his disturbances." Hu Sandao replied, "One little demon is already enough trouble. Introducing a consort will only make it worse. If she's weak, she won't be able to rein him in. If she's strong, she might empower him further. This would only lead to chaos in our stronghold. I believe we ought to devise a plan to lure the little demon out of the stronghold and let him wreak havoc elsewhere." The others considered this a viable plan. Yang Qing said, "Let's be patient. In no time, Fan Xiaodao will depart Heifeng Zhai." "How so?" "The old chief left behind a letter for me to give to him on his 20th birthday. Once he reads it, he is bound to leave." Lei Lai burst into laughter. "So this has all been in the hands of the second-in-command. Why didn't you share this sooner? This is an important matter and should be handled with care." Yang Qing asked fourth-in-command, How much silver do we still have in the stronghold? Hu Sandao, responsible for the finances, replied, counting everything, aside from the brothers' expenses, we've managed to scrape together 30 taels. Yang Qing ordered, we must rally the brothers and manage to gather at least 100 taels for a grand birthday celebration and extend invitations to our rivals from Heilong Zhai and Heihu Zhai. Hu Sandao hesitated. The recent weather has been dismal, and with the new rules regarding what to rob and what not to rob, Fan Xiaodao had set regulations that dictated when to engage in robbery. 3 rob. 3 don't rob. 3 rob. Corrupt officials, rob ill-gotten gains, rob the uncharitable wealthy, rob. These individuals had been the gang's longtime customers, and the brothers had formerly been swift and decisive in their actions. Now, they preferred to make a detour to the territories of Heilong Zhai and Heihu Zhai rather than pass beneath the banner of Heifeng Zhai. 3 don't rob. The elderly, the weak, and the ill, do not rob the dying, do not rob in rainy weather, do not rob. To prey upon the old, the weak, and the ill was deemed most wicked. To rob the dying was seen as ominous, and robbing in the rain was considered inauspicious. While the guidelines might have sprung from Fan Xiaodao's humane intentions, the brothers felt resentful as wolves made to nibble on carrots. Yang Qing asked, what about the tolls at the Immortals Crossing? Apart from robbing and kidnapping, the collection of tolls formed a significant basis of the gang's economy. Tolls, also known as passage fees, rake in profits from their dominance of the land as they compel travelers to pay. Fan Xiaodao had initiated a new policy, erecting a sign 3 miles before the Immortals Crossing stating 3 miles ahead is the Immortals Crossing fee station, charge per person, thereby driving confused travelers to forge long detours. Hu Sandao said hesitantly, in recent times, both the Heifeng Zhai and Heihu Zhai have steadily driven down pricing at the ferries. Our Immortals Crossing business is in decline, and Fan Xiaodao has refused to engage in a price war. Yang Qing replied, in this day and age, what is it to survive in the martial world? It's about reputation, about service. We are bandits, why engage in price wars? Wouldn't that be a mockery? The Heihu Zhai and Heilong Zhai only take the money, do we not assist in moving their cargo? Hu Sandao grumbled, but they have the legs to make their own choices, and if they want come this way, we are powerless. Yang Qing offered, we could mint our own coins instead, why rely on this business? Minting our own coins is not out of the question. The old chief said, when engaging in a craft, to love that craft as a profession and to use one's mind rather than one's words, only then can you find joy in it. Old 3, Old 4, starting tomorrow, I will take you both on a raiding expedition to set a precedent for our brothers. By the way, where's the little demon? Why haven't we seen him all day? I heard that a high-ranking official from the capital passed through Immortals Crossing, and the little demon had already led the brothers to lay in ambush. Chapter 2 Greetings, Robbery at the Immortal Crossing. Fan Xiaodao, leading over 20 brothers from the bandit stronghold, lay in ambush behind a large rock for 3 hours. From the scouts, they learned that a court official surnamed Qin was returning to his hometown in Qingzhou and would arrive at the Immortal Crossing today, accompanied by 5 servants and 10 carts of goods. What was even more audacious was that they had not hired bodyguards for protection, making them an ideal target. The old chief, Song Jingang, had once said that the world of officials was notoriously corrupt. These officials, though well-versed in the classics and eloquent in virtue and morality, possessed countless means to amass wealth. Compared to them, the Black Wind Band, with its singular focus on robbery, was but a small fry. Thus, robbing them bore no moral burden for the Black Wind Band. Fan Xiaodao meticulously arranged the plan. We must seize the opportunity. Wait until all their carts are on the bridge before we strike. Remember, I will first demonstrate my unparalleled lightness of foot from across the river, performing the water-walking technique to block their path. Then you all rush in and cut off their escape, capturing them effortlessly. Following that, we will negotiate for money. Lu Dezhuang asked, Chief, why not simply rush in and kill them, then haul the goods back to the stronghold? Lu Dezhuang, a recent recruit to the Black Wind Band, was a man of considerable strength and bore a fearsome visage. Fan Xiaodao had included him in this operation precisely for his intimidating appearance. However, as a newcomer, he lacked a full understanding of the bandit culture. Li Qingyo reminded, killing is against the law. Lu Dazhuang's face turned ashen. Isn't robbery against the law as well? Fan Xiaodao asserted. We are righteous bandits, seeking wealth without taking lives. Li Qingyo echoed, Indeed, we seek wealth without taking lives. Li Qingyo, 2 years younger than Fan Xiaodao, had grown up with him and understood his thoughts well. He offered a flattering remark. The young chief is unparalleled in wisdom and strategy, a martial genius, truly the reincarnation of Zhao Yun from Changshan. Fan Xiaodao responded, Zhao Yun? Yes, the one who famously slayed Hua Tuo while drinking wine outside the Sisui Pass. Fan Xiaodao jested. Qingyo, I know you enjoy reading, but in the future, make sure to purchase books from a reputable shop. Furthermore, we are bandits. We should learn from the heroes of Liangshan, like the nine-pattern dragon, Chai Jin. With that, he lifted his clothing to reveal his tattoos. Left blue dragon, right white tiger, old bull's waist adorned. Tell me, which official would not be terrified upon seeing this and willingly offer their money? Li Qingyo, puzzled, asked, When did you get that? Fan Xiaodao chuckled. I had Du Sanyang draw it for today's operation. Once the arrangements were nearly complete, Fan Xiaodao declared, Remember, our motto is... Li Qingyo shouted, No cavities. Bang! Fan Xiaodao kicked him 2 yards away. Robbery with a smile, one-stop service. A scout reported that the convoy had entered the Black Wind Band's territory, and Fan Xiaodao commanded, Proceed as planned. With everything in order, Fan Xiaodao, alone, made his way to the opposite bank of the river. Of course, he did not actually possess any water-walking skills. He lacked such ability. The so-called water-walking technique was merely a trick involving some wooden stakes placed in the river, creating the illusion of miraculous lightness of foot, reminiscent of how Bodhidharma crossed the river on a reed. Fan Xiaodao had practiced this countless times to master the ultimate skill. Each time he performed it, it was enough to intimidate the adversaries. Before long, a dozen carts arrived at the Immortal Crossing, proudly displaying the character's Qin Mansion, belonging to the current Minister of Works, Qin Shui. According to plan, once the last cart was on the bridge, Fan Xiaodao would showcase his unparalleled lightness of foot, then Li Qingyo and the others would block their escape route. However, before he could prepare, he heard a commotion from the opposite bank. Li Qingyo, leading the brothers, brandished their weapons and rushed out in a black mass, so eager to steal the show. Ignoring the plan, Fan Xiaodao felt irked but had no choice. He decided to remain still. The Qin Mansion's entourage, upon spotting the bandits, remained calm. The drivers did not even dismount, with a 30-something steward stepping forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Might I inquire which mountain stronghold you heroes hail from? Lu Dezhuang boisterously declared. Halt! This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. Li Qingyo interjected. The young chief has prohibited that phrase. Lu Dezhuang scratched his head. But this is a tradition passed down from generations of bandit ancestors. It's simple and catchy that if I don't say this, what should I say? Li Qingyo waved his hand, and over 20 voices resounded. Greetings, we are here to rob. The steward, having seen the world, remained unfazed. After all, his master had once been an assistant minister in the capital, a fifth-rank official before a prime minister. How could he be intimidated by a few bandits? He asked. May I speak with your leader for a moment? Li Qingyo was taken aback, forgetting that the operation was under the young chief's command. He smacked his forehead. Oh no, this is bad. He called out to the opposite bank. Please welcome young Chief Fan. Our young Chief Fan finally seized his opportunity. With a loud shout, he leaped into the air, his feet barely skimming the surface of the water as he approached with graceful steps. Just as he neared the crowd, he stepped on the last hidden stake, lost his footing, and with a splash, fell into the river. Quickly, save him! Li Qingyo shouted, instructing the brothers to fish Fan Xiaodao out of the water. It truly was an inauspicious start. As he grumbled, he still politely greeted the Qin entourage. Greetings, we are here to rob. The steward ignored him and pressed. Why did you not use the bridge? Fan Xiaodao thought to himself that his entrance had been utterly spoiled. Yet here the steward was making sarcastic remarks. Was this a matter of the bridge? The key question was, who had set him up just now? With a flourish of his knife, Fan Xiaodao proclaimed, This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. Lu Dezhuang whispered. Didn't we say not to use that line? Li Qingyo replied. He probably got water in his head after falling into the river. The steward chuckled. Young brother, Why waste your youth learning to be a thief? Such a pity for your good looks. Fan Xiaodao retorted. What is wrong with being a thief? Should I be like you, a corrupt official, exploiting the common folk? Enough of this chatter. Since you are passing through the Black Wind Band territory, leave us 30% of those 10 carts of goods, and we will let you go. And if we refuse? Fan Xiaodao ripped open his shirt, revealing his blue dragon and white tiger tattoos. Then it would be a knife for each of you, sending you on your way. However, his tattoos had merely been painted on, and after falling into the water, they had become smudged and indistinct, leaving his chest a dark blur. The steward jested. Young brother, have you not bathed in a few days? Fan Xiaodao, embarrassed from his failed display, realized that negotiations had collapsed. Relying on their numbers, he called to his comrades, Brothers, arm yourselves. From within the carts came an elderly voice. Is 3 carts enough? What? Does someone think that is too little? No. I fear you are the one who is living too long. The cart curtains were drawn back. An elderly man descended from one of the carts, looking to be in his 50s, with a thin frame. He surveyed Fan Xiaodao and his men, smiling. Lord Qin has always been honest. When he left the capital after his dismissal, he had no wealth that I could not bear to see him go empty-handed. So I rented 10 carts to accompany him home, and we have filled 7 along the way. The old man gestured towards several carts. This one was sent by the Double Knife Gang's head from Baoding, and this one by Old Kong from the Lion Grove in Dezhou. He continued to introduce all 7 carts, leaving Fan Xiaodao secretly astonished. Each cart was filled with valuable goods gifted by renowned gangs from Hebei and Shandong, indicating that this old man was no ordinary figure. The elder continued. Now there are still 3 empty carts. It seems we must trouble your band, that if you have money, pay up. If not, fill the carts with local specialties to ensure Lord Qin does not return empty-handed. Li Qingyo sensed something was amiss and retorted. We are robbers, not a charity. The old man sneered. You are robbers, and I am the ancestor of robbers. As he spoke, his aura surged, striding forward with an imposing presence, addressing the crowd. Greetings, we are here to rob, Li Qingyo challenged. And what if we refuse? The elder replied. Then we shall see who is stronger. Li Qingyo nudged Fan Xiaodao. Young chief, show this old man what we Black Wind Band can do. Before he could finish, the elder unleashed a flurry of punches, and none of the Black Wind Band brothers could stand against him, all tumbling into the river. In moments, only Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo remained on the bridge. That Li Qingyo, astonished, asked, Who are you? The elder proudly declared, I am Zhao Wudi. Zhao Wudi, the one who trampled the Yellow River's banks, striking down the officials of 3 provinces and 6 states, the invincible divine fist Zhao Wudi, known throughout the martial world, a leader among the underworld, revered and respected by the 36 bandit factions along the Yellow River. Though the Black Wind Band was inconspicuous, all had heard of Zhao Wudi's name, and no wonder he claimed to be the ancestor of robbers. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had attempted to rob someone of equal standing. Li Qingyo asked Fan Xiaodao, Young chief, can you swim? Fan Xiaodao shook his head. That Li Qingyo stated, Then I shall take my leave first. And with that, he leaped into the river and vanished beneath the surface. Fan Xiaodao cursed Li Qingyo for his lack of loyalty. Though he believed himself skilled in martial arts, facing the legendary Zhao Wudi left him feeling uncertain. Originally intending to rob a corrupt official to alleviate the stronghold's financial woes, he never anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. He considered fleeing, but with Zhao Wudi's men crowding the bridge, he chuckled nervously, misunderstanding, and turned to leave. However, Zhao Wudi blocked his path, and Fan Xiaodao queried, What do you want? Zhao Wudi smiled. Since you have come this far, how can you leave empty-handed? Fan Xiaodao protested. Our band has not had a proper meal in months. We have no silver. No silver? Local specialties will do. Fan Xiaodao replied. In this desolate mountain, what specialties could we possibly offer? However, the soil from Sanlong Mountain is quite good for growing flowers and vegetables. Would you like a few carts of that? None of that either. How about this? If you can withstand 3 of my punches, I may let you go. Fan Xiaodao was bewildered. Why would I take 3 punches for no reason? Although we are robbing you, we have not harmed you. As the saying goes, when a deal fails, righteousness remains. We are not of the sort to draw our blades at the slightest provocation. We may meet again. Just as he was about to escape, Zhao Wudi smirked coldly. Not so fast. He lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Fan Xiaodao's chest. Fan Xiaodao had trained with Song Jinggang for years and had learned from others like Yang Qing and Lei Lai. Though he had not made a name for himself in the martial world, he possessed skill. Moreover, being young and brimming with vitality, he had heard of Zhao Wudi's reputation. Seeing Zhao Wudi approach with fierce intent, he did not retreat but advanced, channeling his energy into his punch, preparing to meet him head-on, executing the golden fist that had once made Song Jinggang famous across the land. This technique was formidable, characterized by its broad and forceful movements. Yet its essence lay in the unique inner strength, with each punch carrying three forms of energy. The first to shatter the body, the second to disrupt the breath, and the third to dismantle the spirit, making it nigh impossible for opponents to defend. The golden fist encompasses three stages. The first stage shatters stones with fists to build brute strength, known as breaking the body. The second stage involves striking an egg placed on a stone without breaking the egg while shattering the stone, honing skillful power, known as breaking the breath. The third stage focuses on striking a living pig without leaving external bruises while damaging its internal organs, known as breaking the spirit. Zhao Wudi, known as the Invincible Divine Fist, had roamed the Yellow River for years, and seeing Fan Xiaodao's bold approach, he underestimated him, seeking death. Boom! Boom, boom! Three waves of true energy shattered his protective barrier, penetrating directly into his body. Zhao Wudi staggered back, shocked. Although his inner strength was profound, Fan Xiaodao's punch still left him reeling. He was a practitioner of martial arts and had heard of Song Jingyang's legendary prowess. Though he had never fought him, he recognized the style. Startled, he called out, "What is your relation to Song Jinggang?" When Song Jinggang taught Fan Xiaodao martial arts, he had instructed him never to reveal his identity, lest it bring about his demise. Yet, after throwing just one punch, Zhao Wudi had seen through him. Fan Xiaodao replied, "What's Song Jinggang?" "Song Yingang, never heard of him." "Now you have two punches left. Shall we continue?" Zhao Wudi's face shifted between shades of blue and white, calculating his options. After a long pause, he coldly snorted, "Today you are lucky. Steward Qin, we have encountered a tough opponent. Let us depart." The steward inquired, "What about these goods?" "Forget them. They are not worth much that I will report to Lord Qin later." With that, he abandoned the carts and left with his men. Fan Xiaodao glanced at the carts and shouted to the brothers watching from the distant shore, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and collect the goods." Li Qingyo rushed over, giving a thumbs up. "Young chief, you are truly formidable. Just now, I was quicker than anyone else." Upon inspecting the goods, the 10 carts were filled with items of little value. 1 cart of Zhangqiu scallions, 1 cart of Weifang radishes, 2 carts of cabbage, and 1 cart of cotton. Initially, they had hoped to gain a fortune through Zhao Wudi's influence, but instead, they found nothing but worthless goods, realizing these were merely gifts from fellow bandits. Fortunately, although Zhao Wudi and his men left with the horses, they had also abandoned the 10 carts, which could fetch a few dozen taels of silver. Fan Xiaodao couldn't help but lament. Being a bandit these days is no easy task. Li Qingyo, however, was content. This will keep the brothers fed for 10 days or so. After leaving Sanlong Mountain, Zhao Wudi hurriedly bid farewell to the steward of the Qin mansion and set off towards the capital, ISA leader of the underworld. To elevate himself to the next level, he needed to forge connections with officials, much like Li Jufa of the Spring Breeze Night Rain Tower, finding a patron in the court. Thus, he had proactively sought to establish ties with Minister Qin. However, he had unexpectedly stumbled in the encounter with Fan Xiaodao. Nevertheless, he, known as the Invincible Divine Fist, recognized the unique style of Song Jingyang's martial arts from Fan Xiaodao's punch. Recalling the significant unresolved case from years past in the capital, of which the key figure, Song Jingyang, was likely concealed within the Sanlong Mountain of Qingzhou, an enormous opportunity had presented itself before him. Chapter 3. Do good deeds without questioning the future remains a mystery who leaked the news. But the entire stronghold was abuzz with the tidings of Fan Xiaodao's impending departure, save for the man himself. "Young chief, I have heard that you are to leave Heifeng's stronghold. Over the years, I, Lu Laolu, have benefited from your and the former chief's kindness, yet have little to repay. This 100 pounds of dream-inducing powder is a rare treasure I have cherished for over 20 years. 1 pound is worth 5. Take it with you for your journey, Lu Laolu offered. Enough, Lu Laolu. Let us set aside the question of whether a 20-year-old medicine might have expired. The young chief could not possibly consume it all in half a year, Zhang Simatsi teased. Look here, young chief. I've gone through considerable trouble to procure the latest robbery kit for you. To navigate the martial world, one must possess a skill set to avoid hunger. Fan Xiaodao inquired, a robbery kit? He examined the items laid out on the table, a drug, a night cloak, lock-picking tools, and climbing claws. Yet, there was also a bottle of tiger bone wine for injuries. What on earth was that for? Zhang Simatsi elaborated. In this world of wandering, even the best-laid plans can falter. Should a robbery go awry, one cannot escape a beating, and that wine will come in handy. Now, behold this night cloak. Zhang Simatsi held up the cloak. This is made of fine silk. Observe the stitching and craftsmanship, and look at this inscription. For the exclusive use of Fan Xiaodao of Heifeng's stronghold, penned by the renowned Tang Boma of Jiangnan, and it glows in the dark. At night, it is truly remarkable within 100 paces. Fan Xiaodao was left speechless, awakened early, still yearning for sleep. He found his comrades clamoring to bid him farewell. Puzzled, he responded, I am quite content here at the stronghold, surrounded by mountains and waters, fine wine and meat, and the companionship of my brothers. I had intended to work alongside you all to elevate Heifeng's stronghold. How could I bear to leave you? Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of reluctance. We cannot bear to part with you either. Then why must I leave? The third elder said, you are journeying to the capital. Rest assured, I shall never abandon you. Upon hearing this, they hurriedly took back their gifts. I just remembered this dream-inducing powder has been around for quite some time. I should verify its efficacy before proceeding, that I acted rather rashly, he said. By the way, I plan to upgrade the robbery kit to a 7-piece set. Once I have completed the enhancements, I shall present it to you. With that, the crowd dispersed. Fan Xiaodao found himself bewildered by the rampant rumors. Naked, unvarnished gossip. With the fiery temperament of a lion, Lei Lai would never act in such a manner. The mastermind behind this idea, if not unexpected, must be the second elder, Yang Qing. He made his way to the Sanqing cave to confront Yang Qing and inquired, why are the brothers in the stronghold spreading rumors that I am leaving Heifeng's stronghold? Yang Qing was engaged in conversation with Hu Sandao when he noticed Fan Xiaodao enter. With a smile, he remarked, Xiaodao, with your extraordinary martial prowess and intelligence, it is only fitting for a noble man to seek adventures beyond. It is time for you to venture forth. I find life in the stronghold rather agreeable. This is not merely my sentiment, but the dying wish of the former chief. Foster father, Yang Qing nodded. Indeed. Do you recall the former chief's journey 2 months prior to his passing? Fan Xiaodao certainly remembered. Before his departure, Song Jinggang appeared healthy. Yet upon his return, he fell gravely ill and passed away within 6 months. Fan Xiaodao always sensed something was amiss, but Song Jinggang remained tight-lipped throughout. Yang Qing continued, it was all for the sake of alleviating your troubling malady. At that time, your monthly supply of medicine was dwindling, and he ventured to the capital hoping to resolve the issue once and for all. Little did he expect to encounter an enemy and fall victim to a scheme, poisoned by the Tianjue San. You were still young then, and fearing your impulsiveness, the former chief forbade us from revealing the truth to you. Now that you are 20, your 3 uncles and I have conferred and deemed it time for you to learn the truth. Fan Xiaodao, who held deep respect for Song Jinggang for his nurturing, was instantly filled with righteous indignation upon hearing he had been ambushed. Who is this enemy? Yang Qing shook his head in uncertainty. However, before the former chief passed, he left a letter for you. With that, he returned to the inner chamber and retrieved a finely crafted box made of golden silk nanmu, presenting it to Fan Xiaodao. The box was exquisitely designed with dragon and phoenix carvings, clearly not an ordinary item. Inside, there lay a letter and an oddly shaped key. Upon seeing the words, to my son Xiaodao, written on the letter, memories of Song Jingyang's teachings flooded back to Fan Xiaodao, stirring a wave of melancholy within him. He opened the envelope to find no words, only a map. The map marked 2 locations. Point 1 was the Taiping Taoist Temple, commonly known as the Tianshi Mansion. The current emperor, a firm believer in Huanglao philosophy, had moved there 20 years ago after a near-fatal encounter with a few palace maids, dedicating himself to Taoism and alchemy, no longer involving himself in state affairs. The former Taiping Taoist temple had been renamed Tianshi Mansion, serving to facilitate his communication with the heavens and assist in concocting elixirs of immortality. The other marked location lay just over 100 paces from the Taiping Taoist temple, presumably a government office. This piqued Fan Xiaodao's interest. "What is this? Could it be a treasure map left by my foster father?" Yang Qing replied, "Xiaodao, since your birth, you have been poisoned, suffering from monthly headaches. The medicines you relied upon were sourced from the Taiping Taoist temple in the capital point 3 years ago. The temple wrote to say they had concocted an ultimate elixir that could completely eradicate the poison within you. The former chief encountered a formidable enemy during his last trip to the capital to procure this medicine. Fearing for his safety, he hid the elixir within the secret passages of the 6 doors. Your journey to the capital is to retrieve that ultimate elixir." 6 doors? Fan Xiaodao recalled that Song Jingyang had once held the position of chief inspector at 6 doors. Why, during his prime, did my foster father not establish his own sect or become a leader, but instead choose to join 6 doors? Yang Qing's expression turned reverent as he reminisced. Indeed, with the former chief's martial skills, character, and intellect, he could have easily become a grandmaster of the realm or a wandering hero, wielding his sword in pursuit of justice. Initially, I too was perplexed by his choice to join 6 doors. I thought he sought power. Yet he was never one to chase after fleeting gains. He once said, "To dwell within the public sphere is to cultivate oneself." His joining 6 doors was to aid more people, to instill fear in the wicked, to make the powerful wary, to seek justice for the wronged, to defend the weak, and to pave the way for peace in the realm. Yang Qing added, "He often said, 'Do good deeds without questioning the future.'" Fan Xiaodao murmured, "Do good deeds without questioning the future." These 8 words once adorned Song Jingyang's study, where Fan Xiaodao would often stand before them in a daze. He pressed on. "Then why did he end up as a bandit of Haifeng's stronghold?" Yang Qing glanced at Fan Xiaodao, remaining silent. The ideal of justice that Song Jingyang pursued and the faith he upheld crumbled one rainy night 20 years ago, all because of Fan Xiaodao. Yang Qing vividly recalled that not long after the battle between good and evil, Song Jingyang was still recovering from his injuries. One stormy night, cradling the infant Fan Xiaodao, he cast aside his chief inspector's hat, discarded his badge, and wielded his steel blade, carving a bloody path from the palace to the Taiping Taoist temple, then from there to Guang'an Gate. Over 100 masters of the martial world and 1,000 government soldiers pursued him. Yet he left behind a trail of carnage. The moat turned crimson with blood, and the streets soaked for months without cleansing. This event shocked the realm and became a sensational topic within the martial community. The incident was swiftly suppressed by the court, with the emperor issuing a decree forbidding any discussion regarding it. Though no formal account was provided, it spread as a folk tale among the martial world, becoming common knowledge. The court, while publicly adopting a detached stance, had never ceased its clandestine investigations, even offering a bounty for information leading to Song Jingyang, promising a reward of 1,000 taels for his capture, along with the title of Marquis of Peace. Yet, 20 years had passed and Song Jingyang seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Many speculated that the once great master had fled overseas. None could have foreseen that this eminent figure would, in fact, become a bandit atop Sanlong Mountain in Qingzhou Prefecture. With Song Jingyang now deceased and his enemies still at large, Fan Xiaodao was determined to uncover the truth, with all clues leading to the capital. Moreover, the medicinal pills that could alleviate his headaches had dwindled to merely 30, barely enough for 3 years, and Song Jingyang had mentioned that the elixirs were concocted by a friend in the capital. He turned to Yang Qing and declared, "I have made up my mind. I shall go to the capital." Yang Qing's face brightened with joy, yet he subtly advised, "Young chief, the stronghold has only just begun to flourish. Matters regarding the former chief can wait a couple of years. The stronghold needs you." "Then perhaps I shall stay," Yang Qing quickly interjected. No. The capital needs you even more. When do you plan to depart?" Impatient by nature, Fan Xiaodao replied, "Tomorrow." Yang Qing turned and returned to the inner chamber, retrieving a blade and handing it to Fan Xiaodao. This is a weapon the former chief left for you. Since you are embarking on a journey, take it for self-defense. The blade, a standard issue from 6 doors, bore a notch along its edge. During the battle between good and evil, Song Jingang had dealt a severe blow to the leader of the demonic sect, forcing him into exile, though he himself had received a grievous injury in the process. By then, Song Jingang was already a 9th grade master, and such injuries were typically inconsequential to him. However, the one responsible, bearing sinister powers, had struck a blow that damaged his lung meridian, leading to incessant coughing whenever the weather turned cold. His premature demise at less than 50 years of age was closely linked to that very blow. Song Jingang had cherished this blade, hanging it in his study. When Fan Xiaodao was 9, he had once taken it to play, only to be chastised severely by Song Jingang, who subsequently stored it away, never to be seen again. Now, encountering the blade again, with Song Jingang gone, Fan Xiaodao felt a wave of poignant nostalgia wash over him. As Fan Xiaodao prepared to leave, Hu Sandao remarked pensively, "Second brother, the former chief once advised that Xiaodao should live a carefree life as a bandit, safely navigating his days. Is it wise to send him to the capital now?" Yang Qing countered. "Are you content with how things unfolded back then?" Hu Sandao fell silent. Had it not been for that incident, they might have already attained wealth and status, much like the current General Shuangxiong, who once lacked even the dignity to serve them. All this transpired due to Song Jingang's righteous act. Now, with Fan Xiaodao heading to the capital, given his identity and capabilities, he might just shake the very foundations of the city. At that moment, Lu Dezhuang approached the two. "Elders, the banquet is ready. The brothers are eagerly awaiting to celebrate." Fan Xiaodao was set to leave Heifeng's stronghold. Accompanying him was his childhood servant and companion, Li Qingyou. An orphan, Li Qingyou had been abandoned at the foot of Sanlong Mountain during a plague in Qingzhou Prefecture. Later taken in by the stronghold, he had grown up alongside Fan Xiaodao and was taken as a disciple by Yang Qing, possessing commendable martial skills, though he seemed somewhat dim-witted. The entire stronghold was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Yang Qing ordered the slaughter of pigs and sheep in honor of Fan Xiaodao's departure, and the crowd, filled with reluctance, escorted the two to Shinshan Ferry. Just before they set off, Hu Sandao handed Fan Xiaodao a pouch containing 15 taels of silver, advising, "When wandering the martial world, cherish wealth, but do not be greedy. This 15 taels should last you until you reach the capital." Li Qingyou chimed in, "Rest assured, third elder, with our robbery kit and my presence, the young chief shall never go hungry." The two mounted their donkeys and, under the watchful eyes of many, crossed Shinshan Ferry, leaving Heifeng's stronghold behind. After traveling a short distance, they heard the sound of galloping hooves behind them. 2 groups of riders had caught up, and upon recognizing the leader, Fan Xiaodao realized it was Zhang Long from Heilong's stronghold and Zhao Hu from Haizai, 2 factions that had always been at odds with them, often clashing over business matters. Now, having learned of their departure, were they seeking trouble? Fan Xiaodao tightened his grip on his blade. Chapter 4. Are you a mountain bandit? Over the years, the Black Wind Camp, Black Dragon Camp, and Black Tiger Camp have jointly dominated the Three Dragon Mountain, each reigning over their respective territories. However, the operational styles of the Black Dragon and Black Tiger camps diverge significantly from that of the Black Wind Camp. They engage in traditional banditry, resorting daily to pillaging and kidnapping for ransom, actions that are deemed disgraceful by Fan Xiaodao. Incursions across boundaries have been frequent, and Fan Xiaodao has often sought to trouble them. In terms of notoriety, Zhang Long and Zhao, who are far more prominent within Shandong than the Black Wind Camp, and their camps boast a significant number of followers. Yet, when faced with the Black Wind Camp led by Fan Xiaodao, they find themselves utterly impotent, unable to retaliate due to the formidable combat prowess of its members, particularly that of the second-in-command, Yang Qing, whose prowess has caused them considerable distress over the years. On one occasion, a sow from the Black Wind Camp strayed into the Black Dragon Camp, where it was seized by the brothers. Yang Qing, his face ashen, confronted them, leading to a fierce altercation within their stronghold. In the end, not only was the sow returned, but they also sent 3 male pigs back to the Black Wind Camp, under the pretext of marriage, a gesture that became the talk of the Three Dragon Mountain, leaving the Black Dragon Camp quite humiliated. It was expected that they would seek vengeance against Fan Xiaodao. However, Zhang Long and Zhao, who arrived before Fan Xiaodao, beaming with smiles, and with a respectful bow, said, "Master Fan of the little camp, having shared these years together, we can be considered as fellow villagers. We heard you were traveling to the capital, and my brother and I came specifically to see you off. There is nothing of value in the mountains, so we pulled together 501 as a small token for tea on your journey. A mere gesture, please accept it." Fan Xiaodao, taken aback, responded, "We have had our share of conflicts among the three camps. Why would you offer me money?" Zhang Long laughed. "In recent years, the banditry business has been tough. Black Dragon Camp and Black Tiger Camp have managed to survive, and we owe our gratitude to the mercy of your little camp master. To show our appreciation, we even prepared a little entertainment for you." With a wave of his hand, he instructed, "Brothers, commence the festivities." Several henchmen behind him began to beat drums and blow trumpets, celebrating the departure of this little pestilence. Fan Xiaodao chuckled, saying, "Once I achieve success, I shall surely return to treat you all to a feast." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu waved their hands, saying repeatedly, "How could we ever accept such a thing? Once you achieve greatness, please do not forget about us." Fan Xiaodao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Farewell." With that, he and Li Qingyo mounted their donkey and set off on their journey to the capital. As Fan Xiaodao left the Three-Dragon Mountain, he felt as free as a wild horse unshackled. For the first time in 20 years, he was embarking on a long journey. Along the way, he sought out scenic spots, lingering several days at each location, transforming what should have been a month-long journey from Qingzhou Prefecture to the capital into nearly 2 months of leisurely travel. Initially, the two had not brought much silver with them, and Li Qingyo was not skilled in financial matters while Fan Xiaodao spent liberally. By the time they reached the capital, their funds had dwindled to almost nothing. Fortunately, having lived in the mountains, he was accustomed to both lavish feasts and humble fare, such as pickled vegetables and cornbread, so he did not overly fret about their situation. Their purpose in the capital was to seek the supreme elixir, the ecstasy pill, which Song Jingang had acquired at the cost of his life. However, the capital was far more vast than Fan Xiaodao had imagined. Every aspect of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, required expenditure, and on the 3rd day of their arrival, they had exhausted all their funds and were expelled from the inn, rendering even their most basic sustenance a challenge. They resolved to act swiftly. The Six Gates originally served as an investigative agency of the Shuntian Prefecture. Following the struggle between good and evil 20 years prior, the court, wary of the strength of the underworld, implemented reforms, establishing the Jianghu office under the Six Gates, which in turn had been incorporated into the Ministry of Justice. After much effort, they finally located the Six Gates in a corner of the 8 great alleys. Yet they were taken aback. The gray brick, green-tiled yamen occupied an area of over 100 acres, significantly larger than indicated on the map they possessed. Inquiring with passersby revealed that 2 years prior, a great fire had reduced the original yamen to ashes. The current Six Gates had been rebuilt on the old site, extending into surrounding properties, rendering Fan Xiaodao's map utterly useless. As a mountain bandit, if it were a typical place, they would have no qualms about barging in and seizing the ecstasy pill. But this was the capital. They were short on manpower, unfamiliar with the terrain, and the Six Gates specialized in capturing thieves. Should they fail, they would likely find themselves imprisoned at Li Qingyo suggested. "Master, don't you possess the limited edition night-walking attire? Why not try under the cover of darkness?" Fan Xiaodao retorted with a laugh. That Zhang Simatzi fellow, with his glow-in-the-dark attire, would merely advertise my identity as a bandit. Such a large yamen must have traces to follow. We need to find an informant to gather information. Or perhaps we could dig a tunnel, Li Qingyo proposed. As long as we can find a suitable shovel, with your unparalleled martial prowess, in 3 to 5 years, we could tunnel through the entire underground of the Six Gates to locate that treasure. And what role would you play? Li Qingyo replied, "I'll strategize and cheer you on." Fan Xiaodao slapped Li Qingyo's forehead, saying, "Next time you suggest something, do think first. Have you considered if we even have money to buy a shovel?" Indeed, they were currently penniless, having been evicted from the inn that morning for unpaid bills, leaving them struggling to secure daily meals. "It seems we must deliberate this matter further," Li Qingyo remarked, "but that one do, and this one do either. What if you infiltrated the Six Gates and acted as the situation dictates?" Fan Xiaodao widened his eyes. We are engaged in the trade of banditry. Such a noble profession should not entangle us with the authorities. Moreover, the Six Gates are our sworn enemies. If we are careless and our identities are exposed, we would spend the rest of our lives in prison. The capital is vast, and we are outsiders. If you don't speak, I don't speak. Who would know? Fan Xiaodao pondered. Infiltrating the Six Gates was indeed a feasible strategy, but it was still an official establishment, not so easily accessible. Furthermore, the current household registration system was stringent. Their travel permits had been forged by Husandao, and should a thorough investigation occur, they would undoubtedly be exposed. With the Six Gates having been rebuilt, finding the location where the elixir was hidden would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Without a suitable identity to provide cover, proceeding to the next step would be quite challenging. As they loitered at the entrance of the Six Gates, they attracted the attention of the guards. What are you staring at? This is a court of law. Keep staring, and we'll have you thrown in. It appeared they needed to settle down in the capital first. Yet the problem was they had already spent their last coin, and securing 3 meals was becoming increasingly difficult. After a discussion, they concluded that they must first acquire some funds that Qingyo suggested. With so many wealthy officials in the capital, I shall gather some intelligence, and tonight we'll pull off a heist. Fan Xiaodao replied, Robbery? As the camp leader, this is the capital. Robbery would be beneath our dignity, that I believe kidnapping would suit us better. Perhaps we could find an unmarried princess or young lady to abduct for ransom. They value their reputations highly, and such an incident would be difficult for them to publicize. Wouldn't they be compelled to pay? Fan Xiaodao stared at Li Qingyo in astonishment. In the past, when it came to robbery, you would avoid it like the plague. How is it that now, in the capital, you have grown so bold? Li Qingyo stated earnestly. Desperation breeds courage. Before I left, the second-in-command instructed me to take good care of you and support you. I swore an oath before the altar of the old camp leader. You are not supporting me. You are deceiving me, a princess, a young lady. How could you even think of such a thing? However, upon further reflection, finding a few ruffians to corner and squeeze some silver from them did not seem like a bad idea. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue robe, with a long sword at his waist, passed by them. Fan Xiaodao noted his stern countenance and ornate attire, exuding an aura of aloofness. He exchanged a glance with Li Qingyo. This was their mark. The two trailed behind him as he traversed 2 streets and entered a tavern, selecting a table by the window. Fan Xiaodao decided to strike up a conversation, sitting down opposite him. The young man frowned but remained silent. The tavern owner approached, smiling. Captain Zhao, what a pleasure to see you here today. Fan Xiaodao was astonished. Captain? The tavern owner continued. This gentleman is none other than Captain Zhao Xing of the Six Gates, one of the 2 great captains of the capital. 2 years ago, our establishment was wronged and imprisoned. He personally captured the culprit and cleared our name, making him a benefactor of our tavern. Why mention this to him? Captain Zhao, shall we have the usual? Zhao Xing nodded, and shortly after, the owner served 3 dishes. Sweet and sour fish, dompa pork and stir-fried bamboo shoots, along with a jug of wine as a gift. Zhao Xing ate leisurely, savoring each bite, while Fan Xiaodao sat opposite, feeling awkward. Knowing Zhao Xing's identity, he had abandoned thoughts of robbery and, now feeling famished, asked, May I trouble you for a drink? Certainly, Fan Xiaodao continued. And could I trouble you for a meal? Of course. And could you lend me 100 taels of silver? Certainly. Fan Xiaodao's heart soared. This was turning out to be quite a lucrative endeavor. Just then, Zhao Xing added, However, you must first settle the bill for this meal. Why? Zhao Xing replied, You asked me for wine, food, and money. Did I question you? Fan Xiaodao was left speechless. Zhao Xing took a sip of wine and slowly said, From your accent, you seem to be from Qingzhou Prefecture. Your shoes show wear indicating a long journey. You must have arrived in the capital not long ago. The package on your back carries the scent of a soporific prepared using methods from north of the Yellow River. When you and your accomplice first saw me, your gaze was drawn to the pouch at my waist. If I am not mistaken, you are mountain bandits, and there are 6 groups of bandits in Qingzhou Prefecture. Which camp do you belong to? Black Dragon Camp or Black Tiger Camp? What brings you to the capital? Chapter 5. A son stealing from his father is not a thief. Fan Xiaodao chuckled and remarked, Though I did not guess correctly, I was not far off. Moreover, what of mountain bandits? I have always prided myself on my integrity and have never committed any heinous acts. The sage once stated that there is no distinction of high and low among professions. Whether one is a mountain bandit or a constable, their existence is justified and holds significance. Zhao Xing was taken aback by Fan Xiaodao's candid admission and did not anticipate his eloquence. Consequently, he scrutinized the young man before him anew as a public servant who had spent years dealing with criminals. Having apprehended nearly 100 wrongdoers, Zhao's discernment was far from lacking. However, this youth's bright gaze did not resemble that of a nefarious individual, nor did he exhibit the distinct air of a bandit. Zhao felt a flicker of intrigue towards him. I am Zhao Xing, a constable of the Six Gates. Fan Xiaodao poured himself a cup of wine and replied, I am Fan Xiaodao, hailing from the Black Wind Stronghold in Qingzhou. Black Wind Stronghold. Zhao's face displayed a look of confusion. Since the recent reforms in the martial world, countless factions had emerged, with the 4 great clans, 6 major sects, 8 guilds, and a multitude of others, all meticulously recorded by the Six Gates. Zhao had conducted considerable research on these groups, yet he had never heard of the Black Wind Stronghold. Perhaps it was a newly established entity? Zhao remarked, Fan Xiaodao, I shall remember you. Fan Xiaodao interjected, better to forget me. I have been with the Six Gates for a year, during which I have captured 99 individuals. Now that you are in the capital, I must forewarn you, refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Let us hope you do not become my 100th catch. Fan Xiaodao rose to his full height and declared, You shall not have that opportunity. With that, he hastily departed from this contentious place. Zhao Xing appeared to be no ordinary figure. If he truly sought to trouble Fan Xiaodao, even the mere act of forging travel documents could land him in prison. Once outside the tavern, Li Qingyo, still shaken, said, That Zhao fellow has a piercing gaze. He looked at me just once, and I felt a chill run down my spine, as if he were aware of all my past misdeeds. Fan Xiaodao inquired, What misdeeds have you committed? Li Qingyo replied, I once slipped laxatives to the second-in-command, stole cabbages from the third-in-command, and even spied on Sun Sanyang while she bathed. Sun Sanyang is over 40 years old and weighs over 200 pounds. You certainly have a peculiar taste, Li Qingyo murmured. To each their own. With their grand scheme thwarted and Zhao Xing's warning looming, their next meal was uncertain. Li Qingyo suggested, Little Stronghold Master, shall we pursue a different target? Fan Xiaodao responded, In the future, refrain from calling me Little Stronghold Master. We have only just arrived, and our identities have already been uncovered. What should I call you then? Titles such as Young Master Fan, or Hero Fan would suffice. Just do not call me Little Stronghold Master. Very well, Young Master. As they scoured the streets for their next target, a young man suddenly blocked their path. I see 2 individuals of remarkable appearance. Are you perhaps heroes of the martial world? Fan Xiaodao was taken aback. How could one Zhao Xing suffice? Now, even a random passerby could discern their identities. Was it written upon their faces that they were bandits? The young man appeared portly, with a round face and tattered clothing. Exuding an air of laziness, he said, No, we are law-abiding citizens. The rotund individual exclaimed, Wonderful! I have finally found you. My surname is Nio, and my given name is Dafu. With a mysterious smile, he added, Do you wish to make a fortune? Fan Xiaodao replied, I dream of it. But by your demeanor, do not tell me you possess a way to achieve wealth. Nio Dafu laughed heartily. As luck would have it, I do indeed. Intrigued, Fan Xiaodao inquired, Do share. Nio Dafu chuckled and pointed toward the southern part of the city, whispering, Have you heard of the wealthy Huang family from the east side of town? They are one of the foremost affluent families in the capital, with countless treasures in their treasury. Why not engage in a risk-free venture and secure ourselves some wealth? You mean to steal? Nio Dafu shook his head. We call it borrowing. How can one refer to it as theft? Such matters in the martial world cannot be termed as stealing. Fan Xiaodao countered. But those wealthy families have numerous skilled guards that successfully steal silver from them. I fear it is not as simple as you suggest. Nio Dafu replied. The Huang family has a total of 18 guards, all formidable warriors from the martial world, with 2 being experts from the 8 trigrams sect. Additionally, they have 3 ferocious dogs, 2 males and 1 female. And the treasury has only 1 entrance, secured with a mother and son lock, that if we were to force entry, an alarm would sound in the master's chamber. Therefore, we must be cunning, not brute. And how do we employ cunning? The key to the treasury hangs around the neck of Master Huang. He never parts with it, not even while asleep. He is a deep sleeper, allowing us to sneak into his chamber while he slumbers, incapacitate him, and retrieve the key. Fan Xiaodao expressed curiosity. How do you know so much about the Huang family? Niu Dafu grinned. Huang Yukai is my father. Upon hearing this, both men widened their eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing Niu Dafu with incredulity. Are you truly his son? Absolutely. Then, why does he bear the surname Huang, while you are surnamed Niu? Niu Dafu grew impatient. No questions. Inquiries are unwelcome. Did I ask you? Do you dare undertake this venture? Fan Xiaodao thought to himself. If he harbored no fear, then why should they? Thus he proclaimed, a lean horse with long hooves is not a thief when a son steals from his father. Since you are so earnest, we cannot let difficulties deter us from honoring your filial piety. The happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. To outsiders, Huang Yukai, the master of the Huang estate in the eastern part of the city, is a man of immense wealth, rivaling nations. Though he holds no official position, he is a prominent figure in the capital, often mentioned alongside Sun Banqing of the west, Wang Million of the north, and Li Fugue of the south, collectively known as the 4 great tycoons of the capital, evoking envy in many. Yet, Huang Yukai could never find joy, as the sole source of his distress was his wife, the formidable River East Lion, and his only son, Huang Defu, who was a constant source of worry. Huang Yukai built his fortune from the ground up, transforming from a mere peddler to a prosperous businessman with over 70 shops, dealing in various industries such as groceries, taverns, and silk. Despite accumulating considerable wealth, his humble origins, his family had not produced a scholar in 8 generations, kept him from ascending to higher social circles to the elite officials of the capital. He was merely a parvenu. Initially, he had hoped that his wealth would enable his son to attain scholarly success, thereby bringing honor to the family. However, Huang Dafu proved to be ill-suited for academia, indulging instead in brawls, drunkenness, and the vices common among wealthy youths of the capital. Months prior, Huang Yukai had spent several thousand taels to secure his son a minor official position in Xiongzhou, only for Huang Dafu to adamantly refuse to go in a fit of rage. Huang Yukai severed his financial support and expelled him from their home, intending for him to experience hardship and return to his senses. Yet Huang Dafu disregarded his father entirely, changing his name and surname to Niu Dafu at the government office, infuriating Huang Yukai. Despite his anger, he knew he had to care for his son. Today marked his 50th birthday, and he was well connected in the capital. Among his guests were both friends from the martial world and business partners. However, his wayward son had been missing for over half a month, with no sign of his whereabouts. Housekeeper Huang Shulang entered, reporting, "Master, a young man named Fan is here, claiming to be the young master's friend, and has urgent matters to discuss." Unsure of what trouble this friend might bring, Huang Yukai replied, "I shall not meet him." Huang Shulang insisted, "He claims to have urgent news. What scheme could this scoundrel be concocting?" Huang Yukai pondered for a moment. "Let him wait for me in the parlor." That this was Fan Xiaodao's first visit to such a grand estate, that he had envisioned Huang Youtsai's home to be resplendent. Yet as he traversed the 3 courtyards, he found the place to be quite dilapidated, lacking any luxurious embellishments. Upon entering the parlor, Fan Xiaodao beheld a figure seated within and immediately prostrated himself on the ground, lamenting, "Master Huang, please save me. What troubles you speak?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "I am a friend of Niu Dafu. Last night, we were at the Silver Hook gambling house, and fortune did not favor us. I lost all my silver, and now owe the house 100 taels. They have taken Niu Dafu hostage, demanding the silver by nightfall, or they shall execute him. Here is his handwritten letter." With that, Fan Xiaodao presented a crumpled piece of paper, which bore the words, "Father, I lost at gambling and have been taken hostage. Please provide 100 taels to my brother to rescue me from this peril." Huang Yukai examined the letter, recognizing his son's handwriting, and inquired, "What did they say regarding the execution?" Fan Xiaodao hesitated and replied, I suppose they meant to strangle him with a rope. Huang Youcai's face turned pale with alarm. Then we cannot waste time. Wait here. He turned and strode into the inner chamber. Fan Xiaodao was astonished by the ease of his plan's execution and began contemplating how to divide the spoils. However, after a lengthy wait, Huang Youcai had yet to return. He thought to himself, this wealthy master is rather composed. His son is in danger, yet he dawdles over retrieving money. After a considerable time, Huang Youcai emerged, holding a length of rope, and asked the youth, "Is this long enough?" "Quite sufficient," Fan Xiaodao responded, then suddenly realized, "Wait a moment, I came to request silver, not rope." "Master Huang, what does this mean?" Huang Youcai sneered. "What does it mean?" "Return and tell that boy that if he wants money, he must go to the government office to change his name back, and then come to me openly. He should not engage in such underhanded dealings. And please provide 100 taels to my brother. That wretched boy has never addressed me with such courtesy." Disaster. The ruse was exposed. Truly, it is the details that determine success or failure. Point 1 plan foiled. Fan Xiaodao devised another, stating, "Your wisdom is indeed commendable, Master Huang. I suspected this method would not work. Niu Dafu is obstinate. However, I have a strategy that could make him reconsider and revert to your surname." "What strategy?" Fan Xiaodao explained. "Since he refuses to reclaim the Huang surname, why not you adopt the surname Niu?" Huang Youcai retorted, "Throw him out." Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao hastily interjected, "Wait, I have not finished. If you change to the surname Niu, he shall naturally oppose you. According to the Ming household registration system, he will have to revert to the Huang surname, and at that moment, you can discreetly change back to your original surname without him being the wiser." "It will be perfect. Bring in some help." 3 brawny guards entered, and upon seeing their menacing approach, Fan Xiaodao shouted, "Hold on. I can walk out myself." At that moment, a middle-aged lady rushed in, her voice rising. "Has my son been taken hostage?" Recognizing the bejeweled lady as Huang's wife, Fan Xiaodao nodded, noting her maternal concern for her son. Upon hearing of his abduction, her complexion drained of color. Huang's wife exclaimed, "Master, how can you be so heartless? Your son is in peril, and you still have the leisure to sip tea?" She snatched the teacup from Huang Youcai's hand and drank it in one gulp before asking, "Where is Dafu now?" "In the gambling house." "How much do they demand?" 100 taels. Huang's wife turned to Huang Youcai. "Give me 100 taels." Though Huang Youcai was reluctant, his wife's command brooked no refusal. He ambled to the treasury and shortly returned with 100 taels, which he handed to her. Just as Fan Xiaodao reached out to accept the money, Huang's wife turned and prepared to leave. Huang Youcai queried, "Where are you going?" Huang's wife replied, "I was playing cards with Lady Zhao today and lost everything. They are waiting for me, and I must recover my losses with this 100 taels." Chapter 6. The sword danced crown of the capital with a look of helplessness. Fan Xiaodao leaned against a large tree and, filled with emotion, remarked to Niu Dafu, "I suspect your son was adopted." What kind of parents would remain indifferent when their son is in peril? Niu Dafu, unfazed, replied, "If gentleness does not work, we shall adopt a more forceful approach. If the straightforward path fails, we shall resort to subtlety." Fan Xiaodao countered, "This is not a sustainable plan. We must first seek a means to support ourselves." From a distance, Li Qingyo came running, his face alight with excitement. "Xiaozhai, the Master Dao, good news!" he exclaimed, panting heavily. "The 6 doors." "The 6 doors?" Fan Xiaodao inquired. "What, is there a fire?" Li Qingyo responded, "I just passed by the vegetable market and saw the 6 doors is recruiting." Niu Dafu chuckled. "The 6 doors is a governmental office. To gain entry without spending silver or relying on connections is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. When did they start recruiting at the vegetable market?" Noticing Li Qingyo's serious demeanor, the trio proceeded to the market. At the entrance stood a notice board, typically filled with mundane job postings or promotional activities, where notices often appeared haphazardly, only to be torn down just as swiftly, akin to a patched quilt. Li Qingyo pointed, "Look right there." Fan Xiaodao approached and read aloud. Baihua Tower, due to business expansion, is hiring several male attendants with daily pay, no deposit required, and excellent benefits. This hardly relates to the 6 doors, does it? Li Qingyo remarked, "This seems quite appealing. Though you are as strong as an ox, Even if you were made of iron, you would not withstand a few days of toil. Moreover, as a man, how could you stoop to such a thing? Li Qingyo walked over and tore down the notice, revealing a corner that read, "The 6 doors in need of a prison attendant requires a strong physique, courage, and fearlessness. Preference given to out-of-towners and orphans. Interested parties, please." An attendant? Fan Xiaodao pondered, realizing that opportunities often arise unexpectedly. The guards within the 6 doors were notoriously vigilant. A forced entry would be perilous. However, if he could secure the position of an attendant, he could discreetly infiltrate and seek the hidden treasures left by his adoptive father. He promptly decided, "Qingyo, I will help you apply." Li Qingyo hesitated. "Robbery is my forte, but I am not suited for the role of an attendant. Besides, I may be bold, but I fear death." "If you won't go, shall I?" Li Qingyo replied. "I think it's feasible." Under Fan Xiaodao's urging, Li Qingyo reluctantly made his way to the 6 doors to apply, with Niu Dafu trailing closely behind. Fan Xiaodao inquired curiously, "What, are you interested too?" Niu Dafu responded, "I have nowhere else to go. Following you too ensures I have some company." Upon arriving at the 6 doors, they lingered at the entrance for a while, until they were spotted by a previous guard. "What are you doing here again? Plan to stay a few days?" Fan Xiaodao raised the notice in his hand. "Sir, we are here to apply for the attendant position." The guard replied, "Unfortunately, you are a step too late. That position has already been filled. Perhaps you could wait a few days." At that moment, 2 guards emerged from a side door carrying a stretcher, upon which lay a figure covered in white cloth, lifeless and unrecognizable. Upon seeing the guard at the entrance, one said, "Old Song, come help." "What happened?" "A new attendant just went to deliver a meal and was beaten to death. It seems we need to hire again, Sai." "That ancestor is too difficult to please. This month alone, 3 have been beaten or maimed." Old Song replied, "You lot were looking to apply for the attendant position. Here's your chance." When they turned back, they found that Fan Xiaodao and his companions had already vanished without a trace. The trio silently rejoiced at their narrow escape. Had they been hired as attendants, they might have met the same fate as the unfortunate soul just mentioned. From their conversation, it seemed there was a formidable figure imprisoned within the 6 doors. Li Qingyo felt a sense of survival, thinking, "Thank goodness we didn't go, otherwise the next one carried out might have been me." As dusk approached, they found themselves destitute. Fortunately, with summer waning and autumn yet to arrive, the weather in the capital was still mild, allowing them to find shelter in a dilapidated temple or house for a few days. Yet, having spent lavishly when they had money, their current state made even the prospect of the next meal a daunting challenge. "It seems we must return to our original line of work," Niu Dafu suggested. "What do you think of my previous proposal?" "What proposal?" "Today is my father's 50th birthday. He has extensive connections in the capital and will host a banquet for guests this evening. Why not, instead of doing nothing, we sneak into the treasury and make off with a substantial amount of silver?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "Given your attitude, if we refuse, wouldn't it make us seem rather stingy? But you mentioned your family has heavy security. It won't be easy to slip in unnoticed." Niu Dafu declared, "With me around, what is there to fear?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the street as someone shouted, "It's Sun Mengwu's carriage." The name Sun Mengwu seemed to possess an enchanting allure, drawing the crowd toward the carriage, which quickly overflowed with people. Fan Xiaodao, bewildered, questioned, "Who is this person?" Niu Dafu answered, "Sun Mengwu. You've never heard of her. She is the most renowned courtesan in the capital, the headliner at Baiwa Tower. I once spent over 1,000 taels there and never managed to see her." As Niu Dafu spoke of Sun Mengwu, his eyes sparkled, and he became animated. As the new generation's representative of the sword dance sect, Sun Mengwu had risen to fame in just 2 years at Baiwa Tower, quickly becoming the most celebrated courtesan in the capital. Particularly after being bestowed the title of Sword Dance Crown of the World by the esteemed literary figure Li Mengyang at last year's Baiwa Festival, her status soared, making it a point of pride for nobles and officials to witness her sword dance. Even affluent sons like Niu Dafu found it rare to glimpse her, further enhancing her enigmatic stature in the capital. Seeing the crowd enraptured, Fan Xiaodao was puzzled. Back in Heifeng Mountain, they struggled for daily sustenance, never having encountered such fervor over a lowly courtesan capable of commanding such admiration. Nyo Dafu squeezed through the throng, calling out, "Darling, I'm here. Who threw that shoe? Who asked that fatso? Beat him." Nyo Dafu hurriedly retreated, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his face radiated satisfaction. Thankfully, Sun Mingwu was accompanied by a dozen bodyguards, who cleared the path as the carriage moved toward the end of the street. A gust of wind lifted the curtain, revealing a flawless face, adorned with a cloud-shaped hairpin, wearing a sorrowful expression, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Nyo Dafu inquired, "Where is Miss Sun headed?" A well-meaning bystander replied, "I heard today is the 50th birthday of Master Huang from the eastern part of the city." Miss Sun agreed to perform, and with her name attached, many nobles are said to be attending. That I wonder what kind of luck that poor landowner stumbled upon. Which Master Huang? Huang Yukai. Who in the capital doesn't know him? He is both poor and miserly, with a son who is a troublemaker and good for nothing. Nyo Dafu's eyes lit up. Then I have a chance to meet her. The bystander scoffed. You? Who do you think you are? Nyo Dafu chuckled. What a coincidence. I am indeed the good-for-nothing son of that poor landowner. How do you feel about that? The man laughed heartily, clearly disbelieving Nyo Dafu. He turned to Fan Xiaodao and declared, "It seems we must seize the day. Whether we like it or not, we are in this together." "What do you mean?" "You two will steal the silver, while I will steal the lady. We will create chaos from within and without. But that is your own father. Only a familiar face makes it easier to act." After some discussion, the trio resolved to infiltrate the birthday celebration. To avoid recognition, Nyo Dafu deliberately disguised himself, smearing his face to appear like a beggar. The celebration for Huang Yukai, one of the 4 wealthiest men in the capital, was no small affair. Within the Huang residence, a lavish banquet was laid out. Though typically frugal, today's celebration welcomed all manner of guests, from local villagers to business associates, without discrimination. Guests were categorized based on the amount of their gift money. Those giving less than 5 taels were assigned to the common tofu banquet in the West Wing, while those with greater contributions, or the esteemed dignitaries of the capital, were invited to the abalone feast in the East Wing. As for those arriving empty-handed, they were politely directed to a distant corner for tea and a simple meal. Without further courtesy, that a large stage was erected in the courtyard, facing east. Those seated in the West Wing could only catch glimpses or hear the sounds from afar. Nevertheless, many arrived, willing to spend silver merely for the chance to witness the renowned Sun Mingwu perform her unrivaled sword dance, a story they could boast about later. Not everyone could afford to invite a courtesan of Sun Mingwu's caliber. For Huang Yukai to secure her presence, he must have relied on substantial connections and considerable silver, rumored to be in the tens of thousands. After all, turning 50 is a rare milestone in life. Of course, given his notoriously frugal nature and the fierce matriarch of his household, it was clear he wasn't merely attracted to Sun Mingwu's beauty. Rather, he aimed to use her as leverage to attract influential figures from the capital. The likes of ministers and high-ranking officials were beyond his reach, but when a certain inspector, who usually remained elusive, heard of Sun Mingwu's performance, he eagerly accepted the invitation. No matter how wealthy one might be, they ultimately serve the people. Huang Yukai may have lost hope for himself, but forging connections with the elite for his son's future was of paramount importance. While Huang Yukai schemed tirelessly for his son's prospects, he remained oblivious to the fact that Nyo Dafu was setting his sights on him. Chapter 7. The 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity celebrate a birthday. After deliberating a suitable strategy, the 3 individuals set off on their respective missions. Given that Nyo Dafu's ambitions were rather grand, and his associates recognized him, he chose to take the back entrance to return home first. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo blended into the throngs of guests attending the birthday celebration at the Huang residence. Huang Yukai, donned in a ceremonial robe, stood at the entrance alongside the steward, welcoming the guests arriving to pay their respects. At the threshold, 2 attendants were stationed to receive gifts and monetary offerings, directing the guests accordingly. Li Dashanren from the Huaiwa Wine Workshop, with a gift of 20 taels of silver. I am Lu San from the first shop at Zushiku. Half a year ago, Lord Huang ordered a set of furs from us, yet we have not received payment. Today is a joyous occasion. We ought not to intrude, but my modest business is struggling, and it would be most gracious of you to settle the account. Steward Huang inquired, how much was it? The man handed over a note, 10 taels of silver. Nodding, Huang took the note and addressed the man. Today's guests are to be treated with respect. Let us dine before you depart. With that, he instructed that the man be taken to the left hall for the abalone feast, handing the note to the attendant. Record this. Lu San from the first shop, with a gift of 10 taels. Without monetary offerings, the two found themselves at an impasse. Li Qingyo, lacking funds, expressed his concern. What shall we do? Fan Xiaodao chuckled heartily. We are bandits. When have we ever entered through the front door? With the flying claw from their arsenal, they could easily navigate through any establishment, be it the Huang residence or even the Imperial Palace. At that moment, they heard someone calling from behind. Lord Sun Banqing from Qingpingfang in the West City has arrived to celebrate Lord Huang's birthday. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged man accompanied by several bodyguards approaching the entrance. Upon seeing this, Huang Yukai stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. On this day of my brother's birthday, it is indeed an honor for you to grace us with your presence, Lord Sun. Sun Banqing laughed heartily, producing a piece of paper from his bosom. Last time my mother celebrated her birthday, Brother Huang graciously gifted a note for 10,000 taels of gold. I was deeply touched. Today, I have come to return the favor, a token of appreciation, albeit a humble one. Huang Yukai, feigning a smile, placed a hand on his shoulder. We are brothers. Your presence alone is more than enough, and there is no need for gifts. Steward Huang, please escort Lord Sun to his seat. Fan Xiaodao scrutinized Sun Banqing, noting his short stature, goat-like beard, and booming voice, which exuded a certain ruggedness. Niu Dufu had mentioned that this gentleman was of equal standing to Huang Yukai, owning gambling houses, brothels, and money shops, known for his cunning and close ties with a prominent figure in the court. Despite the absence of business dealings between the Sun and Huang families, they were both recognized as part of the four great gentry, harboring mutual disdain. Thus, Fan Xiaodao resolved to seek an opportunity to pay a visit to the Sun residence, marking him as a potential target. The two scaled the wall and proceeded to the side courtyard to meet Niu Dufu. In the courtyard, Fan Xiaodao spotted Sun Mingwu's carriage, and a fragrant whiff of orchids wafted through the air. He recalled seeing Sun Mingwu's worried countenance earlier, which evoked a wave of emotions within him. For Huang Youtsai's birthday celebration, besides the famed Baihua Pavilion, he had also invited the Sanhua Pavilion and the Huiqing Opera Troupe to perform. The program featuring Niu Lanshan was scheduled forth, with acts preceding it including acrobatics, magic tricks, and even a performance by the 3 stars of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Interspersed with toasts and speeches, the event was set to last a considerable time, allowing ample opportunity for their plans. As they waited, Niu Dufu did not appear. Just then, an elderly man adorned with bright makeup, dressed as the old star of longevity, intercepted them, addressing Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo. You two must be the substitutes sent by the Huiqing troupe. What? The old man, growing impatient, responded. The Huiqing troupe is utterly unreliable. They sent only 2 people, and one had to drop out at the last minute. They took the lion's share of the payment without lifting a finger. What are you two dawdling about for? Go backstage and get into costume, Fan Xiaodao asked. Aren't you from the Huiqing troupe? The old star of longevity replied. We are a makeshift troupe. The Huiqing troupe found the payment from Lord Huang too meager, so they subcontracted the performance of the 3 stars of longevity to us, doing nothing but lending their name while taking 50% of our earnings. Then why take the job? Life is hard. We cannot afford to be choosy. Can you two perform? Perform was the jargon of their troupe. Fan Xiaodao thought it prudent to navigate this situation, intending to get through this hurdle first, and said, we are brothers capable of managing both literature and martial arts, able to adapt to any situation, whether in song or dance, proficient in all forms of entertainment. The old star of longevity remarked, in broad daylight, let us set aside the martial prowess for now. There isn't tea time for rehearsal. You two will play the immortals of fortune and longevity. Our people will warm up the crowd first, and when I call out, where are the immortals of fortune and longevity? You will respond, here we come, stepping forward to the rhythm. Dante rush. Then follow my lead, understood? The two nodded, the AS drums beat thrice and gongs rang thrice. The old star of longevity signaled. Let us practice, everyone. The two acknowledged that as the drums beat thrice and the gongs rang thrice again, the old star of longevity gestured. Let us practice, everyone. A group of youthful immortals took to the stage, performing flips and tricks, creating a lively atmosphere that captivated the audience. Such performances thrived on this vibrant ambience, and as the warm-up approached its zenith, the old star of longevity, clutching the longevity peach and leaning on his cane, ascended the stage. The three stars of longevity narrates the tale of fortune, prosperity, and longevity wagering in the celestial realm for the opportunity to bless a virtuous person on earth. Due to the inexperience of Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo, the old star of longevity adapted the script slightly, a task not daunting for those seasoned in the art. With a longevity peach in hand, he recited and sang, accompanied by the antics of the youthful immortals, culminating in a performance that brought the entire birthday feast to a climax. Traversing the 3 mountains, roaming the 5 peaks, the storyteller's tongue, the actor's limbs in motion, the old star of longevity searched high and low, but could not find a truly magnanimous person. Soaring through the clouds, he arrived in the capital, proclaiming, "Old star of longevity has come to Huangjiazhuang, a place of exceptional beauty. Ah, this Huangjiazhuang has auspicious clouds gathering. Surely it must be the benevolent person I seek. Children, who resides in this village?" The youthful immortals replied, "Old star, this is Lord Huang Yotsai's estate. Lord Huang builds bridges and roads, providing porridge for the needy. He is the greatest benefactor under heaven. Indeed, indeed. He is the very person I seek. Shall we present this longevity peach to the great benefactor Huang?" The youthful immortals echoed, "Splendid." The old star of longevity continued, "I have a meeting arranged with the immortals of fortune and longevity, yet they have not arrived. I wonder if they have overslept and missed the time." He shouted, "Where are the immortals of fortune and longevity?" With the sound of gongs and drums, Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo were so engrossed in the performance that they forgot to take the stage. Seeing the two unresponsive, the old star of longevity asked 3 more times, "Where are the immortals of fortune and longevity?" From the audience, someone pushed the two. "It's your turn." Only then did they realize, hearing the gongs, they grabbed the birthday couplets and hurried onto the stage in a flurry. The old star of longevity nearly lost his patience, improvising, "Immortals of fortune and longevity, why have you come so late? Have you overslept?" Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao was taken aback by the impromptu line and replied, "We, the two immortals, were a tad hungry and, seeing the tofu feast, found it quite delectable. Who would have thought that indulging in excess would lead to a stomach upset, causing us to make a trip to the restroom and delay our arrival?" Li Qingyo chimed in, "Indeed, it was quite a significant delay." The old star of longevity, recognizing the absurdity of their words amidst a grand birthday banquet, hastily sought to conclude the performance, asking, "What shall we do next?" Fan Xiaodao suggested, "Old star, today is Lord Huang's grand birthday. The atmosphere is truly festive. Given that the audience seems eager for more, why not entertain them with the old star of longevity hanging?" The audience burst into laughter, applauding enthusiastically. Huang Yotsai's expression darkened. The old star of longevity, flustered, replied, "Whether we hang or not is a matter of perspective. Time is of the essence. The Jade Emperor is expecting us back for a report. How about we present the longevity peach instead?" Fan Xiaodao secretly chuckled, as he had the same intention, eager to wrap up this act and proceed to the back room to steal silver, fulfilling their grand scheme. Soon, it would be Sun Mingwu's turn to perform, precisely when the guards were least vigilant. Thus, he cooperatively suggested, "Let us invite Lord Huang onto the stage." The immortals of fortune and longevity positioned themselves behind the old star of longevity. The old star of longevity raised the longevity peach high. The immortals held the scrolls of the couplets. Huang Yukai, surrounded by guests, approached the stage, and in front of all, he cut the string binding the scroll, allowing the couplet to unfurl slowly from the hands of the two. The upper line read, "The sound and image endure everlasting." The lower line read, "Riding a crane westward, existing for eternity." Unbeknownst to them, the couplet had been switched. The three were unaware of the unfolding events, as the guests at the abalone feast were of high status and would not join in the ruckus. Meanwhile, the crowd at the tofu feast, comprised of tenants, were illiterate and unaware of the implications. However, Huang Yukai's face turned an ominous shade. The steward, noticing this, pointed at the couplets and began to read, "Wishing Lord Huang may have fortune as boundless as the sea. Wishing Lord Huang may have longevity surpassing the southern mountains." Someone in the audience remarked, "The character count seems off." Another explained, "What do you, a peasant, know? This is the script from the celestial realm. One character counts as two. Look at the character for pine in Evergreen Pine. It is written with such vigor, clearly the work of a great literary master." The steward barked at the two. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and collect it. Invite Lord Huang to cut the longevity peach." Huang Yukai took the knife handed to him by an attendant and sliced into the longevity peach. As the peach split open, gasps erupted from the crowd. There, lying in the dish, was a severed female head. It was none other than the renowned courtesan, Sun Mingwu. Chapter 8. Blush and skull. The guests present were utterly petrified. The renowned songstress, Sun Mingwu, celebrated throughout the capital for her exquisite sword dance, had met her demise within the confines of the Huang residence, under the gaze of many. Although Sun Mingwu was a prominent figure, her standing in the capital was unparalleled, and it was evident that this incident would send shockwaves throughout the city. Huang Youcai's complexion turned ashen. He had exerted considerable effort and spent a fortune to invite the illustrious performer to this banquet, only to have her perish in his own home. Facing the prospect of legal repercussions, he would surely suffer significant consequences even if he escaped unscathed. His gaze shifted towards Yang Desui, the deputy head of the Six Doors. Yang Desui had attended the banquet today, with only 2 attendants. Upon witnessing the scene, he promptly ordered the Huang residence to be sealed off and dispatched someone to report the incident to the Six Doors headquarters. He commanded, "Seize the 3 suspects on the stage." The aged birthday celebrant collapsed in terror. I Qingyo exclaimed, "We didn't do it." Yang Deshui's expression hardened. "If it wasn't you, then could it be that I am the culprit? That is not entirely out of the question." Preposterous. Fan Xiaodao's mind raced. The events of the day had unfolded unexpectedly, that he had originally intended to profit, but now found himself entangled in a legal quagmire. If it were only himself, he could rely on his martial prowess to extricate himself. However, he could not abandon Li Qingyo, and moreover, if he fled, it would solidify the evidence against him for the murder. But he said, "My lord, this matter requires careful deliberation. It is not your place to speak." The assembly of guests, numbering in the hundreds, remained confined within the front courtyard. The elderly birthday celebrant regained consciousness and hastily attempted to defend himself, claiming that Fan and Li were not affiliated with them, merely scapegoats who had been hastily summoned, and that they had no prior acquaintance with the two. Yang Desui ordered an inspection of Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo's invitations, and shortly thereafter, a constable reported, "Head Yang, these 2 are not on the guest list. The murder must be among you. Seize the 2 and take them back to the jail." In the rear courtyard, Niu Defu, having heard of the commotion, arrived at the front courtyard and said, "My lord, these 2 are my friends, whom I invited. I have been with them the entire day. If they are the murderers, then does that not implicate me as well?" Yang Desui replied coldly, "That is what you claim." Huang Yukai, already fraught with anxiety, stepped forward with a forced smile. "My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. We spent a considerable sum to invite the esteemed Sun. How could we harbor any ill intentions towards her? We implore you to uphold justice, apprehend the true culprit, and restore our innocence." As he spoke, a young constable arrived, accompanied by a dozen officers, at the Huang residence. Fan Xiaodao recognized him as Zhao Xing, with whom he had a brief acquaintance at the tavern earlier that day. Yang Deshui's expression soured upon seeing Zhao. "What brings you here?" Zhao Xing clasped his hands respectfully. "Sir, I am on duty tonight." "What of Ding Yi?" Zhao shook his head, indicating he did not know. Although the Six Doors belonged to the Ministry of Justice and were responsible for apprehending thieves, it was rife with internal factions. Yang Desui, leveraging his connections within the palace, behaved arrogantly within the Six Doors, disregarding the chief constable, Zhuge Xinyu. Zhao Xing, though lacking affection, had shown him little respect in the past, which had irked Yang Desui considerably. Sun Mingwu, while a mere songstress, had close ties with several high-ranking officials and was a guest of the current Grand Scholar. Her untimely death would undoubtedly create an uproar in the capital. If he could take charge of the investigation, it would be a significant achievement for Yang Desui. Thus, upon realizing that Zhao was not his trusted aide Ding Yi, his demeanor darkened. Despite the internal conflicts, they presented a united front to outsiders. Zhao Xing quickly assumed command, instructing that all guests be detained in the courtyard for questioning. Upon spotting Fan Xiaodao, he expressed, "If you are acquainted with them, it would be prudent to avoid involvement in this case." Zhao Xing retorted, "I have merely met them once. We are not familiar. Unless you have further instructions, I will proceed with the investigation." Though Yang Desui held a higher office than Zhao Xing, he did not oversee investigations and lacked the authority to conduct one. Upon hearing Zhao's blatant disregard for his authority, he merely snorted in silence. Zhao Xing turned to Fan Xiaodao. "You brought the head here, making you the prime suspect. Until the truth is revealed, do not leave my sight." The once radiant and enchanting Sun Mengwu lay quietly within a wooden box, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Fan Xiaodao leaned closer, puzzled. Why is there no trace of blood? Logically, when a head is severed, blood would surge from the chest cavity. Yet Sun Mengwu's head appeared remarkably clean, as though she were in a deep slumber. This was indeed peculiar. Zhao Xing examined the head as if appraising an object, scrutinizing it closely. He pointed to a mark on her neck, stating, "The murderer first strangled the victim with a rope before swiftly severing her head. The incision reveals that only one stroke was used, indicating that the assailant possessed considerable skill. However, how they managed to avoid any bloodshed remains unclear." He then inquired, "Who was the last person to see Sun Mengwu?" A constable responded, "It was a maidservant of Sun's. After learning of her mistress's demise, she fainted in shock. Revive her. I have questions to ask." Before long, a sobbing maidservant approached Zhao Xing, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhao asked, "When was the last time you saw Sun Mengwu?" The maidservant wept. While in the carriage, Miss Sun seemed somewhat downcast. Upon arriving at the Huang residence, she mentioned feeling unwell and, with still some time before dusk, retired to her guest room. That I remained with several other maidens in the front to prepare for the performance. It was later that I heard of the tragedy, wailing. Has she offended anyone recently? The maidservant replied, "Not that I am aware, but there is a young Master Lan who has been persistently harassing her, attempting to help her buy her freedom. Miss Sun has been avoiding him, and he became furious, threatening revenge a few days ago. However, she has not encountered him in recent days." Li Qingyo remarked, "In my opinion, young Master Lan is highly suspicious. This has nothing to do with us. I shall take my leave." Zhao Xing shot him a glare, causing Li Qingyo to retreat a couple of steps. Fan Xiaodao interjected, "I did catch a glimpse of Sun Mengwu on the main street today. From a distance, she appeared unwell, likely due to some threat." Zhao Xing nodded and asked the maidservant a few more questions. Other than the enigmatic young Master Lan, there were no further leads. He then permitted her to leave, while Fan Xiaodao remarked, "This woman is lying." Zhao Xing queried, "You discerned that as well?" Fan Xiaodao grinned, "Lying is my specialty." Zhao Xing became intrigued, retorting, "Did you murder her?" Fan Xiaodao was momentarily speechless. If he denied it, he would be lying and could be arrested. If he admitted it, he would be confessing. Having only made a casual remark, he found himself ensnared by Zhao Xing's probing. He finally replied, "Whether it is true or not, that remains for you, head Zhao, to discern." Zhao Xing ordered, "Let us inspect the body." The group proceeded to the guest room of the separate courtyard. The Huang family had invited Sun Mengwu under the conditions set by the 100 Flowers Pavilion that she be provided with a private resting area, and that, aside from her performance, no outsiders were to be admitted, nor was she to be compelled to drink. Though the stipulations were somewhat stringent, Huang Yukai acquiesced. Little did they know, once Sun Mengwu entered, she would never emerge alive. Sun Mengwu's headless corpse lay on the floor of the guest room. The space was impeccably tidy, with chairs and bedding neatly arranged, devoid of any signs of struggle. Her garments were pristine, showing no traces of blood. This left Fan Xiaodao perplexed. Zhao Xing inquired, "What is your assessment?" Though Fan Xiaodao aspired to join the Six Doors, he was utterly ignorant of investigative matters, replying, "Naturally, one must observe with one's eyes." Li Qingyo chuckled softly, prompting Fan Xiaodao to ask, What are you laughing at? What is your viewpoint? Li Qingyo, with feigned seriousness, replied, based on the condition of the scene, I deduce that Miss Sun did not commit suicide. Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, what a redundant observation. Have you ever witnessed someone decapitating themselves in an act of suicide? The head was discovered after nightfall, and Zhao Xing, utilizing a torch, noted that the candlesticks in the room were unlit, suggesting that Sun Mingwu had met her end while it was still light outside. Inquiring of the accompanying attendants, it was revealed that her maid had entered with her and had not exited since, with no one else entering or leaving that a commotion was heard from outside. Someone approached Zhao Xing to report that individuals from the 100 Flowers Pavilion had arrived to collect the body that a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air as a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman rushed in, wailing uncontrollably as she embraced Sun Mingwu's corpse. My daughter, how could you be gone? I spent thousands of taels on you, promising that this year would bring great fortune, and now you leave without a word. Please do not frighten me, my daughter. Speak to me, Fan Xiaodao remarked. If she were to speak, that would truly scare you to death. A constable whispered, This is Li Banyang, the madam of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Li Banyang implored, My lord, you must capture the murderer and avenge my daughter. Zhao Xing felt an inexplicable aversion to the woman, retorting, The court handles cases. Your presence is unnecessary. Return and await news. Li Banyang protested, My daughter is dead, and you say it is not my concern? She shot a glance at Huang Yukai, who lingered nearby. I entrusted my daughter to you, and within mere hours, this calamity has befallen her. Huang, prepare for legal repercussions. Zhao Xing, witnessing her disruptive behavior compromising the scene, ordered her removal. Yet, Li Banyang insisted, Today I will take my precious daughter's body home. A constable reminded her, The case is unresolved. The body must remain in the mortuary. Li Banyang remained resolute. Mingwu was a member of the 100 Flowers Pavilion in life, and in death, she is our ghost. Regardless, I will take her home for a proper burial. You have no right to interfere. Zhao Xing scoffed. The court conducts its business. Do not presume to dictate terms. Li Banyang, undeterred, replied with an air of defiance. We shall see. Before long, Yang Desui arrived at the separate courtyard and commanded, Return the body to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Zhao Xing protested. The cause of death is not yet determined, and the murderer remains at large. It must be stored in the designated mortuary. Master Yang, this is against protocol. Protocol? Yang Desui chuckled derisively. When has Zhao Xing ever abided by protocol in investigations? He handed Zhao a note. The murderer has been apprehended. A young man with the surname Lan, caught lurking in the streets by patrolling guards. He is now detained in the 6 Doors jail. This is the Chief Constable's directive. See for yourself. Chapter 9. Do you think I am beautiful? The paper bore but 2 words. Deliver the body. Zhao Xing recognized the calligraphy of Zhuge Xinyu, and his heart was heavy with suspicion. The murder had occurred merely 2 hours prior, and yet the perpetrator had already been apprehended. Moreover, the 100 Flowers Pavilion had leveraged connections within the court to request the body from the 6 Doors. Could it be that this corpse concealed some profound secret? Contemplating this, Zhao Xing replied, I shall act according to the rules. Yang Desui, his face a mask of fury, rebuked, What an audacious Zhao Xing! You dismiss my words, and now you ignore the Chief Inspector S as well. Relying on the Emperor's commendation of loyalty and bravery from years past, you have grown obstinate, defying orders from your superiors and showing utter disregard for authority. 2 years ago, when Zhao Xing first joined the 6 Doors, he had solved a sensational case that shook the capital. A Tatar envoy had been murdered at the horse market upon entering the city, nearly precipitating a war between nations. Zhao Xing had swiftly cracked the case and captured the culprit, an act that greatly pleased the emperor, who had offered a verbal commendation of loyalty and bravery. For an ordinary official, such praise would pave the way for a smooth ascent. To thrive in the bureaucratic realm, one must not only be competent, but also adept in social maneuvering. Yet Zhao Xing remained steadfast in his principles, refusing to bend, and had thus offended many, remaining merely a red-clad captain, just a step above the ordinary constables. Zhao Xing tucked the note away and stated, The 6 Doors implements a first inquiry responsibility system. Since the case is in my hands, I shall take full responsibility that if you wish to retrieve the body, you must wait until I have submitted the documentation." Upon hearing this, Li Banyang became agitated, exclaiming, "You disregard the chief inspector's orders, and now you refuse the words of the Minister of Justice. How dare a mere constable show such audacity?" With that, she commanded her companions, "Seize it!" Zhao Xing drew his sword, declaring, "Who dares?" Yang Desui initially contemplated intervening, but then reconsidered. The contentious issue was already under Zhuge Xinyu's jurisdiction, and should anything go awry, he would bear the responsibility. Having served for years in the Six Doors, he had always been overshadowed by Zhuge Xinyu. Why not exploit this opportunity to escalate the situation? Perhaps he could emerge as the beneficiary. With this thought, he smiled. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Although Li Banyang was the owner of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she was still a commoner, and seeing Zhao Xing's resolute attitude, she dared not press her advantage further. Instead, she issued a stern warning. "Captain Zhao, my daughter's body rests in your custody. Should it suffer even the slightest harm, you shall be held accountable. That do not come to me weeping for mercy then." Zhao Xing dismissed her words. After Li Banyang departed, the authorities announced that the case had been solved, and the guests at the Huang residence left after providing their names for record-keeping. Zhao Xing turned to Fan Xiaodao and said, "Brother Fan, considering I treated you to drinks today, could you assist me with a favor?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "I can, but on one condition." "Speak." "I am new to the capital, with no means of sustenance. Once this matter is resolved, you must help me gain entry into the Six Doors and secure a position." Fan Xiaodao was keen on infiltrating the Six Doors, and upon seeing this opportunity, he could not let it slip away. Zhao Xing paused. "The bureaucracy is fraught with regulations. Your free-spirited nature does not lend itself well to such a life." Fan Xiaodao insisted, "Since childhood, my dream has been to become a constable, capturing criminals and thieves." Li Qingyo interjected, "Wasn't your dream to be the greatest bandit in the land?" Fan Xiaodao advanced and delivered a punch. "Do not mention those two words again." He then turned to Zhao Xing. "As for my true identity, I ask you to keep it confidential." "I have yet to state my request," Zhao Xing replied. Fan Xiaodao said, "If I am not mistaken, you need me to help guard the body of Sun Mengwu, correct?" Zhao Xing was taken aback. "How did you deduce that?" Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "This case is rather unusual. Sun Mengwu, a renowned courtesan, has met her demise under peculiar circumstances, her body devoid of blood. The murderer was captured before the investigation was even concluded, and the incident has drawn the attention of court officials, placing pressure on your superior. Everything about this case reeks of the extraordinary. The 100 Flowers Pavilion is demanding the body and has even brought a coffin. You must understand, no one prepares a coffin in advance unless there is an elderly person at home, especially since the 100 Flowers Pavilion is a place of pleasure. To investigate, you must focus on two aspects: the corpse of Sun Mengwu and that young Master Lan. Since I cannot conduct the interrogation, I shall assist you in keeping watch over the mortuary." Upon hearing Fan Xiaodao's analysis, Zhao Xing could not help but regard him with newfound respect. "This is not a favorable task," Fan Xiaodao cautioned. "Do not forget your promise," Zhao Xing reminded him. The coroner and constable soon arrived to properly handle Sun Mengwu's body and transport it to the mortuary. The mortuary in the eastern part of the city was situated in a dilapidated temple, long abandoned due to its lack of visitors. The government had repurposed it to store those who died under mysterious circumstances or away from home. That an elderly monk, hard of hearing and nearly blind, oversaw the mortuary. Upon hearing that Zhao Xing and the two others would be staying there that night, he was delighted by the prospect of a quiet evening, muttering, "At last, I do not have to sleep among the dead tonight," and promptly relinquished his duties, leaving Li Qingyo feeling quite uneasy. Currently, several corpses were stored within the mortuary. As summer waned and the heat persisted, despite the bodies being treated and masked with incense, the odor remained unpleasant. After Zhao Xing briefed the two men, he returned to the Six Doors to interrogate the suspects. Locking the door to the ancestral hall, Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo rested in a side room. Li Qingyo expressed his apprehension. "I have heard that the spirits of those who die violently roam the mortuary at night. Why did the young master agree to this arrangement?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "Is it not to gain entry into the Six Doors? Besides, we act with integrity and have nothing to hide. We need not fear ghosts knocking at our door at midnight. Oh, I forgot about your past. You ought to be cautious. If a ghost sets its sights on you and drags away your soul, you will become a mere puppet. Li Qingyo retorted, Young master, I am the bravest in our village. I fear no ghost. Even if the king of hell were to appear, I would still engage him with laughter. What of you? Are you afraid? Fan Xiaodao pointed to the side hall where the bodies were stored. Do not worry. You see the talismans on the windows and door frame? They are said to ward off spirits. Even if there are ghosts, they cannot escape. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Fan Xiaodao felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Glancing at Li Qingyo, he saw him clutching Fan Xiaodao's thigh. Screaming in terror, Fan Xiaodao steeled himself and called out, Who is it? From outside came a shrill voice. I died, such a tragic death. Fan Xiaodao replied, What does that have to do with me? The voice continued, I was a stranger, wrongfully killed here, with no one to claim me for decades. Tonight, I finally encounter you. I need one of you to take my place, so I may be reborn. Which of you shall I choose? Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo pointed at each other in unison, declaring, Choose him. Fan Xiaodao cursed. What loyalty you show. Li Qingyo retorted, A dead friend is better than a living foe. Fan Xiaodao coughed, laughing as he rebuked, Enough, Li Dafu. Stop the nonsense and come out. The door creaked open. Li Dafu entered, carrying a food box and a jar of wine, and exclaimed, How did you know it was me? Fan Xiaodao replied, With that raspy voice of yours, I could recognize you even if you were choking. You claim to be a stranger, yet you died in the capital, and your accent has changed, even adopting the local dialect. Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Qingyo defended himself. I was merely pretending. Fan Xiaodao wrinkled his nose in disdain. Is that what you call it? You practically wet yourself. That was no mere accident. It was the essence of carefree living. Li Dafu declared, Tonight's grand plan has fallen apart, and my father is furious at home that I thought you might be hungry, so I brought you some food. The two men, famished and hollow, rushed forward to snatch the offerings. Li Qingyo seized a chicken leg and took a bite, exclaiming, Phew, this tastes spoiled. Li Dafu admitted, I forgot to mention, I packed the leftovers from the banquet. Fan Xiaodao remarked, You truly are considerate of us. The trio sat on the floor, arranging the food and drink, and feasted heartily. Li Dafu lamented, What was supposed to be a prosperous venture has turned into this mess. With all this commotion, I fear our plans are ruined. What will you two do now? Surely, you won't spend your twilight years in this mortuary. Good heavens, your words have arranged our lives ahead of us. Fan Xiaodao replied, I will guard this place for Zhao Xing, and in return, he will help me enter the 6 doors. It is a lucrative arrangement. Li Dafu scoffed. What good is the 6 doors? My father is trying to find a way to get me in, claiming that money is not as valuable as power. Once inside, I could bring glory to my family. I would rather die than enter. Li Qingyo chimed in, Having a wealthy father is truly a blessing. Young Master Fan here is struggling just to get a foot in, while you think it can be solved with a mere sentence. As they continued their meal and casual conversation, the night wore on. Eventually, Li Dafu stood up, saying, It is getting late. I must take my leave. Li Qingyo urged, Will you not stay and keep us company? The more, the merrier. If we encounter a ghost, it would be best to face it together. Li Dafu replied, Pa, in such a ghastly place, I would not stay even for you two. If it weren't for your presence, I wouldn't dare come here. I must be out of my mind. I would rather sleep on the streets than remain here. Fan Xiaodao teased, You must have been kicked out of your home again. Haven T.U.? How did you know? Before Fan Xiaodao could respond, they were suddenly startled by a low rustling sound emanating from the side hall where Sun Mingwu's body lay. On a moonless, windy night, in this remote part of the eastern city, the noise rang out particularly jarringly. Creak, creak, that it sounded as if something was chewing. Li Qingyo trembled. I distinctly locked the door. What is happening? We have been guarding the entrance. Could it really be a ghost? Fan Xiaodao reached for the long knife in his pack. What are you afraid of? Go and take a look. Why must it be me? Is it not you? Who else but me, the young master? Li Dafu insisted. If we are going, we go together. The three huddled close, cautiously making their way toward the side hall. Li Qingyo summoned his courage and called out, "Who is in there?" The noise suddenly ceased. Li Qingyo shouted a few more times, but there was no response. "Speak, or we will burst in," Fan Xiaodao warned. "If it does speak, we shall be in trouble." They gathered at the door, peering through the crack to glimpse inside. To their horror, a woman was searching frantically for something within the mortuary. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she abruptly turned around and locked eyes with the trio. They were instantly petrified. It was the deceased Sun Mingwu. In a ghostly whisper, Sun Mingwu asked, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Chapter 10. The Resurrection. The corpse has risen. Li Qingyo was so frightened that his face turned ashen, and he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Niu Defu trembled uncontrollably, plopping down onto the ground, his entire body shaking. Fan Xiaodao had never believed in supernatural forces. He unsheathed his sword and pushed the door open, locking eyes with Sun Mingwu. "When did you reattach your head? I believe it looks more beautiful when they are separate." Upon seeing that he was not frightened, Sun Mingwu's figure flickered, a chilling glint flashing as swiftly as a ghost, and she lunged at Fan Xiaodao with her sword. Anticipating her move, Fan Xiaodao blocked with his sword, simultaneously executing a powerful punch with his left hand aimed at Sun Mingwu's chest. Boom! It felt as though he had struck an iron plate. Sun Mingwu let out a tinkling laugh, casually waving her hand. A wave of fragrance wafting through the air was the faint scent of orchids, reminiscent of the aroma he had encountered at Huang Youcai's residence that very night. The fragrance was laced with poison. Fan Xiaodao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and quickly held his breath. Seizing the opportunity, the woman slipped past him, disappearing into the night with a few agile leaps. This orchid scent was merely a common anesthetic, not particularly toxic. Fan Xiaodao exerted his inner strength to expel the toxin, and then approached Li Qingyo and Niu Defu. Li Qingyo scrambled to his feet, asking, "Has that female ghost left?" Fan Xiaodao replied irritably, "You were just pretending to be dead, weren't you?" Li Qingyo responded, "I've heard that ghosts do not prey upon those who are unconscious. Besides, that female ghost is so beautiful. Since you are not yet married, I thought I might give you a chance to have some time alone with her." Niu Defu, now regaining his composure, interjected, "So that wasn't a ghost?" Fan Xiaodao shook his head. "That person is not Sun Mingwu. She merely bears a slight resemblance. She deliberately donned the same attire as Sun Mingwu to create a ruse." The three of them approached the board bed where Sun Mingwu's corpse lay, unable to resist averting their gazes at the gruesome scene. Sun Mingwu's body had been mutilated, her abdomen sliced open. Niu Defu could not hold back his retching, while Li Qingyo asked, "How will we explain this to Captain Zhao?" Fan Xiaodao chuckled, gesturing towards the bed. "Would you care to take another look?" Lifting the white cloth from her head, Li Qingyo exclaimed, "This is not Sun Mingwu." Fan Xiaodao elucidated. Given how eagerly the 100 Flowers Pavilion sought to seize the corpse today, Zhao Xing and I inferred that there must be some unspeakable secret within this body. They would surely attempt to steal it from the funeral home. That is why Zhao Xing insisted on not returning the body. Therefore, after securing the arrangements, Zhao Xing and I swapped Sun Mingwu's corpse with another from the funeral home, and it seems we were not mistaken. He should be arriving shortly. Not long after, Zhao Xing returned to the funeral home after interrogating the young man with the surname Lan. Upon learning of the events at the funeral home, Zhao Xing remarked, "It appears Brother Fan's predictions were spot on. After dawn, I will request that the chief constable allow an autopsy to uncover the secret behind her death." "How did your interrogation go?" Zhao Xing replied, "That young man with the surname Lan is the son of a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan, who harbored a secret affection for Sun Mingwu, spending over 10,000 taels at the 100 Flowers Pavilion these past few months. Once his money ran out, he was turned away. Today, he received a letter from Sun Mingwu, instructing him to wait for her tonight beneath the East City archway near Huang's residence to elope. However, left waiting, he was instead apprehended by patrolling officers." Niu Defu retorted, "That's merely his side of the story. He could very well be fabricating it after committing murder." Zhao Xing regarded him with a discerning glance. "After years of investigating cases, I can still distinguish between truth and deception." Fan Xiaodao did not dwell on this, asking, "Are the culprits still being pursued?" Zhao Xing sighed. "This is precisely the crux of the matter. Sun Mingwu held immense influence in the capital, that it will not be long before rumors spread throughout the city. The higher-ups have decreed that regardless of whether he is the true culprit, the surname Lan must bear the blame to provide a semblance of justice. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao felt a surge of indignation. He questioned, "Is this not a grave injustice? As an officer, how can you stand by and allow such a travesty?" Zhao Xing replied, "This case is no longer under my purview. It has been handed over to Ding Yi." This was the second time Fan Xiaodao had heard of Ding Yi. He inquired, "What is the difference?" Zhao Xing explained, "He is affiliated with the Third Master and possesses a considerable adeptness in handling cases, but he is also quite shrewd and understands the intricacies of human relationships. Thus, he is among the fastest to ascend to the rank of purple-robed constable. According to the higher-ups, he will likely downplay this major incident." Li Qingyo remarked, "You officials are even more unscrupulous than mountain bandits. So, the young Master Lan is unjustly accused." Zhao Xing responded, "In 3 days, this case will be submitted to the Shuntian Prefecture for a hearing. We have 3 days' time, but I have already been prohibited from investigating this case. There are certain matters in which I will require your assistance. I wonder if you would be willing." Although Fan Xiaodao had grown up in a mountain stronghold, he had always possessed a chivalrous heart. Previously, he had heard Song Jingang recount stories from his days of investigation. Though he had come to the capital to uncover his origins, upon encountering such events, he could not suppress the fervor rising within him, and he readily agreed. "What would you have me do?" Zhao Xing replied, "In all my years of investigation, I have never encountered a case such as this, where a person's head has been severed without a trace of blood. To ascertain her cause of death, I need you to visit a certain place and meet a particular individual. This person is erudite and possesses formidable skills, albeit with a peculiar temperament, prone to sudden changes in mood. If you can gain his guidance, you will undoubtedly uncover vital clues." Fan Xiaodao responded, "No problem. Where shall I go?" "To the Six Doors prison." Zhao Xing stated, "He has committed grave offenses, yet for reasons unknown, His Majesty has refrained from executing him. He is currently incarcerated in the Six Doors prison. However, he is highly skilled in martial arts and has already killed 3 delivery servants in recent months." Fan Xiaodao suddenly recalled his visit to the Six Doors for a job as a servant during the day, and he could not help but gasp in shock. He glanced at Li Qingyo, who said, "Young master, your martial prowess surpasses mine, and your intellect is sharper. This task is undoubtedly yours." Fan Xiaodao retorted, "If one did not know better, they might think I am your personal servant." Li Qingyo countered, "That is not quite fair. Do you not often say that all men are born equal, differing only in their professions, with no distinction of high or low? I believe that with your demeanor, you are more suited for this task." Niu Dafu surveyed the two, noting their dynamic. They appeared as both master and servant and as brothers, leaving their relationship ambiguous. Fan Xiaodao declared, "Understood, Li Ge." Fan Xiaodao had come to the capital intending for a swift resolution, but days had passed with naught but difficulties. Not only was the secret passage inaccessible, but even entering the Six Doors proved problematic. At this juncture, he had no choice but to devise a long-term plan, to first find a way to infiltrate the Six Doors, and then act accordingly. With the current opportunity to gain entry, he must seize it. Assisting Zhao Xing with the investigation was merely a momentary surge of passion. As for whether he could become a constable, he was indifferent. It would be preferable to work as a servant, allowing him to come and go from the Six Doors openly, facilitating his next course of action. After a hearty meal, Niu Dafu returned home first, while Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo, with nowhere else to go, decided to stay the night. They exchanged no words that night. The next morning, Fan Xiaodao left Li Qingyo at the funeral home and made his way to the Six Doors to meet Zhao Xing the guard, surnamed Song, recognized him, and, no longer bearing the fierce demeanor from the previous day, greeted him with a smile. "Ah, so you are acquainted with Captain Zhao. You should have mentioned it earlier. There was no need for such formalities. Come in quickly for a cup of hot tea. Henceforth, we shall be colleagues. My name is Song Fei. Let us foster a good rapport." It seemed Zhao Xing had already spoken with the gatekeeper. Fan Xiaodao engaged him, wondering aloud, "Is Zhao Xing held in high regard at the Six Doors?" The guard replied, "He is merely a red-robed constable." Fan Xiaodao pressed on, Then why do you treat him with such deference? Song Fei chuckled. My friend, I suspect you have only recently met Captain Zhao. Although his rank is not lofty, he is quite renowned in the capital. Even His Majesty is aware of him. Moreover, his father is a current minister in the Ministry of Rights. Ah! Fan Xiaodao's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Fei remarked, Did that surprise you? The son of a prominent minister in the Ministry of Rights was indeed a significant figure in the capital, that it was unfathomable that he would abandon the life of a privileged scion to work as a lowly constable, engaging daily with notorious criminals. However, he prefers not to have his status mentioned in front of outsiders. So, be cautious in your dealings with him. Fan Xiaodao nodded in agreement, smiling as he produced the few copper coins he had. Brother Song, I have no gifts for our first meeting. Please take care of me in the future. He thought it prudent to cultivate relationships with the gatekeepers and clerks, as they would be essential for his future plans. To his surprise, Song Fei refused to accept the coins. When pressed, he replied with a grin, We at the Six Doors are still a government office. We do not take money from our own. Since you are new here, there are many intricacies to navigate. I have worked at the gate for over 20 years, and I have seen all manner of storms. Once you are inside, treat me to a drink, and I will share the details. Fan Xiaodao agreed, following Song Fei to Zhao Xing's office. The Six Doors, with its blue tiles and black walls, appeared quite imposing. It falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, which oversees various departments such as the Theft Suppression Division, the Prison Division, the Autumn Review Division, the Mitigation Division, the Seizure Division, and the Redemption Division, among others. Following recent reforms in the martial world, a new department, the Jianghu Division, was established to manage the major sects in the realm. The position of Chief Constable is concurrently held by Zhuge Xinyu, a Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, ranked at the 4th tier. Additionally, there are 4 Deputy Chief Constables, each responsible for various divisions, forming the decision-making body of the Six Doors accountable to the Ministry of Justice. Each of the 10 divisions has its own duties. Among them, the most lucrative are the Prison Division, Mitigation Division, and Seizure Division, which oversee prison administration, case reviews, and confiscation of criminal assets, making them the most desirable offices within the Six Doors. Conversely, the least favorable, highest risk, and lowest paying position is within the Theft Suppression Division. Even the gatekeepers earn more through bribes and fees than the constables do, hence the saying, better to be a gatekeeper than a constable. Captain Zhao, this is our new servant. Zhao Xing nodded, dismissing Song Fei, and turned to Fan Xiaodao, saying things are somewhat grim. What has happened? Zhao Xing replied. Today, I took the autopsy document to the Chief Constable, hoping to ascertain Sun Mingwu's true cause of death, but I was scolded thoroughly. He handed a piece of paper to Fan Xiaodao, which detailed some observations made during Zhao Xing's examination of the corpse the previous day. Make note of these details. When you deliver meals later, take the opportunity to consult him. Perhaps he can assist in clarifying some questions. Chapter 11. The number 1 cell in the capital. There exist 4 prominent prisons. The Six Doors Prison, also known as the Criminal Department's Jail, is reputed to be the 2nd largest prison in the realm, its renown only surpassed by the Imperial Edict Prison of the Jinyue. The other 2 prisons are the Supervisory Department's Sifang and the directly governed detention center of Shuntian Prefecture. Offenders in the capital with relatively minor offenses are typically incarcerated in the Shuntian Prefecture prison, while the Imperial Edict prison houses individuals of wealth and status. Those confined in the Criminal Department's jail are often high-ranking offenders or notorious bandits of the underworld. The layout of the Six Doors prison mirrors that of other jails, constructed with walls of earth and subterranean chambers. Due to its location in the Yin Quadrant, this prison is situated in the southwestern corner of Six Doors. Upon passing through the heavy prison gates, one encounters a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person, spanning over 10 zhang in length and approximately 3 feet in width. The entire prison has but one entrance, heavily guarded on either side by armed sentinels. This constricted design effectively deters escape attempts and uprisings. Adjacent to a moat, the prison's underground quarters are damp and cold. Any attempt to dig a tunnel for escape would likely result in the river flooding back in, quashing any thoughts of a breakout. Once the prison gates are locked, additional mechanisms are engaged. Any disturbance triggers an alarm, alerting the vigilant guards. Thus, the prospect of escaping from this prison is akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, The Six Doors prison is uniquely the only underground facility with 3 levels. The first level typically houses those convicted of serious crimes or sentenced to death, while the second level is reserved for many formidable bandits. The third subterranean level contains merely 4 cells, and those permitted entry are invariably individuals of exceptional status. Over the centuries since the prison's establishment, the number of inmates on the third level is scant. The individual whom Zhao Xing wishes to meet is confined in the number 1 cell on this very level. As noon approached, Song Fei escorted Fan Xiaodao to the cell and exchanged pleasantries with the chief jailer. The jailer handed Fan Xiaodao a food box, cautioning, "Once inside, place the items down and bring back the leftover dishes from your last visit. Do not linger and avoid any unnecessary conversation." Examining the food box, which contained 3 dishes and a soup, along with wine and meat, Fan Xiaodao remarked, "The prison fare has improved remarkably. Had I known it would be this lavish, I might have sought refuge here instead of pursuing a livelihood." The jailer replied, "Ordinary prisoners do not receive such treatment that on regular days they are given but a single cornbread, and only on the emperor's birthday or when senior officials celebrate can they indulge in meat. However, the inmate in the number 1 cell is somewhat exceptional." "What makes him exceptional?" The jailer replied, "He is a man whom even the emperor dares not provoke." Fan Xiaodao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. In a realm where the emperor reigns supreme, could there truly exist a person feared by the sovereign? He countered, "No matter how formidable, he is still imprisoned." "You are mistaken," the jailer retorted. "In this world, there is no prison capable of confining him. Not even the Six Doors prison can hold him, that if he so desired, he could enter and exit the palace at will. Then why does he voluntarily remain in this wretched place?" The jailer continued, "He has resided here for 20 years, supposedly due to a wager with the former head jailer, Song Jingang. This is merely hearsay, though." Song Jingang, Fan Xiaodao was taken aback, realizing that the person he was about to meet had a connection to his adoptive father. He recalled that Song Jingang had once served at Six Doors, but had never mentioned it over the years. Fan Xiaodao had only heard fragments of stories from Yang Qing, Lei Lai, and others. Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What is his name?" The jailer's expression darkened. "Why do you ask so many questions? I must warn you, this man is capricious, ruthless, and kills without hesitation. The more you inquire, the quicker your demise will be." This was indeed a truth that I in this prison. The deputy warden, chief jailer, and guards wield immense power, and the inmates are generally fearful of them, save for the exceptional case of the inmate in the number 1 cell. Recently, this individual had become increasingly volatile, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Consequently, delivering meals to the number 1 cell had turned into a dreaded task, leading to the deaths of several guards before they decided to recruit an outsider for this perilous duty. To reach the 3rd subterranean level, one must traverse the other 2 levels. The cells are dark and damp, with no windows except for the guards' quarters, rendering them airless. Upon entering the cells, the prisoners, regardless of Fan Xiaodao's identity, clamored for justice, with one presumed to be mute. Upon reaching the 2nd underground level, they encountered numerous bandits captured in the act. These men, accustomed to living on the edge, had long since disregarded the value of life, their eyes burning with hatred upon seeing officials. The jailer explained that many of these men had once been notorious figures in the underworld, apprehended en masse by the Six Doors for opposing the new regulations that as they passed by cell 11. A burly man with a fierce beard grasped the bars and shouted, "Hey, you little brat! Is Zhao Xing dead yet?" His voice boomed with authority, and a scar on his face rendered him a fearsome sight. Fan Xiaodao replied, "He's alive and well." The bearded man responded, "Then relay a message for me. When I get out, the first person I'll kill is him." Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "No money, no talk." The jailer, overhearing, internally commended the young man, recognizing his savvy. Though he outwardly admonished, "Sway 11, behave yourself." "Are you itching for trouble?" Sway 11 retorted. "You think you're someone special, Gao? When did it become your place to speak? Watch your mouth, or I'll cut off your allowance next month." The jailer held considerable authority in the prison, overseeing the allocation of cells and managing the inmates' provisions. Most prisoners were submissive to him, but Sway 11 treated him with disdain. The jailer appeared genuinely fearful, quickly falling silent. Once they had moved on, Fan Xiaodao remarked, That guy is incredibly arrogant. The jailer replied, "What you don't know, my young friend, is that Sway 11 is the leader of the 36 factions north of the Yellow River, commanding over 1,000 brothers. He has been implicated in 11 murders, earning him the moniker Sway 11. Captain Zhao infiltrated his headquarters for months before seizing him. Initially facing the death penalty, he somehow managed to bribe his way to a 5-year sentence, and he will be released in less than half a year. I dare not provoke him." Sway 11 questioned, "Is this kid the new, unlucky one?" The jailer nodded. Sway 11 laughed heartily, addressing the other inmates. 3 days? I wager 10 taels that this kid won't last 3 days with that old monster." He then cast a cryptic smile at Fan Xiaodao. "Be careful, that old monster has a taste for flesh." Upon reaching the end of the second level, the jailer said, "The rest is up to you. Remember to be quick and refrain from speaking carelessly." Fan Xiaodao pondered. Could it be that he truly consumes flesh? The jailer shivered, adamantly shaking his head. "That's nonsense, that don't listen to their wild tales." His expression was so transparent that even a 3-year-old could see through it, piquing Fan Xiaodao's curiosity. What manner of being resided in the number 1 cell, so revered by Zhao Xing, yet instilling such fear in the jailer and guards? Upon reaching the 3rd subterranean level, they found 4 cells, each spacious and extending 7 or 8 zhang. A middle-aged man with silver hair and a gaunt visage sat at a desk, engrossed in a scroll. He appeared to be in his 40s, his features sharp, marred by a prominent scar running from his left eyebrow to his right jaw, strikingly noticeable. He did not resemble the monstrous figure rumored about him. As Fan Xiaodao entered, he unlocked the outer layer of the cell door and secured it behind him before opening the inner lock. Noticing Fan Xiaodao's arrival, the middle-aged man did not lift his head, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Although the jailer had instructed him to leave promptly after placing down the food box, Fan Xiaodao felt compelled to linger, driven by curiosity to examine the cell's furnishings. The room was illuminated by candles and oil lamps. Far from the anticipated chill and gloom, to his astonishment, the number 1 cell contained several shelves filled with books and various jars and vials. The cell featured a bed, a desk, and all necessary writing implements, albeit simple and neatly arranged. The only aspect that underscored the prison's nature were the bars surrounding the room, thick as a child's arm, forged from solid steel. While he had prepared himself for the encounter, he had not anticipated the number 1 cell to be so intriguing. Though not particularly interested in books, the shelves brimming with jars captivated his attention. Approaching the shelves, he suddenly spotted a familiar red pill. Panic surged within him. Was this not the very remedy prepared by Song Jingang for his headaches? How could this man possess such items? Just as he reached out to confirm, a chilling voice echoed, "Touch those jars, and you will perish instantly. That if I were you, I would keep my distance." Fan Xiaodao replied, "Elder, so you can speak." The middle-aged man retorted, "It is you who cannot speak. Put down the items and leave at once." Fan Xiaodao pressed on. "We encountered a murder case. A woman's head was severed, yet there was not a drop of blood, the fluid having congealed into black clots, with no signs of poisoning. Might you offer guidance?" The man lifted his gaze. "Zhao Xing sent you, did he?" Fan Xiaodao nodded. The middle-aged man barked, "Leave!" Fan Xiaodao was taken aback by his foul temper. "If you order me to leave, would that not embarrass me?" The man scoffed, flipping his wrist, a shadow darting forward with ghostly speed, standing before Fan Xiaodao in an instant. Realizing the man's temperament could shift as rapidly as turning a page, Fan Xiaodao prepared himself, swiftly retreating and drawing his blade in defense. Boom! The shadow struck the back of his blade, producing a deafening sound that forced Fan Xiaodao back 3 or 4 steps, nearly disarming him. A peanut fell to the ground. Such profound inner strength! Fan Xiaodao exclaimed, "Elder, you lack martial ethics, ambushing me." The middle-aged man, startled by Fan Xiaodao's ability to catch his hidden weapon, shifted his focus to the long blade in Fan Xiaodao's hands, his expression transforming. "Who is Song Jingang to you? You know my adoptive father?" "Adoptive father? Song Jingang is your adoptive father?" The middle-aged man scrutinized Fan Xiaodao, his brow furrowing slightly. "You don't resemble him at all." Fan Xiaodao replied, "What a ridiculous statement. If I bore resemblance, he would be my biological father, not my adoptive one." "You know nothing." The middle-aged man grew irate, laughing maniacally. Fate has smiled upon me. Since you were his son, do not blame me for being ruthless. Today, you have come to settle the blood debt from 20 years ago." With that, the middle-aged man unleashed a fierce roar, his body convulsing, his features twisting into a grotesque visage, his silver hair turning crimson. His hands withered, nails sharpening into claws, as he crouched low, his eyes glinting red, fixating on Fan Xiaodao like a predator stalking its prey. From his lips erupted a primal growl, sending chills down Fan Xiaodao's spine. Was this still a man? Chapter 12. A single blossom. Who could have imagined that not long ago, a man of elegance and a hint of coldness would instantaneously transform into a monster? It was at that moment that Fan Xiaodao comprehended why the jail of the Six Doors had seen several changes in attendance over the past 3 months, and why the guards within the prison were so reluctant to deliver meals. This was no mere delivery of food. It was evidently a matter of life and death, with danger lurking at every corner. Survival took precedence. As the monster lunged forward, Fan Xiaodao gripped his steel blade tightly and struck with all his might. A direct hit. The blade cleaved into the monster's shoulder, flesh ripping apart and bone exposed. Yet the next scene left Fan Xiaodao utterly astonished. The creature appeared unfazed, roaring defiantly as the wound healed at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged at him once more. Panic surged within Fan Xiaodao, yet he dared not relent. Channeling his inner strength, he unleashed nearly all the skills he had acquired, summoning a gust of energy around his long blade and striking at the monster. However, the creature's speed was ghostly. It slipped past his blade with ease. Fan Xiaodao shouted sharply, altering his technique, sweeping the back of his blade towards the monster's waist. This was none other than Song Jingyang's renowned technique, the reverse blade. Years ago, Song Jingyang, a paragon of martial prowess and righteousness, would always hold back against challengers. Yet this reverse blade technique, using the back of the blade as a weapon, was designed to intimidate without causing undue harm, allowing adversaries to retreat in recognition of their own limitations. Fan Xiaodao, however, was not seeking to intimidate. It was a desperate move for survival. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the monster. 3 layers of inner strength surged into the creature's body, and it let out a deafening roar before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Had I truly slain it? Was it so fragile? Doubt flooded Fan Xiaodao's mind as he cautiously approached. The monster lay with eyes tightly shut, the crimson hue draining from its face, and its hair gradually returning to silver. Suddenly, there were strange sounds emanating from within it. It let out a piercing scream, curling into a ball as if suffering unimaginable agony. Struggling to rise, it trembled towards a shelf, retrieving a pill and swallowing it. Moments later, it appeared restored, albeit gasping heavily on the ground. After a considerable pause, it slowly stood and fixed its gaze upon Fan Xiaodao. "I see now. Who would have thought that the inherently righteous Song Jingyang would resort to such a cunning ploy?" Fan Xiaodao was bewildered by its words and, seeing that the creature was unharmed, prepared to make his escape. Yet the creature called out to him, "What did Zhao Xing instruct you to inquire about?" Fan Xiaodao noted the stark transformation in its demeanor. Nevertheless, since it had spoken, he presented the coroner's report. The creature took a glance at it, and upon reading the words "suspected dark arts," it scoffed. "What dark arts? Such foolishness. And the cause of death?" Fan Xiaodao inquired. The creature replied, "She died of poisoning, and it was the second deadliest poison in the world. This poison, known as Tianmaluo, originates from the country of Terra at It, is concocted using the great climbing snake and the manjasaka flower, along with over 10 other highly toxic substances. Those poisoned become paralyzed and die without a sound. Within minutes, their blood coagulates, yet their skin remains uncorrupted for years. Only the king of 10,000 poisons from Tarora possesses the knowledge to create such a poison. He is a cruel man who uses this toxin to kill beautiful women, preserving their bodies to satisfy his twisted desires. However, 20 years ago, he was slain by Song Jingyang, and Tianlo had since been lost to history. It is surprising that it has resurfaced today. Tianlo? This was the first time Fan Xiaodao had heard of such a poison, but since the creature had provided a lead, it seemed a direction worth pursuing. He asked, "Why are you helping us?" The creature responded, "You are Song Jingyang's adopted son. If I do not assist you, who else could I possibly aid? You just attempted to kill me. The creature replied, You are Song Jingyang's adopted son. If I do not kill you, who else would I kill? Fan Xiaodao was utterly confounded by this exchange. You claim Tiamaluo is the second deadliest poison. What then is the first? The creature's expression was indifferent. You have already witnessed it. Fan Xiaodao pointed at it. Could it be that your earlier state was also due to poisoning? The creature explained, The deadliest poison in the world is not one that causes instant death, but rather one that renders life worse than death. 20 years ago, I was afflicted by this poison, committing countless atrocities that my moments of clarity were fleeting, and the instances of my malady were numerous. Each time I took a life, my guilt deepened, leading me to imprison myself here. Fan Xiaodao asked, After killing so many, why does the court still allow you to roam free? The creature replied, I have contemplated death, yet I promised Song Jingyang that I would not seek to end my life until I had unraveled this poison. Moreover, there are those who would not permit my death. Who are those? The creature gestured towards the palace. That dog, named Zhu. Fan Xiaodao surmised whom it referred to, but to call the current emperor a dog was a statement that would surely invoke capital punishment if heard by others. The ease with which the creature spoke such words revealed the depth of its hatred for the emperor, and yet the emperor could not kill it. What secrets did this creature harbor? However, it was not his concern. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Fan Xiaodao prepared to take his leave. The creature remarked, Are you new to the capital? Fan Xiaodao nodded. Remember, if you wish to survive in the capital, never mention the name Song Jingyang, nor let anyone know you are his adopted son. Otherwise, you will invite disaster upon yourself. This warning echoed what Yang Qing had cautioned him before departing from Heifeng's stronghold. Furthermore, the events that transpired here today must never be spoken of to another soul. Not even Zhao Xing. The creature responded, You must weigh that for yourself. As for Tao, you may wish to investigate the records of the king of 10,000 poisons. There may be some clues within. Fan Xiaodao bowed deeply and inquired, May I ask how to address you? Given its demeanor, it seemed to have had considerable dealings with Song Jingyang and was clearly no ordinary person in the emperor's eyes. A name? The creature sighed heavily. What significance does a name hold? I only recall a nickname from years past, a single blossom. A single blossom? Fan Xiaodao could not suppress a chuckle. Yet upon observing its appearance, he realized that in its youth, it must have been a handsome man. Still, for a man to adopt such a whimsical moniker seemed rather absurd that a single blossom shot him a glare. Is it truly so amusing? Fan Xiaodao suddenly realized, a single blossom? Wasn't this the moniker of the demon sect leader from 20 years ago, during the battle between righteousness and evil, when the righteous faction decisively vanquished the demon cult? Could it be that this person was indeed the leader of that cult? Wasn't it said that he had fled overseas after his defeat? How could he be imprisoned in the Six Doors dungeon for 20 years? It is somewhat amusing, a single blossom remarked. I have a fondness for men. Farewell. As Fan Xiaodao swaggered out, the jailer and several guards stared at him in astonishment. How did you manage to walk out alive? Fan Xiaodao queried. What do you mean? If I hadn't walked out alive, would I have died in there? The jailer explained. The old monster has been having episodes more frequently of late. You are the first person in months to witness him in a fit and still emerge alive. It seems he has taken a liking to you. Why not consider taking on the role of a janitor? In addition to the salary from the Six Doors, we could pool some silver to help you with your expenses. Fan Xiaodao recalled a single blossom's words about having a fondness for men, and goosebumps prickled his skin. However, he had intended to join the Six Doors, and assuming the role of a janitor as a cover was not a bad idea, so he agreed. The jailer added, but to join the Six Doors, you must have the consent of the chief constable. Fan Xiaodao asked, Does even a janitor require the chief constable's approval? The jailer replied, In the Six Doors, the chief constable's word is law. Even for the purchase of a spittoon or a roll of toilet paper, the chief constable's signature is required. How much more so for a living person? Surely, you are worth more than a spittoon or toilet paper. Fan Xiaodao responded, You certainly have a way with words. In the office, Tiamaluo, Zhao Xing, upon hearing the news brought by Fan Xiaodao, began to analyze. I suspected she was poisoned as well, yet I had never heard of such a poison. According to that individual, those afflicted with Tao become bloodless, appearing as if still alive. Therefore, it is highly likely that Sun Mingwu was already harmed before reaching the Huang residence. Fan Xiaodao recounted how, during Sun Mingwu's procession down the main street the day prior, he had briefly lifted the curtain of her carriage to glimpse her true appearance. Zhao Xing, upon hearing this, remarked, "This case is of great significance. Rumors are rampant throughout the capital. The court has issued 2 orders today, demanding a swift conclusion and execution of the suspects. Such haste only raises further suspicion. Regrettably, I have been denied 3 times by Chief Constable Zhuge in my request for a re-examination of the body." Fan Xiaodao said, "The corpse-stealing woman from the Righteous Manor last night carried a scent of orchids. I had encountered that same fragrance in Sun Mingwu's carriage that I have been pondering that, aside from Sun Mingwu and her maid, this woman was in the carriage, yet during the inquiry last night, she did not mention this at all." Zhao Xing replied, "That is indeed the crux of the matter. I shall head to the signing office immediately and summon that maid for questioning. This matter has drawn the attention of so many factions, and even those within the court have intervened. We cannot delay, otherwise that maid may find herself silenced." Fan Xiaodao had no experience in official investigations, but having grown up among bandits, he was well versed in the ways of the underworld. Zhao Xing, however, stated, "There is a saying, the more one tries to conceal, the more conspicuous it becomes. I have dealt with many cases. The more they attempt to hide, the more clues they leave behind. Nevertheless, as lives are at stake, we must go directly to the Baiwa Tower. The matter of the records could wait, that if Fan Xiaodao's suspicions were correct, the maid's life was in imminent danger." The 2 made their way to Baiwa Tower, and on the way, Zhao Xing inquired, "What motivates your desire to join the 6 doors?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "If I say it is to punish evil and uphold righteousness, would you believe me?" Zhao Xing responded, "I do." Fan Xiaodao countered, "I heard from old song that you come from a distinguished background. Even without pursuing the imperial examinations, you could ascend to a government position through connections. Why then join the 6 doors?" Zhao Xing let out a hearty laugh. "I have never been fond of studying. I am not suited for officialdom, that I have always preferred the art of combat, having learned martial skills at Shaolin. Upon returning to the capital, I lived like other wastrels, indulging in wine and revelry, until I heard a saying." "What saying?" With righteous fervor, Zhao Xing declared, "We martial artists should not violate the law nor bully the weak, but use our skills for the nation and the people. We must instill fear in the wicked and caution the powerful, avenging the wronged and defending the weak, striving for peace throughout the land." Zhao Xing continued, "To speak such words is to be a true hero." This phrase once served as the oath for entering the 6 doors. Fan Xiaodao was taken aback. This proclamation was not the very principle espoused by Song Jingang during his lifetime. Hearing it from Zhao Xing now stirred a sense of heroic aspiration within him. Zhao Xing added, "Regrettably, the author of this phrase was our former chief constable of the 6 doors. 20 years ago. He made a grave mistake and became a wanted criminal that I shall refrain from commenting on his actions. But those words remain the driving force behind my resolve within the 6 doors." The 2 arrived at Baiwa Tower. Zhao Xing identified himself and requested to see Sun Mingwu's maid. Moments later, the Madame, Li Banyang, approached with a swagger, her ample figure swaying as she approached with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, it is Chief Zhao. What brings you here today? Are you here to return my daughter's body, or are you seeking merriment at Baiwa Tower?" Zhao Xing frowned. "I am here to investigate a case." "Investigate? Do you have a signing warrant from the 6 doors?" "I do not. Without a signing warrant, I cannot accommodate you," Li Banyang replied defiantly, signaling to her staff, "Show them out." Fan Xiaodao interjected, "Wait, Banyang, we are here for fun." Li Banyang chuckled. "If it is for pleasure, then you are most welcome. Do you have a particular lady in mind?" "Banyang, please recommend a few for us," he said, winking at Zhao Xing. That Li Banyang replied, "That sounds delightful. Ladies, we have guests. What are you all waiting for? Spring lice, autumn flies, winter worms, summer grasses. Come out and entertain our guests. Come, let us go upstairs to the private rooms." Chapter 13. Scheming 4 young women, adorned in extravagant makeup and flamboyant attire, emerged from the inner chamber. Fan Xiaodao, upon observing their strikingly unique features and captivating beauty, could not help but exclaim, "I had no idea that the 100 Flowers Pavilion boasted such a diverse array of talents." Li Banyang chuckled. "Our establishment's guiding principle is to cater to our guests and alleviate their burdens. As the saying goes, a fine saddle deserves a noble steed. Beauty pairs well with a hero. The four beauties of spring, summer, autumn, and winter are our crown jewels. With two such distinguished young gentlemen in our midst, we at the 100 Flowers Pavilion dare not be remiss. I have other patrons in the inner chamber, so I shall not detain you any longer." Accompanied by the four beauties of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the two gentlemen made their way to a private room. The four women encouraged them to drink, but Zhao Xing shot them a glare, produced the inspector's badge, and declared, "The 6 doors are investigating a case. I have a few questions for you." Xia Chao feigned a pitiful demeanor, saying, "Officer, I wish to report that the 100 Flowers Pavilion is guilty of overcharging and coercive consumption." Zhao Xing replied, "That does not fall under our jurisdiction." Dong Chong added, "I too report that the 100 Flowers Pavilion is lax in fire and theft prevention, with various facilities merely for show, only to appease government inspections. This also does not concern us." Spring Lice scoffed. "What is it that you officials actually oversee?" It was Autumn Fly, however, who exhibited a modicum of understanding, suggesting, "Since the two esteemed officers are here, why not enjoy a couple of drinks before discussing serious matters?" With that, she proceeded to uncork 24 jars of flower wine, adding, "If officers wish to investigate, as good citizens, we shall cooperate. So long as you partake of the 24 jars, we shall be forthcoming with information. Drinking is prohibited during an investigation," Zhao Xing asserted. Autumn Fly retorted, "Whether you drink or not, the jars are already open, and they amount to 24 taels." Fan Xiaodao interjected, "Isn't this coercive consumption?" Xia Chao replied, "You just stated that coercive consumption is not your concern." The four women, having received instructions from Li Banyang, began to create a ruckus. Zhao Xing realized that he would get no answers from them and turned to Fan Xiaodao, saying, "Let us take our leave." Upon hearing this, the four beauties quickly blocked the door, resembling 4 heaps of meat, obstructing the two men's path. To drink flower wine and seek merriment, how can one escape payment? If you do not settle your debts, we will be left to wail and lament that AS officials. If this were to escalate, it would surely tarnish your reputations. Zhao Xing glanced at Fan Xiaodao, who shrugged helplessly, "Don't look at me. My face is cleaner than a purse." Despite being of noble lineage, Zhao Xing had a strained relationship with his family since joining the 6 doors and seldom asked them for money, leaving him unable to pay such an amount. The four beauties, seeing the predicament, threw open the door and began to roll on the ground, crying out, "Come one, come all! The officers of the government have come to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for pleasure and refuse to settle their debts." Zhao Xing found himself at a loss. In his previous life as a dandy, he had frequented establishments of ill repute where the performers were all blush and bashful, speaking sweetly as if enveloped in spring breezes. He had never encountered such a raucous scene of shameless harpies, leaving him momentarily bewildered that in the hall, onlookers began to murmur, "The world has lost its way. It's astonishing that a dignified court constable finds himself in such a place. Indeed, with such behavior, how can we trust the safety of our main capital to them? Even I, a scholar, find it disgraceful." Seeing Zhao Xing in distress, Fan Xiaodao approached the four beauties and spoke gently, "Ladies, please remain calm. Although I lack sufficient funds, I possess a valuable treasure that can serve as payment for our drinks. Let us discuss this inside." The four women, wiping their tears and blowing their noses, returned to the room. "Where is it?" Fan Xiaodao placed a long knife on the table, his expression turning serious as he declared, "To be frank, I am a hero of the rivers and lakes, with over 300 brothers under my command. I ask you, are you afraid?" Xia Chao laughed coldly. "Do you take the 100 Flowers Pavilion for a roadside den? In the capital, you must act like a dragon if you are one, like a tiger if you are one, and lie down like a chicken if you are one. To run wild in our territory, you ought to inquire whose property the 100 Flowers Pavilion is and whether it can accommodate your recklessness." Fan Xiaodao replied sternly, "Whose property it is matters little. What matters is that you four have offended me. While I may have no means to deal with the 100 Flowers Pavilion, you ladies must venture out to shop for cosmetics from time to time. Who knows what unforeseen events may transpire then? With that, he summoned his internal strength and slashed forward, severing the 24 jars of wine in the room, causing the liquid to spill everywhere. Zhao Xing remarked, "Excellent swordsmanship." The four women's expressions shifted, and Dong Chong feigned composure, saying, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Do you dare to kill in the capital?" "Kill!" Fan Xiaodao feigned a villainous demeanor. "Killing is our profession. Besides, how can one not kill? Even someone as capable as Sun Mengwu was slain, was she not? Her maid, Xiao Qing, was also murdered, was she not?" The four women finally turned pale. Xia Chao asked, "How do you know that Sister Xiao Qing was strangled?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "I guessed." His casual remark unexpectedly struck a chord, as it was indeed true that Xiao Qing had been silenced after providing her testimony. Xia Chao, realizing she had let slip a crucial detail, recalled the ruthless means employed within the pavilion, her face turning pale, trembling all over. Seizing the moment, Zhao Xing threatened, "Since you are aware, the authorities shall certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. Should you fail to disclose the truth, you may find yourselves implicated as accomplices, facing 3 to 5 years of exile at best, or military conscription at worst. At that point, no one will be able to protect you." With this, the two men played off one another, instilling fear into the four women, who were rendered ashen. Xia Chao stammered, I will tell. Before she could elaborate, the door swung open that Li Banyang staggered in, and upon seeing the spilled wine, remarked with a smile, "When one drinks, it is typically consumed within. Are you gentlemen using wine to mop the floor? I wonder what your esteemed father, the Minister of Rights, would think if this were to become public knowledge." Upon learning of the maid's murder, Zhao Xing, no longer inclined to be courteous with Li Banyang, barked, "Where is Xiao Qing, the maid of Sun Mengwu? I wish to question her. Do you have a warrant?" Zhao Xing stammered. Li Banyang replied leisurely, "Even if you had a warrant, I fear you would not see her again. Xiao Qing's mistress was tragically slain, and after returning last night, she bid farewell to me and left the capital this morning to return to her hometown. Perhaps she was killed as well." Li Banyang glared. "Without evidence, how dare you slander the innocent? Even as an officer, you must adhere to the principle of evidence." Zhao Xing pointed at Xia Chao. "Ask her." Xia Chao fell to her knees, raising her hands in a vow. "I swear I know nothing. He forced me to say this." Li Banyang, sensing the tides turning, remarked, "It appears I must find an opportunity to report this to the prince consort. It seems the practices of the 6 doors involve coercing confessions." With that, her expression darkened. "Considering the difficulties you face in your investigation, I shall put the bill for the 20+ tales of wine on your account. Good day." With a belly full of indignation, Zhao Xing departed the 100 Flowers Pavilion with Fan Xiaodao. Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What is the true nature of the 100 Flowers Pavilion that even officials are treated with such disdain?" Zhao Xing replied solemnly, "It is the property of Princess Taiping." "Princess Taiping?" Fan Xiaodao exclaimed. "Which Princess Taiping?" Zhao Xing explained. "Princess Taiping is the 3rd princess of His Majesty, favored by him, and wields considerable power within the capital, owning numerous establishments. 3 years ago, an official named Yin Lin accused her, and that very man was subsequently slain in broad daylight by over 10 ruffians. The case caused quite a stir in the capital, but was ultimately dismissed as a debt dispute, fading into obscurity. It seems the law and order in the capital leaves much to be desired. Not only had they failed to uncover any leads at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, but they had also been thoroughly humiliated." As the two prepared to return to the 6 doors to peruse the case files, a young man dressed as a servant approached them. "Are you gentlemen of the 6 doors? I am a worker from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, and have something to report to you." Zhao Xing nodded, indeed. The young servant glanced around before leading the 2 men to a secluded spot, where he fell to his knees, pleading, "I implore the 2 officers to help me." Seeing a potential breakthrough, the 2 inquired, "What is the matter?" The young servant introduced himself. "My name is Li Kai, from Longxi. I arrived in the capital 3 years ago to stay with relatives and have been working at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Due to my lack of wealth and unappealing appearance, I have often been looked down upon. Only Xiao Qing, the maid of the Sun family, treated me kindly. Last night, After the Sun family encountered trouble, Xiaoqing locked herself in her room upon returning that I intended to comfort her, but stumbled upon a murder. Li Kai continued. Around the hour of the pig, I approached Xiaoqing's room and overheard two men inside questioning her about something. When she claimed ignorance, they beat her mercilessly, and I, terrified, hid in the shadows, witnessing one of them strangle her to death with a green silk. Regret filled Li Kai's face. Xiaoqing treated me as a brother, yet I was too cowardly to intervene. Had I found the courage to act, perhaps she would not have perished unjustly. That I beseech you, officers, to find the culprits and bring justice for Xiaoqing. Zhao Xing, filled with inquiries, asked, what were they searching for? Li Kai scratched his head. I was too frightened to hear clearly, but it seemed to be a key. Fan Xiaodao pressed. Do you remember what the assailants looked like? Li Kai replied. From their accents, they seemed to be from the northeast. One had a single eye and a goatee, while the other bore a green birthmark on his face and their weapons were peculiar, resembling hooks yet not quite. What became of Xiaoqing's body after she was killed? The two men used a burlap sack to transport her body out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion under the cover of night. I followed them, but did not dare to stay too close. Later, near the residence of the Duke of Jinghua, I encountered patrolling soldiers and, fearing discovery, returned alone. The two then inquired about Li Kai's current whereabouts and allowed him to leave. The case of Sun Mingwu had already given them much to ponder, and now with the tragic death of her maid, Li Kai's words suggested further complexities, leaving the two men more confounded than ever. Zhao Xing stated, I am forbidden from intervening in the Sun Mingwu case, but I can legitimately take charge of the maid's case. Regardless, I will uncover the truth and ensure the innocent are not wronged. What shall we do next? I will first review the case files regarding the notorious Wang Du case from 3 years ago to see if any leads can be found. At the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Li Kai knelt respectfully before Li Banyang. Banyang, as you instructed, I spoke with those two officers. Li Banyang's expression was strained as she stood with her hands at her sides, glancing at the middle-aged man reclining on the bed. The man, appearing in his 40s and dressed as a scholar, lay on his side with his eyes slightly closed. Two singing girls attended to him, one massaging his back while the other fed him grapes. The scholar remarked, Banyang, you have been handling matters for the master for quite some time. How could such a sensitive issue be allowed to come to Sun Mingwu's attention? If it cannot be recovered, it would not only implicate us but likely cost many heads in the court. Li Banyang replied, I have already taken care of matters at all levels, but Zhao Xing of the Six Doors seems unwilling to let this go. Can you speak to the Six Doors on our behalf? The scholar replied, After all, he is the son of Minister Zhao, that if he uncovers anything, it will surely escalate matters. Just as he was about to rise, one of the singing girls, failing to move aside in time, collided with him. His expression darkened, and with a swift kick, he sent the girl flying, her scream echoing as she fainted. Chapter 14. The disappearing files the investigation into the two murderers responsible for the death of the young girl, Xiaoqing, should have been a matter for the Six Doors. However, the situation was complicated by the fact that the people from the 100 Flowers building had not reported the incident, and no trace of Xiaoqing's corpse had been found. Relying solely on Li Kai's account was insufficient to initiate a case, leaving Zhao Xing unable to mobilize manpower, let alone issue a maritime capture warrant. Burdened with official duties and with Fan Xiaodao being unfamiliar with the capital, the case had reached an impasse. After much contemplation, Zhao Xing resolved to start his inquiry with the files pertaining to the King of 10,000 Poisons. Fan Xiaodao could hardly refuse the opportunity to peruse the case files handled by Song Jinggang back in the day, and thus the two of them quickly agreed to return to the Six Doors. According to Six Doors regulations, you are not considered a member until you receive the approval of the Chief Constable, and outsiders cannot enter the archives, Zhao Xing stated. What are we to do then? Fan Xiaodao asked. Rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. The archives of Six Doors are covered in dust. Surely someone must clean them, Zhao Xing replied. Fan Xiaodao changed into a different outfit, armed with cleaning supplies, and accompanied Zhao Xing to the archives room. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Xing greeted the clerk and received the key. Proceeding to room A3 at the door to the archives was ajar, and Zhao Xing frowned, exclaiming, How careless! Upon entering, they encountered a middle-aged man poring over the files. Zhao Xing approached respectfully, saying, Greetings, Chief Constable. The man was none other than the chief constable of 6 Doors, Zhuge Xinyu, currently serving as an official in the Ministry of Justice. Fan Xiaodao looked up, noting that he appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a goatee and dressed in a chestnut-colored uniform, regarding the two of them with scrutiny. "And who might this be?" he inquired. Zhao Xing introduced. "This is the new assistant of the prison office, surnamed Fan, called Fan Xiaodao." He then added for Fan Xiaodao's benefit, "This is the chief constable of 6 Doors, Lord Zhuge Xinyu." Zhuge Xinyu? Fan Xiaodao stifled a laugh, wondering if there was a brother named Zhuge Kaoyu. Noticing his reaction, Zhuge Xinyu's expression soured, and he spoke in a low tone. "Is that amusing?" Fan Xiaodao quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. Merely a thought that could whet one's appetite." Bang! A powerful force struck Fan Xiaodao's chest, causing him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps. Such profound internal strength. Fan Xiaodao quickly composed himself, exclaiming, "Salutations, esteemed chief." Zhuge Xinyu responded, a slip of the tongue. "Salutations, chief constable." Only then did Zhuge Xinyu remark, "I heard you've already delivered a meal to that individual once?" Fan Xiaodao nodded. What did he say? Feeling an overwhelming sense of authority from this man, Fan Xiaodao sensed an enigmatic depth to him and felt no fondness. Thus he replied. He merely inquired about the case and did not elaborate further. Zhuge Xinyu replied, "Surviving to tell the tale indicates you possess some skill." He turned to Zhao Xing, stating, "Then you may remain." As he prepared to leave, Zhao Xing seized the opportunity to say, "Chief Constable, regarding the case of Sun Mengwu, I wish to request the coroner's office to conduct a re-examination of the body, and I hope for your approval." Zhuge Xinyu responded, "ISNT this case in Deng Yi's hands. I've heard the murderer has already been apprehended. What more is there to investigate? Perhaps there are hidden circumstances," Zhao Xing suggested, briefly relaying his suspicions and the revelations he encountered at the 100 Flowers building. Zhuge Xinyu listened thoughtfully and after a moment, remarked, "Sun Mengwu is a well-known figure in the capital, beloved by the people. Her death has incited public outrage, and the culprit has confessed in prison. The case is now under the supervision of the Dali Temple, and Lord Su has been pressing for its closure. Why stir up further trouble?" At this, Zhao Xing's temper flared, and he retorted loudly, "The cause of the victim's death remains unclear, and the investigation is fraught with uncertainties. Does the court intend to use a scapegoat to quell public anger? My lord, we of the 6 Doors are an investigative agency, and it is our duty to provide the court with an explanation and the public with the truth." Zhuge Xinyu glared sternly, clearly incensed by the reprimand from his subordinate. He snapped, "Zhao Xing, I do not require your guidance in my duties. The truth. In the face of power, the truth is as worthless as toilet paper. I refuse to accept that," Zhao Xing countered. Zhuge Xinyu fixed his gaze on Zhao Xing, seeing his resolute expression, imbued with righteousness, reminiscent of his own youthful fervor when he had sworn to pursue justice relentlessly. Now, with great power came great caution, and he found himself entangled in a web of relationships and obligations that dulled his once unyielding spirit. He turned to Fan Xiaodao, asking, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "As the saying goes, debts must be settled with the right parties, that if that young man with the surname Lan is indeed the culprit, we shall gather the evidence to convict him. Conversely, if he is wrongfully accused, how can we sacrifice an innocent life? What is the purpose of the 6 Doors if not to instill fear in the wicked, to hold the powerful accountable, to seek justice for the wronged, and to wield the sword for the weak, ensuring peace for all?" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Xinyu fell into a deep contemplation. 20 years ago, when Song Jinggang was at the helm of the 6 Doors, Zhuge Xinyu was merely a red-clad constable. Song Jinggang had been brimming with ambition, with a promising future ahead, yet one misstep had led to his downfall, plunging Zhuge Xinyu into regret and self-reproach. Now, hearing such words from a mere assistant stirred memories long buried. After a long silence, he asked, "Are you both determined to pursue this to the end?" In unison they affirmed, "Indeed." "Are you unafraid of the consequences, even if it means tearing the heavens asunder?" Unfazed, Zhuge Xinyu, seeing their unwavering resolve, declared, "Very well. Zhao Xing, Fan Xiaodao, I grant you 2 days. If you can uncover the murderer, I shall not pursue the matter of your insubordination today." With that, he flung the file he had been holding onto the table. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing exchanged glances and recognized it as the file concerning the King of 10,000 Poisons, handled by Song Jinggang 2 decades prior. Zhao Xing seized the moment to ask, "Chief Constable, what of the re-examination?" Zhuge Xinyu cleared his throat. "I must make a trip to Cangzhou shortly. I received a letter from my second uncle stating that his sow has given birth to a dozen piglets and has invited me to a piglet feast. I shall return in 2 days, and whatever transpires in the meantime, I shall be unaware of." Zhuge Xinyu's demeanor, seemingly serious, held a hint of playfulness. The urgency from Dali Temple pressed him to find a way to delay for 2 days. Zhao Xing understood that Zhuge Xinyu intended to retreat for a brief respite, as without his approval, the archives of the Six Doors could not be reported to higher authorities. After Zhuge Xinyu departed, Fan Xiaodao picked up the file on the King of 10,000 Poisons from the table. Seeing Song Jingang's name on it stirred a sense of familiarity within him, recalling the lessons and guidance he had received over the years, as if it were just yesterday, evoking a sigh of nostalgia. Zhao Xing sensed something amiss in his mood. "What troubles you?" Fan Xiaodao took a deep breath and replied, "Regarding the case of Sun Mingwu, the chief constable must have noticed something amiss, hence his interest in reviewing the files. Otherwise, he would not have urged you to pursue it relentlessly. Yet, there is a lingering sense that he is being overly cautious." Zhao Xing remarked, "The Six Doors is part of the officialdom, and investigating cases is but a small portion of its duties. Especially in the capital, where the populace is a mix of commoners and nobility. Even a random death on the street could involve imperial relatives or powerful figures that are in major cases. The entanglement of personal connections and relationships is incessant. Thus he has more considerations to weigh. As for me, I merely wish to be a straightforward constable. What if you could exchange his position for yours?" Zhao Xing shook his head. "I would not trade." But the two spent nearly an hour examining the file on the King of 10,000 Poisons. The records indicated that over 20 years ago, a series of young girls went missing in the capital within a span of 6 months, including the daughter of the governor of Shuntian Prefecture, causing widespread panic among the populace. Despite exhaustive searches across the city, no leads emerged. After thorough investigation, Song Jinggang deduced that the perpetrator was a repeat offender with a distinct pattern in the timing and location of his crimes, employing highly sophisticated methods. However, one oversight ultimately led to a clue being left behind: a lingering scent of orchid perfume on the scene. Following this lead, the hideout of the King of 10,000 Poisons was uncovered, where the bodies of the missing girls were discovered, having been fashioned into lifelike puppets. This case sent shockwaves through society, and the poison known as Tomo Luo became infamous as the second deadliest poison in the world. The file also detailed the effects of Tomo Luo. Once ingested, it would cause paralysis, blood coagulation, and instant death, leaving the victim's expression frozen in their final moments. Although Tomo Luo was highly potent, its preparation was arduous, requiring an extremely cold environment, and the poison would only remain viable for 2 hours. However, the file abruptly ended. The last few pages were torn out, the edges of the paper showing fresh tears, indicating that it had been tampered with recently, and this case had only occurred the night prior. After inquiring with the clerk, they learned that aside from themselves, the only other person who had accessed the archives today was the chief constable. Fan Xiaodao asked, "Why would the chief constable tear out pages from the files? Could there be some unspeakable secret contained within?" Zhao Xing replied, "I cannot say, but the chief constable is known for his meticulous nature. His actions must surely have a reason behind them." Fan Xiaodao asserted, "I would wager that he is aware of certain details regarding this case that he has not disclosed to us." Zhao Xing raised an eyebrow. "And what of it? Would you dare to inquire?" This examination of the files had not been without merit. If we can trace the origins of Tomo Luo, the case could see some progress. Given that Tomo Luo must be preserved in extremely cold conditions, and considering that it is now late summer transitioning into autumn, with the weather in the capital still sweltering, there is only one way to create this poison. Fan Xiaodao suggested, "An ice cellar?" Within the official residence, Zhuge Xinyu withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket, studying it intently for a while before muttering to himself, "That Zhao Wudi has already colluded with the Jinyui." He doesn't wish for you to see this paper, presumably to spare you from getting embroiled in a great calamity. With that, he tossed the yellowed paper into the incense burner. Soon, the flames rose. Amidst the smoke, for prominent characters gradually turned to ash. Taiping Dao Temple. Chapter 15. The Ice Cellar. The ice cellars are predominantly constructed underground, built from bricks and stones. They are designed to harvest ice during the winter for storage and to utilize it in the summer, necessitating an environment of exceptional standards, typically situated in arid, well-ventilated locations. These cellars can be classified into two categories: state-run and privately owned. The state-run ice cellars are generally reserved for the use of emperors or the aristocracy, often sourcing their ice from mountain spring water transported from afar. In contrast, the privately owned ice cellars are less stringent in their requirements, yet are still beyond the reach of common households. Given that the capital is a place of significant importance, and that these ice cellars are located 2 zhang beneath the ground, measures are taken to prevent nefarious individuals from tunneling their way in. Thus, even privately owned ice cellars are subjected to a system of registration and approval. Otherwise, if discovered, the owners might face charges of conspiracy against the state. In the capital, there are 3 major state-operated ice cellars and 16 private ones. Should Tian Maluo need to concoct anything under extreme cold, it is highly likely that he would utilize one of these 16 private cellars. Zhao Xing swiftly acquired the list of the 16 private cellars from the Shuntian prefecture, which were scattered throughout the capital. Time was of the essence. With the support of Zhuge Xinyu, he quickly assembled over 20 constables, forming groups of 3 to conduct inspections under the guise of routine checks. Concealing their true intentions within the facade of an unremarkable task was one of their customary tactics. Within less than 2 hours, the inspections were completed, revealing no irregularities. Save for one exception, the residence of the Duke of Jinghua, they encountered significant obstruction. Recalling Li Youtsai's words regarding the corpse of Sun Mingwu's maid, which was ultimately lost near the Duke's estate, both felt a sense of suspicion towards this particular location. Zhao Xing remarked, "This matter presents some challenges." Fan Xiaodao inquired, "Who is the Duke of Jinghua?" The Duke of Jinghua, Xiong, serves as the commander of the Jinyui, that he was once a companion to His Majesty when the latter was still the crown prince. If this case is connected to him, it may prove quite difficult to investigate. Xiong, a prominent commander of the Jinyui, is said to have a mother who was once the emperor's wet nurse, having accompanied him throughout the years. Furthermore, he presides over the most formidable intelligence agency in the realm, the Jinyui, which can arrest and execute individuals without trial, whereas the Six Doors is merely an investigative body under the Ministry of Justice, hardly comparable in stature. Fan Xiaodao asked, "Are you afraid?" "Fearful as I may be, the investigation must proceed," Zhao Xing replied. "This ice cellar could not be entrusted to others, nor would anyone dare to take it on. Only Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao would dare venture there." Upon arriving at the Duke of Jinghua's residence, Fan Xiaodao was taken aback to discover that Xiong's estate was not as grand as he had envisioned. In comparison to other noble residences, it appeared somewhat shabby. The main entrance featured a weathered vermilion door, with paint peeling in places. Nonetheless, the 7 rows of door nails still symbolized the esteemed status of the household. Fan Xiaodao exclaimed, "Is this truly the home of the Jinyui commander?" In his mind, the Jinyui represented a formidable force within the court. Even a mere 1,000 household commander in Qingzhou possessed a far more opulent residence than this. Xiong, as the leader of the Jinyui, was unexpectedly living in such a dilapidated state. Zhao Xing chuckled. Commander Shui enjoys a reputable standing in the capital and has never mingled with court officials, maintaining strict discipline over his subordinates and refraining from engaging in courtly disputes. It is precisely this that has garnered His Majesty's favor. "I suspect much of this is merely for show," Fan Xiaodao retorted. Zhao Xing continued, "This residence was once the abode of Song Jinggang." Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao shuddered, inexplicably developing an affinity for the estate. Just as they were about to knock, the voice of a steward berating a doorman echoed from within. "Character is akin to reputation. You 3 scoundrels conspired to cheat me out of my money. It seems I have been too lenient with you, allowing you to forget who the master is." One doorman murmured, "The gaming table is like a battlefield. You clearly cannot bear to lose. Besides, you only lost 30 copper coins. Must you truly rage so?" The steward's voice grew louder. Is this merely about losing? Is this a matter of money? This is a question of principle. I have always operated with fairness. If you win honestly, I have no complaint, but should you resort to cheating, do not blame me for invoking the household's discipline. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao realized the steward was merely venting his fury over a gambling loss. The two men knocked on the door, and the irate steward stormed out, his expression fierce as he demanded, "Who dares to knock on the door of the Duke of Jinghua?" Zhao Xing stepped forward to reveal his identity and intentions. The stewardess' anger intensified. In this day and age, even the lowly constables of the Six Doors dare to bully us. Do you know whose residence this is? Zhao Xing nodded. Knowing yet you still dare to come and investigate. It is my duty. The steward retorted. Our master holds a third-rank title. What are you from the Six Doors? Even if your chief constable were here, he would kneel before our master. How dare you two ruffians act so brazenly? You call this a routine check. Should I inform our master and have you both thrown into the prison for a proper inspection? Having encountered resistance, the two were preparing to leave when the steward remarked, However, I have always managed this ice cellar. If you wish to inspect it, that can be arranged, but, he said, extending 5 fingers, you must show some goodwill. Fan Xiaodao promptly offered 5 copper coins, saying, Esteemed steward, this is a small token of our goodwill. Please accept it for tea. The steward exploded in fury. 5 copper coins? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Have you heard of Lord Li from the Ministry of Works? When a 4th-rank official from the provinces visits, the starting fee is 5 taels of silver. Our master is also a 3rd-rank official. Do you think 5 copper coins will suffice for entry? This is clearly a slight against my master. Though Shuang Xiong held a high position, his peculiar disposition kept him from socializing. He seldom entertained guests and did not partake in the comings and goings of his subordinates. Despite receiving a salary and royal gifts, the household's finances were meager, leading to the saying in the capital, better to be a dog at the county magistrate's door than a guest at the Duke of Jinghua's. What then do you propose? The steward replied. Without 51, you shall not cross this threshold. The two hesitated, falling silent. The steward, assuming they were declining, quickly added, If that is too much, 31 will do, but it cannot be less. Having lost 30 when in gambling today, he was contemplating how to explain it to his wife and could not afford to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the ice cellar was a place the master seldom visited, so he could handle this matter himself. Zhao Xing, hearing this, offered 31. The steward took the coins and slapped them on the table, addressing the 3 doormen. Look, the money is here. Do not gossip about me losing and refusing to pay. After a moment's thought, he retrieved 5-1, saying, This 5-1 is your tribute to me. He then instructed Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao, Follow me. The two trailed behind the steward into the Duke of Jinghua's residence. The estate was modest, consisting of a courtyard divided into 4 sections. Upon entering, they were greeted by a screen wall inscribed with the words Harmony with Light and Dust, elegantly penned, exuding an air of grace. The inscription bore the name Lingxiao Shanqing Tonglei Yuanyang Miaoi Fiyuan Jinjuan, which is the formal Taoist title of the current emperor Dai in the capital. Many officials could boast of receiving calligraphy from His Majesty, but only this particular inscription signified the owner's esteemed status. The first courtyard featured various displays, including gifts from the emperor and official proclamations. The second courtyard served as a reception area, well-maintained, yet showing signs of age, with several columns exhibiting signs of decay. The third courtyard housed the servants and attendants, with the ice cellar located in the northwestern corner of this area. The steward proved to be quite talkative as he led the way, bemoaning the high cost of living in the capital, lamenting that they could not even afford the grass for their livestock, and accusing his master of being miserly. He noted that, unlike the doorman at the magistrate's residence, who owned several properties in the capital, he had been living in a rented house for over 20 years with his family of 5. Upon reaching the ice cellar, the sweltering heat outside was replaced by a wave of chill as they stepped inside, prompting involuntary shivers. The ice cellar was modest in size, approximately 3 zhang in both length and width, its walls wrapped in oilcloth, while the stone floor was adorned with countless rectangular blocks of ice. The steward commented, In truth, we do not require so much ice. If not for the master's strict management, we would have considered selling some. After a thorough examination, They found nothing particularly unusual. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed a small locked door adjacent to the ice cellar. Its purpose unknown, as Fan Xiaodao approached to push the door, the steward quickly interjected, "Wait, what is it?" Fan Xiaodao asked. The steward replied, "This ice chamber is off limits. Only the master is permitted entry to N01 within the estate. Not even the mistress is allowed inside. Moreover, the key is solely in the master's possession." Zhao Xing initially considered pressing the issue, but upon noticing Fan Xiaodao's warning glance, he decided against it. They produced the inspection documents, affixed their seals, made the necessary corrections, and put on a show of propriety before departing the Duke of Jinggua's residence. Zhao Xing remarked, "That ice chamber surely harbors secrets. Why did you prevent me from investigating?" Fan Xiaodao responded, "If you were to force your way in, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. It is wiser to retreat. I have observed that the lock is not difficult to pick. Such matters must be conducted stealthily, without attracting attention." Zhao Xing countered, "You must be joking. We are here on official business. Yet to trespass into the residence of a Jinyui commander could result in a death sentence." "Fan, you are not losing your wits, are you?" Fan Xiaodao retorted. "What if we do not get caught? Do not forget what I used to do." Zhao Xing hesitated. Fan Xiaodao continued, "This is one of our few leads. Should we uncover evidence of Tian Maluo within that ice chamber, it would be a splendid opportunity to vindicate young Master Lan." Zhao Xing queried, "You are not acquainted with him. Why risk yourself on his behalf?" Fan Xiaodao held up 2 fingers, stating 2 words. "The truth. I am not one to seek trouble, but once I make a decision, I see it through to the end. Since you believe there are hidden truths regarding Sun Mengwu's case, we must follow the threads of evidence and unravel each mystery one by one." Zhao Xing sighed. "You truly are a reckless troublemaker, eager to sow chaos." Chapter 16. Ice sculpture. Upon returning to the mortuary, Li Qingyo wore a despondent expression as he leaned against the wall. Spotting Fan Xiaodao, he hurried over and inquired, "Young Master Fan, you have finally returned. Tell me, did you bring back something to eat? I haven't had a morsel all day. The heat is unbearable, and the odor here is overwhelming." Fan Xiaodao replied, "Patience, my friend. Tonight, I shall treat you to some chilled sour plum soup. However, I still require 2 additional ingredients." "What are they?" "First, sour plums. Second, ice." Li Qingyo grumbled, "Well, that means we have nothing at all." "Imagination!" Fan Xiaodao exclaimed. "Do not allow reality to confine your thoughts. Consider this sweltering weather. If we had a bowl of chilled sour plum soup to quench our thirst, how refreshing would that be? It would only make me hungrier." Fan Xiaodao retorted, "All you think about is food. Now, where's my night cloak? I must venture out tonight and secure a lucrative haul." Hearing this, Li Qingyo beamed with joy. "It seems your outing was not in vain. Which fat sheep have you set your sights on? You must count me in. After all, the more hands there are when moving silver, the easier it becomes." Fan Xiaodao replied, "At the residence of Shuang Xiong, the commander of the Jinyui." Li Qingyo smacked his forehead. "How could I forget? I haven't eaten all day and am too weak to walk. Young master, I shall await your good news here." Fan Xiaodao shook his head, exasperated by this slothful, glib-tongued fellow. Nonetheless, having made a promise to Zhao Xing, he donned his night cloak and, under the cover of darkness and gusty winds, stealthily returned to the residence of the Duke of Jinggua. During his daytime visit, Fan Xiaodao had discreetly noted the location of the ice cellar, and it seemed there were not many guards at the Duke's residence. Arriving at the corner of the 3rd courtyard, the wall loomed about 2 meters high. Just as Fan Xiaodao prepared to demonstrate his lightness of foot and scale the wall, a middle-aged man approached from a distance, prompting him to pause and wait for the man to pass before proceeding. Unexpectedly, the man stopped at the base of the wall, scrutinizing Fan Xiaodao as if waiting for him to leave. The 2 men found themselves in a standoff. The man, dressed plainly and reeking of alcohol, seemed intent on climbing the wall himself. They exchanged smiles and spoke almost in unison. "Please, you go first." "No, you go first," Fan Xiaodao remarked. "I merely happen to be passing by." The man said, "Young Master Fan, no need for such formality." Fan Xiaodao was taken aback. "How do you know my surname is Fan?" The man pointed to the luminous characters on his back. It says exclusively for Fan Xiaodao. Fan Xiaodao cursed inwardly, blaming the troublesome Li Qingyo. Hadn't he instructed him to remove those words just recently? Despite repeated reminders, Li Qingyo had only managed to erase the words Black Wind Stronghold, leaving exclusively for Fan Xiaodao intact. While the glowing outfit was inconspicuous by day, it became glaringly apparent under the moonlight at night. However, observing the man's furtive demeanor, Fan Xiaodao concluded he must belong to the same line of work. Thus, he said, "In that case, I shall not be polite." Channeling his inner strength, he leaped into the air. Splash! Fan Xiaodao landed back on the ground, falling short of the wall by over 2 feet. It appeared his skills had deteriorated from disuse. In his haste, he had forgotten to bring along the flying claw from his set of robbery tools. He attempted to jump several more times, but consistently fell short of the wall. The middle-aged man remarked, "It seems your martial arts are not very impressive." Fan Xiaodao retorted, "If you think you can do better, then by all means show me." The man remained silent, moving to the corner of the wall, pushing aside some weeds, and tapping a few bricks. With a click, he effortlessly removed several bricks to reveal a small dog hole, grinning as he said, "Young man, use your brain more and rely on brute strength less." With that, he crawled through. Seeing this, Fan Xiaodao followed suit. As he stood, he was immediately taken aback. Beside the middle-aged man stood 4 guards, all with their eyes fixed on him. One guard said, "My lord, you have returned." The middle-aged man asked, "Where is my wife?" "She is currently in the inner courtyard reprimanding the second master. If you do not return soon, she will surely become furious." Fan Xiaodao's face darkened. "You are," the middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Shuang Xiong. Welcome to my humble abode, young friend." He then addressed the guard. "Murong, go to the back courtyard and create a distraction. Just say I am entertaining a guest in the study and will return shortly. Young friend, let us converse in the study." Fan Xiaodao's heart raced. This unassuming man was, in fact, the current commander of the Jinyui, Shuang Xiong. He found it hard to believe, but upon observing the guards, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Thus, he followed Shuang Xiong to the study. "Are you truly Shuang Xiong?" "Indeed, I am." "Such a high-ranking official, yet you still crawl through dog holes." Shuang Xiong chuckled. "What of it? No matter how high my rank, when I return home, I am still under my wife's authority. Xian Yuan, serve the tea." Before long, fragrant tea was presented, and the aroma wafted through the air. This only deepened Fan Xiaodao's confusion. Breaking into the residence of a Jinyui official was a capital offense. Yet this man not only refrained from apprehending him, but also invited him into the study with a pleasant demeanor, leaving Fan Xiaodao feeling as though he were a bucket of water being hoisted up and down. Shuang Xiong inquired, "I wonder, young friend, what brings you to my humble residence tonight?" The more polite he became, the more Fan Xiaodao suspected ulterior motives. Initially, he had intended to investigate the ice cellar, but now he dared not speak the truth. "I heard there is an ice cellar in your residence, and with the weather so hot, I thought I might procure some ice to cool off." After all, admitting to stealing money would be a death sentence. Claiming to steal a bit of ice might at least mitigate the charges. Stealing ice, how amusing. Shuang Xiong sipped his tea. Just as footsteps were heard outside the door, that a middle-aged woman stormed in, and upon seeing Fan Xiaodao, she pointed at Shuang Xiong and berated him. Well, Shui, you have quite the audacity to stay out all night." Upon noticing the handsome Fan Xiaodao beside him, she remarked, "Humph. If you were off to the 100 Flowers Pavilion to find a lady, I might have let it slide. But what is this? Your tastes have changed, bringing home an unknown man? If word gets out, how will I maintain my reputation in the capital?" Shuang Xiong said, "My dear wife, let us speak civilly. Reason must prevail." Lady Shui retorted, "If the moon isn't full, I shall be angry. Are you certain you wish to reason with me?" Shuang Xiong smiled apologetically. "My dear, please do not overthink it. This young man is merely an acquaintance. We happen to meet and are sharing a few words." "Just sharing words? Is there another explanation? Do you think I have a penchant for men?" "That cannot be ruled out." Fan Xiaodao hastily interjected. "Madam, please do not be angry. I assure you, I am a true, iron-blooded man. Who can vouch for that?" Shuang Xiong interjected. "Madam, please retreat to the back courtyard to rest. Once I have entertained this young friend, I shall return to apologize to you." Only then did Lady Shui leave, and Fan Xiaodao remarked, "Your wife is quite formidable." Shuang Xiong replied, "In her youth, she was a renowned heroine of the Huashan sect. Marrying me has been a compromise, so it is only right to indulge her a bit." As they chatted, Shui Xiong continued, "You arrived in the capital on the 9th of August. It has been nearly half a month. Have you settled in?" "What?" Fan Xiaodao sputtered, spitting tea onto the floor, his face a mask of shock. "How do you know?" "Well, I am the head of the Jinyui. How could I not be aware of any movements in the capital? I also know you hail from Qingzhou Prefecture, and you were a disciple of Song Jingang. Am I correct?" Fan Xiaodao felt as though the world was spinning. This is it. It's completely over. He had thought his actions were well concealed, yet everything he said and did was under the man's scrutiny. Seeing Fan Xiaodao's astonishment, Shuang Xiong was not surprised. He retrieved a letter from his desk and handed it to Fan Xiaodao. Upon opening it, Fan Xiaodao discovered it was a letter penned by his uncle, the fiery lion Lei Lai. "Your uncle has been working with the Jinyui all along. All the movements of the Black Wind stronghold have been under the watchful eye of the Jinyui." Shuang Xiong replied, "To some extent, yes, but it is not entirely. So did I in the past. Song Jingang was a close friend of mine. Without our assistance, would he have been able to escape the pursuit of thousands? Over the years, I have maintained correspondence with your adoptive father. 2 years ago, he visited the capital and we met, but who could have foreseen that he would ultimately fall victim to someone else's schemes and meet a tragic fate?" Hearing this, Fan Xiaodao was overcome with sorrow. Who was responsible? Shuang Xiong shook his head. "For the past 2 years, I have been secretly investigating this matter, but as you know, his identity is unique. Unless it is someone he trusts, one cannot act recklessly. The information I have managed to gather is truly limited. Now, can you reveal to me the true purpose of your visit tonight?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "We suspect that the death of Sun Mingwu from the 100 Flowers Pavilion is related to you." Shuang Xiong suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Shuang Xiong replied proudly, "With my status and my means, if I wish to eliminate someone, I have 100 ways to make them disappear without a trace. Why would I resort to such clumsy methods and leave a trail for you to follow?" Fan Xiaodao initially intended to argue, but upon reflection, realized there was some merit to his words. "What about the secret chamber in the ice cellar?" Shuang Xiong asked. "Do you truly wish to know?" Fan Xiaodao nodded. "Follow me." They arrived at the entrance to the ice cellar. Shuang Xiong produced a key from his pocket, preparing to unlock the door. Fan Xiaodao interjected, "I heard your steward say that no one is allowed inside the secret chamber except for you." Shuang Xiong replied, "But you are the exception." "Me?" "Indeed. There is no one more qualified to enter this chamber than you." Shuang Xiong instructed the 4 guards to stand guard outside the ice cellar, ordering that no one be allowed in, and then opened the door to the secret chamber, leading Fan Xiaodao inside. Fan Xiaodao was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. The secret chamber was empty, save for an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture depicted a woman, resembling a celestial being, possessing an unparalleled beauty. Her long hair cascaded to her shoulders, each strand distinctly visible. Every smile and glance exuded charm, as though she were a living being. Fan Xiaodao's eyes fixated on the sculpture, and he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Who is she?" Shuang Xiong replied nonchalantly, "Someone very close to you." Chapter 17. The White Wuchang. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "Master Shui, do you find it amusing to keep people in suspense like this?" Shuang Xiong replied, "Not revealing it to you now is for your own good, but I need you to remember her appearance. Your arrival in the capital has come years earlier than I anticipated. The current capital is fraught with peril. Every step is a potential trap, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. There are few you can trust, but I am one of them. Why should I trust you?" Fan Xiaodao questioned. Shuang Xiong answered, "You possess neither wealth nor martial prowess. With your abilities, if I wish to eliminate you, I wouldn't need to go to such lengths." With that, he produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Fan Xiaodao, saying, "Read it for yourself." The letter was a missive of betrayal, penned by none other than Zhao Wudi, the divine fist protector, who had clashed with Fan Xiaodao at the Black Wind stronghold. Zhao Wudi had discerned Fan Xiaodao's martial skills and inferred that Song Jingang was hiding behind the Black Wind stronghold, subsequently writing to the Jinyui to report him. This letter had traversed many hands before reaching Shuangxiong. Fan Xiaodao felt a chill run down his spine that if the court were to learn of this matter, the Black Wind stronghold would be in grave danger. He yearned to return to Qingzhou immediately to inform Yang Qing and the others. However, Shuangxiong said, Zhao Wudi, believing he has captured your weakness, came to me seeking credit. What a fool. I must hurry to inform them. There's no need that he won't speak of it to anyone. Why not? Dementen notales. Shuangxiong added. Now that you have joined the Six Doors, though I do not know your motives, you must exercise caution and never expose your identity, especially regarding one individual of great concern. Failing to heed this warning could lead to dire consequences. Who is this person? Shuangxiong replied coolly, Zhuge Xinyu. The chief captain? I suspect your adoptive father's death is closely tied to him, though I lack evidence. Shuangxiong continued. This man is exceedingly low-key. He is merely a minor official of the 5th rank, seemingly unremarkable, yet his influence within the court is formidable. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of chief captain of the Six Doors for over a decade. Within the ice cellar, Fan Xiaodao had found no evidence of Tian Maoyuo, yet he had uncovered something even more clandestine. The two returned to the surface, where the 4 guards awaited in the courtyard. Shuangxiong introduced them one by one. These 4 are my loyal retainers, Murong Tietue, Xinyuan Taidan, Shangguan Area, and Nangong Cuehua. Each of them was once a renowned hero in the martial world that we cannot meet openly, so you may communicate with me through them. Fan Xiaodao chuckled. Your companions have rather amusing names. Shangguan Area, with her fiery temper, retorted. These are names bestowed upon us by our master. To look down upon us is to look down upon him. Prepare to face my sword. A long sword came slicing down. Observing her bold and vigorous technique, Fan Xiaodao had no desire to duel, yet Shuangxiong showed no sign of intervention, leaving him no choice but to respond. He channeled his internal energy into his arms, meeting her attack with his blade sheathed. Clang! The sword and blade clashed, but in the instant their moves were exhausted, Fan Xiaodao swiftly drew his sword, executing a reverse strike that landed on Aria's arm. Her face flushed as she realized he had shown mercy. Had he used the blade's edge, her arm would surely have been severed. Murong Tietue, witnessing this, shrieked, Let me also test Brother Fan's swordsmanship. He approached, dancing awkwardly like a maiden, wielding 2 hammers. Fan Xiaodao noticed Tietue's slow advance and, despite expecting to subdue him with a single move, felt an unexpected force ensnare his blade the moment it met the hammers. Xinyuan Taidan commented, Murong's technique of hiding strength within softness, blending rigidity and gentleness, is truly remarkable. Fan Xiaodao found himself entangled, unable to withdraw his blade. Murong Tietue shouted, Withdraw your sword. All right. Fan Xiaodao released his grip, and without the obstruction of his long sword, he spotted an opening beneath Tietue's right armpit. He swiftly executed a low stance and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Murong Tietue stumbled back several steps, his face ashen. The punch Fan Xiaodao had delivered was a technique designed to break the body, leaving Tietue's right arm hanging limply, clearly dislocated. He stomped his foot, howling in distress, and fled without looking back. Fan Xiaodao, observing his robust appearance, could scarcely believe he had such a timid disposition, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. After a few exchanges, Fan Xiaodao had already bested Murong. Shangguan Area, Nangong Cuehua, and Xinyuan Taidan could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed, Let us also have a go. Before they could make a move, Shuangxiong called out, Halt! They immediately ceased their advance. You four share a bond of honor and shame. Losing to Fan Gongzi is not disgraceful, Shuangxiong said with a smile. I did not expect that Fan Gongzi has already grasped 6 or 7 parts of Song Dage's true teachings. Given time, you will undoubtedly shine in the martial world, truly a formidable successor. Seeing the esteemed Jinyui commander bestow such praise upon him, Fan Xiaodao humbly replied, I merely seized an opportunity. Were it a life-and-death struggle, I fear I would not be their match. Noticing Fan Xiaodao's graciousness and victory, Xinyuan and Murong's expression softened, and they began to feel a sense of camaraderie, offering him a respectful nod in gratitude. Realizing the hour was late and Zhao Xing awaited news, Fan Xiaodao exchanged a few more pleasantries with Shuang Xiong before rising to take his leave. Shuang Xiong instructed Xin Yuan to see him out. Watching him depart, he remained silent, and after escorting him away, returned to the ice cellar. He cast a final glance at the ice sculpture of the woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. Li Jiyue, little did you expect that your child has grown so much. With a wave of his hand, the ice sculpture collapsed, shattering into fragments. In a small tavern they had agreed upon, Fan Xiaodao reunited with Zhao Xing and recounted the events at the Duke Jinghua's residence. Zhao Xing remarked, Shuang Xiong is correct. If he wished to kill, with their means, they would leave no traces. It seems the true culprit lies elsewhere. All the registered ice cellars in the capital have been searched, but those privately constructed cannot be traced. That it appears this lead has come to an end. Fan Xiaodao inquired, have there been any findings regarding Sun Mengwu's body? The documents were only approved this evening. The coroner Sun Wuzhua has stated that the autopsy can only be conducted tomorrow at noon, when the yang energy is at its peak, Zhao Xing replied. This case has been reported to the Deputy Chief Captain Yang, but without the Chief Captain's endorsement, the Dali Temple will not accept it. We must act quickly. Zhao Xing recalled that Fan Xiaodao and Li Qingyo were still residing at the charity house, and said, do you have a place to stay in the capital? It isn't feasible to remain at the charity house indefinitely. Fan Xiaodao shook his head. Zhao Xing offered, I have a house in the east of the city. Since it's just me living there if necessary, you may stay for a while until you find a suitable place. Fan Xiaodao protested, we are not related. How can I impose on you? Zhao Xing replied nonchalantly, it's not a free stay. I will charge you rent 0.3 taels of silver a month. Fan Xiaodao asked, how much does one earn as a menial worker in the 6 doors? About 2 taels and 3 coins, give or take. Then I would essentially be working for free and still losing 7 coins each month. Zhao Xing said, you'd better perform well. Our 6 doors have rules. For every case solved, there's a handsome reward. If you do well, you can earn at least 5 or 6 taels a month. Is that all? Robbery yields quick returns. Would you dare? This is my old trade. Why would I not dare? Once you join the 6 doors, you must abide by our rules that if you commit crimes in the capital, I will be the first to arrest you. Then the bounty on my head would be split between us. Zhao Xing retorted, get lost. Fan Xiaodao stood up, laughing, you're treating this meal. Remembering that Li Qingyo had not eaten, he called out to the waiter, brother, bring me a bowl of fried sauce noodles, with extra sauce, to take away. After Fan Xiaodao departed, a smile crept across Zhao Xing's face. After all these years, it was rare to find a friend he could converse with. Though somewhat mercenary, he was far preferable to the hypocritical acquaintances of the past. He drained his last cup of wine, calling out, waiter, the bill. The waiter approached, smiling, your total comes to 72 Zhao Xing protested, that's incorrect. It should be 61. The waiter explained, your friend pilfered a bowl and 2 pairs of chopsticks from the kitchen before leaving, saying to charge it to you. Zhao Xing. It was already late at night, the long street deserted. Fan Xiaodao carried his noodles, humming an unknown tune as he walked toward the charity house that a gust of cold wind swept by. Fan Xiaodao caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the fragrance of orchids, that he suddenly felt a breath upon his back and turned sharply, only to find a woman standing behind him. It was the very woman he had encountered the previous night at the charity house, a grave robber whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Sun Mengwu. Today, she wore a white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Good heavens! Fan Xiaodao exclaimed, startled. Are you a person or a ghost? The woman replied cryptically, what do you think? I believe you must be a ghost. Fan Xiaodao said. Could it be the legendary soul collector, the White Wuchang? The woman retorted, what ghostly business do you speak of? Fan Xiaodao quipped, not ghostly business, but rather measured by weight. Your tongue is sharp. The woman fumed. Little rogue, you ruined my plans last night, and tonight I shall not spare you. Prepare to pay with your life. She lunged forward with a sword. Seeing her exhale a fragrance like orchids, Fan Xiaodao realized she was no ghost. He performed a lazy roll to evade the sword aimed at his face, yet continued to tease. Did I ruin your plans? Surely White Wu Chang has a peculiar penchant for women's corpses? His words incensed the woman to fury. Draw your sword. Fan Xiaodao observed her swordplay, strange and swift like a shooting star, her martial skills rivaling his own. It seemed she had concealed her true abilities the previous night at the charity house, that if it came to a one-on-one confrontation, defeating her would not be an easy task, that a plan to escape formed in his mind. He waved his hand. Behold, a hidden weapon! The woman, seeing a shadow rush toward her, slashed her sword to intercept. Thud! The shadow split in two, landing squarely upon her face, that a medley of scallions, bean paste, and minced meat wafted into her nostrils. It was the bowl of fried sauce noodles Fan Xiaodao had been carrying. As a woman of great beauty, she found herself covered in noodles, her rage igniting. Just as she was about to settle the score with Fan Xiaodao, she realized the scoundrel had vanished without a trace. Chapter 18. The autopsy. The identity of the woman remained a mystery. Her martial prowess extraordinary, seemingly not of Central Plains origin. From her aura, Fan Xiaodao surmised her possible connection to the death of Sun Mingwu. Even if she were not the perpetrator, she likely possessed knowledge of the underlying truths. Capturing her could yield valuable information. However, given her formidable skills and elusive nature, apprehending her would not be an easy task. It would be best to leave it to Zhao Xing. After all, he was a professional, while Fan Xiaodao was merely a menial worker. Upon returning to the mortuary, Li Qingyo lay in bed, groaning. Upon seeing Fan Xiaodao enter, he sat up and inquired, "Xiaodao, where is my chilled sour plum soup?" Fan Xiaodao shrugged. "There is none, but I have brought you something else." He placed an empty bowl before him. Li Qingyo remarked, "A bowl? What use is that? I cannot eat from it." Fan Xiaodao replied, "Look at this bowl. It is large and round. When we finally have sour plum soup, at least there will be something to hold it. If worst comes to worst, if we must beg on the streets tomorrow, we ought to have a suitable utensil, don't you think?" Li Qingyo was at a loss for words. "Fan Xiaodao, you've even solved my employment dilemma. You truly care for me." Fan Xiaodao waved his hand dismissively. "We are brothers for life. There is no need for formality." He recounted to Li Qingyo the encounter with Shuang Xiong at the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Hearing this, Li Qingyo was taken aback. "I did not expect our identities to be exposed so soon after arriving in the capital. Should we not tidy things up and return to Qingzhou to resume our old ways as bandits? Why endure such hardships in the capital?" Yet Fan Xiaodao countered. To arrive in the capital and achieve nothing would be a disgrace for the esteemed leader of Black Wind Stronghold. If I were to return in such a manner, wouldn't I be the laughingstock among my brothers? How could I ever show my face in the stronghold again? Moreover, I have successfully infiltrated the 6 doors and become a menial worker, taking a step closer to my goal. A mere menial worker? That meager salary can hardly sustain us both, Li Qingyo pointed out. Thus, starting tomorrow, you must go out to beg, Fan Xiaodao asserted. And as for the death of my adoptive father, he fell victim to treachery. I am determined to uncover the truth and avenge him. Seeing Fan Xiaodao's stubbornness, Li Qingyo ceased to press the issue. However, we currently lack a place to stay, that we cannot sleep in the mortuary among the corpses every day. Can we? Fan Xiaodao chuckled. I have already secured accommodations. The following noon, Zhao Xing arrived at the mortuary accompanied by Sun Chuanda, the coroner from the 6 doors, and 2 assistants. Following the previous night's body-snatching incident, the 6 doors had stationed 2 constables to guard the mortuary, already grumbling about their assignment. Upon Zhao Xing's arrival to conduct the autopsy, they were eager to finish their work and quickly departed after a hurried handover. The weather was scorching. 2 days had passed since Sun Mingwu's death, and under normal circumstances, her body would have begun to decompose. However, under the influence of the poison from Tiamoro, her corpse remained remarkably preserved, almost as if she were merely in a deep slumber, were it not for her severed head. Sun, the coroner, was in his 50s, with a goatee, emaciated frame, and sunken eyes, exuding a somewhat morbid appearance. Yet, as Zhao Xing introduced him, he was the most renowned coroner in the capital, possessing vast experience, having helped the 6 doors solve numerous cases using clues derived from corpses. The 2 assistants set up incense burners and hung yellow drapery, preparing the necessary items. Once everything was in place, Sun, the coroner, took his time, lighting a pouch of dry tobacco and leisurely puffing clouds of smoke. Fan Xiaodao asked, "Why the delay?" Zhao Xing explained, "There is a customary rule in their profession to begin at the third hour after noon, when the yang energy is at its peak." Upon seeing the coroner's tools and contemplating the impending dissection of the beautiful corpse, Fan Xiaodao felt nauseous and wished to leave, but Zhao Xing firmly held him back. "You are now a member of the Six Doors. Such matters will become commonplace that it is best to acclimate yourself." As the coroner examined the body, he narrated his observations while the assistants took notes. When the knife cut through flesh, Fan Xiaodao could not suppress his retching. While he had committed murder before, the act of carving into a corpse was beyond his threshold of tolerance. Observing his distress, Zhao Xing did not insist further and took him outside for fresh air. As soon as they stepped out, they heard the coroner exclaim, "I have made a discovery." The two rushed back inside. The coroner held a crumpled piece of paper. This was found in her esophagus. It must have been swallowed just before her death. Fortunately, it did not reach her stomach. Otherwise, it would have long since decomposed. Zhao Xing took the paper and read aloud. "Jade beauty belongs only in the Yao Terrace, who plants in Jiangnan everywhere. Snow blankets the mountain where the noble reclines. Under the bright moon, the beauty appears. Cold shadows of sparse bamboo rustle. Spring conceals the lingering fragrance on the moss. Departing, my beloved sings no good verses. The east wind sighs, mourning its fleeting bloom." Fan Xiaodao was astonished. A poem? He glanced at it. The handwriting was crooked and mediocre. It seems the author lacks talent and has made several mistakes. Zhao Xing's expression darkened. The crucial point lies in the paper. This type is typically used for urgent military reports. And what of it? The key is in those errors. To prevent military intelligence from leaking, the court employs a method of borrowing characters to convey messages. The true content of the intelligence is concealed within this poem. Without the cipher, even if this note were intercepted, it would not be deciphered. I suspect Sun Mingwu was killed for having seen this letter. What exactly does the letter contain? Zhao Xing replied, "I do not possess the cipher. How could I know?" Fan Xiaodao remained puzzled. If that is the case, how did such a secret report come into Sun Mingwu's possession? She was merely a courtesan. He turned to the coroner. "Brother Sun, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential and not mention it to anyone." Zhao Xing's mind was racing, gradually piecing together the threads of the case. Sun Mingwu had inadvertently seen this letter and, understanding its hidden meaning, had thus drawn the fatal consequences. After the incident, the Baihua Tower had persistently urged for the body's return, likely connected to this letter. However, how had the assailants infiltrated the Huang residence and escaped unnoticed? Fan Xiaodao suddenly remarked, "Have you considered that Sun Mingwu may have already been dead before arriving at the Huang residence? Do you have evidence?" Fan Xiaodao stated, "Having been poisoned by Tian Moro, one can retain their appearance at the time of death." The people at the Huang residence claimed that after Sun Mingwu's carriage entered the courtyard, only her maid, Xiaoqing, had seen her. "When I saw Sun Mingwu just now, her expression was identical to the one I observed on the main street days prior, leading me to suspect that she had died in that carriage. Yet now, Xiaoqing has also been silenced, leaving no witnesses." Zhao Xing concluded, "Then that young Master Lan can be deemed a scapegoat. However, to clear his name, we must procure irrefutable evidence. It appears we must pay another visit to the Baihua Tower." The two returned once more to the Baihua Tower. Upon learning of their return, Li Banyang's expression soured, and she sneered, "What brings you two gentlemen back again?" Having been humiliated last time, Zhao Xing was seething with frustration. He slammed the search warrant on the table. "We demand to search Sun Mingwu's quarters." Li Banyang mocked. "Do you know whose establishment this Baihua Tower is? It belongs to Lord Zhou. And who is the backing behind it? It is Prince Qian. If anyone can come in here claiming they want to search, we might as well close shop." Zhao Xing pointed at the search warrant and countered, "Do you know who issued this warrant? It was the Ministry of Justice. And what is its backing? It is the laws of the Ming dynasty. If the court wishes to investigate, your refusal holds no weight. Do you truly believe you can disregard the authority of the court?" The Baiwa Tower had been a fixture in the capital for many years, funneling considerable sums to the royal family, and thus held a certain disdain for the local magistrates. Patrons of the establishment were invariably wealthy or influential, often including high-ranking officials who deliberated significant matters within its walls. Consequently, Li Banyang regarded Zhao Xing, a mere lowly constable, with little seriousness. However, the nature of business is such that, regardless of one's connections, adherence to the law is paramount. Should they encounter someone truly determined or insistent, they would find themselves at an impasse. Observing Zhao Xing's unyielding demeanor, she began to feel a tinge of anxiety that a staff member approached her and whispered something. Hearing this, Li Banyang's demeanor shifted abruptly, and she donned a smile. As a business establishment, we at Baiwa Tower naturally wish to cooperate with the authorities. Please follow me. That the Baiwa Tower was not merely a single building, but a complex of 3 courtyards, being the most upscale establishment in the capital. In addition to daily operations, there were several private quarters in the back, housing high-class courtesans. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing followed Li Banyang through the main building. Upon entering the back courtyard, they were greeted by picturesque streams, winding flower paths, and all manner of ornamental rocks and small lakes. Each pathway led to a separate villa, each with elegantly chosen names such as Peony Pavilion, Peony Abode, and Rose Garden, their mere names enough to enchant any visitor. They paused before a villa named Sword Dance Courtyard, its entrance sealed with a wax seal. Li Banyang explained, "After my daughter's death, I ordered the villa to be sealed." With that, she stepped forward to tear down the seal, unlocking the door and gesturing. "Seeing my daughter's room, I cannot help but be reminded of her tragic end, so I shall refrain from entering." The villa was modest, exuding the ancient charm of Jiangnan. It contained a training room, a reception area, and a living quarters, along with a side room for the maid Xiaoqing. Dreamwu, being from Jiangnan, designed this courtyard herself. Sun Mengwu's room was immaculate, everything arranged neatly. On the wall hung a long sword, its scabbard adorned with pearls and agate, radiating a splendid glow. Particularly captivating was the luminous pearl on the hilt, which, when performing the sword dance, could overshadow any light source. On the desk lay an unfinished book titled Records of True Encounters. Zhao Xing rummaged through the room, and Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What are you searching for?" If that letter conceals any secrets, then there should be a cipher hidden within her room. Finding it will reveal the cause of her death. Fan Xiaodao declared, "I am now even more convinced that Sun Mengwu was already dead when she left Baiwa Tower." "Why do you say that?" Fan Xiaodao pointed to the sword hanging on the wall. "If you were to perform a sword dance outside, would you not take your sword with you? Furthermore, we found no trace of her sword at the Huang residence." A smile crept onto Zhao Xing's lips. "I did not expect you to notice that. Did you uncover anything else? This room has been disturbed. How can you tell?" Fan Xiaodao pointed to the arrangements in the room. "Look at the items on the bedside and the dressing table. It is evident that the room's owner was left-handed. Yet the teacup on the table and the direction in which the sword hangs indicate a right-handed disposition. This implies that after Sun Mengwu's death, someone entered her room." Chapter 19. The Sealing of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. What can that possibly prove? In the 6 doors, every clue is vital for solving a case. Without the truth, no matter how many clues are uncovered, it is all in vain. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "Based on the autopsy results and our deductions, Sun Mengwu was already murdered before she got into the carriage. That I looked in her movements, and that afternoon she had no visitors. However, there were 2 teacups on the table, both placed for the right hand that I suspect she had entertained a guest the day before, and those cups were rearranged afterward. Indeed, in a corner, the 2 found a shard of a teacup. The fragment emanated a faint scent of orchids. With no outsiders present, Zhao Xing discreetly picked up the teacup shard, tested it with a gold needle, and inhaled, saying, "It's merely a common sedative devoid of any other toxins." Fan Xiaodao continued, "According to the records of the King of Poisons, Tiamolo is not an ingested poison, but one that seals the throat upon contact with blood. Therefore, it is highly probable that the murderer incapacitated Sun Mengwu with a sedative, then applied Tiamolo. Due to the injury, they subsequently severed her head post-incident." "That is a possibility, yet it has its flaws," Zhao Xing replied. "If Captain Ding were here, this case would be much easier to resolve." "Captain Ding?" Zhao Xing explained, Ding Yi. He has a reputation for throwing suspects into the jail with a single command, strike. While straightforward and crude, it is indeed effective. However, Zhao Xing was not Ding Yi. Ding Yi's methods disregarded principles and employed any means necessary to solve a case. As he would say, evil men meet their match in evil men, which resulted in many innocent individuals being implicated, leading to numerous complaints. Yet, Ding Yi was adept at navigating such matters, especially with the third chief, Yang Desui, looking out for him, so he seldom encountered significant trouble. After further investigation, they found no hidden records, and the letter hidden in her throat remained undecipherable. There were no useful leads, Zhao Xing stated. I have handled many cases, and the vast majority of murderers are unable to maintain their composure during the act, often leaving behind traces. Yet, with Sun Mingwu's case, despite extensive scrutiny, there is not a single useful clue. That is the perplexing aspect. Returning to the hall, Li Banyang approached with a smile, saying, Gentlemen, given the sweltering heat, why not enjoy a bowl of chilled sour plum soup? Turning back to the beautiful maidens nearby, she urged, Why are you all standing there? Hurry and serve the two gentlemen. Fan Xiaodao replied, No, we haven't any money. Li Banyang laughed. For the tireless efforts you have made regarding my daughter's case. This is merely a token of appreciation. We wouldn't dare accept your money. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically from when they first arrived. Fan Xiaodao found her behavior somewhat repugnant and retorted coldly, When we visited yesterday, you did not bear this countenance. What has caused such a stark change in your attitude? Li Banyang, with a face full of smiles, explained, Yesterday, I was overwhelmed by grief over my daughter's recent passing. And in my moment of distress, I may have spoken out of turn. I implore you to forgive my indiscretion. With that, she clapped her hands, and two attendants brought forth 2 trays covered in red silk. Upon lifting the cover, they revealed 10 ingots of gold on each tray. Under the light, they sparkled brilliantly. Fan Xiaodao stepped forward, picked one up, and bit into it, confirming its authenticity. Recently arrived in the capital, he was in dire need of funds. 10 ingots of gold equated to 100 taels of silver, which was the equivalent of his wages as a servant for 3 to 4 years. Such a sum could easily secure a small residence in the capital. Seeing Fan Xiaodao's interest, Li Banyang smiled. The two gentlemen have worked hard on the case. Consider this a small gesture of goodwill from the 100 Flowers Pavilion to purchase some tea. Zhao Xing remarked, Banyang, you truly possess a generous spirit. I fear we may not be worthy of such a gift. Noticing this, Li Banyang clapped again, bringing forth 2 more trays of gold, saying, I understand that your work as constables is perilous and often lacks substantial rewards. I offer you these gold pieces with no ulterior motive, merely to forge a friendship with you both. In her words, she had even shifted her self-reference to this humble servant. Zhao Xing inquired, Is it not said that no reward comes without merit? Could it be that there are hidden motives behind the case of Sun Mingwu? Li Banyang's words became evasive. Captain Zhao, you jest. Since the perpetrator has already been apprehended, we are merely a business establishment. Your relentless inquiries jeopardize our operations, and if this continues, I will have no explanation to offer our employer. You are aware that our employer is not one to suffer losses, so I kindly ask you to show mercy and grant the 100 Flowers Pavilion a chance to survive. Since we have crossed paths, let us consider it fate and engage often in the future. Li Banyang's remarks began with a monetary temptation, then subtly alluded to their powerful employer, ensuring she maintained face while implying they were not to be trifled with. A wise choice would be to accept the gold, thus securing their own safety and ensuring future offerings would not be scarce, rather than persist in pursuing the Sun Mingwu case. Zhao Xing challenged, Are you threatening us? Li Banyang feigned innocence. Not at all. Yet, from your words, I detect an undertone of intimidation. You are overly suspicious, so that I merely admire your brilliance and wish to befriend you. There is no other intention. Zhao Xing coldly stated, I have no desire to befriend you. Li Banyang, who had maintained a gentle demeanor, could no longer suppress her anger upon hearing this. Zhao, do not push your luck. If you continue to provoke, it will end badly for both of us. Zhao Xing smiled. I await that day. With a darkened expression, Li Banyang stormed away. Fan Xiaodao lamented, 40 ingots of gold. No wonder everyone aspires to become an official. It is far more lucrative than being a bandit. Zhao Xing, in the future, if such profitable opportunities arise, could you at least consult me before declining? Your opinion is of little consequence. After all, we are partners, are we not? The kind that shields each other from harm, Fan Xiaodao replied. You just turned down a golden opportunity. To compensate for the emotional distress I have suffered, you must reduce my rent by 3 months. Zhao Xing merely sighed. Fan Xiaodao inquired further. What shall we do next? Zhao Xing replied. Li Banyang is clearly losing her composure. Someone must be applying pressure on her. Sitting in a chair, Fan Xiaodao poured himself a bowl of chilled sour plum soup and drank it in one gulp, feeling a refreshing chill that eased his earlier discomfort. Since we cannot accept money, a bowl of sour plum soup should not classify as a bribe, right? Would you care for a cup as well? Wait, chilled sour plum soup? Where did they procure ice? Zhao Xing's eyes lit up, that he had previously overlooked the fact that chilled sour plum soup was quite popular at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. On a sweltering summer day, a bowl of sour plum soup was incredibly refreshing. Yet, at a price of around 100 won per bowl, where did they acquire ice? The government-operated ice house would not supply them with ice blocks, which indicated that the 100 Flowers Pavilion had secretly constructed its own ice house to sustain such a substantial volume of sales. The two left the 100 Flowers Pavilion discreetly and headed straight for the Shuntian Prefecture. The 100 Flowers Pavilion fell under the jurisdiction of the Shuntian Prefecture, and Zhao Xing requested access to the pavilion's records. Next to the courtyard of the second entrance, there indeed existed an ice house that a clerk by the surname of Wu explained. The 100 Flowers Pavilion built an ice house last year. They inquired about it with the Shuntian Prefecture, but such matters are not strictly regulated. At the time, they simply notified us, so it did not appear on the registration list. If Sun Mingwu perished at the 100 Flowers Pavilion due to Timolo poison, and if that poison was concocted within the ice house, then the clues were gradually becoming clearer. Should evidence be uncovered in their ice house, neither the 100 Flowers Pavilion nor Li Banyang could evade responsibility. However, to deploy troops to surround the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the procedures of the 6 doors must be followed. With Zhuge Xinyu currently absent from the capital, internal affairs were overseen by the third-ranking Yang Desui, who expressed some reservations. Sealing the 100 Flowers Pavilion is no trivial matter. Unless you have irrefutable evidence, I cannot grant approval. Zhao Xing countered. If we do not investigate, how can we obtain evidence? Without evidence, how can I trust you to conduct the investigation? The two became embroiled in a stalemate. Zhao Xing understood that the quicker they acted, the better their chances of uncovering incriminating evidence against the 100 Flowers Pavilion. However, Yang Desui had long-standing grievances with Zhuge Xinyu and viewed Zhao Xing as an ally of Zhuge, which made him hesitant to order the sealing of the pavilion. Yang Desui also had his concerns. The pavilion's hidden owner was Prince Qian, and tracing further back led to Princess Taiping, a member of the royal family, as a mere deputy captain enjoying a 5th-rank status. How could he dare to offend someone of such immense power? While Zhuge Xinyu had left the capital to seek peace, he had left a hot potato in Yang Deshui's hands, a predicament indeed. Finally, Zhao Xing could no longer contain himself. Yang, I take full responsibility for this matter. If anything goes awry, place all the blame on me. Yang Desui subtly shook his head. This was where Zhao Xing differed from Ding Yi. Zhao Xing acted impulsively, failing to safeguard his own position, often gambling his career on futile endeavors. Conversely, Ding Yi would first send his men to investigate, and in the event of complications, he would simply shift the blame downward, avoiding trouble for himself. Zhao Xing's investigative skills were commendable, yet his handling of interpersonal relations paled in comparison to Ding Yi's. However, a thought struck him. Since Zhao Xing was generally unmanageable, perhaps he could prod him a bit that if it succeeded, he would share in the credit. If it failed, it would serve as a lesson for Zhao, while also dampening Zhuge Xinyu's influence. What was there to lose? Do you dare to issue a military order? Zhao Xing fetched a brush and ink. I, Zhao Xing, request troops to seal the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Should there be any mishaps, I will bear full responsibility, and it shall not implicate others. After considerable deliberation, Yang Desui finally approved and stamped the document. By the time they received the official decree and assembled over 100 officers, 2 hours had already passed. As dusk descended, Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao led the Six Doors officers to the 100 Flowers Pavilion for the third time. That Li Banyang, seeing the commotion, grew flustered and emerged to ask, "Captain Zhao, all unrelated personnel, please withdraw." At that moment, the lanterns were lit, and the 100 Flowers Pavilion was filled with guests, many of whom were court officials. Upon hearing of the official investigation, chaos ensued. The soldiers began to disperse the guests, and a half-dressed official protested. "I was merely passing by, conducting a critical inspection. On what grounds do you detain me?" Zhao Xing recognized him as a censor from the Imperial Censorate, Guan Yoli, and smiled. "Lord Guan, we are here to investigate a case, not to arrest patrons." Upon hearing this, Lord Guan relaxed, returned to his room, and remarked, "I've spent my money. Let me finish my business first while you carry on." After securing the front hall, Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao led over 20 men directly toward the courtyard of the second entrance. Seeing this, Li Banyang rushed to block their path, exclaiming, "You cannot search here." Zhao Xing scoffed. "What, is there an unregistered ice house here that you are hiding?" Li Banyang's expression turned frantic. "I said you cannot search. It cannot be done." Faced with Zhao Xing's unwavering stance, Li Banyang tore at her clothing and threw herself to the ground, rolling and wailing. "Look, everyone, in broad daylight, the esteemed constables are abusing their authority under the guise of investigation." Zhao Xing coldly regarded her and commanded the soldiers, "Take this madwoman away." Just as he was about to order the opening of the ice house's barrier, a chilling voice rang out from the inner courtyard, "Hold on." Chapter 20. Zhao Xing resigns. From the crowd emerged a fragile scholar, clad in a long blue silk robe, adorned with a square cap, and elegantly wielding a folding fan, exuding an indescribable charm. "You must be the esteemed Zhao Xing, the head constable?" Zhao Xing inquired. "And you are?" The scholar replied, "I am surnamed Qian. This 100 Flowers Pavilion is my establishment, and as the victim of the case concerning Sun Mengwu, our establishment shares the burden of misfortune. That we sincerely hope that the Six Doors can swiftly solve the case and restore justice for the Sun family. However, it seems the head constable has been excessively fixated on the 100 Flowers Pavilion." Li Banyang, upon seeing the scholar, knelt down, exclaiming, "Your Highness." It turned out that this scholar was indeed Qian Shoudao, the husband of Princess Taiping, who held considerable fame in the capital. Fan Xiaodao observed him, noting his handsome and refined appearance, and his soft-spoken manner evoked a refreshing sensation. Nevertheless, Zhao Xing remained unimpressed. "We suspect that the case of Sun Mengwu's murder involves the 100 Flowers Pavilion as well," Zhao Xing stated. Qian Shoudao retorted, "Our 100 Flowers Pavilion engages in the business of pleasure, always operating within the bounds of the law and paying taxes. Engaging in murder and contraband is contrary to the natural order and falls outside our business scope." His expression shifted as he sternly addressed Li Banyang. "However, the 100 Flowers Pavilion is not a lawless territory. If you truly have committed wrongdoing, should it be discovered, even if the court does not penalize you, I shall not let you off lightly." Zhao Xing responded, "With your assurance, we feel more at ease, Qian Shoudao." He commanded, "Bring forth the ice cellar." "Wait," Qian Shoudao interjected. "This is, after all, the property of Princess Taiping. You cannot simply investigate as you please. Where would that leave the royal dignity?" Fan Xiaodao chimed in. "If your royal family truly cared for your dignity among the myriad professions, which would not suffice, why must you engage in these actions contrary to the natural order?" He emphasized the phrase contrary to the natural order with a tone of sarcasm. Qian Shoudao remarked, "You are quite the sharp-tongued fellow. May I know your name and position? One day, when I meet your head constable, I shall inquire about you." "My name is Fan Xiaodao, a mere errand boy at the Six Doors," he replied. Qian Shoudao laughed heartily. "Is there truly no one else at the Six Doors? In this day and age, even an errand boy is summoned to investigate." Zhao Xing, unwilling to engage in banter, said, "We are executing our duties. I must ask you, Qian Shoudao, to move to another location. And what if I refuse?" The more he resisted, the more Zhao and Fan suspected that something was amiss within the ice cellar. Zhao Xing exchanged a glance with Fan Xiaodao, who had long harbored disdain for Qian Shoudao. Understanding the unspoken cue, he stepped forward and seized Qian Shoudao by the collar. Seeing this, Qian Shoudao's face paled. "What do you intend to do?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xing declared, "Qian Shoudao, you obstruct the 6 doors in their investigation, disregarding the laws of the court. When this matter reaches the court, I trust you all will testify." With that, he commanded his men to break open the iron lock, and a pair of officers rushed into the ice cellar. Upon entering the ice cellar, they found it filled with blocks of ice and several unopened packages. Zhao Xing ordered his subordinates to open them, revealing numerous sheepskins. After a brief moment, his subordinates reported, "Head Constable Zhao, no suspicious items have been found." The expression on Qian Shoudao's face darkened. "These sheepskins are mere trinkets I exchanged from the western regions, not worth much. I intended to sell them in the autumn to cover some expenses. Although I did not pay taxes on them, I trust you, Head Constable Zhao, would not imprison me over a few smuggled sheepskins." He then turned to Fan Xiaodao. "Why are you still holding on to me?" Fan Xiaodao released his grip and chuckled. "I noticed some dirt on your collar and thought to help you clean it up." Seizing the moment, Li Banyang interjected, "Your Highness, these 2 wicked constables demanded 1,000 taels of silver from the 100 Flowers Pavilion yesterday. After I refused, they harbored resentment and have deliberately fabricated this case to extort us. I implore you to seek justice for me. Is this true?" Fan Xiaodao exclaimed angrily, "You vile woman, how dare you slander us?" But Li Banyang retorted, "A true man should take responsibility for his actions. Why are you so afraid to admit it?" Qian Shoudao responded, "You have no reason to seal off the 100 Flowers Pavilion, adversely affecting our business. I shall certainly bring this matter to the attention of the princess." As for the bribery allegations, after a moment of contemplation, he continued, "It is not a significant matter that I end this line of work. One must eat and dress. You 2 have considerable expenses in the capital. Li Banyang, fetch 1,000 taels." The 2 were at a loss regarding his intentions. That Li Banyang retrieved 2 500 tael silver notes. Qian Shoudao exclaimed, "Bring me cash in ingots." 100 ingots of silver were laid before them. Qian Shoudao smiled. "Let us consider today's incident as if it never occurred. We are all in the capital. Let us be friends." He glanced at the other soldiers and added, "Of course, my brother shall not make this trip for nothing. Shortly, I shall present an additional 100 taels for you all to enjoy some tea." In a single day, from Li Banyang to Qian Shoudao, there were 2 instances of bribery. Money opens doors. Money is to be spent and earned anew. Matters that can be resolved with money are not considered matters at all. This is their business ethos. However, they encountered Zhao Xing, a man who regarded wealth as mere refuse. "Put away your filthy money. If I, Zhao Xing, could be bought, I would not need to be a constable," Zhao Xing declared. "If your involvement in Sun Mingwu's death is innocent, I shall naturally restore your reputation. Should you be implicated, I will ensure each of you finds yourselves in prison." Qian Shoudao chuckled coldly. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Having found nothing in the ice cellar, Zhao Xing ordered his men to withdraw and depart the 100 Flowers Pavilion. As they were about to leave, Li Banyang suddenly collapsed to her knees, exclaiming, "I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Highness." Qian Shoudao replied, "Li Banyang, what crime have you committed?" "What crime?" This statement struck Li Banyang like a thunderbolt, and she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, "I beseech you, Your Highness, save me." Qian Shoudao replied, "Whether I can save your life depends on the outcome of tomorrow's trial at the Dali Temple." "Have the missing items been found?" Li Banyang trembled. "They are still being searched for. From now on, refrain from troubling me with such trivial matters." With that, he brandished his folding fan and stormed out, leaving Li Banyang alone on the ground, lost in thought. That remark about returning their filthy money was truly bold. "Had it been me, I might have accepted it," Fan Xiaodao said, full of admiration. Zhao Xing, however, was consumed with concern. What was once a sure thing has now turned into a futile endeavor. "If we could locate Tian Maluo, perhaps we could secure their conviction," Fan Xiaodao asked. "Could it be that someone tipped them off in advance?" The raid on the 100 Flowers Pavilion had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the authorization document had been personally drafted by Zhao Xing. Apart from a clerk, only Deputy Chief Constable Yang Desui was aware causing Zhao Xing's heart to sink that if that were the case, this would indeed be troublesome. Fan Xiaodao suggested. Could it be that Yang and the 100 Flowers Pavilion have connections? Zhao Xing replied. Without evidence, it is best not to speak carelessly. The following morning, as the two arrived at the 6 doors, they were summoned to the office of Zhuge Xinyu. In the room, besides Zhuge Xinyu and Yang Desui, sat officials from various departments, all sitting upright and scrutinizing the two. Even Deputy Chief Constable Song Xinxing was present. This esteemed elder rarely involved himself in the affairs of the office and often remained in a state of convalescence. It was Fan Xiaodao's first encounter with him. Upon his arrival at the 6 doors, he learned that the doorman, Song Fei, was the deputy's own nephew. Zhao Xing remarked, Chief Constable, did you not go to Baoding for the piglet banquet? How have you returned so swiftly? Yang Desui scolded. Isn't it the result of your actions? You caused the chief constable to miss a warm meal and rush back overnight. Zhao Xing's fears had finally materialized. It turned out that shortly after Zhao Xing's departure the previous night, the news of his disturbance at the 100 Flowers Pavilion spread throughout the capital, with rumors of extorting 1,000 taels of silver circulating widely, placing the 6 doors in a difficult position. Early that morning, the Ministry of Justice received a decree from Princess Taiping, inquiring about the events of the previous night, even questioning, is the 6 doors truly an arm of the court, or merely a tool for personal vendettas? They expressed keen interest in the matter, demanding severe punishment for the perpetrators. Zhuge Xinyu addressed Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao. You two are to recount last night's events in full detail to the assembled officials, after which we shall deliberate on the matter. The two recounted the events of the previous night. After hearing their report, Deputy Chief Constable Song Xinxing stated, these two acted in accordance with the law. There was no overreach on their part that as for the bribery allegations. Those are merely slander. I propose we respond to Princess Taiping as such. Yang Desui interjected. Song, you are mistaken. Although Song Xinxing held the second highest position at the 6 doors, his advanced age rendered him less respected by Yang Desui, who spoke bluntly. Zhao and Fan caused a ruckus at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a property of Princess Taiping. Since no evidence was found, it is clear they expect us to provide an explanation. He continued, Zhao Xing, what do you propose? Song Xinxing chimed in, when I was absent with Zhuge, who signed the search warrant. If accountability is to be assigned, you two shall bear some responsibility. Yang Desui retorted, yesterday I cautioned Zhao Xing to think carefully, yet he refused to listen that he signed a military order in my office. Should I present it for all to see? No need. Zhao Xing replied, one must take responsibility for one's actions. This case was my unilateral decision, and it does not involve anyone else. Yang Desui pressed on. Can a mere statement of it does not involve anyone else resolve the issue? Your actions in sealing off the 100 Flowers Pavilion represent the 6 doors and the court's authority. This matter cannot simply be wished away. The assembly fell into debate. Some argued that since the search procedure was lawful, they should defend their actions, while others cautioned that offending Princess Taiping would not bode well for the 6 doors. Ultimately, Zhuge Xinyu declared, Zhao Xing is hereby relieved of his position as head constable and suspended pending investigation as for Fan Xiaodao. Being merely an errand boy, he shall have his salary docked for 3 months. Seeing the verdict settled, Zhao Xing surrendered his constable's badge and removed his cap. The meeting is adjourned, Zhuge Xinyu announced, prompting the officials to disperse, leaving only Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao behind. Zhao Xing remarked, Chief Constable, our actions were indeed reckless. Zhuge Xinyu replied, no, your suspicions were not unfounded. Besides the decree, Princess Taiping has sent word through an intermediary. What should have been a minor incident involving a songstress has stirred the princess's attention. The Dali Temple has intervened, so this case undoubtedly harbors intricacies. Zhuge Xinyu continued, tomorrow, this case will be jointly reviewed by the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Dali Temple. Time is of the essence. Please give your orders, my lord. Zhuge Xinyu instructed. Continue the investigation, as constables of the 6 doors. If we cannot uncover the truth, we are merely taking the court's salary without merit. Chapter 21. Do you acknowledge your guilt? The investigation into the poison of Tian Maluo has reached an impasse, following the forced search of the Baihua Tower that resulted in Zhao Xing's suspension. Fan Xiaodao remarked, Even if we cannot identify the true culprit, as long as we can uncover evidence that proves Lan Jilin is not the murderer, we can still save him. Zhao Xing replied, without eyewitnesses or an alibi, obtaining such evidence will not be a simple task. However, our recent inquiries have not been entirely fruitless. Lan Jilin is currently detained in the Six Doors prison. We can start there to see if he possesses any useful information. The two made their way to the prison, where Zhao Xing intended to interrogate Lan Jilin, but was informed by the jailer that he could not question the suspect due to his suspension. Could we possibly make an exception? The head jailer said. We are also in a difficult position. If a few officials were to see us, our livelihoods would be at stake. However, he glanced at Fan Xiaodao. He is merely a servant delivering meals. He may enter. Lan Jilin was confined in the basement level. Given the severity of the case and the oversight from higher authorities, he was not held with other prisoners, which afforded Fan Xiaodao some advantage. Upon entering the cell, Fan Xiaodao beheld a young man in blue attire, disheveled and bloodied, curled up in a corner. Upon noticing their presence, Lan Jilin's face drained of color and fear. Fan Xiaodao explained their purpose and scrutinized him, noting his chestnut curls, fair complexion, and aquiline nose. You are not from the Central Plains, are you? Lan Jilin, realizing they were there to aid him, quickly replied, I am from Suzhou. My father is from Jiangnan, and my mother is a Persian singer that I grew up in Jiangnan, truly a native of the Central Plains. It was not uncommon in the Ming dynasty for affluent men from Jiangnan to take foreign concubines, resulting in mixed-blood offspring. Lan Jilin pleaded, Sir, I am innocent. Do not speak in vain. Clarify the matter concerning Sun Mengwu. We need to see if we can uncover any useful leads. Lan Jilin recounted, half a year ago, I traveled to the capital for business. Through a friend's introduction, I visited the Baihua Tower and met Miss Sunday. We hit it off immediately, and I became completely enamored with her, neglecting my business. Over the past 6 months, I spent several thousand taels on her, exhausting all my savings. On the morning of the 4th day of the 8th month, I went to bid farewell to Miss Sunday. I noticed she seemed rather despondent, so I stayed to chat for a while, but there was nothing unusual. And why were you later arrested in the east of the city? At that time, I was packing my belongings. Miss Sun's maid, Xiaoqing, rushed in to tell me that Miss Sun wished to elope with me and asked me to wait for her near the city god temple that night at the second watch. Ignoring the curfew, I hastily left without even having dinner and went to the temple, only to be met by the officials instead. Lan Jilin continued. After they apprehended me, they asked no questions and simply beat me mercilessly. Eventually, they produced a confession and coerced me into signing it, at which point I learned that Miss Sun had already been murdered. Did she send you any letters or evidence? None. It was merely communicated to me orally by Xiaoqing. Fan Xiaodao felt a twinge of skepticism. As the leading courtesan of the Baihua Tower, how could such a significant matter be entrusted to a mere maid? Furthermore, with Xiaoqing's whereabouts unknown, it was as if she had vanished without a trace. Recalling the cryptic message, he inquired, Did she say anything peculiar during your last meeting? Not at all. At that point, I was out of funds that I did not enter through the main door and found her in low spirits. I offered a few comforting words, and we shared some tea. Later, Li Bainyang barged in upon learning of my presence and uttered some harsh words. Ashamed, I left the courtyard, yet I remained concerned for Miss Sun, circling outside. I overheard an argument between Li Bainyang and her, during which a teacup was shattered. Li Bainyang emerged cursing and ordered me to be expelled from the Baihua Tower. Fan Xiaodao suddenly probed, Tian Maluo. What? Lan Jilin looked bewildered. What do you mean? Fan Xiaodao waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Tell me, do you wish to live or die? Lan Jilin replied. I am only 24. Of course, I wish to live. Your situation is dire. The evidence against you is substantial. Tomorrow, the trial will commence, and they may resort to torture. Can you withstand it? What can you do? Fan Xiaodao shook his head. Nothing. The investigation continues. Lan Jilin's face was drawn with despair. So, I might endure a beating only to meet my end regardless? If death is inevitable, why should I suffer further? It would be far better to die swiftly. Observing his despondency, Fan Xiaodao said, We believe in your innocence. Are you aware that for your case, Captain Zhao has quarreled with his superiors and has even been suspended? If you cannot bear this slight, how can you justify his sacrifices? Upon leaving the prison, Fan Xiaodao shook his head in disappointment at Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing replied, "Heaven does not utterly forsake those in despair. We must not yield until the final moment." The following day, the murder of Sun Mingwu caused a sensation in the capital, stirring public discourse that to ensure justice. The case was to be publicly tried by the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Punishments, with the trial taking place at the Shuntian Prefecture. From early morning, the courthouse was thronged with people, for the murder of a renowned courtesan was a matter that would capture public attention for some time. Whether genuine affection for Sun Mingwu existed or not, the populace was always eager to partake in such spectacles. As Langeline's prisoner cart arrived at the Shuntian Prefecture, the crowd erupted in fury, hurling rotten eggs, decayed vegetable leaves, and stones at him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Kill that scourge and avenge Miss Sun. One may know a person's face but not their heart. This genteel gentleman is, in truth, a cold-blooded murderer, deserving of the most severe punishment. Due to Zhao Xing's suspension, Fan Xiaodao was unable to enter the courtroom, and the two mingled among the crowd. After a night of investigation, they found themselves at a loss regarding the case, resigned to the grim reality. Zhao Xing's spirits were low. It is infuriating to witness an innocent man facing execution while the true perpetrator remains at large. At that moment, a beggar approached them. "Are you the esteemed Zhao and Fan captains?" "Indeed, who are you?" The beggar declared, "I have finally located you. I'm about to strike it rich." He continued, "Someone asked me to deliver a letter to you, claiming it pertains to today's case." Zhao Xing inquired, "Where is the letter?" The person also mentioned that it is worth a tale of silver. Zhao Xing glanced at Fan Xiaodao, who replied, "Do not look to me. You know I am without funds." Zhao Xing produced a fragment of silver from his pocket and handed it to the beggar, who swiftly delivered the letter before scampering away. Upon opening the letter, Zhao Xing found nothing but a blank sheet of paper. "What is this nonsense? One tale of silver for a blank sheet. Could we have been swindled?" Fuming at being mocked, Zhao Xing exclaimed, "That scoundrel! May I catch you?" Shortly thereafter, another beggar approached. "Which of you is Captain Fan?" Zhao Xing, having learned his lesson, asked, "Who are you?" "Someone asked me to deliver a letter to you, claiming it concerns today's case." Zhao Xing queried, "Did they mention that the letter is worth a tale of silver?" The beggar replied, "Indeed, you are quite astute." With a swift motion, Zhao Xing drew his sword and pressed it against the beggar's neck. "Do you think your head is worth a tale of silver?" The beggar shouted, "Do not harm me. I am merely a messenger. If this transaction fails, let it be my misfortune. I asked for no payment." Zhao Xing demanded, "Who sent you?" "A woman, a beautiful woman, resembling the fox spirits depicted in illustrations." "Where is she?" The beggar turned to look into the distance. "She was just here a moment ago." The courthouse was packed with hundreds of people. Locating her would be nearly impossible. Zhao Xing snatched the envelope from the beggar's grasp, discovering a note inside. Upon reading it, he was overjoyed. "Langeline is saved." He handed the note to Fan Xiaodao, who glanced at the signature, which read by Wu Chang. "Is it her? Do you recognize her? Do you remember when I mentioned the grave-robbing woman at the mortuary? I have encountered her a few times. But why would she help us?" Fan Xiaodao asked, "Do you find this credible?" Zhao Xing replied, "The case file has been transferred to the Shuntian Prefecture, and the trial is about to commence. If we go now to gather evidence, the procedures will be cumbersome, and we may not make it in time. Our only recourse is to appeal in court." According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, during the court proceedings, if anyone believed the trial to be unjust, or if new evidence emerged, they could beat a drum to voice their grievances at the commencement of the session. However, not everyone was permitted to do so. Only those with a vested interest could raise their voices, lest the courtroom devolve into a marketplace of chaos. Regardless of guilt or innocence, the accused were first subjected to 30 strokes of the rod to demonstrate the court's authority. "Is it worth enduring 30 strokes for someone unrelated?" Zhao Xing countered, 30 strokes to save a life. What could be more worthwhile? With 2 resounding drumbeats, the officers of the court took their positions. The case was presided over by the prefect of Shuntian, Sun Zhaohai, with the deputy minister of justice, Du Jinliang, and the Ministry of Punishment Zhang Haitian serving as assessors. Such a triad of courts was typically reserved for cases of extensive implications, where power dynamics were intricate, or for the prosecution of high-ranking officials. However, due to the widespread ramifications of Sun Mingwu's case and its connections to Princess Taiping's estate, all parties proceeded with utmost caution, ultimately deciding on a public trial. Bring forth the accused, Lan Jilin. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lan Jilin, covered in vegetable leaves and rotten eggs, was brought forth in shackles. Fan Xiaodao noted the composure with which Lan Jilin approached, exhibiting none of the panic he had shown the previous day. Leaving him perplexed, Sun Zhaohai inquired, "Who stands before the court?" "I am the commoner, Lan Jilin." "Why do you not kneel?" "In Jiangnan, we do not practice such customs. Furthermore, bowing is an outdated tradition. The great Ming dynasty, a nation of etiquette, would not allow such casual displays of submission." Sun Zhaohai's voice grew stern. "How audacious, you scoundrel! Do you truly believe yourself to be above reproach? Guards, punish this contemptible display with 30 strokes." With a thud, Lan Jilin fell to the ground. Commoner Lan Jilin pays his respects to the honorable magistrate. "Do you acknowledge your guilt?" Lan Jilin lifted his head, gazing up at Sun Zhaohai, and declared, "I am innocent." Chapter 22. Preserving the commander by sacrificing the chariot's son, Zhaohai struck the table with a resounding clap, his voice booming with authority. "Not guilty." The sound reverberated throughout the courtroom that I in the realm of officialdom. There are two key elements in conducting trials: the power of the office and the force of presence that a stern inquiry serves to intimidate, unsettling the minds of those present, akin to the lion's roar in Buddhist teachings. Having presided over cases for many years, Sun Zhaohai was naturally adept in this art, and his fierce admonition startled everyone in attendance. However, Lan Jili retorted, "Your Excellency claims that this commoner has committed murder. Do you have any evidence?" Sun Zhaohai replied, "Very well, I shall provide you with evidence. Bring forth the material proof." A constable dragged in a tray, upon which lay a blue robe stained with blood. Sun Zhaohai declared, "How do you explain this bloodied garment, which you wore when you were apprehended at the city god temple that very night?" Outside the courtroom, Fan Xiaodao murmured, "Bloodied garment? Why have I not heard of this before?" Zhao Xing, who had interrogated Lan Jili on the night of the incident, was aware that no mention of a bloodied garment had been made then. He understood that this was a deliberate act of framing, an attempt to fabricate evidence. Lan Jili asserted, "This bloodied robe does not belong to me. Miss Sun died of poisoning. How could there be any mention of a bloodied garment?" Sun Zhaohai exclaimed, "During your confinement in prison these past few days, how could you possibly know that she died of poisoning? You still claim you are innocent?" Lan Jili, somewhat flustered, responded, "This case has stirred considerable gossip in the capital. I overheard others discussing it while in jail. Do you dare to argue further?" Sun Zhaohai did not linger on the matter of the bloodied garment, commanding, "Bring in the witness, Li Banyang." Among the crowd, Li Banyang, with a figure reminiscent of a stout barrel and adorned in vibrant attire, approached the court and gracefully bowed. "I am Li Banyang, greeting your excellency. It has been quite some time since you last visited the 100-Flower Pavilion. The ladies there have been worried about you." A wave of laughter erupted among the onlookers. Sun Zhaohai admonished, "Cease your foolish prattle. Li Banyang, I ask you, do you recognize this individual before us?" Li Banyang scrutinized Lan Jili and replied, "This man is surnamed Lan. He is a frequent patron of our 100-Flower Pavilion. For the past 6 months, he has persistently pursued my daughter, Mingwu, to the point of exasperation. On the 4th of this month, did he visit the 100-Flower Pavilion?" Li Banyang confirmed, "Indeed. Over the past 6 months, he squandered all his money and attempted to take my daughter away. She refused, which led to a fierce argument that I in a fit of rage. He even threatened to kill Mengwu. At first, I thought it was mere bluster, but who could have imagined he would commit such a heinous act? I beseech you, my lord, to seek justice for my daughter." Lan Jili retorted angrily, "I have always treated Miss Sun with the utmost respect. I have never uttered a harsh word to her, so how could there be any argument?" He turned to Li Banyang, accusing, "You vile woman, you are clearly framing me." Li Banyang countered, "I am not framing anyone. There are over 100 ladies in the 100-Flower Pavilion and dozens of attendants who can attest to this." To fabricate charges is an easy task. Li Banyang stepped forward, seizing Lan Jili by the collar, exclaiming, "I will personally take revenge for my daughter." Yet, Lan Jili remained unperturbed, stating, "Did you not just declare your intention to kill me? Should I perish, whether by execution or through natural causes, the culprit would undoubtedly be Li Banyang." Laughter erupted again. "I spoke merely in jest. Your death is your own doing and has nothing to do with me," Lan Jili responded. "Moreover, even if I had claimed I would kill Miss Sun, that does not make me the murderer." The crowd, witnessing Lan Jili's defense, found it hard to fault him. However, the uproar in the courtroom rendered the proceedings chaotic, much to Sun Zhaohai's dismay. "Silence. This is a court of law, not a marketplace. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful." Fan Xiaodao also found it peculiar. When he had seen Lan Jili the day before, he appeared to be nothing more than a frail young gentleman, speaking with a scholarly demeanor. How had he suddenly become so eloquent in court? Could it be that he had received counsel from a skillful advisor? Lan Jili continued, "These are merely circumstantial evidences. My lord, if I had indeed murdered Miss Sun, pray tell, when and where did this occur, and where is the weapon?" The Deputy Minister of Justice approached Sun Zhaohai, whispering a few words. Sun Zhaohai responded, "On the night of your capture, you confessed to killing Sun Mengwu, and there is a written confession as proof. Yet today, you deny it in court, which is a grave disrespect to the court and the emperor. Guards, give him 40 lashes." Lan Jili cried out, "This is a miscarriage of justice." That confession was extracted under duress by the interrogating officer. In the face of brutality, any eloquent defense is futile. 4 constables stepped forward, pinning Lan Jili to the ground and delivering a merciless beating, leaving him bloodied and wailing in pain. Fan Xiaodao, witnessing this, whispered to Zhao Xing, "This trial is being conducted in a farcical manner." Zhao Xing replied, "The laws of the Ming dynasty do indeed allow for such measures. As for the motive behind Sun Mengwu's murder, while a crime of passion could be a compelling reason, the crux of the case lay in the circumstantial evidence, the bloody garments and witness testimonies, none of which directly indicated that Lan Jili had taken Sun Mengwu's life." Zhao Xing clenched a letter in his hand, his doubts about its authenticity resurfacing after the deception involving silver. Seeing that this case was on the verge of being conclusively settled, he resolved to make one last attempt. He stood up and proclaimed, "Your Excellency, I have new leads to report." Upon seeing Zhao Xing, Sun Zhaohai felt a throbbing headache. Having served as the prefect of Shuntian for 4 years, he was acutely aware of the intricate complexities of this case, involving numerous individuals with convoluted backgrounds. Had it not been for the Ministry of Justice's insistence, he would have preferred to avoid presiding over this case altogether to cover his bases. He had even involved officials from the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice, ensuring that should any issues arise, he could deflect responsibility. In the capital, where high-ranking officials abound, the position of prefect of Shuntian, a 5th-rank official, holds little significance that he often endured various grievances and wished to conclude this case swiftly. Zhao Xing, as the head constable of the 6 Doors, had frequent dealings with Shuntian Prefecture. Naturally, Sun Zhaohai recognized him and, seeing him step forward, inquired, "Head Constable Zhao, I heard you have been suspended and are at home. This case has nothing to do with you, so why involve yourself? As a constable, I am paid by the court to uphold the dignity of the Ming laws, to pursue criminals and investigate cases. This is my duty. Regarding the case of Sun Mengwu, I have been investigating for several days and have uncovered several discrepancies, which I wish to present for your Excellency's consideration." His words were delivered with righteous fervor. The onlookers, eager for the unfolding drama, urged, "Let him speak." Deputy Minister Du Jinliang interjected, "Zhao Xing, the evidence in this case is solid. The Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice have already provided their opinions. Do you intend to complicate matters?" Zhao Xing replied, "It is not my intention to complicate matters. Rather, I have evidence suggesting that the true culprit may be someone else." The 3 presiding judges exchanged glances before finally acquiescing. "Proceed." According to the coroner's report, Sun Mengwu was rendered unconscious by an unknown assailant and subsequently died from a rare poison. This poison causes the blood to coagulate, preserving the body in a lifelike state for months. Hence, Despite her head being severed, there were no bloodstains on her clothing. Moreover, the conditions for producing this poison are exceedingly stringent. Lan Li resides in an inn in the capital, and I have investigated his circumstances. There is nothing unusual. Li Banyang interjected. Even if she died from poisoning, that does not prove he was the one who administered it. Zhao Xing continued. Yesterday, while searching Sun Mengwu's room, we discovered that her belongings had been rearranged. In one corner, we found a shard of a teacup containing a drug known as orchid essence. Upon examination, we found traces of this drug in Sun Mengwu's body. Therefore, it can be concluded that she was already harmed before leaving the 100-Flower Pavilion and that the Huang residence was not the scene of the crime. Sun Zhaohai countered. Yet the records indicate that several people saw her in the carriage on her way to the Huang residence. Zhao Xing explained. This is precisely the peculiarity of the poison. I have inquired with individuals from both the 100-Flower Pavilion and the Huang residence. And besides her maid, Xiao Qing, no one else was present when Sun Meng Wu left the pavilion. The individuals who claimed to have seen her in the carriage likely witnessed her after she had already been harmed. Li Banyang scoffed. Nonsense. She knelt down, pleading. Your Excellency, since my daughter's death, this Constable Zhao, along with a man named Fan, has come to our 100-Flower Pavilion multiple times under the guise of investigating the case. Yet they have extorted us. We reported them to the 6 doors, which is why they have been suspended and investigated. Their words should not be trusted. Sun Zhaohai glared at her, saying, Do you presume to instruct me on what to hear or not? Li Banyang trembled in fear. Sun Zhaohai then asked, You claim Sun Mengwu died without blood, that she was poisoned. Have you identified the source of the poison? Zhao Xing replied, This poison is the same as that used in the notorious King of Poisons case 20 years ago. It can only be produced in an ice cellar, that I have been investigating this matter for several days and initially found no leads. However, today I received a letter containing evidence that the 100-Flower Pavilion, owned by Li Banyang, possesses this poison. Li Banyang exclaimed, Are you implying that I am the murderer? I merely state that your establishment harbors poison. I do not accuse you of murder. How could our 100-Flower Pavilion, which thrives on the flesh trade, possibly harbor such malevolent substances? Your Excellency, Constable Zhao, is clearly slandering us. Zhao Xing challenged. What if we can find it? Li Banyang retorted defiantly. If you can find it, I shall swallow it whole. Zhao Xing chuckled and handed the letter to a scribe, who presented it to Sun Zhaohai and the other 2 presiding judges for their perusal. After reviewing the contents, the 3 judges retreated to a side chamber for discussion. After a brief interval, they returned to the main hall. Sun Zhaohai inquired, Li Banyang, do you have a secret chamber in your residence? Li Banyang responded, Yes. What lies within? It contains the contracts of the young ladies and some gold and silver jewelry. Is there anything else? Nothing. Sun Zhaohai commanded. Constable Li, dispatch someone to the 100-Flower Pavilion to search Li Banyang's quarters according to the contents of this letter. In the side chamber. While the case outside was still under deliberation, inside, a game of chess unfolded, with the 2 players engaged in a fierce battle. One, clad in a Taoist robe and wearing a 5-peaked cap, exuded an air of gentility and wisdom. The other was a eunuch dressed in a crimson long robe, flanked by 2 young attendants serving tea. Beside them sat a lady who smiled and remarked, Taoist priest, if this continues, you shall have to concede in just 3 moves. The Taoist glanced at the board, recognizing that he was at a disadvantage. If he continued to play defensively, he would surely lose. He raised his hand and moved a piece, declaring, General. The lady replied, What an unreasonable move. Before the eunuch could speak, she seized the initiative and moved a knight, stating, I capture it. No regrets in making my move. The Taoist chuckled, swiftly moving his knight to occupy a cannon position, breaking free from his own encirclement. The lady feigned annoyance. So you were playing tricks? The eunuch remarked, a splendid strategy of sacrificing the chariot to protect the commander. The Taoist pushed a piece forward, stood up, and declared, Let us conclude this matter at the 100-Flower Pavilion. Chapter 23. A voice from outside the door announced, Lord Qian has arrived. Just as the words were spoken, Qian Shoudao, the beloved husband of Princess Taiping, strolled in. Dressed in casual attire, he had been observing the crowd for some time, and, upon noticing that Li Banyang was struggling alone, stepped forward, Given Qian Shoudao's prominent status in the capital, the three presiding judges dared not neglect him. They rose to pay their respects, but he waved his hand dismissively. I merely happened to be passing by and heard that the Shuntian prefecture was holding a trial, so I thought I would take a glance. I am merely here as a bystander and will not hinder your proceedings. Nevertheless, the three judges were acutely aware that Baiwa Tower was Qian Shoudao's property and that he had the formidable backing of Princess Taiping. His presence was not merely coincidental. The case involving Sun Mengwu had seen the plaintiff become the defendant and the witness turn into the murderer, contrary to their expectations, prompting him to lend support to Li Banyang. Though they were esteemed officials, they had to give deference to Princess Taiping in these times, when the emperor devoted himself to the pursuit of immortality and seldom concerned himself with state affairs. He nonetheless favored Princess Taiping. Even the highest-ranking officials in the cabinet had to consider her standing. Offending her could jeopardize one's career in the court. That Li Banyang spoke with newfound assertiveness. Esteemed gentlemen, although Baiwa Tower may not engage in conventional business, we still maintain a sense of propriety when it comes to matters of great significance. She gestured toward Fan and Zhao. In contrast, these two constables have abused their authority, extorting and demanding bribes. When their wishes are not met, they rain down insults upon us. Just recently, they visited Baiwa Tower and ordered our 4 top courtesans, spending 24 taels of silver, yet they refused to pay. This matter is not just our word. Many guests present at the time bore witness. Gentlemen, you cannot turn a blind eye to this. What a clever diversion. With her artful manipulation, Li Banyang deftly shifted the focus of the conversation. Sun Zhaohai coughed lightly. This matter is unrelated to the case at hand, that if you have grievances, you may report them to the 6 doors. Qian Shoudao chuckled. After all, they are merely businessmen. It is a well-known adage that the common folk should not contend with officials. However, if this allegation holds any truth, I find myself questioning the character of these 2 constables. Fan Shoudao felt his temper flare. Freeloading, extortion. The issue was that they had neither seen the girl nor touched the silver. A baseless accusation, he inquired. I have a question that remains unclear. Might I request your guidance, my lords? What is it? According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, how is one judged for striking another in public? Sun Zhaohai replied. That depends on the extent of the injuries inflicted. For minor injuries, one may face fines. For severe injuries, a sentence of 3 to 5 years that if a life is lost, one must pay with their own life. Qian Shoudao, noticing that Fan Shoudao was merely in his 20s, dismissed him lightly. What is this? Do you intend to strike someone? I wish to strike you. Would you dare to try? Fan Shoudao turned to the crowd. Did you all hear that? He has challenged me to strike him. With that, he approached Qian Shoudao and gently slapped his face. While the act was not physically harmful, it was deeply insulting. Indeed, the nonchalance that had adorned Qian Shoudao's features vanished, replaced by a furious rage. Impudent commoner! How dare you insult me, the prince consort? Sun Zhaohai, I command you to seize him and throw him into the dungeons. Well, Fan Shoudao interjected, my lords, I acknowledge that striking another is wrong, and I plead guilty. You mentioned earlier that for minor offenses, one may simply pay a fine, that I am prepared to offer 10 won in copper coins to settle this matter privately with Lord Qian. 10 won? Is this merely about money? This concerns the dignity of the prince consort, the honor of the imperial family. Can this be resolved with a mere sum of money? Qian Shoudao extracted a gold ingot from his robe and slammed it onto the table. In that case, allow me to strike you, and the gold shall be yours. As a martial scholar, Qian Shoudao was well versed in combat. He intended only to teach Fan Shoudao a lesson, but his fist, driven by pent-up strength and momentum, struck with formidable force. Before he could even make contact, a pitiful wail escaped Fan Shoudao's lips as he was propelled backward, crashing into a stone lion at the entrance of the hall. Boom! The stone lion shattered into 2. Fan Shoudao lay still, his eyes closed, devoid of breath. Zhao Xing, witnessing this, cried out, the prince consort has unleashed violence and committed murder in the hall. Qian Shoudao was taken aback. He had only intended to discipline Fan Shoudao, yet he was now lifeless before him. He was indeed the prince consort, and while he might not fear the ramifications of causing a death in private, he was still a relative of the royal family. With so many witnesses present, if word reached the palace, even Princess Taiping might not be able to shield him from the consequences. Nonsense. I did not even touch him. Zhao Xing placed his hand on Fan Xiaodao's pulse and declared, he shows no signs of life. That blow shattered his heart's pulse. Without 30 years of internal strength, it is impossible to achieve such a feat. The law knows no distinction between the emperor and the commoner. Murder warrants a life for a life. Prince Consort, you have caused a grave disaster. Qian Shoudao, at a loss, lamented, what shall I do now? Zhao Xing whispered, there may yet be a way. I perceive that while his heart pulse has been severed, there is still a chance to save him, that a martial artist of great skill must use their internal power to reconnect his heart pulse, and perhaps he may be spared. Who possesses such abilities? Zhao Xing replied, by coincidence, I possess this skill myself. Then do not hesitate to save him. Saving him is not without cost. It would require the expenditure of 30 years of my internal strength, which is hardly worth the sacrifice. And how old are you? 21. Qian Shoudao responded. Even if you have been cultivating since birth, you surely do not possess 30 years of internal power. Zhao Xing countered. I am gifted and have immersed myself in elixirs and potions since childhood, which has not come without expense. Thus, a year of my cultivation equates to 3 years of others. Then tell me, what must be done to save him? 10 ingots of gold. Qian Shoudao replied, I do not have such a sum on hand. Zhao Xing laughed. No matter, you may write an IOU. Li Banyang, seeing Qian Shoudao in disarray, interjected, Prince Consort, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Zhao Xing warned, if you do not act soon, it may be too late. In a daze, Qian Shoudao borrowed paper and ink from a clerk, hastily wrote the IOU, and handed it to Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing declared, truly, you are the Prince Consort, collecting money to resolve calamities, that I shall immediately assist you in saving him. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. This poor Taoist is unafraid of expending 30 years of internal strength. Allow me to assist this young brother in reconnecting his heart pulse. The crowd looked up to see a Taoist priest clad in robes and wearing a 5-pronged crown entering the hall. Upon seeing him, Sun Zhaohai and the others quickly rose, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to Taoist Master Taiping. Taoist Master Taiping. The common folk, upon hearing this, immediately knelt in reverence. We bow before the national master. In the realm of the Ming dynasty, what held the greatest importance? It was not the cabinet, but rather the Taiping Taoist temple. Although the temple was not an official government office, it held a crucial role in concocting elixirs for the emperor. What could possibly be more significant than the emperor's quest for immortality? The Taoist Master Taiping was the head of the temple. The prime minister may change, but the Taoist Master Taiping is irreplaceable. It is said that the elixirs he concocts possess the power to resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones. For over 20 years, he has garnered the emperor's trust. Even Qian Shoudao dared not act rashly in the presence of the Taoist master. Seeing this, Zhao Xing pinched Fan Xiaodao while saying, Master, your efforts in refining elixirs for the emperor are commendable. There is no need to waste your strength on such a trivial matter. Allow me to handle this instead. Taoist Master Taiping replied, such a minor issue is hardly worth mentioning. Saving a life is more virtuous than building a pagoda of 7 stories that I have lived for 300 years. Expending a bit of internal strength for the sake of saving a life is merely an act of benevolence. Zhao Xing thought to himself, 300 years. Has he become a demon? Just as he was about to decline, Taoist Master Taiping had already approached Fan Xiaodao, placing a hand over his vital point. Zhao Xing's face turned pale. That was one of the 4 fatal points. If the Taoist had any ill intentions, Fan Xiaodao's life would be in jeopardy. The IT was truly a case of self-sabotage. Before the Taoist master could make a move, Fan Xiaodao rolled over and sprang to his feet. Master, your skills are remarkable. Just moments ago, I was on the brink of death, and you pulled me back, and no wonder you have earned the Emperor's trust. You truly possess the ability to communicate with the divine. Though the crowd knew he was speaking nonsense, they dared not voice any doubts. After all, when the emperor conversed with deities, it was the Taoist master who facilitated the communication. To deny Fan Xiaodao would be tantamount to denying the emperor himself. Taoist Master Taiping had remained in the background, but upon sensing the unusual energy within Fan Xiaodao when he collided with the stone lion, he chose to investigate further. Seeing Fan Xiaodao as sharp-wit, he smiled slightly. This young friend is indeed intriguing. We should seek to exchange insights when time permits. Fan Xiaodao replied, there is no need for such exchanges. He picked up the IOU that had fallen to the ground. It is not my place to intervene. Since this young brother is now unharmed, I shall take my leave. The three officials quickly left the hall to personally see Taoist Master Taiping off. Thus, the tumult subsided. At that moment, Li Long, who had been tasked with sealing Baiwa Tower, returned to the Shuntian prefecture. Reporting to the esteemed sirs, I followed the instructions in the letter and searched Baiwa Tower, where I discovered a hidden chamber in Li Banyang's quarters. Upon opening it, a chill filled the air. Inside, measuring half a foot on each side, the box was packed with ice. At its center lay a small transparent glass vial, containing a crimson liquid. Sun Zhaohai inquired of Li Banyang, do you recognize this item? Li Banyang turned pale. Impossible. This iron box is not mine. This morning before I left, I specifically checked my room, and there was no such item. My lords, someone must be framing me. Zhao Xing spoke sharply. Sun Mingwu perished from the poison of Tiamolo. Few are aware of this matter. How do you know? Chapter 24. Doubts Li Bian said, did I ever mention that? Zhao Xing sneered. Are you truly considering those present as deaf? My lord, the case of Sun Mingwu likely harbors deeper secrets. The discovery of Tiamolo at Baiwa Tower undoubtedly implicates Li Bian. That I implore you, my lord, to detain her and revisit this case. Li Bian was utterly flustered. It was all Xiao Qing's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Qing has likely already been silenced by you. Came a voice. Suddenly, a young man dressed as a servant emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Sun Zhaohai and others, performing a deep bow. Fan Xiaodao recognized him as Li Kai, a servant of Baiwa Tower, who had previously informed them about Xiao Qing's murder. My lord, I am Li Kai, a servant of Baiwa Tower. The death of Miss Sun was orchestrated by Li Bian herself. Moreover, she also caused the demise of Miss Xiao Qing. I witnessed this heinous act with my own eyes, that I beseech you, my lord, to see the truth. Seeing her confidant Li Kai step forward, Li Bian felt despair envelop her. She understood she had been abandoned. Li Bian glared at Li Kai. It was you who killed Xiao Qing. Why do you frame me? A barely perceptible smirk crept upon Li Kai's lips. Baiwa Tower remained Baiwa Tower, and Li Bian was a servant of Baiwa Tower, but not her subordinate. Since the higher-ups had decided to forsake Li Bian, it was inevitable that someone must bear the responsibility for this case. As the saying goes, a dead friend does not harm the living, and that person would undoubtedly be Li Bian. Moreover, it was promised that upon her demise, he would become the new master of Baiwa Tower. Exchanging a life for a fortune, such a gamble was worthwhile. With both witness and material evidence present, Li Bian had no opportunity for escape. She caught sight of Qian Fuma in the corner and suddenly rushed forward, grasping his garments. Fuma, save me. He waved dismissively. In truth, we are not very well acquainted. Seeing the case returning to the proper course, Sun Zhaohai inquired, Li Kai, please recount the events of that day. Li Kai respectfully replied, My lord, Miss Sun is our top performer at Baiwa Tower, having earned us considerable wealth over the years. However, I have learned that Miss Sun was not content. In recent months, she had saved enough money to redeem herself and wished to leave Baiwa Tower. Li Bian refused, holding on her contract, which led to several disputes between them. On the 4th day of this month, Miss Sun again quarreled with Li Bian, attempting to leave forcefully to Li Bian, harboring malicious intent, drugged her tea, and subsequently murdered her with a deadly poison. However, during the Huang family's birthday banquet, she devised a scheme to dispose of the body at the Huang residence and coerce Xiao Qing into delivering a message to young Master Lan, hoping to frame him for the crime. Sun Zhaohai asked, Then why was her head severed? Li Kai replied, I am not privy to that information. Li Bian cried out in anguish. You speak falsely. She tore at her hair, appearing frantic, and cast a glance at the crowd, declaring, If you are unkind, do not blame me for being heartless. I will confess everything. None of you shall escape. Du Jinliang, The Deputy Minister of Justice interjected. Lord Sun, since new evidence has emerged, perhaps it is prudent to temporarily detain Li Bian, gather further evidence, and render a judgment at a later date? Sun Zhaohai, wary of escalating the situation, seized the opportunity to agree. I am of a similar mind. Guards, take the criminal Li Bian into custody for further examination. Two officers stepped forward, restraining Li Bian. Li Bian protested. I have not finished speaking. But the officer, seeing her frenzy, refused to heed her words, striking her with a staff and rendering her unconscious before dragging her into the dungeon. With Li Bian condemned, Lan Jili was released on the spot. After exiting the courthouse, Lan Jili walked alongside Fan and Zhao, finally seeing the light of day again. Having regained his life, Lan Jili exhibited no signs of elation. Instead, he appeared somewhat pensive. He bowed deeply to Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing. I am deeply grateful to both of you for your unwavering support. You are my saviors. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. What are your plans moving forward? I intend to remain in the capital for a few days before returning to my hometown in Jiangnan. If you do not mind, I would like to host a banquet for you both in a couple of days. Fan Xiaodao replied, That sounds good. Zhao Xing waved his hand. No need for that. After Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao took their leave, Lan Jili transformed, shedding his timid, frail scholar persona, now bearing an air of cold detachment. Two young men approached Lan Jili. Young master, you must have suffered in prison these past few days. Lan Jili replied, In the past 6 months, I spent several thousand taels of silver to gain Sun Mingwu's trust, only to have it all undone by this oversight. Efforts wasted. Have our people arrived? They entered the capital yesterday, bringing with them 200,000 taels of silver. Arrange a banquet for me. Upon returning to Liaishimen, Fan Xiaodao remarked to Zhao Xing, I sense something amiss. At the very least, Li Kai's testimony contradicts what he told us that day. Moreover, no one has mentioned that letter. And Xiao Qing, Sun Mingwu's maid, is said to have met her end as well, yet her body remains unfound. Zhao Xing nodded in agreement. This matter is far from over. However, if we can deliver justice for Lan Jili, then our efforts have not been in vain. Just then, Coroner's son, Dequan, passed by them. Old son, why the haste? Son Dequan replied, I am tasked with preparing Miss Sun Mingwu's body and have uncovered something. What is it? Such a significant detail had gone unnoticed. However, the investigation had now shifted to Shuntian Prefecture, leaving Liaishimen without authority to intervene. Fan Xiaodao said, I feel quite dissatisfied. Zhao Xing waved his hand. Let it go. You will encounter more of this in the future, and you will become accustomed to it. Did you not notice? This case clearly harbors deeper secrets, and both the Chief Constable and Shuntian Prefecture are either intentionally or unintentionally concealing the truth. Achieving this much is already commendable. Is it truly over? Let it rest, Zhao Xing replied. Brother Xiaodao, you are new to Liaishimen. There is much time ahead. Haste will not yield results. Some cases do not resolve swiftly. Our longest open case has yet to be solved after 20 years. To be by the way, residing in the charity home is not ideal. You should move in with me tomorrow. I have no silver, Zhao Xing remarked. Do you not have a loan receipt for 10 ingots of gold? Go seek it from Prince Qian. After parting ways, as Fan Xiaodao made his way back to the charity home, he was once again intercepted by the woman in white. Is it you again, White Impermanence? The woman in white smiled. Today I have done you a great service. How will you thank me? A great favor does not require thanks. I appreciate your good intentions. Moreover, helping others brings joy, so do not expect a return for a small kindness. Such thoughts can be perilous. Perhaps I could treat you to a bowl of noodles instead? Offended by Fan Xiaodao's retort, the woman remembered how he had splashed noodles on her before, and her anger flared. She brandished her sword, shouting, Die! I am living quite well. Why should I die? Fan Xiaodao replied, Let it go. Had it not been for your letter today, we would not have been able to exonerate young Master Lan. Bowing slightly, he added, Thank you. With your fiery temperament, I would be unable to repay you in this life. Perhaps in the next, I could serve you as a beast of burden. But tell me, how did you know there was a hidden chamber in Li Bian's room? The woman replied, I am privy to such knowledge. Why would I share it with you? I have no interest in knowing, Farewell. As Fan Xiaodao turned to leave, the woman called out, Wait, your words are so disrespectful. I wish to teach you a lesson. I may not be able to defeat you in a fight, but you may not catch me if I run. Young lady, refrain from violence. It will hinder your prospects of marriage. Fan Xiaodao's audacity was truly infuriating, as he spoke nothing but insolence. However, she had come with a purpose. Seeing that he would not engage, she extended her hand. Hand it over. What is it? The woman said. Did you not find a letter on Sun Mingwu? How do you know? I have assisted you greatly today. Asking for that letter in return is not excessive, is it? Fan Xiaodao replied. It is merely an ordinary letter, unless you tell me what secrets it holds. Why should I tell you? Fan Xiaodao shrugged. Then I am afraid I cannot comply. That letter is now with Liaishanmen, and I have no authority to dispose of it that I fear I may disappoint you. At the very least, tell me what it says. Fan Xiaodao countered. Why should I tell you? Seeing him use her words against her, the woman thought him insufferably obstinate. Were it not for her master's orders, she would have already slain him. After a moment of deliberation, she slowly said, This letter is no ordinary one. The death of Sun Mingwu is inextricably linked to it. Fan Xiaodao thought this likely. If it were merely a straightforward murder, why would they go to such lengths, utilizing a long-lost poison like Tiamolo? First the princess, then the prince, and now the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple pressuring Liaishanmen. What should have been a simple case had turned into a convoluted affair, even prompting Chief Constable Zhuge Xinyu to hide for 2 days. Moreover, today, as Li Bian was captured in court, it seemed she was on the verge of revealing something, only to be rendered unconscious. Was it mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Indeed, the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Fan Xiaodao proposed, Why not strike a deal? What sort of deal? You tell me what the letter contains, and I will find a way to deliver it to you. The woman pondered for a moment before slowly uttering 4 words, A piece of intelligence. Chapter 25. The rule's intelligence? The woman in white remarked, Indeed. This piece of information was relayed by my senior sister, who had been lurking in the residence of Prince Pinkong of Northern Zhou for half a year, risking her life in the process. Had it not been for a moment of oversight, Prince Tooba, you might have already perished at her blade. Fan Xiaodao felt a surge of intrigue. For nearly a century, the court had been at odds with Northern Zhou. In recent years, the Emperor of Northern Zhou had worked diligently, harboring grand ambitions, and had annexed considerable territories in the north. 6 months prior, Northern Zhou mobilized an army of 100,000, seeking to confront the court in battle. The emperor even reinstated the legendary warrior, Tooba Yi, who had long been in seclusion in Legay City, aiming to completely seize Phoenix Ridge and thus incorporate the lands north of Yanmen Pass into his domain. However, just as the war loomed, Tooba Yi was assassinated by a female assassin within the royal residence, struck in the chest by a sword. Had his heart not been slightly misaligned compared to ordinary men, he might have already lost his life. Nevertheless, this assassination severely wounded Tooba Yi and successfully averted a war between the two nations. The female assassin, however, faced relentless pursuit from Northern Zhou's elite and ultimately vanished in Phoenix Ridge. This incident had caused quite a stir, and Fan Xiaodao had heard whispers of it during his time in Qingzhou Prefecture. Little did he expect that the one responsible for the assassination of Tooba Yi was the senior sister of the woman before him, explaining her exceptional swordsmanship. Though Fan Xiaodao hailed from humble beginnings, he had always admired such chivalrous figures who took the weight of their nation upon their shoulders. Hearing her words, a profound respect welled up within him. The woman in white continued, For the past 6 months, I have been tracing the whereabouts of this letter. I had heard it was lost in Baiwa Tower, and had kept a close watch there for quite some time, only to discover it had fallen into the hands of Sun Mingwu. I intended to seize the letter while she visited the Huang residence, but unexpectedly, she was murdered. Fan Xiaodao inquired, Was your sneaky activity at the charity house that night also related to this letter? The woman replied, somewhat irritated, What else could it be? Do you truly believe this maiden enjoys mingling with the dead? Fan Xiaodao mused, One can never be certain about such matters. The woman in white glared. You Fan Xiaodao chuckled, Very well, I shall agree to your request. However, you must at least tell me your name. The woman replied, "By Wu Chang, that I merely spoke in jest." "Do you truly go by Wu Chang? Then is your senior sister named He Wu Chang?" The woman's face flushed with anger. "You shall not insult my senior sister." To his surprise, this young lady was quite protective of her senior sister. Speaking of her, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Yet her demeanor suggested she was a novice in the world, naive and lacking in caution, making it easy for Fan Xiaodao to extract information from her. Fan Xiaodao quickly apologized. Bai Wuchang declared, "I shall give you 3 days to retrieve that letter. Otherwise, what will you do?" Bai Wuchang glared fiercely. "I shall kill you. Little Bai, we have no grievances from the past nor animosities today." Such threats are truly the mark of a hero. How about this? Within 3 days, I will help you obtain the letter, and in return, you will provide me with 100 taels of silver. Bai Wuchang looked at him with disdain. "I never imagined you to be such a greedy and lascivious fellow. If we are to speak of greed, I concede. However, as for lasciviousness, that is a mere slander." "Is that so? How many times have you visited Baiwa Tower in recent days?" Fan Xiaodao feigned innocence. "I went there to investigate for work, you understand?" Bai Wuchang retorted. "Is it not because you lack funds? I am not like you adventurers. However, I am quite curious. How do esteemed heroes like yourselves eat, dress, and earn a living? If you have any lucrative opportunities, do consider me that I have a wealthy father." Fan Xiaodao grinned. "Could you inquire if your father needs a son? He needs a son dash and dash law. Do you think I might qualify?" Bai Wuchang replied coldly. "You have no chance that my father dislikes those who are smooth-tongued and speak without thought. If he were to see someone like you, he might well knock you out with a single punch. Not just my father. Even my brother would likely give you a good beating." "What is your brother's name?" "Bai Zhanshi." Fan Xiaodao mumbled. "Ah, that dish is quite to my liking." The following day, Fan Xiaodao took half a day off and moved into Zhao Xing's residence with Li Qingyou. This residence belonged to Zhao Xing's ancestors, passed down to him by his grandfather. The courtyard was modest, typical of a well-to-do family. Later, Zhao Xing's father achieved academic success and rose through the ranks to become the Minister of Rights, residing in a grand estate. For reasons unknown, his grandfather refused to relocate, and upon his passing, Zhao Xing inherited this house. The residence comprised 5 main rooms, with 2 wing rooms on each side. The courtyard held a few jujube trees. After procuring some necessary items, Zhao Xing brought forth the contract and requested Fan Xiaodao's signature. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "I am merely borrowing your home for a few days. Once I find a suitable place, I will move out." "There is no need for such formality." Zhao Xing responded earnestly. "Even blood brothers must settle accounts clearly." Reluctantly, Fan Xiaodao signed, "However, I must be frank. I cannot pay rent up front. I am without funds." "Never have I met someone so unabashed in declaring their impoverishment." Zhao Xing commented, "I am not unreasonable. The rent is 2 taels of silver monthly, with 3% interest on the debt. Whenever you wish to leave, settle the dues." With that, Zhao Xing went out to patrol the streets. Zhao Xing was merely a red-clad captain, a rank above the blue-clad constables, and had his own street patrol duties. When there were cases to investigate, he did so. When not, he patrolled, organized records, and managed some paperwork. Fortunately, Zhao Xing was meticulous in his work, so he did not find it burdensome. In contrast, Fan Xiaodao's job was considerably easier. He was a miscellaneous worker in the prison department, lacking even a formal position as a jailer. Moreover, he was a specially recruited worker, assigned to deliver meals to a certain. Though his pay was slightly higher than that of ordinary jailers, the jailers managed prisoners and had many avenues for making money. They did not rely solely on this meager salary. Hence, they did not envy Fan Xiaodao. Others earned their living through hard work. Delivering meals to that individual was akin to risking one's life. It was entirely possible that the old monster might go mad one day and end his life, as had happened before. Previously, the head of the prison had established a rule. Meals were to be delivered every 3 days, in recent years. Far too many lives have been lost inside, but this individual had a special status. They could neither be killed nor released. This duty, in fact, granted Fan Xiaodao a bit more freedom. Once settled, Li Qingyou asked, What should I do? Fan Xiaodao pondered for a moment and said earnestly, Qingyo, you have followed me for many years, consuming my resources and even causing me some troubles. Yet, while you may not have contributed much in terms of merit, you have endured hardships and exerted effort. I plan to place a greater burden upon your shoulders, entrusting you with more responsibilities. What responsibilities? Fan Xiaodao replied. While Zhao Xing is away, I hereby appoint you as the steward of this residence. Li Qingyo exclaimed in delight. Steward of what? Washing clothes, sweeping floors, buying groceries, cooking meals. Apart from handling money, you will oversee everything. Doesn't that simply make me a servant? Fan Xiaodao earnestly advised, do not underestimate these seemingly trivial tasks. Without taking small steps, one cannot traverse great distances that if one cannot even manage a single room, how can they hope to conquer the world? I am growing older and more magnanimous. If you work diligently, when our second and third uncles retire, the future leader of Haifeng village shall surely be you. Li Qingyo protested. That simply will not do. A man of stature, standing 7 feet tall, cannot be reduced to such menial tasks. Fan Xiaodao conceded true. Perhaps you should go to the labor site in the south of the city, moving bricks, building walls, and digging tunnels, preparing for our future endeavors with the 6 doors to seek my adoptive father's relics, honing your fundamental skills. That sounds too exhausting, that if you refuse this, then what else? Did I not just provide you with a large bowl? Why not become a beggar and solicit alms on the street? Fan Xiao, a mountain bandit begging on the streets? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to my dignity? Fan Xiaodao continued to persuade, consider it. With my and Zhao Xing's official standing, who in the entire city would dare to provoke you? It won't be long before you become the leader of the beggars. Ruling over the beggar sect, in every profession, there are those who excel, who will dare to look down upon you in the future. That makes sense, Li Qingyo agreed, that I shall go right away. Fan Xiaodao cautioned. However, this is merely your side endeavor. Your primary responsibility remains the steward duties. After a haphazard lunch, Fan Xiaodao reported to the 6 doors in the afternoon. Being a miscellaneous worker in this capacity meant he was considered an extraneous member of the 6 doors, yet completing all the necessary procedures took over an hour. Fortunately, with Zhao Xing's recommendation and Zhuge Xinyu's nod of approval, it was merely a formality. The head jailer he had previously met familiarized him with the workings of the 6 doors prison and introduced him to the esteemed Master Zhang Rui, the head of the prison department. Master Zhang oversaw the entire prison, and though somewhat stern, he did not exert any official authority. He merely offered Fan Xiaodao some earnest advice to work diligently and adhere to the rules of the 6 doors. Fan Xiaodao repeatedly expressed his agreement. Finally, he went to pay his respects to Deputy Chief Li Beihai. The head jailer reminded him, you must prepare a gift for Deputy Chief Li. Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, as a newcomer, what gift could I possibly bring? And promptly declined. Indeed, when Li Beihai met him and saw his empty hands, Indeed, I do. Did you not prepare anything? No, I did not. Deputy Chief Li remarked, you approach me empty-handed, showing disrespect to this official. It seems you must learn the rules of the 6 doors properly. Zhang Jailer, keep a close watch on this fellow from now on. Let us dock 3/10 from his monthly stipend. Zhang Jailer cast a glance at Fan Xiaodao, wearing a bittersweet smile. Fan Xiaodao asked, what stipend? How much is your monthly salary? 1 tael and 2 qian. Merely delivering meals each day, and you earn over a tael of silver. That is quite a lucrative position. Then you shall pay 2 qian monthly. Why? That is the rule, he added, the rule I established. Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, this is more like banditry than banditry. And if I refuse to pay? Refuse. This official has plenty of ways to deal with you. That he lifted his teacup. You may leave now. Zhang Jailer advised, Brother Xiaodao, you ought not to offend Master L. Do you also have to pay a stipend? Among the 30 or so brothers in the prison department, some pay 1 qian, while others pay 5 qian, without exception. Does Master Zhang not oversee this? Although Master Zhang is the chief, he has other duties in the Ministry of Justice. The daily affairs in our prison are managed by Deputy Chief Li. What about the Chief Constable? Is he aware of this? We are merely trying to make a living. Who would bother to report such matters to the Chief Constable? Besides, given his status, we would not have the opportunity to speak to him. Fan Xiaodao was not one to swallow his pride easily, that he declared, If no one else oversees this, then I shall take it upon myself. You are newly arrived and must tread carefully within the office. Avoid causing trouble at all costs. That it was not that Zhang Jailer feared Fan Xiaodao would cause trouble. Rather, it was because he had finally found someone who could withstand the temper of that old monster. Just days earlier, the old monster had even praised him, and if Fan Xiaodao were to be driven away, it would be Zhang Jailer and the others who would face the consequences. Zhang Jailer added, "By the way, this morning, room 1 needs red braised tofu. I have ordered it prepared. You should take it over." Chapter 26. The Sub-Landlord, room number 1. After listening to Fan Xiaodao's account of the case involving Sun Mengwu, Yi Hua merely smiled. Such matters were hardly worthy of his attention. However, he found himself quite intrigued by a letter mentioned by Fan Xiaodao. "If the opportunity arises, do transcribe that letter for me. I have ample leisure time, and it would serve as a delightful diversion." Fan Xiaodao queried. "You possess such a remarkable skill?" Yi Hua replied haughtily. "In my prime, I roamed the world, renowned as the most astute man under heaven. Such trivialities pose no challenge to me to this day. No one has emerged who can match my intellect." Fan Xiaodao, sensing the underlying tension, inquired, "Yet, how is it that you find yourself ensnared here?" Yi Hua's expression darkened. "Are you adept at conversation?" He sighed, "Alas, my brilliance was both my triumph and my downfall. In the days of conflict between my sacred sect and the martial arts of the Central Plains, the entire realm of martial arts fell like paper before us, vanquished by our sacred sect. Had it not been for an unexpected turn of events, I would not have been outmaneuvered by Song Jingang, becoming but a fish in a net. Nonetheless, I concede, being captured by Song Jingang is a fate I accept with respect. He is one of the 3.5 individuals I have ever admired." 3.5? Why the fractional count? Who are the others? Yi Hua deftly evaded the question, turning instead to expound. "If we were to categorize the wise men of the world, they could be divided into 3 types. The first type possesses a keen intellect, calculating every detail and adept at strategy. They design, plan, and execute, treating all as mere pawns. Such individuals may be renowned masters of the martial world, wealthy merchants, or high-ranking officials. Is intelligence thus tiered?" Fan Xiaodao queried, intrigued. "And what are the second type?" "The second type relies on influence, creating momentum and seizing opportunities, excelling in strategic foresight, achieving victory from afar. Those who can discern the crux amidst chaos are exceedingly rare. Out of this second category, there are but 3 individuals in the world today. One of them is Shen Zhongmo, a high-ranking scholar in the current cabinet." Shen Zhongmo. Though Fan Xiaodao had long resided in Qingzhou, he had heard of this man. At 35, he entered the cabinet as the youngest high-ranking scholar, ranking 7th. Yet for over 20 years, he seemed stagnant, overly cautious in court, earning the reputation of a notorious people-pleaser. Among those who entered the cabinet after him, some younger officials had already surpassed him, while Shen Zhongmo remained perpetually 7th, leading to the moniker Old Seven Shen. Moreover, this Shen was known for his muddled demeanor, often appearing disheveled and a source of much amusement in public discourse. Fan Xiaodao could not comprehend why Yi Hua ranked such a man among the second tier of intelligence. "And the third tier?" Fan Xiaodao pressed, that Yi Hua responded. "The third type seeks the great way, authoring texts and transcending the ordinary, a feat not achievable in a single lifetime. In other words, it is non-existent," Yi Hua continued. "In today's world, there exists but one." "Who is it?" Yi Hua's gaze turned wistful as he replied. "It is my esteemed mentor. In his youth, he attained enlightenment at Longchang, establishing a unique lineage, and during the Ahu conference, he expounded on his teachings for 3 days, attracting numerous followers. In those days, I was fortunate to receive his guidance, which contributed to the sake. However, the subsequent conflict over the legitimacy of the White Horse Temple devolved into a catastrophic upheaval in the martial world. Following that battle, the sacred sect fragmented, devolving into what you now term a demonic cult. Alas! At this point, he could not help but reflect on the past. The upheaval of 20 years ago, the battle between righteousness and evil, was a well-documented chapter in the annals of martial history. The so-called demonic cult had indeed committed heinous atrocities, inciting the righteous sects to form an alliance and engage in a life-or-death struggle, ultimately leading to the triumph of justice. Yet, Song Jingang dismissed such narratives with disdain. Fan Xiaodao had once implored Song Jingang to recount this chapter of martial history, as he had been the leader of the martial alliance, but Song Jingang had refused to speak of it. Instead, he had gleaned fragments of information from his uncle Yang Qing, primarily regarding the demonic cult's principles, which contradicted the teachings of the sages, promoting concepts of yin and yang and the manipulation of matter, ultimately branded as heretical by the emperor. They are located on the second row of the bookshelf. Should you find them intriguing, you might consider studying them. Studying them will transform me into the world's most intelligent individual. While not quite, you would not be far off. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "Very well. Which one shall I begin with?" "All of them." Fan Xiaodao surveyed the shelf, a full row housing hundreds of tomes that he initially assumed that Yi Zhihua was simply an avid reader. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that these volumes comprised millions of characters, an impressive feat of daily writing. He had always been clever and quick-witted, yet he had little affinity for reading. As he would say, he was a bandit, not a scholar, and had no need to excel in academic pursuits. Nevertheless, Fan Xiaodao was not entirely averse to reading. At the very least, he had thoroughly perused the illustrated editions of Jinping Mei and Deng Chao Monastery until they were well ingrained in his memory. Goodness, perhaps I should reconsider. I could spend this time more enjoyably drinking and boasting with Zhao Xing. Yi Zhihua shook his head and sighed. Do you not realize that you are foregoing an opportunity to become the world's most intelligent man? I apologize, but becoming an intelligent... If you truly have time to spare, why not impart a few unparalleled martial skills to me? It would afford me a greater chance of survival in future confrontations. Yi Zhihua scoffed. Song Jingyang's martial prowess was once on par with mine. Given your aptitude, should you dedicate yourself to training, your achievements could rival his. However, I have assessed your abilities. You still bear the influence of Yun Shou Yanqing and Lei Lai, and your skills are a hodgepodge lacking in refinement. Many of your techniques merely grasp the form without capturing the essence. For instance, the Heavenly Sound Wave and the Heavenly Thunder Strike from the Diamond Fist are both second-tier techniques, yet you have simplified them into mindless moves. Learn martial arts from me. Should this knowledge reach the martial world, I would be embarrassed to bear the consequences. Fan Xiaodao bristled. I say, senior, if you refuse to teach, must you also chastise me? Your martial prowess may be unparalleled, yet you too find yourself confined here. How do you intend to escape? This comment seemed to strike a chord with Yi Zhihua. The world is vast, yet I have no place to stand. Even if I were to escape, where would I go? When one's mind is imprisoned, every place becomes a cage. Moreover, while the Zhu clan may not dare to kill me, they certainly do not wish to see me thrive. Upon exiting the prison, Fan Xiaodao inhaled the fresh air deeply. He had never aspired to be an intelligent individual, nor to become the foremost expert in the world. What good is cleverness if one is imprisoned? What value is high martial skill when his adoptive father was also framed, becoming a target of the court? Fan Xiaodao harbored no grand ambitions that he believed in seizing the day, indulging in pleasures, and embracing a common, unremarkable life. This was his personal creed. Just as Zhao Xing returned from his patrol, Fan Xiaodao was about to seek him out at the thief-catching office when he collided with a stout figure. Niu Dafu. Fan Xiaodao, what brings you here? And you, what brings you here? Niu Dafu replied. You must know, there was a recent upheaval at our home regarding the case of Sun Mengwu. My father spent a considerable sum to keep us out of trouble. Now that things have settled, I thought it unwise to linger outside, so I promised my father that I would return to the 6 doors to serve. And you, why are you dressed as a common laborer? Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, he was not here to be a laborer, but had other designs. Being a laborer is merely a temporary measure. Niu Dafu immediately regained his confidence, pointing to his blue-collared constable uniform adorned with 3 gold lines. Did you see? A level 3 blue constable to M.Y. admission here is thanks to influential connections that if I can achieve a few significant accomplishments, I will swiftly rise to the rank of red-collared captain, that we are brothers. Rest assured, if anyone troubles you at 6 doors, I will protect you. Fan Xiaodao replied. That sounds splendid, that if anyone attempts to withhold my wages, will you stand up for me? Li Beihai, the deputy chief of the prison. That, Niu Dafu suddenly faltered, likely having heard of Li Beihai's notorious reputation. How much is he withholding from you? 2 taels a month. Niu Dafu scoffed. 2 taels? Is that even worth mentioning? And how much is your monthly salary? Niu Dafu replied, 801. However, my father has promised that as long as I am not dismissed from 6 doors, he will provide me with an additional 50 taels as pocket money. If I can solve cases or achieve accolades during competitions, additional compensation is negotiable. 50 taels as pocket money, that he spoke of it so casually. Fan Xiaodao's expression remained calm, yet his heart surged with tumult. Back in Qingzhou, leading dozens of brothers and risking life and limb for a robbery, he was fortunate to earn only 40 to 50 taels a month, yet here it was merely pocket money. Truly, reincarnation is an art form. By the way, do you have a place to stay in the capital? I'm also planning to move out. Your family possesses such a vast estate. Even if you sleep in a different room each day, you wouldn't run out of space in a month. Why move out? Niu Dafu explained, having an old man constantly nagging in my ear, criticizing my spending or berating my lack of knowledge, has left my ears nearly calloused. It would be far better to move out for a bit of peace. Do you have any suitable places? Fan Xiaodao replied, I do have a place. I have rented a courtyard with 2 vacant rooms. I could offer you one that the courtyard is indeed peaceful and elegant, but the rent is somewhat steep that I find it challenging to shoulder the cost alone. Niu Dafu chuckled. Then it's settled that I'll take 1 room for 2 taels a month. Is that sufficient? Well, then let us add a bit more, 5 taels, covering 3 meals. But rest assured, I generally want to be home for dinner. Fan Xiaodao remarked, we are both straightforward individuals. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We should draft a contract. Do we really need a contract between brothers? Even close brothers must keep accounts clear. Fan Xiaodao retrieved ink and paper, replicating the contract from the previous day with Zhao Xing, producing 2 copies in black and white, signing them to finalize the agreement, each party retaining a copy for their records. Chapter 27. The Great Thief of the Northeast. That evening, Niu Dafu moved into Zhao Xing's residence, but he felt somewhat displeased with Fan Xiaodao for bringing Niu Dafu home without Zhao Xing's consent. However, given their contractual agreement, which did not stipulate any prohibition against subletting, and Zhao Xing's reputation for honoring his word, he chose not to voice his concerns. Niu Dafu was affiliated with the 2nd group of the Thief Capture Division, under the direct supervision of Ding Yi, a man known for his exceptional investigative skills and knack for flattery, which had paved a smooth path for his career. Nevertheless, Zhao Xing held a disdain for him, and thus, Niu Dafu received no warm regard from Zhao. Although Niu Dafu worked in the Thief Capture Division, he occupied an internal position, primarily tasked with menial duties and the organization of case files, rather than engaging in fieldwork. His corpulent physique rendered him ill-suited for patrolling the streets. Should he encounter a petty thief, he could only stare in bewilderment. Furthermore, Huang Yukai harbored concerns for Niu Dafu's safety and had discreetly provided some funds to Yang Desui for his protection. In the ensuing days, routines fell back into place. The trio would set out together. After reporting for duty at the Lushan Men, Zhao Xing would patrol the streets while Niu Dafu remained at the Thief Capture Division to sort through documents, leaving Fan Xiaodao with the lightest workload. His responsibilities were rather unique, as he was solely tasked with delivering meals to Yi Hua every 3 days. The rest of the time was ostensibly free for him, but due to an unfortunate first impression left on Li Beihai, he found himself embroiled in additional chores, including cleaning the dungeons, much to his chagrin. Initially, Fan Xiaodao had hoped to familiarize himself with his colleagues in order to seek out hidden pathways. However, Lushan Men sprawled over dozens of acres and had recently undergone renovations, making inquiries on such matters awkward and impractical. The case of Sun Mingwu gradually cooled after a few days of fervent discussion. Lacking further evidence, it was classified as an ordinary criminal case. When the case files were handed over, Fan Xiaodao seized the opportunity to extract a letter from Zhao Xing, intending to deliver it to Bai Wuchang. However, when the 3-day deadline passed without Bai Wuchang's appearance, he ultimately handed the letter to Yi Hua, who had ample time to ponder its contents while incarcerated. Li Banyang was sentenced to prison, a decision that served the interests of certain individuals in the capital. Yet, she was not one to readily confess, enduring brutal torture in the Shuntian prefecture's prison without yielding to accusations. One day, Zhao Xing approached Fan Xiaodao, stating, "Li Banyang has specifically requested to see us." Fan Xiaodao replied, puzzled, "We share no acquaintance with her. What could she possibly want? It is news from the Shuntian prefecture. That woman is quite obstinate, claiming she will only confess upon our arrival." Fan Xiaodao took leave from Zhang Laotu and accompanied Zhao Xing to the Shuntian prefecture. Compared to the Lu Shanmen prison, the Shuntian prefecture's jail was significantly smaller, housing mostly petty criminals. Nonetheless, the interior was similarly dim and permeated by a foul odor. They encountered Li Banyang, bloodied and unrecognizable. Once, she had been resplendent, exuding an air of superiority. This sight stirred a pang of sympathy in Fan Xiaodao. Zhao Xing, however, remained cold and unyielding. "Li Banyang, we have come." Barely clinging to life, upon hearing their voices, Li Banyang grasped at the chance like a lifeline. "Gentlemen, I am being framed. I had a dispute with Mengwu, but I did not kill her. The true murderer is someone else. Who is it? I cannot say." Zhao Xing turned to leave. Desperate, Li Banyang called after them. "Though my involvement in Sun Mengwu's death is undeniable, I was merely a bystander. The real mastermind is another. I can reveal his name, but you must guarantee my safety." Zhao Xing halted, scrutinizing her. "You have no standing to negotiate terms with me. Speak if you wish. Otherwise, I have no interest in your words." Li Banyang retorted, "Having dealt with officials for many years, I expected you too to be different from the rest, but I see you are no different." Zhao Xing replied, "As court constables, it is our duty to capture criminals and thieves. We are no different from anyone else. The case of Sun Mengwu is extensive, involving multiple government offices and even members of the royal family. Then my life is worthless. Even if I dared to speak, would you dare to listen?" Fan Xiaodao was unimpressed by Li Banyang's attempts at manipulation. "Not interested." "Zhao Xing, let us leave," Li Banyang insisted. "Once imprisoned, I know I am as good as dead. However, I, Li Banyang, might not come closer." They stepped forward, and Li Banyang whispered a name in their ears. Upon leaving the prison, both were taken aback by the revelation Li Banyang had divulged. "Do you believe her? A dying person will say anything." Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What now? Shall we continue the investigation?" Zhao Xing countered, "Do you dare to pursue it?" Fan Xiaodao shook his head. "Investigating is your division's responsibility. I am merely a servant delivering meals. However, knowing your character, you will not rest until you uncover the truth." Zhao Xing chuckled. "You are trying to lure me into a trap. Then by all means jump in." Zhao Xing wore a knowing smile. To survive in the government, remember these 4 words. Seek profit and avoid harm. What Li Banyang has confessed is enough to warrant a death sentence. Her words stem from resentment that if you heed her, you may not even know how you will meet your end while navigating the capital. Should you wish, I can speak to the chief constable and request your transfer to the thief capture division. Fan Xiaodao waved his hands repeatedly. His ambitions for joining Lu Shanmen were simple: to reclaim what his adoptive father had left for him. If he were to join the thief capture division, he would be entangled with murder cases all day, and his head would likely explode from the stress. Zhao Xing remarked, "The case of Sun Mengwu is already settled, yet her maid, Xiao Qing, remains missing, which is still a point of contention. But didn't Li Kai say that Xiao Qing was killed and disposed of by 2 thieves from the northeast?" Zhao Xing replied, "I have conducted my inquiries. According to Li Kai's description, the 2 culprits are notorious escaped criminals. Point 1, known as Song Tianba, has a goat-like beard and wields a pair of separation hooks, earning the nickname Tiankin. The other, named Yang Wei, carries a ghost-headed knife and is marked by a blue birthmark on his face, dubbed Qing Mian Shou. These 2 have been wreaking havoc in the northeast and are already on the imperial wanted list. They would never dare to commit crimes in the capital." It was now noon, and they found themselves in front of Songha Tower. Fan Xiaodao rubbed his stomach. "Having been in the capital for several days, I have yet to treat you to a proper meal. How could I allow you to spend your money, Zhao Xing?" Zhao Xing maintained a stern demeanor. "I will introduce you. You will pay." That seems inappropriate. You rented my house to Nyo Dafu and charged him 5 taels of silver a month. Did I ever object? Fan Xiaodao cursed. That blabbering fool? We are bound by a confidentiality agreement. Let us go. Second landlord. Hongguang Tower is an established name in the capital, offering a wide variety of exquisite dishes at reasonable prices, catering to the common folk. Thus, the dining hall was perpetually bustling with patrons. After waiting for some time on the first floor, the two finally secured a table. Fan Xiaodao allowed Zhao Xing to sit first while he dashed to the front to place their order. Before long, the food arrived, a large bowl of stir-fried cabbage and 2 enormous steamed buns the size of wash basins. Zhao Xing frowned. Is this all we are having? With such a large bowl of vegetables and those giant buns? Is it not enough? If it isn't, I can order more. What about drinks? Fan Xiaodao replied. We should refrain from drinking while on duty. While they discussed, 2 burly men entered the establishment. One bore the waiter approached them, saying, I apologize, esteemed guests, but the restaurant is full. Perhaps you could wait for a moment? The one with the goat beard growled. I came to eat. I am doing you a favor, and you dare to make me wait. Do you believe I want to tear your establishment down? The waiter, accustomed to dealing with all sorts of patrons, remained unfazed and continued to apologize profusely. The man with the birthmark suggested, Brother, it's crowded here. Why not find another place? But the goat-bearded man insisted. Why change? We just completed a lucrative deal and deserve to treat ourselves. That I've heard the ladies at Baiwa Tower are delightful. After a hearty meal and drinks, I'll take you to experience it. But it's too crowded here. Isn't it? From the moment they entered, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing had been observing them closely. The goat-bearded man noticed their scrutiny and scowled. What are you staring at? Fan Xiaodao, undeterred, retorted. What is it to you? The goat-bearded man sneered. You two are just kids, and you're unarmed. Today, I'm in a good mood and want to kill you, but if you vacate this seat, I'll spare your lives. Just as Fan Xiaodao was about to explode with anger, Zhao Xing interjected. There are other seats available. Why not sit down and have a word? Smart of you. The 2 men plopped down at their table and glanced at the food laid out. Is this all you're having? I can't stand a meal without meat. Zhao Xing remarked. If I'm not mistaken, you are the infamous Tian Can, Song Tianba, and Qing Mian Shou, Yang Wei. It is said that while you were terrorizing the Northeast, you even resorted to cannibalism. Am I correct? Song Tianba, upon hearing this, replied, Ah, fellow wanderers of the martial world, it seems my brother and I have made quite a name for ourselves here in the capital. Zhao Xing inquired, What brings you to the capital, and what sort of business are you engaged in? Song Tianba, recognizing the probing nature of the question, responded evasively, Just a small venture with little profit. However, brother, this is our first meeting. While we appreciate your admiration for our reputation, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to pry so deeply. May I ask your names? Zhao Xing replied, I have something for you to take a look at. With that, he placed the badge of a Lushan Min Constable on the table. Chapter 28. The Tomb Robbers. Upon seeing the waist token, the expressions of the 2 men dramatically shifted. The Constable of the 6 Doors. In the world of martial arts, the common folk have always harbored a deep-seated fear of those within the government. For they are not merely contending with a single soldier or a sect, but rather an entire bureaucratic system. In a deserted area, they might resort to violence. But amidst the bustling crowd of Songha Tower, where eyes abound, and their physical characteristics are so conspicuously pronounced, any attempt at aggression would ultimately lead to their own downfall. Moreover, since the court implemented new policies in the realm of martial arts, the 6 Doors established a special department to oversee the major sects across the land. An increasing number of martial arts experts have joined the 6 Doors or been conscripted by the court. The 2 thieves from the Northeast understood their precarious position and had come to the capital in hopes of establishing themselves, only to find themselves targeted by the authorities after their very first venture. With faces filled with wariness, they exchanged glances and prepared to flee. Zhao Xing coolly commanded, Sit down. Obediently, the 2 men complied, and Song Tianba instantly donned a facade of affability, saying, What can we do for you, esteemed officer? On the 4th of August, You two engaged in a transaction? A sudden jolt of dread coursed through Song Tianbai's heart. This was bad. Their secret was exposed. Yet he refused to concede, saying, "We only arrived in the capital on the 4th of August. How could we have made any transactions?" "You jest, esteemed officer." Fan Xiaodao slammed the table, exclaiming, "Do we look like jesters?" The green-faced beast, Yang Wei, interjected, "Indeed you do." "Not at all. However, esteemed officers, we are merely two newcomers who conducted a rather inconsequential transaction. Today, we were merely here to collect our debt. While it may be somewhat dubious, it is certainly within the bounds of the Ming laws." Zhao Xing coldly retorted, "Enough of your prattle. I ask you, where is the corpse?" At the mention of the word corpse, the two men could no longer remain seated. They sprang to their feet and bolted for the door. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing pursued them, as their accomplice yelled from behind, "You haven't settled the bill yet." But they paid no heed, closely tailing their quarry. Seeing that the two were relentless in their pursuit, Song Tianba and Yang Wei took advantage of the crowded street to push through the stalls of small vendors, creating chaos that left Fan and Zhao in a precarious position, forcing them to shout. "The 6 doors are apprehending notorious thieves. Bystanders, clear the way." Realizing escape was futile, Song Tianba and Yang Wei split up, with Fan and Zhao each pursuing one of them. The entire Xuanwu street erupted into turmoil. Fortunately, Fan Xiaodao, having practiced martial arts, was swift enough to corner Song Tianba in a dead end. With a grin, he taunted, "Why stop running now?" Clang! Song Tianba drew his hook weapon, aimed it at Fan Xiaodao, and warned, "Don't come any closer. Blades are indiscriminate. If I am pushed too far, I will take us both down." Fan Xiaodao replied. He swiftly dodged and struck Song Tianba in the ribs. However, Song Tianba feigned an attack to the left, and without lingering for a fight, slipped out of the alley and fled. Should he burst onto the street, the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. But Fan Xiaodao was not about to let him escape. He leaped forward to block Song Tianba's path. Desperate, Song Tianba saw a man emerging from a courtyard, hurriedly crossing his path. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the man by his collar and held his hook to his throat, declaring, "Don't come any closer, or I shall slay him." Fan Xiaodao, wary of endangering the hostage, had no choice but to relent. From within the courtyard, a woman cried out, "Help, we've been robbed." At that moment, a lady emerged, pointing at the hostage. "This wicked slave just knocked our master unconscious and stole our silver." "Thank you, valiant hero. Please take him to the authorities." Song Tianba was taken aback, capturing a hostage, and it turned out to be a suspect. This was rather awkward that he asked, "What should we do?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "Why ask me? Are you hoping to receive an award for valor?" The hostage, having just committed a crime and laden with treasure, pleaded, "Brother, brother, let us travel together. Release me, and we shall split the wealth." Unmoved, Song Tianba shoved the hostage towards Fan Xiaodao and fled. Fan Xiaodao quickly subdued the man by sealing his acupoints, instructing the woman, "Bind him tightly and hurry to report this." With that, he resumed his pursuit. The two men raced towards the outskirts of the city. Out of breath, Song Tianba gasped, "Brother, we're all just trying to make a living. Is it necessary to chase us to the ends of the earth?" Fan Xiaodao stated, "You two are implicated in a homicide. If you are wise, accompany me back for questioning." Song Tianba, perplexed, replied, "Homicide? We've never harmed anyone in our dealings. How could there be a murder? Then why did you flee at the mention of corpse?" Song Tianba insisted, "That is precisely the business we are in. Yet you claim to be innocent." Song Tianba repeated, "We regularly deal with corpses, but have always abided by the law, never engaging in murder or trafficking. To be frank, we are renowned tomb robbers from the Northeast. Not long ago, we were contracted for a job that was supposed to be lucrative, but upon excavation, we found nothing but a chamber pot that we just delivered it to our client a few days ago, and only received our payment today." Fan Xiaodao scoffed. "Even the chamber pot of the Empress Dowager of Qin is not worth 100 taels of silver. As far as I know, you are being pursued by the authorities in the Northeast." Song Tianba lamented, "That is pure fabrication, a vendetta against us. We, the two heroes of the Northeast, are bound by brotherhood and engage in righteous deeds. The governor of Fushun, Zhao Jinya, has been tyrannical, oppressing the locals that my brother and I, unable to bear his injustices, sought to teach him a lesson. Lacking any other skills, we excavated his ancestral grave. Enraged, Zhao Jinya issued a bounty on our heads, and he even implicated us in several unresolved cases. Seeing no future for us in the Northeast, we ventured to the capital to seek our fortune, only to encounter you esteemed officers. Fan Xiaodao, observing the earnestness in his words, was cautious, knowing that appearances can be deceiving. Are you truly not lying? I swear on your ancestors' names. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by lightning. Bang! A punch sent Song Tianba flying. Facing death and still being cheeky, Fan Xiaodao remarked, whether or not you've lied, take me to the place of your tomb robbing, and the truth shall be revealed. With Fan Xiaodao apprehending Song Tianba, they made their way to the eastern part of the city. In the vast expanse of the capital, the east is impoverished while the west is affluent. The residents of the eastern district are predominantly common folk. Beyond the city gates lay a chaotic graveyard, with tombs densely packed and overgrown with weeds. Many graves were bare, with few even possessing tombstones. Some impoverished souls, unable to afford proper funerals, were left in this desolate graveyard, their remains wrapped in bamboo mats and straw. Wild dogs and vultures circled overhead, eyeing the living with predatory intent, believing them to be intruders seeking to snatch their meal. Even in daylight, the sight sent chills down Fan Xiaodao's spine. Just as he was about to verify Song Tianba's claim, he heard Yang Wei's voice. Esteemed officer, we are truly not murderers. Please spare us. We shall leave the capital at once. Once back in the Northeast, I will burn incense and bow to you day and night, offering paper money in your honor. Ouch! Be gentle. Don't hit me. My body cannot withstand it. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing reconvened. However, Yang Wei's condition was far worse than Song Tianba's, that his hands were bound behind him, his face bruised and swollen, rendering his birthmark nearly unrecognizable. As they compared accounts, they found little discrepancy in their stories. Both insisted they were tomb robbers, not thieves. Yet the claims of Li Kai, with vivid details, did not seem fabricated. Have you offended anyone recently? Zhao Xing inquired. Song Tianba replied, in our line of work, we only deal with the dead. It's not unusual to offend ghosts. Since arriving in the capital less than a month ago, we haven't crossed anyone. Yang Wei suddenly recalled. Wait, brother. Remember that day we arrived in the capital? We went to Baiwa Tower to find some women, but we had no money, and someone played a trick on us. That day was the 4th of August. We intended to skip out on the bill, but the attendant didn't pursue us and instead offered us a peculiar task. Fan Xiaodao questioned. Skipping out on a bill is one thing, but getting beaten for a woman, was it worth it? Yang Wei explained. You don't understand. Baiwa Tower offers food, drink, and women. Skipping the bill means getting beaten. Whether for a meal or for entertainment, it's the same punishment. Why not choose the option that provides more value and enjoyment? Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao found their reasoning compelling. It appeared that their previous escapade of avoiding a bill paled in comparison. Zhao Xing, however, was uninterested in such matters and pressed. What task? Yang Wei elaborated. They gave us a large sack of stones to toss into the small lake out. We thought it was trivial, and it spared us a beating, so we agreed. Just stones? Song Tianba vowed. Only stones. Lead the way. With Fan and Zhao taking the two Northeast heroes into custody, they returned to the city and arrived outside the Duke of Jinghua's residence. Situated beyond the Fuqing Gate, the Duke's estate was adjacent to a fish pond. Although not private property, it was often patrolled by soldiers as Lord Shui, the commander in this frigid weather. Besides, we can't swim, Fan Xiaodao replied. If not you, then who? Enough of your excuses. Otherwise, we'll send you to prison. Reluctantly, Song Tianba and Yang Wei leaped into the pond. The water was quite deep. Autumn had arrived, and while it wasn't too cold, it was chilling to the bone. After a while of searching, they finally retrieved the sack they had mentioned. Upon opening it, they were shocked to discover a corpse. Chapter 29. The hidden blade fan Xiao Dao fixed his gaze upon the two individuals and inquired, "Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Isn't it thrilling?" The two were rendered speechless. Song Tianba, in a tone that brooked no dissent, exclaimed, "Clearly, that night we transported a sack of stones. How has it now transformed into a corpse? Could it be that these stones have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, becoming sentient?" Zhao Xing stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. "Have you been reading too many fantasy novels?" Yang Wei raised his hand in solemn oath. "Captain Zhao, every word we speak is the truth. Truth or not, you shall first spend some time in the jail. Once we ascertain the details, we will determine your fate." The body found in the water was that of a male, bloated and somewhat decomposed. Having been submerged, it was unrecognizable, indicating that he had been dead for some time. Zhao Xing summoned the patrolling constables, instructing them to transport the body to the mortuary, while also ordering a search for any recent reports of missing men, that he then locked the two notorious bandits in the Six Doors jail. Once confined, the two sighed heavily. "We set out to explore the capital, and after merely one transaction, we find ourselves facing imprisonment. Brother, our luck is truly abysmal." They grasped Fan Xiaodao's hands, pleading, "Sir, there is more to this matter. We hope you can grant us justice." Fan Xiaodao, reflecting on their backgrounds as tomb raiders, realized that he needed assistance in navigating the vast Six Doors, and thus replied, "Your case is rather complicated. However, I assure you, if it is proven that the deceased has no connection to you, I will see to it that you are released immediately." "And how long might that take?" Fan Xiaodao responded, "Captain Zhao is retrieving the records. The identity of the deceased remains unknown, and there have been no reports of a missing person. For now, you will have to endure a little longer. However, I am well acquainted with several jailers. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them." Song Tianba remarked, "This cell is too damp, infested with mosquitoes and lice, that we wish to be moved to a double room." Fan Xiaodao chuckled, "That can be arranged, but you must assist me with a task first." Thinking it wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with Fan Xiaodao, Song Tianba replied, "You may command us as you wish." Fan Xiaodao continued, "Aren't you both seasoned tomb raiders? Digging tunnels must be second nature to you." Yang Wei thumped his chest, proclaiming, "In this profession, if we claim second place, no one dares to claim the top spot. Why, sir, has someone provoked you? Once we are out, we shall surely unearth their ancestral graves." "Not quite," Fan Xiaodao interjected. "I wish to ask you, with Six Doors being so vast, if someone were to secretly excavate a hidden tunnel, where would be the most advantageous location?" Yang Wei replied, "Naturally, right here." "Why is that?" "Consider it. This area is dark and damp, with loose soil. Even if there were noises, it would be difficult for others to detect. Secretly digging a tunnel would allow for smuggling goods in and perhaps even facilitating a prison break. A truly lucrative venture." Fan Xiaodao, upon hearing this, found it to be quite reasonable. He had also inquired recently and learned that the Six Doors had burned to ashes 2 years prior, with only the jail remaining intact. Its reconstruction, no mention had been made of any hidden tunnels. If Song Jingang had indeed left something for himself within a secret passage, the entrance was likely hidden within this very dungeon. "If I were to offer you a condition, could you discreetly locate this tunnel for me?" The two men pounded their chests in assurance. "It could not be simpler. We shall deliver results within 3 days." "Agreed. You are currently only suspects in a murder case, not yet convicted. If you assist me in locating the tunnel, I shall find a way to secure your release." "What tools do you require?" Song Tianba coolly stated, "An excavator." Fan Xiaodao, taken aback, replied, "You two should remain content within your confines." Just as he was about to leave, Yang Wei grasped his arm. "Sir, grant us an opportunity. We do not require an excavator. Just 2 spoons will suffice." After exchanging pleasantries with the jailer, Fan Xiaodao arranged for the 2 bandits to be moved to a secluded double cell. Upon exiting the jail, he encountered Zhao Xing, whose expression was grim, and inquired about the matter. Zhao Xing responded. Captain Liu wishes to speak with us. Captain Liu, the head of the Theft Enforcement Division, was the only purple-clad captain of the Six Doors and the overall leader of the Theft Enforcement team. Although Fan Xiaodao had heard of him during his few days here, he had yet to meet him and thus remarked, I am not a member of the Theft Enforcement Division. Why would he seek me? Zhao Xing replied, You will find out once you arrive. Upon reaching the Theft Enforcement Division, they were met with a throng of agitated citizens outside the gates, with Niu Dafu nearby, attempting to pacify them. Upon spotting Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, the crowd erupted shouting, It's them! Pushing aside Niu Dafu, they encircled Fan and Zhao. Compensation! Compensation! What is happening here? Zhao Xing inquired. This afternoon, while we were apprehending a thief, we accidentally toppled over a vegetable stand, a fruit stall, and a meat stall. The aggrieved parties have come here to seek justice. Captain Liu, upon seeing the two, immediately chastised. How many times must I remind you? As captains of the Six Doors, you are to alleviate the burdens of the people, not wreak havoc upon their possessions under the guise of authority. Do you not understand the gravity of your actions? The two dared not retort, repeatedly expressing their contrition. Is an apology sufficient? You have overturned my tofu stall, which represents a week's worth of food for my family. If apologies were effective, why would we need constables at all? Zhao Xing whispered. Captain Liu, does Six Doors not have funds for such expenses? Must we make such a commotion? Liu replied. You would need to inquire with Deputy Chief Yang. This was not originally a major issue, but once Yang Desui learned you were involved, he refused to sign off, leaving me no choice but to summon you for resolution. Zhao Xing muttered, Yang is seeking revenge. Previously, during the Sun Mingwu case, Zhao Xing had publicly confronted Yang Desui, embarrassing him, and now Yang was seizing this opportunity to make Zhao's life difficult. Captain Liu, being a division chief, was subordinate to Yang Desui and had no authority to speak against him, but he shrugged. What can be done? You must resolve this yourselves. The chief is currently away on business. If this is not settled before his return, you can expect another reprimand. Fan Xiaodao inquired. How much do we owe? Captain Liu called over Niu Dafu, who was currently assisting at the division. The troublemakers had been attended to by him. Niu Dafu explained. You two knocked over 3 vegetable stalls, damaging 5 blocks of tofu, 230 eggs, and half a pig, totaling 11 taels of silver. Additionally, there are expenses for a meal at Songhe Tower, bringing the total to 13 taels. Fan Xiaodao exclaimed. What? A plate of cabbage and 2 large buns cost 2 taels of silver. Songhe Tower is truly extortionate. Not exactly. The meal cost 50 won in total. The remaining silver accounts for service fees, lost labor costs, compensation for emotional distress, and the errand boy's expenses. Fan Xiaodao scoffed. Songhe Tower certainly knew how to conduct business, taking advantage of the situation that he resolved to deal with them when the opportunity arose. Captain Liu continued, This payment can either be advanced by us and deducted from your salaries, or you can settle it yourselves. Fan Xiaodao had no funds. Zhao Xing, having recently moved out, had minimal contact with his family, and, though his salary was higher than Fan Xiaodao's, it was still insufficient to cover this amount. That moment, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs. An elegantly dressed elder, accompanied by his wife and several attendants, approached the Six Doors and proclaimed, I am the owner of Liu's restaurant. Due to my poor judgment in hiring, a treacherous servant knocked me unconscious while I was counting my belongings and made off with my valuables. Fortunately, I encountered the valiant constables of the Six Doors, who apprehended the scoundrel. I am deeply grateful and have come to present a banner as a token of my appreciation. With that, someone brought forth a beautifully embroidered banner inscribed with the words for valor and righteousness. The elder's wife, You are our benefactor. Captain Liu stood in confusion as Fan Xiaodao recounted how, during the capture of Song Tianba, he inadvertently thwarted a robbery. It was a trivial matter, hardly worth mention. Captain Liu, this is our duty. There is no need for rewards. The crowd responded, Whether it was your duty or not is irrelevant. Constable, quickly compensate us. The elder of the Liu family, upon witnessing the scene, inquired about the situation. Fan Xiaodao explained the circumstances, and the elder declared, If my benefactor is in distress, I shall not remain idle. How much must be compensated in total? Fan Xiaodao replied. 13 taels, thank you, Elder Lu. The elder hesitated for a moment before announcing. Since it is only 13 taels, allow me to offer 26 taels as double compensation, if that is agreeable. The crowd erupted with shouts of Elder Lu is a great benefactor. Elder Lu produced a stack of paper, stating, I do not have that much cash on hand. These are vouchers from Lu's restaurant. You may redeem them for double the amount of your losses to be used at my establishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd was elated, eagerly accepting the vouchers and departing in high spirits. Fan Xiaodao clasped his hands in gratitude. You have been most generous, Elder. Elder Lu replied with a smile. These are merely gifts. It is better to do a good deed. Besides, the vouchers can only be used one at a time for every 100 when spent, so we do not incur any loss. Fan Xiaodao raised his thumb in appreciation. Elder Lu, you are truly astute. However, the representatives from Songhe Tower were reluctant to leave. Old Lu, your business has even reached the government office. You are quite the shrewd businessman. Elder Lu responded. It is Su, the manager from Songhe Tower. Are you here to file a complaint? Manager Su retorted. I am merely here to collect the 2 taels owed. If I do not receive the payment, I shall remain here until I do. When the esteemed officials return, they shall surely witness the mockery of 6 doors. Captain Lu glanced at Zhao Xing, who was displeased. Zhao Xing retrieved his dagger and approached Manager Su, causing him to recoil in fear. What now? Are you truly willing to kill for 2 taels? As constables of the court, violating the law carries even greater punishment. Zhao Xing inverted the dagger and offered it to Manager Su, stating, For now, keep this dagger as collateral. Once I receive my wages, I shall reclaim it personally. Chapter 30. The Duel and the Shop's Ruin. What kind of order is this? Upon hearing that Zhao Xing had pawned his dagger to Songhe Tower, Zhuge Xinyu summoned the 2 to the public office, seething with rage as he berated them. A dagger is a constable's lifeline. How can it be so carelessly entrusted to others? If a constable cannot even safeguard his own weapon, how can he protect the well-being of the people? Zhao Xing bowed his head in silence. Zhuge Xinyu continued, Zhao Xing, while your investigative skills are commendable, you are utterly ignorant of social etiquette. This is something you must learn diligently from Ding Yi. Recently, the court intends to implement reforms within the 6 doors, aiming to strengthen our role in major and critical cases. Both you and Ding Yi are individuals I hold in high regard. He can now handle matters independently, and you must not fall behind. Fan Xiaodao had heard of Ding Yi's name, but had never encountered him. It was said that midway through the case at Baiwa Tower, he had been dispatched by Zhuge Xinyu to Cangzhou to handle a case of revenge killings in the pugilistic world. Following the recent reforms in the martial arts community, the 6 doors established the Jianghu Division to manage various sects, with Ding Yi in the 2nd Theft Suppression Team. However, due to his background in the Wudong sect, he had extensive connections within the pugilistic world, and many cases from the Jianghu Division fell upon him. Zhao Xing had little regard for Ding Yi's work style, thus Fan Xiaodao shared similar sentiments. After receiving a scolding, the 2 emerged dejectedly. Niu Dafu looked on with glee as Zhao Xing remarked, The chief constable has instructed me to redeem the dagger. Old Niu, do you have any spare cash on you? Lend me some for now. Niu Dafu replied, I've already given all my silver to the 2nd landlord. Fan Xiaodao pulled out 5 coins of silver from his pocket, saying, This is all that's left. Didn't I give you 5 taels? Fan Xiaodao explained, We just moved recently buying various items including some new pots and pans, and you both needed new clothes. None of that comes without cost. Moreover, Li Qingyo is quite extravagant. With the 4 of us living together, we need a profitable venture to sustain ourselves. However, to retrieve your dagger, it doesn't necessarily require silver. Zhao Xing inquired, What do you have in mind? We cannot engage in unlawful activities. Fan Xiaodao chuckled, Leave this to me. Don't forget what I used to do. Since the people at Songhe Tower are so ungrateful, let the wicked meet their match. I will deal with them. While conversing, Fan Xiaodao had already formulated a plan. Niu Dafu called out, Count me in for this mischief. The next morning, the 2 arrived at Songhe Tower. Zhao Xing had other arrangements and did not accompany them. Fan Xiaodao went to a nearby stall, bought a basket of steamed buns and several heads of cabbage, and then approached Songa Tower, where he encountered Manager Su. Recognizing Fan Xiaodao, Manager Su inquired, "What brings you here, Constable Fan?" "Here to redeem your dagger." Fan Xiaodao replied, "We have no money. However, the other day, we used a basin of cabbage and 2 steamed buns, which cost us 2 taels of silver." "We thought this transaction could be profitable. Hence we brought you some goods this morning, worth 5 taels of silver." Manager Su retorted, "Is this extortion? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities?" Fan Xiaodao sneered, 5 taels of silver plus shipping costs, lost work time, and emotional distress fees. This price is quite reasonable. We merely wish to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. This is all legitimate business." Manager Su, such remarks lack compassion. "I'm afraid we don't need it," Manager Su responded. Seeing this, Fan Xiaodao did not argue. Niu Dafu, unsure of Fan Xiaodao's intentions, asked, "What now?" "Sit down. Let us discuss this calmly." Fan Xiaodao found a seat near the door, placed the dagger on the table, and leisurely began to eat his steamed buns. As noon approached, customers began to arrive at Songa Tower. Just as a group was about to enter, Fan Xiaodao slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "The 6 doors are conducting an investigation. Those with no business here, please step back." The patrons, seeing the constables, dared not linger and hurriedly departed. After several such occasions, Manager Su could no longer endure, saying, "Constable Fan, this is disrupting our business." Fan Xiaodao shrugged. "We have received intelligence that today, or rather, in the near future, a notorious bandit is scheduled to make a transaction at Songa Tower. We are on official duty and fear it may pose difficulties. However, rest assured, we bring our own provisions and won't disturb the locals." "What about our business?" Manager Su protested. "Business is trivial. If we can capture the bandit, Songa Tower may even garner accolades at that time. I shall report to the higher authorities to commend you." Fan Xiaodao pointed at the couplet on the pillar inside the establishment. "Open for business, welcoming guests from all directions. Attentive service, gathering wealth from all sides. Manager Su, your future is limitless." Manager Su, being a businessman, naturally understood the principle of not clashing with the authorities. The previous day's uproar at the 6 doors and the confiscation of Zhao Xing's dagger had been an order from the young master. Thus he dared not offend either side. Caught in such a dilemma, Manager Su could only endure in silence to that moment. 5 or 6 burly men enter from outside, adorned with weapons and dressed in peculiar attire, clearly not natives of the Central Plains. "Boss, we've heard that your 4 happiness meatballs are quite good." "Let us have a banquet of meatballs," Fan Xiaodao announced loudly. "The 6 doors are conducting an investigation. Those unrelated, please retreat." A young man, unwilling to back down, brandished a dagger, glaring fiercely. Fan Xiaodao scoffed. "According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, carrying weapons within the inner city is strictly prohibited. How do you believe your arrogance will go unpunished? I can take you all to jail for a few days." The young man retorted, "Your Ming laws do not apply to us of the Great Zhou." It was then that Fan Xiaodao noticed that the attire of these individuals bore the insignia of the Northern Zhou delegation. With the emperor's 60th birthday approaching, various foreign delegations from Northern Zhou, Dada, Taluo, and Goryeo had arrived to pay their respects and, in the process, seek to establish connections with the influential figures of the Ming dynasty for a share in commercial interests. These foreign delegations often took advantage of their special status, displaying arrogance within the city, frequently engaging in brawls. The 6 doors had also received a notice from the Ministry of Rights, advising them to restrain their disciples and avoid provoking these delegations to prevent diplomatic disputes. Fan Xiaodao, in a fit of anger, disregarded these cautions, coldly snorting. "Within the capital, beneath the emperor's feet, we must adhere to the laws of the Ming, that I care not which delegation you belong to." Should you transgress, I will arrest you without hesitation. The young man drew his sword, saying, You have guts, kid, that I, Tuoba Bai, would like to test your skills. Fan Xiaodao interjected, Wait, what afraid? Fan Xiaodao replied, Weapons are indiscriminate. If I inadvertently injure you, so be it. However, the owner of Songa Tower must conduct business. Should we engage in combat and damage the furnishings, that would be a serious offense. Tuoba Bai arrogantly responded, So what? Even if I demolish this establishment, I can afford to rebuild it. Fan Xiaodao turned to Manager Su. Did you hear that? When it comes to grievances, one must know their source. If we engage in combat, and there are any losses, you should seek compensation from the Northern Zhou people, not hold us accountable. Your Songha Tower is formidable. Do not bully your own kind. Manager Su, smiling nervously, suggested. Heroes, since you wish to spar, why not step outside? The street is spacious and crowded. Once the victor is determined, word will spread throughout the capital. Tuoba Bai, along with the leading elder, exchanged words in a foreign tongue before addressing Fan Xiaodao. I have heard that the martial arts of the Central Plains are profound. I, Tuoba Bai of the Northern Zhou, trained under the Tian Pavilion, would like to see if your reputation holds true. Tian Pavilion, this is the foremost sect of martial arts in Northern Zhou, its status in the pugilistic world rivaling that of Wudong and Shaolin. Especially with its leader, Tuoba Dingdang, renowned not only in Northern Zhou, but also throughout the Central Plains that I in the past. He led the Northern Zhou martial team across the Central Plains, sweeping through various sects north of the Yellow River, and famously contended with the 4 great kings of Shaolin at Bema Temple, achieving a stalemate despite facing 4 opponents alone. This individual from Tian Pavilion appeared formidable, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a presence that suggested he was no ordinary foe. Recognizing the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side, Fan Xiaodao pushed Niu Dufu, who understood the cue, and quietly slipped out through the back door to seek reinforcements. Standing firm, Fan Xiaodao knew that this matter concerned national dignity. If he were to back down, it would surely be a source of ridicule for the 6 doors and the entire pugilistic world of the Central Plains. Please! Once the expert made his move, it was clear whether he was capable or not. Tuoba Bai swung his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of wind, radiating intense heat. Fan Xiaodao dared not delay, retreating rapidly. Crash! A grand armchair was split in 2 that Manager Su lamented. That Wang Wali chair was worth 30 taels. Tuoba Bai commanded, Make a note of it. His subordinates wasted no time. Seeing the first strike miss, they pressed forward to cut off Fan Xiaodao's escape route. Gathering his internal energy, Fan Xiaodao leaped into the air, kicking towards Tuoba Bai's face. Tuoba Bai deftly caught his foot, intending to throw him down hard, but Fan Xiaodao rolled away, crashing through a screen. An authentic piece by Tang Bo Mao, worth 100 taels. Tuoba Bai declared, Charge it to him. Fan Xiaodao angrily exclaimed, Why are we counting separately? Tuoba Bai replied, We are all adults. We must take responsibility for our actions. He then unleashed 3 more strikes. Fan Xiaodao, wishing to evade while also protecting the contents of Songa Tower, found himself restrained by the need to avoid damage, thus falling into a disadvantageous position. Crash, crash! Inside Songa Tower, chairs, tables, pots, and pans flew about chaotically. With each item thrown, Manager Su announced a price, continuously calculating on his abacus. Fan Xiaodao finally seized an opportunity and threw a punch at Tuoba Bai's face, only for it to be blocked by a glass bottle worth 50 taels. Reluctantly, he had to shift to defense, dodging repeatedly. Tuoba Bai taunted, If you have the skill, come and take a hit. What kind of hero only dodges? Fan Xiaodao retorted, I have no mines at home to bear such expenses. If you demand compensation for all damages, see if I don't settle the score with you properly. Manager Su, visibly distressed, lamented, Are you here to spar or to demolish my establishment? Just then, a melodious voice resonated beside them. Feel free to continue. Do not worry about any consequences. All losses will be accounted to me. Chapter 31. The cut. As soon as the words fell, an elderly man strolled into the Songa Tower, followed closely by 4 armed attendants, 3 men and 1 woman. The newcomer was none other than Shuang Xiong. Dressed in a blue satin robe, he exuded an aura of authority, cultivated through years of holding power. Shuang Xiong approached Fan Xiaodao, saying, Brother Fan, we meet again. Fan Xiaodao clasped his hands in greeting. It is indeed Master Shui. Although Manager Su was unfamiliar with Shuang Xiong, the ornate attire of his 4 bodyguards, embroidered spring blades and flying fish garments, led him to deduce the man's identity. A chill ran down his spine. He recognized that he was in the presence of the genii in the capital, where the elite mingled and power was a labyrinth. One could generally avoid trouble as long as they kept their heads down. However, the genii were different. They were the kind of authority that sought out trouble rather than waiting for it to find them. Moreover, with the power to execute without prior approval for those ranked below the 4th tier, especially within the North Shinfu's prison, their reputation was terrifying. 9 out of 10 would not survive once imprisoned, earning the notorious saying, "Once you enter the prison, you regret being a part of the world." Tuoba boldly retorted, "Who do you think you are, old man, to meddle in the affairs of our great Zhou?" Shuang Xiong replied with a smile, "Just a man willing to pay to watch you fight." With a wave of his hand, Xinyuan Taizhu presented a silver note to Manager Su. "This is a note from Datong Bank worth 1,000 taels. Our master has decreed that today's losses in the establishment will be attributed to him." The Jinyui offering a silver note? That was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Even if Manager Su had 10 times the courage, he would not dare accept that IT was an established norm that a mere 100 households of the Jinyui would dine at Songa Tower, served with utmost hospitality. It was unthinkable for them to take money before departing, let alone receive a gift. Manager Su thought to himself that their offering of 1,000 taels was merely a reference for reimbursement, so he hurried to the back office and retrieved 1,000 taels in notes. A token of respect, not a formal gift. Shuang Xiong frowned slightly and glanced at Xinyuan Taizhu, who responded, "What, is it insufficient? Let us add 500 more. That should suffice to rebuild your Songa Tower." Manager Su bit his lip and retrieved another 500 taels. "Sir, this is all the money we have on our books." Seeing such an unexpected fortune, Neo Dafu chimed in, "Manager Su, I have an extra 200 when here. How about you match that?" Manager Su retorted, "Get lost." Having met resistance, Neo Dafu turned to Fan Xiaodao, asking, "Is this fellow your friend?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "I suppose so. What is his background to be so significant?" Fan Xiaodao explained, "He is the commander of the Jinyui, Lord Shui, Marquis of Jinghua." Ah! Upon hearing that name, Neo Dafu recoiled, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. The other members of the North Zhou delegation felt a shiver. They realized that the man before them was one of the most powerful figures in the current Ming dynasty, the head of the premier secret police, the Jinyui. Over the years, even in North Zhou, they had heard of the Jinyui's dreadful reputation. Tuoba Bai, emboldened by his status as a disciple of the Tian Sage, disregarded the Jinyui's authority, declaring, "I don't care who you are. Dare to stop me from fighting, and I'll take you on too." The leading elder quickly restrained Tuoba Bai and began speaking to him in North Zhou dialect. Tuoba Bai glanced at Shuang Xiong, then at Fan Xiaodao, and snorted, "Kid, I have matters to attend to today. I want to hold this against you. But in a few days, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death duel with me?" Fan Xiaodao responded, "What is it to be, a life-and-death duel or a father-son duel?" Tuoba Bai inquired, "What do you mean by a life-and-death duel, and what by a father-son duel?" Fan Xiaodao explained, "A life-and-death duel is a contest where 2 combatants fight until one is left standing. A father-son duel is simpler. The loser must kneel and call the winner father whenever they meet in any circumstance. I'm older than you. If I call you father, wouldn't that be a loss for me?" Fan Xiaodao quipped, "I have many sons. The annual bowing and red envelope gifts amount to a significant expense, so in this calculation, I would still come out behind. No worries, next year, I'll prepare you a grand gift." After exchanging playful banter, they agreed upon a combat match. Just as the North Zhou delegation was about to leave, Shuang Xiong suddenly interjected, "Deputy Envoy Xiao, has Tamura Li also arrived in the capital with your delegation?" The leading elder was taken aback. It was not due to his identity being revealed. After all, he was the deputy envoy of the North Zhou delegation, and with the Jinyui's extensive network, it was not difficult to uncover his identity. What startled him was that the arrival of Tamura Li in Central Plains was a closely guarded secret, known by fewer than 3 individuals in the entire delegation of over 200. The fact that the Jinhui had discerned this was alarming. Clearly, Shui Xiong's presence here was not coincidental. Deputy Envoy Xiao cleared his throat, attempting to feign ignorance. I am unaware of whom Master Shui speaks. Shui Xiong replied coolly. Years ago, he betrayed the court, fled to North Zhou, and joined your Tiansai. Over the years, he has devised strategies for you, orchestrating the burning of the Chao mansion and the massacre at Yi City. These heinous acts were all his designs. This traitor is now on the court's must-kill list. Your bringing him here cannot merely be for the Emperor's birthday celebration. Deputy Envoy Xiao continued to feign ignorance. For this birthday celebration, our Great Zhou delegation, consisting of 217 individuals, is duly registered with the Ministry of Rights. There is no such person as you describe, that if you fabricate claims, I shall report this insult to our envoy, which could harm the relations between our two nations. Shui Xiong scoffed. Your army stationed at Phoenix Ridge is what truly endangers our diplomatic relations. Inform your envoy that if any actions are taken while in the capital, I, Shui Xiong, guarantee that not a single one of you will leave the Ming dynasty alive. As the group departed, Murong Tiechue whispered, Sir, won't this raise alarms? Shui Xiong countered, Where is the snake? Murong replied, Still investigating. Shui Xiong declared, With over 3,000 Jinyui in the capital, if we can't find a single person, I will recommend dismissing and investigating your positions. Fan Xiaodao had encountered Shui Xiong twice before, each time met with a friendly demeanor. However, the sudden shift in his expression made him truly realize the formidable nature of this intelligence chief. He inquired, Who is Tamura Li? A traitor. A Han? Indeed. Fan Xiaodao pondered. Why would a Han aid the North Zhou against his own people? Shui Xiong sighed. Han people can be the most ruthless against their own. Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat. Manager Su promptly instructed the servants to prepare a feast, serving cautiously at the side. Shui Xiong addressed his four attendants. There are no outsiders. You may sit and eat as well. Niu Dufu, experiencing the presence of such a high-ranking official for the first time, was restless, hesitant to even reach for the dishes, stammering as he raised his cup. This is my first time drinking with an esteemed official, and I have nothing much to say. I toast to your health. May it be as boundless as the eastern sea, and your longevity surpassing the southern mountain, with many wives and numerous offspring. Many wives and numerous offspring? Shui Xiong, burdened by the absence of an heir, furrowed his brow upon hearing Niu Dafu's words. Observing this, Fan Xiaodao realized the faux pas and hastily shoved a chicken leg into Niu Dafu's mouth. If you can't speak wisely, then don't speak at all. I'm only offering auspicious words for the new year. Just eat. As they dined and conversed, when asked how Fan Xiaodao came to be there, he replied, Yesterday, a friend left a sword here. I am merely here to retrieve it. The last sentence was spoken particularly loudly, evidently meant for Manager Su's ears. Upon hearing this, Manager Su was quick to comply, instructing the servants to fetch Zhao Xing's sword. And what about the money? Manager Su responded, What money? Captain Zhao inadvertently left the sword here. Even if he didn't come, I was planning to deliver it to him myself. After finishing their meal, Fan Xiaodao declared, Let us settle the bill. Shui Xiong said, Since Brother Fan has just arrived in the capital, allow me to treat you to this meal. Fan Xiaodao was taken aback. That's exactly what I meant. However, in a few days, once I receive my salary, I shall treat you to a splendid feast. You must honor me with your presence. That is only natural. Manager Su interjected. Your presence here already brings great honor to our Songhe Tower. To speak of payment would be to diminish our establishment's prestige. How could I dare accept your money? Xinyuan Taiju shot him a glare, and Manager Su slapped himself. What am I saying? Sir, you have never visited our humble establishment today. I understand the rules. Despite Xinyuan Taiju's insistence on paying, Manager Su was too intimidated to accept. The mere presence of the Jinyui dining in his establishment was already a blessing. Previously, 100 households had caused trouble for the tower over a trivial dispute regarding a potato dish, extorting silver from them. Only when Xianyuan Taiju had threatened the man with a blade at his throat had he reluctantly accepted payment. Once outside, Shuang Xiong remarked to Xianyuan, "The Jinyui of the Ming dynasty should pay for their meals. It is only right. You ought to manage your subordinates better." Little did he know that this statement resonated deeply with Xianyuan Taiju. With orders from above, who would dare to defy them? In the time that followed, whenever Jinyui dined in the capital, due to the reluctance of the establishment to accept payment, blades were drawn, and several tavern managers were arrested and sent to prison. However, such matters are best left for another time. That on their way back, Niu Dafu asked, "When did you become acquainted with such powerful figures?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "It was merely a chance encounter. It does not constitute a deep friendship. What do you know? With such a powerful ally, you will have no trouble in the 6 doors. Who would dare provoke you?" Niu Dafu grinned. "From now on, I'll stick with you." Upon arriving at the 6 doors, they found the doorman, Song Fei, had already finished his shift early, carrying 5 pounds of cured meat and a box of mooncakes. After greeting him, they learned that the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and the office was distributing festive benefits. Besides the cured meat and mooncakes, depending on their rank and years of service within the 6 doors, there was also a monetary supplement. Newcomers like Fan Xiaodao and Niu Dafu could receive around 700 to 800 won. Niu Dafu quickly collected his share. When Fan Xiaodao went to claim his, he was informed that the people from the prison division had already collected it for him. Finding the head of the prison division, he learned, "Here is your share. 1 pound of cured meat and a box of mooncakes." Fan Xiaodao asked, "What about the monetary supplement?" The head shrugged. "You know the rules. All monetary supplements from our division are distributed uniformly by lead. He said you are new and have not contributed anything to us, so you will not receive anything this time." Chapter 32. Your notion is rather perilous. Niu Dafu remarked, "I joined the 6 doors even later than you, and it seems that Xiaodao is intentionally targeting you." Fan Xiaodao, in a moment of impulsiveness, declared, "I shall confront him." Zhang Laotu hastily dissuaded him, saying, "You must not do so. The first time you met Li Tisi, you offended him. Given his vengeful disposition, how could he possibly tolerate such an affront? For the past fortnight, you have mingled daily with the officers from the Criminal Investigation Department. Li Tisi has surely taken a disliking to you that if you approach him now, you might find yourself in a precarious situation." Fan Xiaodao chuckled lightly. "I am merely going to offer my apologies." Carrying cured meat and mooncakes, he arrived at the office of Deputy Chief Li Beihai. Deputy Chief Li Beihai, reclining in a grand chair and smoking a pipe, seemed to have anticipated Fan Xiaodao's visit and ignored him, continuing to puff away. Fan Xiaodao stood awkwardly beside him, unable to sit or stand comfortably. After calling out a couple more times without a response, he decided to raise his voice. "Someone, come quickly. It seems that Lord Li has lost consciousness." Splutter. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Li Beihai choked on the smoke, his nose running. "Fan Xiaodao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Fan Xiaodao feigned concern. "I saw you sitting there, completely still, enveloped in smoke, and thought you might have spontaneously combusted." Li Beihai's expression darkened considerably. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he asked, "What brings you to seek me out?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I have brought some cured meat and mooncakes as a token of respect for you, Deputy Chief." He gestured towards the offerings in his hands. Li Beihai recognized these items as those distributed earlier that afternoon and inwardly mused that Fan Xiaodao was merely attempting to appease him for the sake of a few hundred coins. However, wishing to teach him a lesson, he purposely refrained from mentioning this, saying, "I appreciate your sentiment. You may leave the items here, that I am quite busy with official matters, so you may take your leave." Yet, Fan Xiaodao was reluctant to depart. "Is there something else?" "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to request." Li Beihai chuckled coldly to himself, realizing that the lad could no longer restrain himself. He elevated his tone and adopted an official demeanor, stating, "I had already surmised that you came seeking those few hundred coins. Let me inquire, as the chief of the prison department, would I truly lack such a paltry sum?" Before Fan Xiaodao could respond, he continued, "Of course not. But why did I withhold your money? 2 words. Respect. Respect." Indeed, you are new to the office and unfamiliar with the rules. I do not hold that against you. However, you have repeatedly contradicted me in front of others and spoken ill of me behind my back. What does that do for my authority? This deduction of your funds serves as a lesson. I care not how you entered the prison department, but once inside, you must remember that there is but one person who holds sway here, and that is I. Fan Xiaodao laughed. You misunderstand, my lord. It is merely a few hundred coins, hardly a matter of great significance. Consider it a token for the old lady. The reason I have come to you today is that I have deeply reflected on my previous errors and wish to sincerely apologize. On the 15th of August, I will host a banquet at the Baiwa Tower, and I humbly request your esteemed presence. Upon hearing this, Li Beihai felt a sense of satisfaction. You are quite perceptive. It seems you have received wise counsel from someone. Your future looks promising, and financial opportunities abound. However, the Baiwa Tower is a place of indulgence. As officials, it may not be entirely appropriate for us to frequent such establishments. Fan Xiaodao responded, the main hall is indeed unsuitable, but Baiwa Tower has a separate chamber known as the Tingyue Pavilion, where one can enjoy the moon and chrysanthemums, sip wine, and engage in conversation. I have heard that since Sun Mingwu left, Baiwa Tower has introduced a new star performer, not at all inferior to Miss Sun. Li Beihai's expression brightened with understanding. I suspected you were spending time with Zhao Xing. You two must have earned quite a bit from the Baiwa Tower case, haven't you? Fan Xiaodao scoffed internally, believing that they were investigating for justice, not for the sake of profit, as Li Beihai suggested. However, it was true that at the court, Prince Qian had personally signed a debt note for 10 taels of gold, so it was only reasonable for Baiwa Tower to cover that amount if the rightful party could not be found. As Fan Xiaodao exited, Zhang Laotu and Niu Dafu approached, inquiring, how did it go? Fan Xiaodao grinned. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. That evening, when Zhao Xing returned, Fan Xiaodao returned his sword to him. Zhao Xing generously proclaimed, tonight, I shall treat you all to fried cured meat, and sent Li Qingyo to buy a jar of wine and half a pound of peanuts. The four of them gathered in the courtyard, drinking and chatting. When they discussed Fan Xiaodao's duel with Tuoba Bai, Zhao Xing appeared somewhat astonished. Tuoba Bai is the disciple of Tuoba Dingdang, the master of the Tiansu Pavilion, and a renowned swordsman of the younger generation. Why would you provoke such a person? Fan Xiaodao recounted the events that transpired at the Songa Tower, adding, when I faced him, I found his skills to be rather average, not nearly as formidable as you claim. Zhao Xing's expression turned serious. The blades of the Tiansu Pavilion grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. A few years ago, I had an encounter with one of their members. Their blade techniques were unpredictable and elusive, especially the reverse grip, comparable to Song Jingyang's signature draw. You must not underestimate him. Fan Xiaodao remained unconcerned. Zhao Xing continued, with the emperor's birthday approaching in a few months, the North Zhou envoy has arrived in the capital not only to celebrate, but also to discuss tribute matters. In recent years, North Zhou has eyed our territory, seizing land at Fenghuang Ridge. Had it not been for Tuoba Ye's assassination half a year ago, we might have faced conflict in the northern borders. Now, North Zhou seeks to negotiate the return of tributes following Tuoba Ye's death. Recently, the North Zhou envoys have stirred quite a commotion in the capital, and it seems to be intentional. Niu Dafu queried, how do you know so much? Knowing that Zhao Xing's father was the Minister of Rights explained much, yet he never mentioned his family background, simply stating, I have heard it through the grapevine. Niu Dafu laughed heartily, raising his cup. Let us drink to the moment. We are here enjoying our cheap wine for 50 coins a jar. Why should we burden ourselves with the affairs of those esteemed officials? Instead, we should focus on making some money and indulging at Baiwa Tower. Zhao Xing retorted, crass. Niu Dafu shot back. Worrying unnecessarily. Zhao Xing commanded, get out of my house. Niu Dafu replied, I paid my share. This place is rented from Fan Xiaodao. What right do you have to expel me? Seeing the two at odds, Fan Xiaodao intervened. We are all brothers here. Why quarrel over trivial matters? Here, have a piece of the watermelon that Qingyo gathered today, cooled in the well water, and let us ease our tempers. Successfully diverting the topic, Fan Xiaodao inquired about the unidentified corpse in the pond. In the past couple of days, I inquired with several offices in the capital, but no one has reported the matter or claimed the body. The coroner examined it. The individual appears to be in their 50s with no visible wounds, leaving us no choice but to treat it as a cold case. Is that how it ends? Zhao Xing replied. In the capital, of 10 homicide cases, solving 5 or 6 is already commendable. Cases like this, without a victim or claimant, will not be registered by either the Shuntian Prefecture or the Six Doors, as it might affect the upcoming examinations. Institutions like the Six Doors have stringent assessment requirements, with evaluations every 5 days and more significant assessments every 10. If cases assigned to them do not progress within the set time frame, they risk penalties, and if a department has too many unresolved cases, it directly affects the officials' evaluations. Thus, as Zhao Xing stated, these cases are often shelved as cold cases unless a claimant later comes forward, at which point they are reopened without impacting evaluations. However, this matter reached the ears of Commander Shui, who found it ominous. Yesterday, he ordered the pond to be filled in. By the way, the 2 individuals detained in the prison can be released now. Fan Xiaodao had hoped to enlist the help of the 2 heroes from the northeast, so he suggested, since they will be unemployed upon release, they would merely add to the pressure on public security in the capital. It would be better to keep them locked up for a few more days to reflect on their actions. Unbeknownst to him, news of the duel between Tuoba Bai and Fan Xiaodao had been leaked and published in the Xiangxing Jianghu, with some even fanning the flames, claiming that this battle represented the pinnacle of the North Zhou Jianghu against the Central Plains martial arts. This stirred considerable excitement within the martial circles of the capital. Tuoba Bai, as a disciple of Tian Su Pavilion and a favored student of Tuoba Dingdang, undoubtedly represented the North Zhou Jianghu. But who was Fan Xiaodao, an unknown figure? What qualifications did he possess to represent the Central Plains martial arts? The martial arts of the Central Plains are vast and profound, with for prominent families, 6 major sects, 8 gangs, 10 associations, and 72 schools, all teeming with skilled practitioners, while Fan Xiaodao was a mere nobody, entirely unrecognized. Moreover, there were reports suggesting he was merely an unnamed errand boy for the Six Doors, not even a formal constable, which incited public outrage, demanding that Fan Xiaodao clarify that he could not represent the Central Plains martial arts. Some discontented individuals even came to the Six Doors, explicitly challenging Fan Xiaodao by name. As the days wore on, Fan Xiaodao grew weary of the incessant challenges and confined himself at home. Later, when he and Zhao Xing approached the Xiangxing Jianghu, the opposing party arrogantly asserted that they were merely hired to facilitate the event, refusing to divulge the mastermind behind it all. Zhong Kaifeng remarked, "Besides, this duel is not a matter of life and death. Should you win, your name will resonate throughout the Jianghu, bringing you fame and fortune that if you lose, you suffer no real loss, and there are those willing to fund your publicity. What is not to enjoy?" Fan Xiaodao countered, "But it would tarnish the reputation of the Central Plains martial arts." Zhong Kaifeng scoffed. "The reputation of the Central Plains martial arts? Once, the Jianghu of the Central Plains was filled with heroes and legends. Yet now, since the new policies of the court, the major sects have become mere hounds of the government. Where is the face left to uphold?" Unexpectedly, Zhong Kaifeng revealed himself to be quite the firebrand. Zhao Xing, his expression darkened, stated, "My friend, your perspective is rather dangerous." Chapter 33. Special Training. The chief of the gathering remarked, "How can it be that as a gatherer, freedom of speech is a sacred and inviolable right bestowed upon us by the laws of the Ming dynasty, yet you, Captain Zhao, speak in such a double standard? Are you panting because I called you fat? Fortunately, our Anti-Theft Bureau does not meddle in public sentiment or frivolously discuss state affairs. If your words were to reach the ears of the Jinyui, you might find yourself in the imperial prison by now." The chief of the gathering replied, "Are you trying to scare me?" Zhao Xing waved his hand dismissively. "I merely speak the truth. Recently, there has been a serialized novel circulating in the rivers and lakes that satirizes the current powerful officials that I heard that the Jinyui are looking for the author. By the way, it seems to be titled Are the Three Views Present? You wouldn't happen to know him, would you?" The chief of the gathering appeared wary and said, "I think I have some impression of him, but that fellow submitted anonymously and has yet to collect his manuscript fee. He might have already been tossed into a pond to feed the fish." Feed fish. Recently, we discovered an unidentified male corpse that remains unclaimed. Could it be the person you mentioned? Zhao Xing exchanged glances with Fan Xiaodao. The chief of the gathering quickly reassured. No, I was just speaking offhandedly. You must be careful with your words, or else we might think you were plotting to assassinate the novelist. Unable to trace the source of the rumors, the two had no choice but to cease their inquiries. Upon returning to the 6 doors, Fan Xiaodao noticed a significant change in the attitude of those around him. In his capacity as a menial worker in the detention center, he was usually ignored by common folk, but today, the constables greeted him with smiles and warm hellos. Zhao Xing further instructed, "From now on, you need not do anything else. Focus solely on your training." Fan Xiaodao, perplexed, asked, "Why are you so invested in this? Last-minute preparations may not be swift, but they are crucial. Be cautious not to fall victim to that brat from Beizhou. To put it mildly, it would be a disgrace for us at the 6 doors, and to put it severely, it would be an affront to the court. Chief Zhuge has specifically instructed that this battle must end in victory, not defeat." "Goodness, even the chief is aware of this." Zhao Xing replied. "Not only is he aware, but he is particularly invested in this matter. He has even mobilized over a dozen experts from the Jianghu Bureau to train with you. You need not worry about the matters in the prison. I'll have a word with Chief Li on your behalf." Fan Xiaodao added, "And do mention my mid-autumn subsidy." "It's several hundred yuan," Zhao Xing scoffed. "You have now become an outstanding young master in the Ming dynasty's Jianghu. How can you quibble over a mere few hundred yuan? If word got out, it would be quite embarrassing." "Outstanding master? That's all just a fade. The subsidy is genuine silver. Enough of this idle chatter. Take up your sword." Zhao Xing, having practiced martial arts since childhood, was trained under Master Yuanrun of the Shaolin Temple, acquiring profound skills. At 13, he sought out the 4 great heroes, visiting various martial arts sects, and by 18, he had already made a name for himself in the Jianghu. Although he had since devoted himself to public service, his martial prowess had not waned. Fan Xiaodao, training under Song Jinggang, was accompanied by skilled practitioners such as Yang Qing and Lei Lai, and his martial skills were not inferior to Zhao Xing's. However, his experience in the Jianghu was still limited. Encountering a master like Zhao Xing allowed them to engage in a vigorous duel, exchanging over 100 moves without a clear victor. Zhao Xing sheathed his sword. "It seems I underestimated you before." After sparring with Zhao Xing, Fan Xiaodao brimmed with confidence, stating, "Do you not sense a new star rising in the Jianghu? Your skills are indeed wasted as a mere servant. After the tournament, if you survive, I shall request that Chief Zhuge transfer you to the Anti-Theft Bureau as a constable." Fan Xiaodao repeatedly shook his head. "No, being a servant suits me just fine. At least I don't have to deal with the dead all day." Chief Zhuge kept his word, dispatching over a dozen experts from the Jianghu Bureau to train with Fan Xiaodao. He even pulled some renowned heroes from major sects around the capital, utilizing the 6 doors training ground specifically for Fan Xiaodao's practice. His days were packed, with numerous masters taking turns sparring with him. After 3 or 4 days of such intense training, Fan Xiaodao was utterly exhausted, complaining to Zhao Xing, "At this rate, I might not even last until the 15th of August, let alone the tournament. I'll be dead before then. You don't understand. Today's sweat in the training yard is for avoiding bloodshed on the battlefield later. Although Tuoba may be a bit dim-witted, he is indeed formidable. What do you think my chances are? 3 out of 10. You have very little faith in me." "No, that's the odds offered by several gambling houses in the capital." "Your odds are 1 to 3. Zhao Xing continued, "I heard that the chief has placed a significant bet on you. If you lose, be wary of him taking it out on you." Cough, cough. Someone in the distance coughed. The two turned to see Zhuge Xinyu approaching with his hands behind his back. Upon noticing, Fan Xiaodao quickly picked up his sword and said to Zhao Xing, "Come, let us spar for another 300 rounds." Zhuge Xinyu interjected, "Young Fan, how goes your martial training? I have wagered my savings on you." Fan Xiaodao, brimming with confidence, replied, "Fear not, chief. I shall ensure that I do not bring shame to you, the 6 doors, or the court." "Do you have absolute confidence in victory?" Fan Xiaodao suggested. "Did we not uncover some Tiamolo last time? Perhaps we could take advantage of his inattention." Zhuge Xinyu chuckled. "In a tournament, friendship comes first. Participation is what matters. Winning or losing is not so crucial. Your words carry a deeper meaning, my lord. Cough, cough. I have placed my bet on your loss. Zhao Xing, taken aback, exclaimed, My lord, that is rather inappropriate. Zhuge Xinyu explained, If little Dao wins, it naturally brings honor to the court, and the court will reward him accordingly. If he loses, I can still profit. What is not to like? Fan Xiaodao remarked, Your risk awareness is quite commendable, my lord. Zhuge Xinyu produced a folding fan from his waist, waving it lightly as he declared, I have navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for over 20 years, rising from a lowly constable to my current position. What do you think my secret is? Fan Xiaodao asked. Is it the ability to flatter well? Zhuge Xinyu shook his head. Zhao Xing suggested, uprightness and impartiality in enforcing the law. Zhuge Xinyu again shook his head. Wrong. What is it then? Zhuge Xinyu pointed to his mouth and raised a finger. The two suddenly understood. Good with words, adept with actions. Zhuge Xinyu scolded. What nonsense fills your heads? Listen well. It relies on discretion and steadiness in handling matters. Point one must always leave a way out. Little Dao, do you know who is orchestrating this tournament from behind the scenes? Fan Xiaodao shook his head. Zhuge Xinyu revealed, It is the Jinyui commander, Lord Shui. Is it him? Zhao Xing questioned. We have always kept our distance from the Jinyui. Why would he take such a step? Zhuge Xinyu explained. With the Northern Zhou envoy entering the capital, they wish to negotiate peace with the court over the matter of Phoenix Ridge. The court desires to reclaim lost territories north of the Yinmen Pass, but Northern Zhou has been obstinate, leading to no agreement. The court hopes to use this tournament to diminish Northern Zhou's arrogance. Fan Xiaodao queried, Why choose me? Firstly, you have a prior enmity with Tuoba Bai at the Soma Tower, with a duel already agreed upon. Secondly, Tuoba Bai is a disciple of the Tiansong Pavilion, while you are an unknown. If you win, it achieves the goal, granting you both fame and fortune. If you lose, the court suffers no significant loss. Why not do it? A scheme. Full of schemes. Though Fan Xiaodao was unafraid of Tuoba Bai, he felt displeased by Lord Shui's machinations against him. However, upon reflection, was this not also an opportunity for him? If he could defeat Tuoba Bai in battle, he would certainly make a name for himself in the Jianghu. Dressed in fine garments, riding a spirited horse, wielding his sword within the Jianghu. What a thrill that would be! Then, once he entered the secret passage of the 6 doors and obtained what Song Jingang had left for him, he could transform into a hero, at worst. Returning to Black Wind Village with a Jianghu reputation would allow him to expand and strengthen the stronghold, becoming a local champion. In the future, he would no longer need to charge tolls. Merely having people come to pay respects and cultivate relationships would yield him more wealth than he could spend. After finishing his sword practice, as Fan Xiaodao prepared to leave, he heard someone call out, Fan Xiaodao. He looked up to see his superior, Li Beihai, standing at the door of the detention room, his expression displeased. Li T.C., Fan Xiaodao greeted. Li Beihai spoke in a sarcastic tone. You've become quite the celebrity, Haven T.U. After a few days apart, you don't even come to pay your respects when you see me. Are you now looking down on me because you've become a favorite of the chief? Fan Xiaodao smiled. My lord, not at all, that I've been so focused on training that I haven't heard your earnest admonitions. I thought to myself, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, my brothers and I are hosting a banquet at Baiwa Tower to invite you to enjoy the festivities. Shoo, lower your voice, Li Beihai urged. As long as you remember, that's sufficient. However, on the 15th of August, are you not set to compete? Fan Xiaodao waved his hand dismissively. Dining with you is more important. What does a competition matter? Li Beihai was quick to discern priorities. The competition is still more important. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the office saw an increase in visitors. Outside the gates, traffic was bustling, with long lines forming of those coming to pay their respects. Within the 6 doors, different departments experienced varying levels of joy and sorrow. The most prosperous were the Detention Bureau and Jianghu Bureau. During holidays, many families of prisoners held in the 6 doors naturally prepared gifts for their loved ones, and it was inevitable that they would also prepare something for the chief, the jailer, and the guards. The Jianghu Bureau, overseeing the various major sects in the Jianghu, also had to present substantial gifts, especially from businesses like martial arts schools and escort companies, which were keen to maintain relationships. However, nothing compared to the work of the Reduction Bureau. After the 15th of August came the day of the autumn verdict. The Reduction Bureau compiled a list of cases sentenced to death after the autumn inquiry and presented it to the Ministry of Justice. According to custom, not all cases submitted would result in execution. There were always a few discretionary clemencies. Those not marked with a red pen would return to prison for another year. This created opportunities for maneuvering. Wealthy individuals would inevitably seek connections and favors, making the Mid-Autumn Festival an excellent time for such dealings. Furthermore, this year marked the Emperor's 60th birthday, a time of great amnesty, leading to particularly frequent interactions. Among them, the most burdened and weary were the members of the Anti-Theft Bureau. Every year, during the 3 days surrounding the 15th of August, the court traditionally did not enforce a curfew. This period was precisely when crimes surged in the capital. While other departments reveled in receiving gifts and enjoying festivities, the Anti-Theft Bureau remained on patrol, highlighting the stark contrast between their struggles and the merriment of others. Chapter 34. The elder Shuang Xiong, the 15th day of August, arrived in the blink of an eye in the capital city. Numerous affluent families hung lanterns, celebrating the joyous occasion of family reunions and gatherings with friends. The court organized a lantern festival in the eastern and western markets. Lifting the curfew, as night fell, the city came alive with merriment. Groups of people gathered to admire chrysanthemums, gaze at the moon, and guess lanterns. The 100-flower pavilion was particularly vibrant, filled with light and throngs of visitors. Today was indeed an opportune moment for business. As in previous years, many dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and scholars flocked here to enjoy music and admire the lanterns. This year, however, an unexpected number of wanderers from the streets had appeared. After a few days of commotion stirred by the gossip of the martial world, the duel between Fan Xiaodao and Tuoba Bai was scheduled to take place at the 100-flower pavilion, attracting curious onlookers from the capital and beyond. Fan Xiaodao had made a reservation at the pavilion, but he jokingly mentioned the idea of a guest house, knowing that such places were exquisite yet exorbitantly priced, starting at 10 taels of silver. With barely 5 taels to his name, he opted for a private booth in the main hall instead. Although he possessed a promissory note for 10 ingots of gold from the wealthy prince, he had not seen the prince since that day, and with his intense training, he had not found the time to ask for repayment. Mainly, he feared he might not succeed in retrieving it. When Fan Xiaodao, Zhao Xing, and Niu Dafu arrived at the 100-flower pavilion, they found Li Beihai already awaiting them in plain clothes. Upon discovering that their reserved seating was in the main hall, his displeasure was evident. As a man of stature, dining alongside commoners and wanderers would surely tarnish his reputation. Fan Xiaodao chuckled. I did not realize you were so particular about this matter, Sir Li. Please take your seat. Just as Li Beihai was about to claim the seat of honor, Fan Xiaodao interjected. Sir, I have invited a friend. Would you mind taking the secondary seat instead? Li Beihai, with his hands behind his back, proclaimed haughtily. What friend warrants such airs? Is he an official or a commoner? Perhaps a minor official, Fan Xiaodao replied. What rank? Is his position higher than mine? Li Beihai, a deputy in the prison department, held a mere 6th rank. He assumed that Fan Xiaodao, being new to the capital, would not know any significant officials and thus felt justified in his arrogance. Fan Xiaodao scratched his head. I truly did not inquire about that. Li Beihai promptly seated himself in the main position, stating, I have arrived, and he is not. This clearly shows a lack of respect. Fan Xiaodao, you are not handling this properly. Niu Dafu remarked. Whether it is proper or not matters little, as long as there is wine to drink and ladies to accompany us. A server brought forth sweetened fruits. Fan Xiaodao took a sip and mused. The flavor is rather pleasant. Zhao Xing, Li Beihai, and Niu Dafu nearly choked on their tea upon hearing this. This is mouthwash, they exclaimed in unison. Fan Xiaodao's face turned crimson. To Li Beihai, feeling peckish, declared, I am hungry. It is getting late. Bring forth the dishes and wine. The server presented 4 cold dishes, 6 meat and 6 vegetarian options, along with a jar of daughter's red wine. Li Beihai, upon inspection, frowned. Even when dining at home, I usually have 6 cold dishes, 8 meat, and 8 vegetarian options. Fan Xiaodao, you are not putting in enough effort. Fan Xiaodao replied, Sir, I am new here and have yet to receive my salary. The allowance from the office has not yet reached us, and this meal was financed by borrowing from Niu Defu. Previously, I was unaware, and I ask for your understanding. Allow me to toast you, sir. Li Beihai waved his hand dismissively. You have extended your courtesy. That suffices, and no need for the wine, that I have friends to meet. So let us skip the formalities and get to the main topic. Fan Xiaodao inquired. What main topic? Bring forth the ladies. Fan Xiaodao grinned. I have prepared 4 ladies for you, sir. What do they look like? Exceedingly beautiful, a rarity to find. Li Beihai's interest was piqued. Then what are we waiting for? Fan Xiaodao called for the server. Please bring out your 4 exquisite ladies of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The server hesitated. Sir, on this mid-autumn festival, the 4 ladies are on holiday. It may be inconvenient for them to appear now. Li Beihai, incensed, retorted. Inconvenient? I am from the 6 doors. What could possibly be inconvenient? If anything arises, I shall take full responsibility. Hurry. Seeing Li Beihai's insistence, the server went to the back hall. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through as he returned with the 4 ladies, their faces veiled with silk scarves, not out of pretense, but to avoid disturbing the other guests. Upon seeing them, Li Beihai's face lit up with delight, and he turned to Fan Xiaodao. You little rascal, why the secrecy? The food may be lacking, but this is quite the spectacle. Fan Xiaodao smiled. Indeed, most of the funds were spent on this. The ladies, recognizing Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, asked, Gentlemen, have we not met before? Li Beihai chuckled, realizing the 2 had frequented this establishment, and these 4 ladies must be their acquaintances. He clapped his hands. Ladies, pay them no mind. Today, I am the main character. Why are you still standing there? Come sit beside me. The 4 ladies, chirping and giggling, nestled beside Li Beihai. He proposed spring, summer, autumn, winter. Let me guess who is who. The autumn lady chimed in. If you guess correctly, we shall unveil our faces. If you guess incorrectly, you drink. Li Beihai laughed heartily. Perfect. You must be spring, am I right? Wrong, drink. Li Beihai downed a cup. You must be autumn. Again, wrong, drink. After several rounds of incorrect guesses, Li Beihai had consumed 4 cups of wine, his face flushed and slightly tipsy. Come, lovely ladies, let me see if you truly are as rare as Fan Xiaodao claims. As he attempted to unveil the spring lady's scarf, she quickly interjected, Sir, if you cannot even get my name right, how can you unveil my scarf? That is too rude and uncouth, drink. The 4 ladies, with their unique appearances, possessed sweet and delicate voices. Given the lack of guests these past days, they seized this opportunity to flatter Li Beihai, who became rather intoxicated by their affections. Li Beihai responded, The lady speaks wisely. While drinking, he began to act inappropriately towards the spring lady, displaying a rather unbecoming demeanor. Niu Defu remarked, I have visited the 100-flower pavilion often, yet I have never heard of these 4 ladies of spring, summer, autumn, and winter before. Seeing Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing exchange sly smiles, he inquired, What are you 2 giggling about? Zhao Xing replied, You will find out soon enough. After a few more cups, the 4 ladies still refused to unveil their faces. Growing impatient, Li Beihai expressed his eagerness to hasten the process. The summer lady suggested, Do not rush, sir. Since it is the mid-autumn festival, how about we guess some lantern riddles? If you guess correctly, we shall unveil our faces. Li Beihai readily agreed. I love riddles. Present your challenge. The summer lady posed. A head of fur, a head of light. In and out it emits white liquid. What am I? Li Beihai, grinning lewdly, replied, That would be a toothbrush, correct? Indeed, sir is clever. Just as Li Beihai reached to unveil the summer lady's scarf, someone entered from outside, calling out, Fan Xiaodao, I apologize for my tardiness. Before he finished speaking, Shuang Xiong appeared, flanked by 4 attendants. To everyone's surprise, he was dressed in the ceremonial robe of the Imperial Guard. Fan Xiaodao remarked, What a coincidence. Why are you dressed this way, sir? Shuang Xiong laughed heartily. It is the mid-autumn festival, and I have a female lion at home. Unless I had official business, how could I escape? Li Beihai, already inebriated, did not scrutinize Shuang Xiong's attire and merely asked, "Is this your friend from a theater troupe?" Shuang Xiong replied, "I am Shuang Xiong." Though his voice was not loud, the moment he spoke, the entire hall fell silent. A few tables of guests, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly settled their bills and quietly slipped away, covering their faces with their sleeves and sticking to the walls. They were all officials, and on this festive occasion, it was inevitable to engage in socializing. However, upon the arrival of this formidable figure, they feared being recognized and deemed it wise to retreat. Li Beihai, taken aback, pointed to an empty seat beside him. "Find a place to sit. Do not hinder my drinking." He then reached to unveil the summer lady's scarf again. Shuang Xiong frowned. "I am Shuang Xiong." Li Beihai retorted, "I heard you. Which department do you serve? Since you are a friend of Fan Xiaodao, I shall grant you some courtesy today. However, I typically do not entertain those below the 6th rank." Shuang Xiong reiterated, "I am Shuang Xiong. I heard you the first time. Do you think my hearing is poor?" Shuang Xiong replied, "I fear your eyesight may be lacking." Li Beihai squinted, scrutinizing Shuang Xiong. Suddenly, he noticed the Grand Dragon. This was bad. In a moment of panic, he realized the gravity of his earlier demeanor. If Shuang Xiong wished to assert his authority, it would be akin to crushing an ant underfoot. Li Beihai's legs trembled, and as he struggled to rise, his stomach churned from the excess alcohol. Ugh! He vomited all over the winter and summer ladies. Both ladies, with their faces covered in silk, were now splattered with food and drink, and they promptly lowered their veils, exclaiming, "Sir, how can we continue to play like this? We do not wish to play any more." The spring and autumn ladies also removed their veils, echoing, "We do not wish to play any more." Li Beihai, witnessing the four ladies' unappealing appearances, pointed at Fan Xiaodao. "What a splendid companion you have, Fan Xiaodao. Did you not say they were a rarity?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "In terms of looks, you would be hard-pressed to find even a few in the entire capital. How does that not qualify as a rarity? Truly infuriating." Recalling his earlier behavior with the four ladies, he buried his face in his arms on the table, retching uncontrollably, expelling even the bile from his stomach. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, pointing at Shuang Xiong, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed, pretending to be drunkenly unconscious. This was a desperate ploy to extricate himself from the situation. Having navigated the officialdom for many years, he had become somewhat familiar with the ways of the court. As a mere 6th-rank official, he lacked the standing to dine with someone of Shuang Xiong's stature. Feigning drunkenness was his best escape. Fan Xiaodao mumbled, "I have had too much to drink." Shuang Xiong remarked, "Stop pretending that if you do not get up soon, I will send you to the prison for a couple of days." Hearing this, Li Beihai begrudgingly rose, awkwardly smiling. "I pay my respects to Sir Shui." Shuang Xiong waved away the four ladies, turning to Li Beihai. "Today, I shall dine with Fan Xiaodao and his friends. You have had your wine and meal. Now, simply attend to your duties." Chapter 35. The floor flow. Li Beihai observed that Shuang Xiong bore no ill will, and the anxiety that had been lodged in his throat was alleviated, settling back into the depths of his being. Witnessing Fan Xiaodao and Shuang Xiong engaged in jovial conversation, he could not help but regard Fan Xiaodao with newfound respect. Having navigated the intricacies of the capital for over 40 years, Li Beihai had only ascended to a mere 6th rank, an almost negligible position in a place where even a collapsing house could claim the life of a minister. Yet, Fan Xiaodao, having arrived in the capital for less than a month, had already managed to forge a connection with a person of Shuang Xiong's stature, prompting Li Beihai to re-evaluate his own relationship with Fan Xiaodao. When the dignitaries arrived, they naturally would not settle for leftover scraps that a fresh banquet was arranged, and the company indulged in libations that Li Beihai dared not take a seat. Instead, he stood to the side, diligently pouring tea and serving water. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "Originally, this banquet was intended for a favor from Lord Li." Li Beihai hurriedly interjected, "In front of Lord Shui, I am merely a humble worker. How could I presume to call myself Lord?" "You flatter me excessively, Brother Fan. Please speak freely." "Today, I came here partly to fulfill the agreement with the Northern Zhou's Tuobo Bai, and secondly, I have a request. As a newcomer to the capital, I have finally secured a modest position, earning a meager monthly salary of 1 or 2 taels." Yet I must allocate 2 taels to supplement the deputy magistrate's expenses, which only exacerbates my already strained finances. Today, I seek a personal favor from Lord Shui regarding that 2-tael fee. Shui Xiong chuckled dryly. So this meal is not as complimentary as it seems. But does my face only hold the value of those 2 taels? Li Beihai thought to himself how this fellow was truly adept at picking the wrong moment to jest. However, he dared not voice any dissent, replying, "Brother Fan, you flatter me. With Lord Shui advocating on your behalf, I shall take the liberty of adding an additional 3 taels to your monthly stipend starting next month." With a feigned air of authority, Fan Xiaodao, pleased with the 30% raise, took a sip of his wine. Then what of today's banquet? Li Beihai patted his chest, declaring, "All expenses incurred by Brother Fan at the Baiwa Pavilion today shall be covered by me." A man in his 40s referring to someone 20 years his junior as brother was a sight that piqued Shui Xiong's irritation. He could no longer bear to watch Li Beihai's antics and remarked, "I have matters to discuss with Brother Fan. Murong, as the commander of the Southern Town Defense, you and Li Tissi are colleagues. Why not step aside and engage in some discourse?" Murong Taiju maintained a stern expression, saying, "Li Tissi, please." Li Tissi felt a deep-seated apprehension. The prison under Murong Tieju's command was the most notorious in the land, notorious for its myriad torturous methods. Compared to it, the Six Doors prison was but a petty establishment that he repeatedly implored. "Do enlighten me, my lord." Murong coldly replied, "The lord merely wishes to avoid you. He is sending you away. Should you truly desire to inquire, come to the Southern Town Defense Office another day, and I shall allow you to experience our services firsthand." Li Beihai, pale with fear, stood at a distance with his hands clasped at his sides. During the banquet, Fan Xiaodao raised several toasts with Shui Xiong, while Zhao Xing, the son of the Minister of Rights, showed no trepidation in his presence, though Niu Dafu appeared somewhat constrained. "Thank you, Lord Shui, for your graciousness." Shui Xiong replied, "You flatter me. As an old acquaintance, upon your arrival in the capital, with no connections, it would not be amiss to call me uncle." Fan Xiaodao seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle. And how do you intend to repay me?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "I have little to offer, but perhaps I could send you the extra 3 taels each month. Am I that kind of person?" Recalling the events of that night at Shui Xiong's residence, Fan Xiaodao laughed. "Perhaps I should invite you to a banquet of fine wine each month instead?" Shui Xiong felt a tinge of embarrassment, glancing at Zhao Xing and Niu Dafu. This matter could be discussed in detail another time. However, I did lend considerable assistance in today's affair. Fan Xiaodao recalled Zhuge Xinyu's words, asking, "Was the article regarding Jianghu written by you? But what was the reason behind it?" Shui Xiong replied, "Partly to quell the Northern Zhou's ambitions, and partly because, young Xiaodao, you possess the martial prowess bestowed by Brother Song. It would be a disservice to your talents to settle for a mere menial role. I came to the capital merely as a temporary measure, not expecting to become so ensnared here, and I harbor no grand ambitions." Shui Xiong remarked, "That is because you have yet to occupy a position of significance. Tuoba Bai is not an easy adversary. How can you be so certain that I shall prevail?" Shui Xiong merely smiled and offered no reply. To drink. As the cups were exchanged, the hour had already grown late, approaching the second watch. The Baiwa Pavilion was alive with the din of revelry. Fan Xiaodao was beginning to feel the effects of the wine, yet the other protagonist of the evening had yet to make an appearance. Within the pavilion, the guests had become aware of the identities of those seated in the corner, casting glances their way. However, with the 4 elite guards of the Jinyui in attendance, none dared to approach. As the clock struck the 3rd watch, numerous courtesans in the courtyard of the Baiwa Pavilion began to release sky lanterns, 100 lanterns floating into the air, illuminating the courtyard brilliantly. The moon hung high in the sky down on the drum tower. A young man clad in white descended gracefully, accompanied by a resonant chant. On this full moon night, atop Baiwa Peak, a sword descends from the north, soaring from beyond the heavens. Thud! Before he could finish his line, the young man plummeted to the ground, cursing, "Who the hell threw that banana peel? God damn it!" The newcomer, with starry brows and sword-like eyes, despite his disheveled appearance, still exuded an air of vitality. This was none other than Tuoba Bai. Tuoba Bai, by nature flamboyant and generous, had recently become a regular patron of the Baiwa Pavilion. Upon seeing him, the courtesans exclaimed, "Master Tooba!" The assembled crowd recognized him, and though his entrance was, moreover, he was a disciple of Tooba Dingdang from the northern Zhou's Tiankai Pavilion, and the reputation of his name and lineage could not help but make Fan Xiaodao break into a sweat. Tooba Bai turned, gripping his long knife, and declared with pride, "I, Tooba Bai of Northern Zhou, have come to fulfill our agreement. Fan Xiaodao, do you dare to face me in combat?" Inside the pavilion, Fan Xiaodao was engaged in a game of dice with Zhao Xing and Niu Dafu, and in his inebriated state, he failed to hear Tooba Bai's challenge. Tooba Bai called out thrice more. Niu Dafu remarked, "Xiaodao, your opponent has arrived." Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What time is it?" 3:30. Fan Xiaodao rose, wine cup in hand, and stepped into the courtyard, stating, "It is past the third watch. It is now the 16th of August. You, young man, are late. Thus, this battle is deemed your loss." Tooba Bai had intended to use this battle to elevate his reputation and simultaneously strike a blow to the martial world of the Central Plains. Seeing Fan Xiaodao in his drunken state, dismissing him entirely, ignited his ire. "If you do not wish to fight, that is acceptable. However, let us amend our agreement that if you call me father 3 times, this duel shall be forfeit." "What did you say?" "Father." "What was that?" "Father." "Louder." "Father." "How old are you?" 21. Fan Xiaodao's face lit up with emotion as he stepped forward, seizing Tooba Bai, and exclaimed, "My son, I cannot believe it. After more than 20 years, you've grown so tall. Come closer. Let your father take a look." Tooba Bai, infuriated, retorted, "You Central Plains folk and your convoluted tricks. Look out for my knife." The Tiankai Pavilion's wild wave knife art, renowned for its ferocity and grandiosity, was said to be the foremost of all knife techniques. Yet, Fan Xiaodao, with a casual grab, executed a technique akin to the cloud-dispersing dragon-subduing hand, intricate and precise. Tooba Bai lost his initial advantage, unable to even draw his blade, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Having entered the Central Plains with the Northern Zhou envoy, Tooba Bai had challenged numerous masters along the way and was seldom bested in 3 exchanges. His reputation in the martial world was considerable, yet Fan Xiaodao's unconventional approach deprived him of any opportunity. Frustrated, he discarded his knife to the ground and, in a fit of rage, tackled Fan Xiaodao, both tumbling to the ground. They rolled about, exchanging wild punches, hair-pulling and ear-tugging, resembling a brawl between 2 ruffians. "Ouch! You dare bite your father! Watch as I steal the peach." Onlookers were left dumbfounded. This was hardly the duel of masters. Even common thugs would seldom resort to such tactics. Some remarked, "You don't understand. This is a highly sophisticated martial art known as floor flow style. It appears chaotic, yet it subtly incorporates the principles of the Bagua and I Ching. Give me a break. It's just 2 rascals fighting." Others said, "Once martial arts reach a certain level, the formless surpasses the formed. Enough. I can't keep this up." Meanwhile, a member of the Jianghu entourage, unable to watch any longer, decided to take decisive action, issuing a command that the next morning, a special edition would be published, detailing the fate of the Central Plains martial world, and it must not be less than 3,000 words. Yet, how could he possibly write about the current chaotic scene? Despite the apparent disorder, Fan Xiaodao was filled with trepidation. After several days of intensive training, Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao had deliberated countless strategies but could not devise a means to counter the wild wave knife art. Ultimately, they conceived this daring gambit, aiming to win through surprise, denying Tooba Bai the opportunity to utilize his knife techniques, drawing him into their realm, and leveraging their extensive experience to secure victory. Tooba Bai was indeed of noble lineage, and his internal strength was formidable. Though they wrestled on the ground, their vital energy flowed within, employing the highest level of internal power with the most despicable of maneuvers. The situation remained perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. At last, their limbs entwined, they reached a stalemate, both exerting equal pressure. "Let go. You let go first. This round shall be deemed a draw. We will settle it in a best of 3. "Very well. I will count to 3, and we shall both release our holds. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. After counting thrice, neither was willing to relent first. You are too crafty. I cannot trust you. Likewise, after a brief standoff, Fan Xiaodao, inebriated, spat in Tuoba Bai's face. Disgusted, Tuoba Bai finally released his grip, and the spectators declared, "This round is a draw." Tuoba Bai, highly conscious of his image, was now covered in dirt and speckled with the remnants of the wine he had been spat upon, his rage boiling over. "Very well. I have just experienced your prowess in hand-to-hand combat. It is indeed remarkable. Now, let us see your skills with a weapon that if you can withstand 3 strikes from me, no, 300 strikes, then you may claim victory." Fearing Fan Xiaodao might employ some underhanded tactic, he refrained from making any further threats. Clang! The long knife was drawn from its sheath. Tuoba Bai summoned his blade's aura. In the moonlight, the long knife glimmered with a faint sheen. Regaining his composure, he calmly stated, "This knife is named Wild Wave No. 2, forged from 999 blades by my master. He once said that after the knife has tasted the blood of 100 men, it shall possess a soul." Fan Xiaodao, you must be cautious. Fan Xiaodao asked, "How many lives has it claimed so far?" 100 men. Fan Xiaodao's expression shifted in alarm. "You have killed 99 people?" Tuoba Bai shook his head, replying, "No, merely treating hemorrhoids." Chapter 36. Phantom Swift Steps. Fan Xiaodao wore an expression of disdain. Today, he had brought along a new long knife from the 6 doors, a weapon that had been wrapped in oilcloth and had hardly seen any use, a gift from Song Jingang. Upon hearing Tuoba Bai's words, Fan Xiaodao felt no desire to engage, stating, "Very well. Let this round be counted as your victory." Tuoba Bai replied, "What, are you afraid?" "No, I simply find it unclean." Tuoba Bai chuckled coldly. "Then it stands at 1-0. The assembled crowd had anticipated a fierce battle, only to be disappointed by Fan Xiaodao's immediate concession. Someone called out, "Fan Xiaodao, you represent the martial world of the Central Plains. How can you concede so easily? Your loss is trivial, but you risk tarnishing the reputation of our martial arts community." Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What is your name, sir?" "Tian Ganli." "Duan Ganglai." Fan Xiaodao murmured, "Ganglai? Might you have once been a client of Tuoba Bai? If so, why not stand in for me in this contest?" Duan Ganglai shook his head. "No, why not? I fear contagion." Seeing their endless chatter with no one stepping forward to challenge, Tuoba Bai erupted into laughter. "What is this? They say the martial experts of the Central Plains are numerous. Yet here I am, challenging you, and not a single one dares to respond. It seems you are nothing but a rabble of turtles." Fan Xiaodao replied with a smile, "Not so. It is primarily because your blade is rather intimidating. For the 3rd round, shall we compete in lightness of foot?" The crowd gasped. At it is well known that the lightness of foot practiced by the Tian Supervillian is unparalleled in the world, particularly the hextech flash of the Tuoba lineage, which is elusive and ghostly. Even the current leader of the martial arts world, Li Jufa of the Spring Breeze Night Rain Tower, holds this skill in high regard. For Fan Xiaodao to challenge him in lightness of foot seemed akin to striking a stone with an egg. Only Shuang Xiong remained silent yet amused. Fan Xiaodao, having trained under Song Jingang and received guidance from Yang Qing, possessed a lightness of foot mastery that was unparalleled 2 decades prior. Since he had initiated the challenge, it was evident he held considerable confidence. Moreover, he was aware that after the battle between good and evil, Song Jingang had secretly concealed some skills. Tuoba Bai sneered, "Are you certain you wish to compete in lightness of foot?" The crowd echoed, "Fan Xiaodao, might we suggest a different contest?" Fan Xiaodao shook his head, saying, "Lightness of foot is akin to spirit, speed, height, and distance. It is unknown which aspect my son would like to compare." Tuoba Bai proclaimed, "Our lightness of foot at Tian Supervillian is unrivaled. To compete with me in this is merely to invite humiliation upon yourself. Fear not. If I demonstrate my skill, you may achieve 8 or 9 parts of similarity, and I shall consider you the victor." No sooner had he spoken than Tuoba Bai summoned his internal energy, leaping gracefully, as light as a feather, and landing upon a patch of red water lilies on the 2nd floor's railing, swaying in the wind with elegance. The 100 Flowers Tower stood approximately 15 feet high, To reach such heights without external aid, relying solely on internal energy, was indeed a remarkable feat. To accomplish this was no simple task, as even the most adept martial artists would find the lilies unable to support their weight once their vital energy was exhausted. Yet it was evident that Tooba Bai's internal energy still flowed seamlessly within him upon landing. The crowd erupted in applause, though many felt a tinge of anxiety for Fan Xiaodao. "Tooba Bai, gesture, please!" The songstresses all clamored. "Master Tooba, how graceful!" Tooba Bai, strikingly handsome and generous in demeanor, drew the admiration of the songstresses, who had no sense of national loyalty. They simply supported whoever was more attractive, regardless of whether they hailed from northern Zhou or the Ming. Fan Xiaodao surveyed his surroundings, hesitating to make a move. The crowd urged, "Are you conceding? Fan Xiaodao, we have wagered quite a sum on you. Your loss is trivial, but if we lose our money, you will be at odds with the martial world of the Central Plains." Fan Xiaodao declared, "Bring me a ladder." Tooba Bai laughed heartily. "What? Are you unable to ascend?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "No. I fear you may not descend." As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Xiaodao soared into the air like a golden rock, performing a somersault before landing on the red lilies. Although he managed to ascend, the lilies sank slightly beneath his weight. "It appears your internal energy is somewhat lacking," Tooba Bai remarked. Fan Xiaodao countered, "We both stand upon a single lily. Its sinking is not solely due to my weight. The outcome remains undetermined. Next, we should compare our landings." With that, he summoned his internal energy and leapt into the air, spinning 3.5 times before alighting gracefully on the ground, his feet planted firmly as if nailed down, hands raised in triumph, exclaiming, "Your turn! A mere display of skill. 3.5 spins? I shall add a Thomas spin." Just as Tooba Bai exerted force to leave the lilies, he felt a sudden tug at his feet. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Xiaodao had stealthily ensnared him with a fine thread. At that moment, it was too late to retract his energy. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. "An impressive Thomas spin," Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "Yet your technique, the evil dog pounces on excrement. I concede, I concede. You little rascal, you employed trickery. All's fair in war," Tooba Bai declared. "Let us compete in pursuit and evasive maneuvers." He pointed towards the bell tower they had come from. "From here to the bell tower, a distance of approximately 100 paces. Whoever reaches the top first shall be the victor. I shall accompany you to the end." Tooba Bai gestured, and a follower presented him with a cloak, which he donned. He addressed Fan Xiaodao. "This cloak is the Phantom Cloak, one of the 3 treasures of our Tiansu Pavilion. When activated, it harnesses the power of the wind to enhance speed, that if you possess a similar item, you may use it." Fan Xiaodao shook his head. "Just watch." He summoned a songstress from the 100 Flowers Tower and issued orders. Lacking a gong, they had no choice but to shatter a cup to signal the start. As the woman drank, she noticed Tooba Bai gathering energy, his body swelling, the phantom cloak rising without wind. With a clap, before Fan Xiaodao could react, Tooba Bai had already surged forward over 2 paces, instantly putting distance between himself and Fan Xiaodao. The crowd gasped, "Hextech Flash!" They had long heard that the Hextech Flash of Tiansu Pavilion was one of the 3 greatest lightness of foot techniques, and watching Tooba Bai cover such distance in an instant left them dumbfounded. If used in combat, this technique could be decisive, leading them to believe Fan Xiaodao's decision to forego weaponry was wise. Fan Xiaodao pursued closely behind. His lightness of foot was commendable, yet he had lost the advantage, falling behind step by step, particularly due to the phantom cloak, which was about 10 feet long, obstructing his line of sight and preventing him from catching up. As they covered 70 or 80 paces, Fan Xiaodao remained 5 or 6 paces behind. When they were still 20 paces from the bell tower, Fan Xiaodao let out a long cry, transforming into a ghostly figure, streaking through the night sky, gradually closing the distance between them. Someone recognized this lightness of foot technique and exclaimed in shock. This is the crowd, witnessing this technique for the first time, clamored, "What is it?" The individual replied, "The long-lost Phantom's swift steps of the martial world." The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Is this not the technique of the demonic sect's leader, Yi Hua? How can this lad be affiliated with the demonic sect? Shuang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, his suspicions had been confirmed. After the battle between good and evil, he had searched for the Phantom's Swift Steps manual of the demonic sex leader, Yi Hua, but had found no trace. Now, witnessing Fan Xiaodao employ the technique, everything fell into place. Fan Xiaodao pursued relentlessly from behind, that eye in the night sky. They resembled two specters racing towards the bell tower. 15 paces, 10 paces, 5 paces. Toobobai glanced back and saw that Fan Xiaodao was about to catch up. He pressed a hidden clasp on his chest cloak, releasing a cloud of black smoke that rushed towards Fan Xiaodao, accompanied by a strange, pungent odor. Instantly, Fan Xiaodao felt his internal energy stagnate, unprepared for such a treacherous tactic from Toobobai. Having not been forewarned, he found himself at a disadvantage. With only a pace remaining to reach the tower's peak, Toobobai felt a surge of triumph as the distance between them widened to 2 paces, victory seemingly assured, the light of success beckoning him. He was finally poised to reclaim a win. Suddenly, he felt a tightness behind him. The phantom cloak appeared to be ensnared by something, pulled by a tremendous force that halted his movement. Turning to investigate, he found a flying claw had caught the cloak, its other end tied to a tree. With a ripping sound, the phantom cloak was torn asunder. The 3 great treasures of Tian, Supervillian, had been vanquished by a seemingly unremarkable flying claw worth but a few coins. He felt a pang of regret. The cloak had been borrowed, and how would he explain its destruction upon returning to Northern Zhou? It went without saying that he understood Fan Xiaodao's treachery. In that moment of distraction, Fan Xiaodao deftly sidestepped past him, reaching the bell tower first. Toobabai's face turned pale with rage, unable to articulate his frustration. However, he had previously stated that Fan Xiaodao could employ any means necessary. Fan Xiaodao chuckled. I never anticipated that the robbery kit prepared by Zhang Samabai would find its purpose here. Although the phantom cloak could enhance speed, its large target was easily ensnared. When it comes to lightness of foot, the Phantom's swift steps reign supreme. My sincerest apologies, but you have lost again. Upon returning to the 100 Flowers Tower, the crowd buzzed with conversation. It was initially a best 2 out of 3, with each combatant having claimed 1 victory and 1 defeat, leaving the outcome undetermined. Some suggested for the sake of harmony between the 2 nations, it would be best to declare a tie, while others argued that a contest without a clear winner could hardly be deemed a competition. Toobobai declared, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is a second. Today, we must establish a victor. However, they had already competed in fist and foot, wielded weapons, and showcased their lightness of foot. What more could they compare? One who understood the martial world suggested, we could also compete in hidden weapons. Toobobai firmly replied, no. Hidden weapons are the tools of the unscrupulous. We at Tian Supervillian never utilize them. The other retorted, Master Tooba, your words are misguided. In martial arts, there exists no hierarchy of noble or base, only the righteousness of purpose. Hidden weapons can kill, but they can also save lives. Have you not heard of Little Li Flying Dagger? It once ranked second on the Jianghu weapon list, and no one deemed it unscrupulous. Would you not agree, young hero Fan? Fan Xiaodao pondered. While the reasoning held merit, he had no knowledge of hidden weapons. However, since Toobobai was also unfamiliar with them, there was certainly an opportunity for comparison, and perhaps he could bewilder 1 or 2 of them. Thus, he stated, your words ring true. Let us have an additional contest, this time with hidden weapons. Chapter 37. The Cost of Friendship. Toobobai declared, I conduct myself with utmost integrity, never bearing concealed weapons. A wandering swordsman stepped forward, introducing himself as Jin Biao Huang Tianba. I carry with me 12 golden throwing darts. Should you not find them objectionable, I would be pleased to offer my concealed weapons. With that, he produced 12 golden darts from his bosom and laid them upon the table. The golden darts, though modest in size, were easily concealable, belonging to the category of petite concealed weapons, capable of targeting vital areas such as the throat or eyes, making them quite common in the martial world. However, Huang Tianba's darts were crafted from pure gold, their edges exceedingly sharp, with 4 of each size, small, medium, and large. Mastery in controlling these darts required both finesse and rigorous practice. Without 1.5 years of dedicated training, one would find it challenging to achieve proficiency. Fan Xiaodao inquired curiously, How can such a weapon inflict harm? Huang Tianba waved his hand nonchalantly, and the dart whistled through the air. Clang! The dart embedded itself into the railing, leaving but a narrow gap. This display of skill was remarkable. Had the target been a person, the dart would surely have pierced their lungs. The onlookers erupted in applause at his demonstration. Huang Tianba smiled faintly, approached the railing, and withdrew a knife, severing the railing to retrieve the dart. After pondering for a moment, Tuoba Bai concluded that if he could channel his internal energy into the dart, it should not pose a problem. Thus he proclaimed, "Let us compete." The crowd fashioned 2 targets from wooden boards, drawing 5 concentric circles on each, and placed them 3 paces away. Each of us shall throw 2 darts of small, medium, and large sizes, and the victor shall be determined by the number of rings struck. Tuoba Bai grasped the dart, scrutinizing it intently before gazing into the distance. He summoned his internal energy, imitating Huang Tianba's technique, and with a flick of his wrist, a shadow darted forth, brushing past the target. A miss. Observing this, Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "Is that all? Prepare to call me father." Although he had never trained with concealed weapons, he had seen his uncle Hu Sandao from the Black Wind Fortress employ counting beads as weapons, adept at striking acupoints. Even without direct experience, he understood that the art of dart throwing required a synergy of eyesight and strength. Watch the dart. Another miss. The crowd shook their heads. It became evident that these two were not merely ignorant of the art of concealed weapons. They were utterly clueless. The competition turned into a farcical debacle, a sight both tragic and humorous. Each side, clinging to a semblance of luck, took turns throwing their darts, completing 6 throws apiece, yet neither struck even a single target. However, this unfortunate outcome particularly vexed Huang Tianba. Originally intending to showcase his weapons and enhance his reputation among the martial community, he found himself at the mercy of these 2 unreliable fools, who sent his precious darts flying into oblivion. Throughout the night, Huang Tianba scoured the grand hall in search of his lost darts, even taking on the cleaning duties of the venue, laboring until dawn, only to recover 3 of them. As for the rest, it was likely that those with sticky fingers had seized the opportunity to pocket them. Realizing that the golden darts were beyond reach, they decided to contest with throwing knives instead. After a round of competition, both men gained a deeper understanding of each other's skills with concealed weapons. Lacking confidence in themselves, they nonetheless held firm belief in the other's inability to succeed. "He certainly won't hit." Tuoba Bai, among his companions, procured 2 throwing knives, handing one to Fan Xiaodao, as they prepared to engage in yet another contest. They hurled their knives back and forth over a dozen times, yet not once did they strike true. Tension mounted, the duel grew fierce and exhilarating, but the audience soon lost interest, expressing their disdain with jeers. "What kind of contest is this? My 3-year-old grandson could throw better." "Enough of that. You bachelor Liu, where would you get a grandson?" Having failed to achieve a decisive result, the weary duo of knife retrievers suggested, "Since neither side can claim victory, why not declare this round a draw?" Tuoba Bai, ever obstinate, challenged Fan Xiaodao. "Dare we take it up a notch?" "I am at your command," he replied. Tuoba Bai retrieved 2 apples, suspending them at a distance of over 3 paces, declaring, "We shall each stand beneath an apple and throw our knives at them, not only testing our accuracy, but also our courage." "I fear you may lack the guts." Fan Xiaodao retorted, "I just devoured a platter of sea urchin. My courage is substantial. If you fancy excitement, let us blindfold ourselves and spin thrice before throwing our knives. Do you dare accept the challenge?" Tuoba Bai smirked. "Let us compete." They positioned themselves beneath the apples, donned blindfolds, and each held a throwing knife, standing resolutely. Upon hearing the rules of this contest, the once crowded hall emptied in an instant. With knives that possessed no sense of direction and 2 blindfolded participants whose previous performances had been less than stellar, any spectators who had initially intended to watch wisely retreated to the safety of nearby eaves or secluded rooms. The moment of reckoning had finally arrived. Fan Xiaodao's heart raced as he contemplated retreating at this critical juncture, but after more than an hour of competition, his competitive spirit surged, compelling him to endure. Tuoba Bai, proud and self-assured, could not bear the thought of being bested by an unknown underling. Fearing the implications for his standing in the martial world and his reputation among his mentors, he resolved to press on. Spin 3.2.1 go. The throwing knives shot forth. Fan Xiaodao unleashed his knife simultaneously. The blades arced through the night sky, hurtling towards each other. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Fan Xiaodao felt a gust of wind above him, followed by the unmistakable sound of an apple being pierced. Alarmed, he removed his blindfold and looked up to see Tuoba Bai's knife had struck true. Thud! Turning to his side, he found Tuoba Bai collapsed on the ground, a knife embedded in his heart, a flourish of red silk marking the spot. Blood pooled around him. Tuoba Bai's knife had struck the apple, while Fan Xiaodao's knife had found Tuoba Bai. Fan Xiaodao shook his head, letting out a long sigh. You have won, and I have lost. The defeated lived on, while the victor lay dead. Such is the capriciousness of fate. The battle at the 100 Flowers Pavilion concluded with Tuoba Bai's triumph, yet this victory bore the harrowing cost of life. Swiftly, the news of the incident spread throughout the capital, igniting fervent debate. Some argued that their duel was a matter of life and death, thus the victor should be deemed Fan Xiaodao. Others disagreed, asserting that the rules of the contest dictated victory by hitting the apple, a claim clearly met by Tuoba Bai. The two factions clashed vehemently in their discourse that, of course, the most delighted were those who had set odds in the betting houses, who also played a clandestine role in fueling the controversy. With neither side able to declare a winner, the house benefited regardless. However, the people of Northern Zhou were not appeased. Tuoba Bai was a master among the younger generation of Northern Zhou, and the most favored disciple of Tuoba Dingdang, a promising figure destined to uphold the legacy of Northern Zhou. The frustration of his inexplicable demise at the hands of Fan Xiaodao was palpable. The Northern Zhou envoy was furious, demanding the surrender of Fan Xiaodao to pay with his life, pressuring negotiations with threats of war in the northern territories. The imperial court, however, responded with remarkable composure, stating that the duel adhered to the customs of the martial world, mutually acknowledged by both parties. Since it was a contest, injuries were an inevitable outcome. Only those unable to bear the consequences would seek to exploit the situation. Yet, unbeknownst to all, that very night, Shuang Xiong secretly entered the palace, personally relaying the events of the duel to the emperor. Although the emperor did not express a definitive stance, the following morning he appeared in good spirits, indulging in an extra bowl of plain porridge at breakfast in Zhaoxing's courtyard. Emotions ran high. Li Qingyo rejoiced. Though he had not attended the 100 Flowers Pavilion himself, he listened intently to Niu Defu recount the events of the night, unable to suppress his concern for Fan Xiaodao, repeatedly advising him. Second Master, before Third Master departed, he instructed me to keep a close watch on you. In the future, avoid such perilous ventures. Fan Xiaodao replied, Understood, I shall let you handle it next time. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyo waved his hand, indicating that he could not manage such matters. Meanwhile, Zhaoxing sensed Li Qingyo's dejection and pressed for details. Eventually, they revealed that they had placed bets on Fan Xiaodao, anticipating his loss. However, the betting house now refused to pay out any winnings, leaving the two to suffer significant financial losses. Similar sentiments echoed among many colleagues at the Six Doors. Upon learning of this, Fan Xiaodao felt a surge of indignation. Not because they had gambled in his name nor for the profit they sought, but rather for the missed opportunity to share in such lucrative dealings. How could you all engage in such profitable ventures without including me? We pooled over 5 taels of silver. Help us shoulder the burden. It has barely been half a month since our finances began to dwindle. Zhaoxing and Niu Defu had no habit of saving. They spent freely, initially hoping to profit from the 100 Flowers Pavilion battle. However, they had miscalculated the outcome and now realized they would not last until the end of the month. Fan Xiaodao remarked, You three certainly do not inspire confidence. It seems this household must rely on me. Li Qingyo replied, Of course, you are the rightful leader here. Fan Xiaodao retrieved 4 gleaming objects from his bosom and placed them on the table. Look at this. Do not say I neglect to think of you during times of fortune. Niu Defu exclaimed, Are these not Huang Tianba's golden darts? How did they end up in your possession? Just yesterday, he was searching high and low for them. Fan Xiaodao explained, During the contest, I thought it a shame to waste such valuable items. So aside from the first 2 darts, I pretended to throw the rest while secretly concealing them in my sleeve. After all, everyone witnessed the darts being launched. Niu Defu queried, Zhao Xing, does this not constitute illegal possession of another's property? Fan Xiaodao countered. He willingly offered them. How can it be deemed unlawful? Zhao Xing nodded. As law enforcement, we are obliged to uphold the law. Claiming another's possessions as one's own is punishable by 3 to 5 years in prison, according to the Ming Code. However, in light of our friendship, let us share these 4 golden darts as symbols of our camaraderie. Fan Xiaodao remarked. Would that not render you all accomplices? Zhao Xing maintained a stern expression. Do you wish to compel me to arrest you? Fan Xiaodao sighed. Alas, the cost of friendship is rather steep. Chapter 38. The transfer to the Theft Suppression Division overnight. Fan Xiaodao became a celebrated figure in the capital. His fame soared after the battle at Baiwa Tower, where his flying daggers felled the formidable Northern Zhou expert, Tuobo Bai. The Shaoxing Jianghu publication launched an exhaustive star-making campaign, releasing several issues that meticulously chronicled the skirmish at Baiwa Tower. The account depicted a dazzling display of blade and sword, fraught with peril, as the two masters unleashed their unique skills, transforming the atmosphere into one of tension and awe. Ultimately, in a dire situation, Fan Xiaodao executed a counterattack with his flying daggers. These reports, however, strayed far from the truth, filled with exaggerated praise, and it was rumored that Fan Xiaodao was nominated as one of the top 10 outstanding youths of the Jianghu in the forthcoming session, a notion that left him blushing with embarrassment. Niu Dafu tossed the Shaoxing Jianghu onto the table, exclaiming, "Such a lack of integrity! Do they not possess even an ounce of professional ethics?" Zhao Xing replied, Shaoxing Jianghu, a gossip magazine of the Jianghu, is merely a mouthpiece for the court to manipulate the world of martial arts. Such writings undoubtedly reflect the court's intentions that if the same events were narrated from the Northern Zhou perspective, one might find an entirely different rendition, perhaps depicting Xiaodao as a despicable sneak, resorting to treachery. Fan Xiaodao remarked, "But this is an outrageous embellishment." Zhao Xing responded, "Consider yourself fortunate. An ordinary person in the Jianghu could earn a few dozen taels for a single article, and some might even receive over 1,000 now that Shaoxing Jianghu is so fervently singing your praises. It signifies that someone in the court is paying attention to you, and it also serves to undermine the Northern Zhou, enhancing our negotiating position. Shouldn't there be a stipend for publishing articles?" Fan Xiaodao inquired. "Are you a contemporary literary giant? Or a court official? You're overthinking it. Not charging you is already generous," Zhao Xing retorted. Fan Xiaodao mused, "A few dozen taels for a fleeting reputation to acquire some wine and meat. What is not to like?" Zhao Xing regarded him with disdain, saying, "Such short-sightedness. Reputation in the Jianghu is half earned through deeds and half through promotion. One may possess extraordinary martial skills, but without the art of self-promotion, one merely becomes a high-ranking thug. Conversely, those who may lack martial prowess but understand the dynamics of public opinion, like the timely rain that is Song Gongming, may not be skilled in combat, yet excel in generosity, win hearts, and invest in creating a favorable public image, thriving in the Jianghu. Look at the Shaoxing Jianghu rankings. Many of those on the list are nothing more than empty vessels." Niu Dafu pondered aloud. "What is the use of going to such lengths for a hollow reputation?" Zhao Xing elucidated. "It holds significant value. A name establishes one's status. Once you attain fame in the Jianghu, it opens doors to numerous opportunities. For instance, in business, should one encounter difficulties or face banditry, connections can be leveraged to navigate crises. Furthermore, to establish a sect, one must have 2 individuals from the rankings as guarantors, which translates to a substantial source of income." Niu Dafu nodded. "I see. In the end, whether in the Jianghu or the officialdom, it all boils down to 3 words. People manipulating people." At that moment, Li Beihai arrived, prompting the 3 to rise. Fan Xiaodao clasped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Sir Li." Following the events at Baiwa Tower, Li Beihai seemed transformed, shedding his previously lofty demeanor. He approached and grasped Fan Xiaodao's hand, saying, "Forget about titles, my dear brother. We may each have our roles in the 6 doors, but privately, we are good friends that I heard you've been residing at Zhao's place. I happened to be passing by and thought to check in on you. How are you finding it?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "It's quite acceptable." Li Beihai glanced at their quarters and continued, "By the way, I have a residence in a southern alley, previously used for a concubine. After she met her demise at the hands of my wife, it has remained vacant, and if you don't mind, perhaps you could move there. It's more spacious, and we would be closer for discussing official matters. Fan Xiaodao internally chuckled, reflecting on how just recently Li Beihai had been condescending, and now, after a mere meal with Shuang Xiong, his attitude had flipped a full 360 degrees. The shift in tone left him somewhat disconcerted, and he repeatedly declined, insisting that he was quite comfortable where he was and that there was no need for Li to trouble himself. Li Beihai did not press the issue, instead calling out to those outside, "What are you all waiting for? Move everything in." 5 or 6 servants entered, hauling 2 carts laden with goods ranging from fine porcelain and paintings to daily necessities. Li Beihai declared, "Since you're new here, I have prepared some essentials for you that I hope they meet your approval, that if you find anything lacking, don't hesitate to let me know, and I'll have someone deliver it." Fan Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sir Li, this is too much." "What is too much?" "We all brothers here, that if you refuse this, it would seem rather distant of you. However, there is one thing I must mention. Regarding your monthly stipend of 2 taels, we must fulfill that obligation, as there are over 100 personnel under the jurisdiction of the Theft Suppression Division, and I cannot afford to leave them hanging," he added, producing a pouch of silver and placing it in Fan Xiaodao's hands. "Take this for now. If it falls short, feel free to ask me." Zhao Xing, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Sir Li, this sounds like bribery." Though he was of lower rank in the Theft Suppression Division, Zhao Xing's integrity was commendable, and while he didn't hold Li Beihai in high regard, he maintained a modicum of respect. Li Beihai retorted, "You're mistaken, Zhao. When a subordinate gifts a superior, it's called bribery. When a superior gifts a subordinate, it's called camaraderie." Zhao Xing scoffed from the sidelines. Fan Xiaodao pondered. Taking into account the offer of free money and their current financial struggles, he tucked the pouch away, saying, "In that case, thank you, sir. Call me older brother." After Li Beihai departed, Fan Xiaodao opened the pouch to find a silver note worth 100 taels. "This is equivalent to a decade's worth of my salary. How curious that someone so meticulous over a mere 2 taels would be so generous with 100. You think this money comes easily? It's merely due to Lord Shue's influence that he is willing to part with it, that in time, he may very well seek your assistance. Beware of his sweet-tongued gifts. To clarify, it's a gift to me, not to us. Is there really a difference? First, settle the rent." Fan Xiaodao suggested, "Let us pool this money with Qingyou S. With this sum, he won't have to beg on the streets every day. Instead of being the leader of a beggar gang, he can open a small shop and engage in commerce. As for Li Beihai, I've accepted the money, but whether I assist him or not is still within my control. That I ask for the sweet-tongued gifts, we can savor the sweetness while spitting out the bitter." Fan Xiaodao gazed at the silver, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just a month prior, he and Li Qingyou had been scrambling to survive in the capital, and now, a month later, he had transformed into a member of the 6 Doors, forging connections with the commander of the Jinyui, and even his direct superior was currying favor with silver and residence offerings. No wonder everyone aspired to be an official rather than a bandit. Upon returning to the 6 Doors, Fan Xiaodao was summoned by Zhuge Xinyu. Though he had not personally attended the battle at Baiwa Tower, he had heard the details from others, and having lost a wager, his mood was less than cheerful. When Fan Xiaodao arrived, Zhuge Xinyu was preparing to practice calligraphy. Noticing his inkstone, Fan Xiaodao promptly stepped forward to assist. Zhuge Xinyu had a profound passion for calligraphy, having dedicated considerable effort to it in his youth, but had never gained significant recognition. Eventually, he carved his own path by specializing in the style of ugly script, and upon becoming the chief constable, he earned some acclaim, particularly for his invention of the flying ink technique, which garnered him a modest following. "Xiaodao, what do you think of my writing?" Zhuge Xinyu inquired. Fan Xiaodao replied, "How could I dare to comment on the esteemed handwriting of my superior? Speak truthfully." Fan Xiaodao raised his thumb, exclaiming, "Your writing is a dance of dragons and phoenixes, imbued with vigor and strength. Even if Ouyang Xiu were to rise again, or if the revered Zhu Gong were to be reborn, they would scarcely rival the beauty of your characters. Just look at this treasure of women. The ink flows with both boldness and delicacy, the strokes are as firm as branches, and the meaning flows seamlessly, completed in one breath. It is truly a masterpiece." Zhuge Xinyu frowned in vexation, responding, This is mere flattery, akin to a summer insect speaking of ice. Setting down his brush, he said, I gift you this piece. Fan Xiaodao felt a surge of joy. There was a saying within the 6 doors. If this chief constable bestowed a piece of writing upon someone, it signified that he held them in high regard and intended to promote them. Now, with this gift, was he not destined to soar within the 6 doors? You performed admirably in the Baihua Tower battle, Zhuge Xinyu remarked. I caused you to lose silver. I feel quite ashamed, Fan Xiaodao replied. Zhuge Xinyu chuckled. It's merely 100 taels, nothing of great consequence. Besides, didn't Li Beihai just gift you 100 taels? You can consider this as compensation for my loss. Suddenly, Fan Xiaodao's heart sank. There was an insider. Just after he had received the silver, Zhuge Xinyu had already received word. Was it Zhao Xing or Niu Defu? Zhuge Xinyu clarified, Li Beihai's butler arranged this. Only then did Fan Xiaodao breathe a sigh of relief. Hand it over. The silver note had barely warmed in his pocket before he was expected to surrender it. Unwilling, he protested. Sir, this seems inappropriate. A subordinate gifting a superior is tantamount to bribery. Zhuge Xinyu countered. This silver is merely a loan. At 3% interest compounded, how can it be considered bribery? That interest rate is even higher than usury, Fan Xiaodao retorted. Zhuge Xinyu replied, It's a privilege from me to you. You should seize this opportunity. Furthermore, you are still young, and suddenly coming into a large sum of money could lead to losing your way. I shall temporarily safeguard it for you as a reminder. Do you not trust me? Would you like a written acknowledgement? I'll forego the interest, but when do you plan to return it? Zhuge Xinyu replied, Let us say 100 years from now. However, this loan isn't without its strings. Naturally, I will provide you with good assignments. He continued, With your capabilities, you are somewhat underutilized in the theft suppression division. Zhao Xing has approached me several times, requesting to transfer you to the theft suppression division, and I have tentatively agreed. From today onward, you shall be a formal constable of the 6 doors, and of course, you will also take on the duties of the Tianzi No. 1 room. I do not trust anyone else to deliver there. You must report the situation to me promptly. Thank you for your encouragement, sir. Fan Xiaodao cautiously inquired. Might my remuneration be adjusted as well? Zhuge Xinyu replied, You are still young. Focus on your career first. Do not dwell too much on monetary matters, lest you lose your way. Chapter 39. The fortune teller regarding Fan Xiaodao's transfer to the Theft Control Division, Li Beihai, did not impose any difficulties. Firstly, he was compelled to heed the words of the chief constable, Zhuge Xinyu. And secondly, with the connection of Shuang Xiong, even if Li Beihai had 10 times the audacity, he would not dare to obstruct. Brother Fan, you are a person of great ambition. It is indeed beneath your talents to be relegated to a mere errand in our detention center. You have just arrived in the capital, and there are numerous expenses to consider. Should you require funds for your undertakings, do not hesitate to speak up. Although I may not have an abundance, I can certainly offer you a few thousand taels. Fan Xiaodao replied. That would be quite inappropriate. Li Beihai insisted. We are brothers. When you achieve great success in the future, do not forget to lend a hand to your elder brother. Just days prior, Li Beihai regarded him with cold indifference. Merely because he had befriended a few influential figures, he began to treat him with undue respect. This transformation left Fan Xiaodao feeling quite uncomfortable, but as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, but he feigned humility, saying, You flatter me, my lord, that I am merely on temporary assignment. The chief constable has asked me to assist with a meal delivery to room 1. Upon arriving at the emperor's room 1, he informed Yi Hua about his reassignment, to which Yi Hua responded without further elaboration. During this period, Fan Xiaodao had developed a rapport with Yi Hua, often seeking him out for conversation in his leisure time. Yi Hua was knowledgeable and exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Some of his insights were unique, and it was under his inspiration that Fan Xiaodao devised a strategy to deal with Tuoba Bai's relentless pursuit. I shall not be here for long. You have your duties in the Theft Control Division and may find yourself with idle time. Feel free to come and chat with me. Should you encounter any unsolvable cases or difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Fan Xiaodao inquired, Senior, do you intend to escape? Yi Hua retorted, In this vast world, where could I possibly go? When the matter of Sun Mingwu's confidential letter was raised, Yi Jihua indicated that it would require additional time to decipher. After all, without a corresponding source text, such endeavors were often a matter of luck, and even with Yi Jihua's exceptional talent, time was still necessary for the task that in the following days, Fan Xiaodao, Niu Dafu, and several other newly recruited constables were sent to the Guozijian for training. This was a short-term training academy established jointly by the Six Doors and the Guozijian. Since they were newcomers, it was essential to equip themselves with knowledge in order to swiftly acclimate to their roles. The primary subjects of study were straightforward. First, the Great Ming Code. As the Six Doors served as a law enforcement agency, it was imperative to execute their duties with legal backing. Second, the fundamental processes involved in case handling by the Six Doors, which were indispensable for these novices. Third, seasoned constables were invited to share their case handling techniques and various case studies. Naturally, it also included the monotonous teachings of the old scholars from the Guozijian, who expounded upon the words of the sages. The most tedious were indeed those words of the sages. Coming from a background as a mountain bandit, Fan Xiaodao's education did not revolve around the 4 books and 5 classics. It was a manual on boxing that Yang Qing had once taught him to read, followed by some lowbrow tales from the likes of Deng Xiaoheshang and Qi Pozi. As for the words of the sages, he felt an innate aversion, compounded by the dull and tedious manner in which those old scholars lectured, leaving him utterly perplexed. Conversely, he found the dry Great Ming Code to be rather engaging. Firstly, understanding the laws of the Great Ming would provide him with a basis for his future work at the Six Doors. Secondly, even if he did not become a constable, returning to the bandit life as a leader who understood the law would allow him to navigate fewer pitfalls. And thirdly, it also served as a means to uncover business opportunities, as he discovered that all lucrative trades were outlined within the Great Ming laws. With the chance to enrich himself, why not seize it? The most fascinating part was the case study class, taught by an elder named Zhou Jin, who was in his 60s and had spent a lifetime as a constable, having served under 4 different chief constables. He was referred to as a living fossil of the Six Doors. It was said that he had joined the Six Doors even before Zhuge Xinyu. And although he had once handled significant cases due to his outstanding abilities, he had never ascended the ranks due to his inability to manage relationships with his superiors and his lack of adaptability. As retirement approached, and with no suitable position within the organization, he was assigned the role of training new constables. This old man was loquacious and enjoyed wielding his seniority, showing no mercy when it came to lecturing others. I have spent a lifetime as a constable in the Six Doors, making me a walking textbook. If you wish to thrive within the bureaucracy, my words should be regarded as gospel. Remember them well, for they will ensure your promotion and prosperity, and may even save your life in critical moments. Niu Dafu raised his hand and asked, "Is it truly effective?" Zhou Jin replied, "Of course. I have a question. If your words are so effective, why have you remained a constable all your life?" This question struck home, causing a burst of laughter among the crowd. Zhou Jin's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as he waved his hand. "You know nothing. If I wished for promotion, it would be a matter of moments. The court even wanted to make me the chief constable once, but I firmly declined. Otherwise, where would Zhuge Xinyu's position be?" "Is that so?" Zhou Jin asked. "Are you doubting me?" Niu Dafu replied. "Did you not say that bold bragging could lead to verification?" Zhou Jin seized Niu Dafu and tossed him out the door. "Get out. You need not attend my lectures in the future." Upon returning to the room, he continued, "Today, we will discuss the case handling processes of the Six Doors, which involves case filing, investigation, evidence collection, and apprehension. You must remember that as constables, all actions must adhere to the regulations of the Six Doors and the Great Ming laws, emphasizing procedural justice and substantive justice." Fan Xiaodao raised his hand to ask, "I have a query." "Speak." "When it comes to procedural justice and substantive justice, for instance, if we know someone has committed a crime but cannot find relevant evidence, or if the evidence we do find was obtained through illegal means, should we still convict them? If we pursue procedural justice, they would be deemed innocent. Yet the outcome is not just that in such instances. What should we do?" Zhou Jin remarked, "Your question is quite typical. Once you join the Theft Control Division, this dilemma will accompany you throughout your career. The Great Ming laws are the nation's cornerstone, and we, as public servants, must regard them as our guiding principles, relying on facts and evidence without allowing personal biases to influence our cases. then how can the wrongdoers receive their deserved punishment? Whether someone is a wrongdoer is not for us to determine. Fan Shoutout countered, as constables, should we not seek justice for the people, ensuring that wrongdoers face the law? If what you say holds true, then being a constable would indeed be rather unfulfilling. Zhou Jin scrutinized him for a moment, lost in some reminiscence, and sighed. In my early days, I shared your sentiments. Yet here I am, still accomplishing nothing. In the subsequent lessons, Zhou Jin seemed somewhat distracted. Fan Xiaodao noticed something was amiss. This instructor Zhou appeared to harbor some burdensome past. That evening, upon returning home, Fan Xiaodao recounted the day's events to Zhao Xing. Zhao Xing informed him that Zhou Jin had once been one of the most formidable constables in the Six Doors, and the current chief constable was one of his disciples. It was rumored that he was a candidate for the chief constable position. Yet 20 years prior, he had become embroiled in a scandal, committing a grave error that nearly cost him his position. It was only through Zhuge Xinyu's protection that he remained, but he would never have the opportunity for advancement again. Setting aside his eccentric personality and penchant for reprimanding others, when it comes to case investigation skills, no one in the Six Doors can surpass him. However, the court strictly prohibits him from participating in investigations. Over the years, he has been relegated to clerical work and teaching, which is indeed a significant loss for the Six Doors. He possesses a wealth of knowledge. If the opportunity arises, it would be wise to seek his guidance. The 10-day training soon concluded, and Fan Xiaodao officially joined Zhao Xing's Theft Control Group 3. The Theft Control Division was divided into 5 groups, representing the cardinal directions, with Zhao Xing's Group 3 responsible for the eastern part of the city, that in addition to handling thefts and capturing criminals. The constables of the Six Doors also bore the responsibility of maintaining public order, fire safety, and even resolving disputes among the citizenry and gang conflicts within their jurisdiction. In summary, the Theft Control Division was busy with cases when they existed, and patrolling the streets when they did not, leaving little room for idleness. The eastern city was home to 9 streets and 13 lanes. Zhao Xing guided him to familiarize himself with the situation of the 9 streets and introduced him to various gangs and docks. Over the course of a few days, Fan Xiaodao was astonished by Zhao Xing's extensive network. He mingled with individuals from all walks of life, from local gentry to commoners. Even the wells and petty thieves greeted Zhao Xing with familiarity, as for the gangs. Their presence was even more pronounced. With the arrival of new constables in the Theft Control Division, they came to pay their respects, establishing connections, ensuring that many matters in the eastern city would now be within their purview. Before departing, it was customary to offer a red envelope, and Fan Xiaodao was taken aback to find he could earn money from this outing, that he intended to accept it, but Zhao Xing stopped him. Inquiring about the reason, Zhao Xing explained, in our line of work, there are some sums of money that can be accepted and some that cannot. The money from these factions is not to be accepted. Why not? Zhao Xing elaborated. Most of these factions engage in illicit activities. If we accept their money, we risk becoming entangled with them, and should they commit any wrongdoing in the future, they may use the fact that we accepted their money as leverage. At that point, it would be like falling into a pit of mud, and it would be impossible to extricate ourselves. We could simply accept the money without doing anything for them. Zhao Xing chuckled. Perhaps by the next day, your body would be found in a stinking ditch. Fan Xiaodao was somewhat perplexed. Yet those petty thieves and underworld figures act so brazenly. Since they are under our watch, why not seize the opportunity to apprehend them all? Zhao Xing replied, the capital is a melting pot of various people and trades, each with its own rationale for existence. Take Li San from the Eastern District. He is the largest distributor of stolen goods in the area that if we capture him today, tomorrow there will be Lu San or Zhang San to replace him. Instead of allowing them to engage in endless competition, it is better to keep them firmly under control, that as long as they do not step out of line, we can all fulfill our duties. Moreover, when a major case arises, they are often the most well-informed, which we can leverage to our advantage. While chatting, the two found themselves before a fortune-telling stall that a cloth hung above the stall, emblazoned with the words, Iron Mouth, Golden Judgment. On the table lay a diagram of the 64 hexagrams, accompanied by a wooden sign detailing the services offered. Fortune-telling, character assessment, physiognomy, bone probing, letter writing, and legal document drafting. The stall owner was a Taoist priest, appearing youthful despite his white hair, exuding an air of ethereal grace. At that moment, he sat upright, his eyes half closed, awaiting clients. Zhao Xing frowned. How come I have never seen this person before? Just as he was about to approach and inquire, a middle-aged woman stepped forward. Old gentleman, can you draft a legal document here? The Taoist priest opened his small eyes, glanced at the woman, and replied nonchalantly, indeed. May I ask how much you charge? My legal documents range from 301 to 801, depending on your choice. The woman stated, I will take the 801 one. I wish to file a suit against someone. Please pay in advance. The woman produced a string of copper coins and placed them in the tray before him. The Taoist priest casually pocketed the money and began to slowly prepare his ink and brush. The woman remarked, Hold on, what is the difference between the 301 and the 801 documents? With a dismissive demeanor, the Taoist priest replied, There is not much difference. Some people prefer to pay 301, while others prefer to pay 801. Whom do you intend to sue? Chapter 40. Good news upon hearing this, the woman replied. Then I shall write 301. The Taoist priest, however, countered, In our profession, there is absolutely no custom of refunds. Nonetheless, considering your status as a woman, I can write an additional copy for you, which may prove useful in the future. But tell me, against whom do you wish to lodge a complaint? The woman responded, The man I wish to accuse is named Qian Shoudao, a contemporary Chinshimi, a despicable scoundrel. I charge him with abandoning his wife and children, utterly devoid of conscience. Not far away, Fan Shoudao muttered, Qian Shoudao? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Zhao Xing reminded him, You still have the IOU for the 10 ingots of gold he owes you tucked away. Fan Shoudao suddenly realized, it's the son-in-law of the Qian family, the husband of Princess Taiping. Instantly intrigued, he noticed a watermelon stall nearby, spent 21 to purchase 2 slices, and stood before the divination stall, eating watermelon while watching the commotion. The Taoist inquired, Now I understand. Please recount the details of your predicament. I have been writing legal documents for many years and shall craft an exceptional one for you. The woman stated, I am surnamed Xia, residing by the Daming Lake, making a living as a performer in a pleasure house. 10 years ago, Qian Shoudao was merely an impoverished scholar, wandering the streets, that I took pity on him, took him in, and over time, we became as husband and wife, a bond formed in secret. Later, he went to the capital for the imperial examination, promising to return and marry me in grand style if he succeeded. But he vanished without a trace. Recently, I heard he has become a high-ranking official in the capital, so I brought my 9-year-old son to seek him out. And what happened next? Asked the Taoist. Xiao Furin replied, Nothing more, that I haven't even approached him, yet that I thought if he refused to acknowledge me, I would show him this complaint. Those in power dread entanglements with the law. What is his current official title? The woman responded, It seems he holds the title of son-in-law to the emperor, but I am unsure of his specific rank. The Taoist expression turned troubled. Being a son-in-law to the emperor is not the same as holding an official position. If you submit this complaint, it would be akin to causing trouble for Princess Taiping, that I dare not take this on. Having said that, he prepared to return the 800 when in full. Xiao Furin remarked, I have no intention of competing for his affection. I simply wish to provide for myself and my son, that we do not seek recognition, merely a sum of silver to sustain our livelihood. The Taoist nodded. I see. That simplifies matters. How much silver do you require? Xiao Furin stated, Having borne a child for 10 months and raised him for 10 years, 1,000 taels seems only fair. The Taoist pondered. 1,000 taels is not excessive, but have you considered that once he hears of this, given his status, he will naturally not dare to escalate the situation? Hiring an assassin from the underworld would cost only 300 to 500 taels. You might earn the money, but lose your life in the process. Xiao Furin coldly laughed. Since I dare to come to the capital with my son, I have surely prepared for contingencies. You need not worry, sir. Just write the document. The Taoist, unable to argue further, took up his brush and swiftly penned the complaint. After drying the ink, he neatly folded it and handed it to Xiao Furin. She gratefully accepted it and took her leave. Fan Shoudao, having overheard the entire exchange, formulated a plan and turned to Zhao Xing. You mentioned that some money is worth earning while others are not. Now we have a lucrative opportunity. Are you interested? Whose money? Naturally, it's the money of Qian Shoudao. Zhao Xing chuckled. Ever since the incident with Li Banyang, he has stayed indoors, and he hasn't even paid you the 10 ingots of gold. How do you propose to collect from him? Fan Shoudao grinned. Let us not forget my previous profession. I am quite adept at this kind of extortion. Just say the word, and I shall proceed. Zhao Xing, intrigued, replied, I shall await the outcome. Fan Shoudao approached the divination stall and inquired of the fortune teller. You must be new here, for I have not seen you before. How come you are so unfamiliar? Have you registered with the merchant guild, paid the docking fees, or posted notices? The fortune teller, noticing two constables approaching, quickly stood up and clasped his hands, saying, I am a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, traveling the realm. Recently, I arrived in the capital and ran out of funds, so I set up this stall to earn some pocket money. Esteemed sirs, I greet you. However, business has been poor lately, and I have little to offer in the way of gifts. How about I give you both a complimentary reading? Weren't you just paid 801 for a legal document? The constable asked. The fortune teller replied, You two look like fortunate individuals. How could you possibly concern yourselves with such trifling sums? I see that you possess auspicious foreheads and bright auras. A windfall is on the horizon. However, he paused dramatically. Fan Shoudao interjected. Enough with the embellishments. We have no time for your lengthy speeches. We care not for your affairs. The woman who just commissioned a complaint. What is her name, and where does she reside? The fortune teller insisted. That is confidential information. We must honor our client's privacy. It's a fundamental principle of our trade. Fan Shoudao, growing impatient, raised his voice, still keeping secrets. You are operating this stall without permission, which constitutes a legal business that fortune-telling is deemed feudal superstition. Just these two offenses could land you in prison for a year or more. Shall we take you in for questioning? The fortune teller, trembling, asked, Do they serve food in prison? Brown rice will fill you up, and the men will be well fed. But with your frail frame, I doubt you would last long. The fortune teller shuddered and, unable to hide any longer, disclosed the woman's address to the two men. Zhao Xing remarked, Well done. After only a few days of training, you have mastered the art of intimidation. Fan Shoudao replied, As our instructor Zhou once said, we constables must speak firmly when dealing with rogues and criminals. Otherwise, they will think we are pushovers. This was the same tactic we employed back in the mountain stronghold. Just don't let those bad habits be used against the common folk. Otherwise, I, Zhao Xing, will be the first to hold you accountable. Fan Shoudao declared resolutely, Frequenting the halls of justice is indeed a path to righteousness. As a noble constable, we must eradicate evil and uphold virtue. How could we possibly engage in such vile acts? He then chuckled. However, in the case of someone like Qian Shoudao, a little extortion to redistribute wealth is not entirely unwarranted. The two then arrived at the Rujia Inn, seeking out Xia Furin. Upon her return to the inn, Xia Furin, whose name was Yuha, was startled to find constables at her door. Fan Shoudao said, Miss Xia, we have already heard about your situation with Qian Shoudao. Xia Yuha, flustered, replied, I do not understand what you gentlemen are saying. I hear you wish to accuse Qian Shoudao. Xia Yuha exclaimed, Are you sent by him to silence me? I shall not proceed with the complaint. Fan Shoudao insisted, Absolutely not. This man must be found, and the complaint must be filed. You must seek your silver. However, Qian Shoudao is no ordinary person. He is the husband of Princess Taiping and possesses vast wealth and numerous henchmen in the capital. If you rashly proceed with your complaint, he may very well have you silenced by the next day, leaving us to investigate your demise. Your approach is indeed quite reckless. Let us sit down and carefully consider our options. Seeing that they were not there to apprehend her, Xia Yu sighed in relief, saying, As a mother and son left in dire straits, we resorted to this desperate measure. If you gentlemen have a plan, please advise us, of course. I shall not take your advice without compensation. From the silver we obtain, I shall offer you 2/10 as a reward. Fan Shoudao chuckled. It is settled then. Qian Shoudao, as a member of the imperial family, had a residence constructed for him by the court. However, Princess Taiping spent most of her time accompanying the emperor at Fengyang Palace, rarely returning home. Freed from the princess's oversight, Qian Shoudao relished his newfound freedom. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing arrived at the residence of the prince, announcing their names and submitting a formal visit request, waiting at the entrance. The doorman, seeing they were unfamiliar, offered no refreshments and left them waiting without notification. Fan Xiaodao, dissatisfied, declared, "We demand to see Qian Shoudao." The doorman retorted, "Qian Shoudao is preoccupied with official duties. It is not so simple to see him. Look at the crowd. Everyone here wishes to meet him. Leave your visiting card, and when he becomes available, I shall inform you that if he is free, he will surely summon you." With that, he sneered and turned away. Inside, 4 or 5 other parties waited, some of whom were officials hoping to leverage their connections with Princess Taiping to secure positions, while others were wealthy merchants seeking to ingratiate themselves. They were all provided with tea and snacks that as they conversed idly. Several individuals gradually entered to meet Qian Shoudao. Some waited merely a cup of tea's worth of time, while others lingered for a quarter of an hour or more, yet none had been seen. An official among them remarked, "You two brothers seem to lack connections." "What connections?" they inquired. The official continued, "The prince is a man of high rank and importance. He sees countless visitors each day. Who he chooses to meet is determined by his servants. In these times, seeking favors requires not only persistence, but also a little bribe to ease the path." Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, "I am here to collect money, not to spend it." "And how much did you give?" he asked. The official replied, "I gave the doorman 5 taels, plus 1 tael to each of the tea attendants." "Are you seeking an official position?" The official replied, "I am Ho Lighting, a jinshi from the 31st year, formerly the governor of Changzhou. A few years ago, I encountered some issues, returned to the Ministry of Personnel, and became an acting governor. Now that the troubles have passed, I intend to pursue a position through the princess's connections, or else I will find it increasingly difficult to survive in the capital." "How much can a governor earn?" "Alas!" Ho Lighting sighed, "I have scraped together 50,000 taels, but it is still too little. If I can secure a remote governorship, I will be content. You two seem to be in public service. You are not here to seek an official title, are you?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "We are here to collect a debt." "A debt?" "Indeed, not long ago, Qian Shoudao owed us a sum of silver, and we have come to collect." Ho Lighting laughed. "If that is the case, I advise you to turn back. The prince will not see you." During their conversation, the doorman returned with the news that the prince wished to see Ho Lighting. Upon hearing this, he hurried off in delight. Fan Xiaodao remarked, 50,000 taels, such easy money to make." Zhao Xing coldly replied, "But a man like him, having bought his position, will only exploit the locals when he arrives. How can we expect any good from that?" Just as they exchanged a few more words, Ho Lighting returned. "Back so soon?" Ho Lighting explained, "I bowed to the prince, told him my name, and he sent me back. That seems a waste of 50,000 taels." Ho Lighting waved his hand dismissively. "Not a waste. Not at all. After asking my name, he accepted my silver. Then congratulations to you." Ho Lighting bowed in gratitude and departed. Fan Xiaodao sighed, such easy money to earn. As they waited another hour, the guests gradually departed, and the doorman returned to announce, "The prince has grown weary. You may return tomorrow." "What? After waiting all afternoon? We are told to return tomorrow." Fan Xiaodao sprang to his feet. "We have urgent matters to discuss with Qian Shoudao. Please inform him that 2 old acquaintances from the Shuntian prefecture have come to pay their respects." Seeing their insistence, the doorman went in to relay the message. Moments later, he returned, stating, "The prince is expecting you in his study." The two followed the doorman to Qian Shoudao's study, where they found him toying with a snuff bottle. Upon seeing them, he exclaimed in surprise, "It is you." Remembering their previous encounter in the court, where he had been coerced into signing an IOU for 10 ingots of gold, he was immediately on guard. "What brings you here?" Fan Xiaodao laughed heartily, clasping his hands in greeting. "Congratulations, Your Highness. We have come to bring you good news." Chapter 41. The bamboo lever. Is it truly the two of you? The moneyed nobleman, Qian, vividly recalled the incident in the court where he had been mocked by these two, resulting in the loss of 10 taels of gold. Although he had refrained from confronting them directly due to the crowd, the thought of revenge lingered in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Fan Xiaodao and Shui Xiong had established a connection, and while Qian was often arrogant in the capital, he held Shui in a different regard, thus choosing to endure the humiliation and remaining silent about the gold. However, with the two now presenting themselves before him, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Yet when Fan Xiaodao opened his mouth to convey good news, Qian found himself momentarily perplexed. What news could possibly be good? Fan Xiaodao replied with a grin. Congratulations, noble Qian, on the birth of your esteemed son. Upon hearing this news, we hastened to deliver the tidings. Qian had been married to Princess Taiping for several years, yet he could not fathom why they had yet to conceive. This unfulfilled ambition had become a sore point for him, and Fan's unexpected declaration ignited his ire. Have you come today to mock me? Fan Xiaodao countered. Noble Qian, your stature is too elevated for us to dare such audacity. However, do you recall the summer lotus by the shores of Daming Lake? The summer lotus? Who is that? I do not remember. She is the young lady from the boat workshop on Daming Lake, with whom you shared a night of passion. I have visited Daming Lake many times, but I have encountered countless individuals in my escapades. How could I possibly know which summer lady you referred? The two exchanged glances, realizing that Lady Xia had perhaps misrepresented her truth. Nevertheless, having come this far, they could not easily abandon their pursuit. Today, while performing our duties, we fortuitously encountered someone who claims to know you. She asserts that you fathered her child and intended to report you to the authorities, but we intervened to prevent that. We pondered that such matters, if left unaddressed, could stir a tempest in the city, and should the princess catch wind of it, it may tarnish your esteemed reputation. Upon hearing this, Qian was instantly alarmed. He had no acquaintance with this summer lotus, yet as the court's nobleman, any scandal, regardless of its veracity, could spell his doom. After all, royal scandals could lead to reprimands from the princess, annulment of his marriage, or even execution. Where is this person? Fan Xiaodao replied. We have secured her in an inn. She wishes to meet you. Qian certainly would not agree to this. To meet her would provide ample ammunition for gossip. The thought made his head spin as he tentatively inquired. You understand my predicament. This matter cannot be made public. Otherwise, my future may be irrevocably compromised. In his speech, he addressed them as brothers. Fan Xiaodao, taking a step back, remarked, We share your concerns. This matter pertains to your royal lineage, and we outsiders should not interfere. We merely wish to inform you, what happens to her is of no concern to us. We shall take our leave. Do not go, Qian implored. Although he was a nobleman, the servants in the palace and his subordinates were all eyes and ears for the princess. In a genuine moment of desperation, he leaned closer to the two, whispering, Since you are aware of this situation, I must trouble you further. You know I am not in a position to mobilize my people. I am a court noble, and the debts of my past are best left buried. What demands does this summer lady have? Fan Xiaodao answered, She has no demands, merely wishes to see you and rekindle old flames. Rekindle old flames? Qian feared that such a reunion might cost him his very head, that he wished to distance himself as far as possible, and asked, Can this matter be resolved with silver? She desires no silver, only a resolution. A resolution? Qian retorted angrily. What resolution? Do you expect me to carry her in a grand procession to the palace and marry her formally? Then, realizing that he needed the two's assistance, he added, Brothers, since you have the means to inform me, do you have any strategies for handling this? Both men shook their heads. Qian, in a moment of desperation, gestured across his throat. Perhaps we should simply eliminate the issue? Noble Qian, as law enforcement officers, we must answer for taking a life. Furthermore, there are no secrets in this world. Should word get out, you too may find yourself implicated. However, while there are no superior options, I do have a rather extreme idea. The catch is, what is the issue? Speak freely. Fan Xiaodao produced the IOU for the 10 taels of gold. Perhaps you could settle this debt first? With a demand to fulfill, Qian instructed his steward to fetch 10 small ingots of gold, handing them to Fan Xiaodao. I am in a state of dire urgency. If you have a solution, please share it swiftly. Fan Xiaodao accepted the gold ingots and said languidly, This summer lady is but a woman of the pleasure quarters, lacking worldly experience. Upon arriving in the capital, she is utterly alone. We are officials. It would be prudent to detain her in prison, frighten her for a few days, and then provide her with some silver to quell her unrest before sending her out of the capital. How does this plan sound? At this moment, Qian was in a state of utter confusion. How much should we offer? 10,000 taels? Is it truly that much? A modest family spends at least 100 taels a year on essentials. If we offer too little, once she spends it, she may return to the capital to stir up trouble. Given the circumstances, it would be wiser to ensure her future comfort to prevent further issues down the line. Besides, with your capabilities, noble Qian, earning back 10,000 taels is but a trifle. After careful consideration, Qian recalled that just moments ago, Ho Lighting had sought his assistance with 5,000 taels, which he had just given to the princess after settling various matters. He had only retained around 10,000 taels, and in comparison to his future, the loss was negligible. Thus he acquiesced. Fan Xiaodao added, "If this is agreeable, we can apprehend her and arrange for you to personally deliver the silver. Noble brothers, please assist me to the very end." As my status is sensitive, it is impractical for me to appear. I shall rely on you two that once this matter is resolved, I shall be most grateful. With a knowing chuckle, Fan Xiaodao replied, "Leave it to me." Upon exiting the nobleman's residence, Fan Xiaodao felt the weight of the gold bars and the additional 10,000 taels in his pocket. A month prior, they had been penniless. Who would have thought they now possessed a fortune? Happiness had come upon them so suddenly, it felt like a dream. 10 bars of gold, minus the 1,000 taels for the summer lady, leaves us with over 9,500 taels in silver notes. No wonder they say the capital is paved with gold. How true that is. Zhao Xing queried, "What do you plan to do with it?" Fan Xiaodao responded, "We shall split it evenly." Zhao Xing shook his head. "I do not desire any." "Why not?" Zhao Xing, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Such ill-gotten gains are tainted and should flow away like water." Xiaodao, you have just entered the public sphere. The capital is akin to a dye vat, filled with every color imaginable. You will encounter all manners of vice and virtue, and it is easy to lose oneself. If you seek to become a wealthy man, this money could serve as a foundation for a business, securing your future. However, if you wish to remain in public service, you cannot keep this money. Are you suggesting I return it? Zhao Xing shook his head. Certainly not. Qian Shoudao is no saint, nor does he lack for a few thousand taels that if you truly have the heart, why not use it to assist those in genuine need? I know a young lady who runs a charitable hall at Hongfu Temple, aiding impoverished citizens. Perhaps I can introduce you. A young lady? Your sweetheart. Fan Xiaodao teased. So our hard-earned silver is to be spent on your romantic pursuits? Zhao Xing's face flushed, revealing the truth behind his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xiaodao, though desperately in need of silver, held a rather light view of money. Having been in the capital for a month, Zhao Xing's character and demeanor resonated with him. Given the illicit origins of the money, he felt uneasy about spending it. Thus, he decided it wiser to do a good deed, agreeing to the proposal. Stolen money can be donated, but those 10 bars of gold are rightfully ours. I intend to use this sum as capital for Qingyo to start a business in the city, preventing him from idling his days away. However, consider this favor as yours to repay. Zhao Xing replied, "That is only natural." Returning to the inn, they found Xia Yuha anxiously awaiting their news. Upon their arrival, she immediately inquired about the outcome. Fan Xiaodao explained, "In such matters, Noble Qian will undoubtedly deny any involvement. That it seems this may not be easily resolved. That do you possess any tokens or evidence to substantiate that the child is his?" Xia Yuha proposed. "We can perform a blood oath." Zhao Xing interjected. "Such a method is unreliable." Xia Yuha, filled with indignation, retorted, "Why not? I bore the child. How can that man deny his responsibilities? I do not wish to marry him. I merely seek a few coins to survive, and if worst comes to worst, I shall make a scene. After all, my life is worth little." Fan Xiaodao urged, "Sister, please remain calm. Noble Qian may refuse to acknowledge any connection, but my brother and I shall advocate on your behalf that if this escalates, it may lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, he would prefer to settle this privately with a sum of money, and in return, you could draft a written agreement to absolve him of future obligations, granting you peace of mind. That sounds more reasonable. Xia Yuha borrowed writing materials from the inn and composed an agreement. Fan Xiaodao then produced a silver note. Here is a silver note worth 1,000 taels. Accept this for now. Xia Yuha objected. I do not understand these notes. I only trust in gold and silver. How can I be sure your note is genuine? If it is counterfeit, who will I turn to for justice? What do you propose? Since the day is still young, go and exchange the note for silver. I will verify it. If all is in order, I will provide you with a written agreement. Tomorrow morning, I will leave the capital and will no longer seek troubles. Seeing no other option, they departed to the money exchange and returned to the inn. They knocked for some time, but no one answered. Just as they were growing suspicious, Fan Xiaodao noticed a trail of blood seeping from beneath the door. Alarmed, they forced the door open, only to find Xia Yuha and her child lying lifeless on the floor, blood splattered throughout the room. At that moment, the shouts of soldiers echoed from outside. That a group of soldiers burst in, surrounding the two men. We have received reports of a murder occurring at this inn. Seize these two suspects. Chapter 42. Imprisonment. The soldiers donned green helmets and gray armor, brandishing long spears, exuding an air of deadly intent. Fan Xiaodao quickly interjected. This is a misunderstanding. We are from the 6 doors. The leading officer retorted. The 6 doors? We have been waiting for you. Guards, secure the scene, gather ample evidence, and take them back to the jail for thorough interrogation. Fan Xiaodao's immediate instinct was to flee, but Zhao Xing stopped him, whispering, They are from the Wuqing Bingmasi. The Wuqing Bingmasi was responsible for maintaining order within the 5 cities of Beijing, overseeing market regulation and drainage systems. Their functions overlapped with those of the 6 doors, resulting in ongoing friction between the two offices. It was rumored that there had been proposals to merge the Bingmasi with the 6 doors, but as the former fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War and the latter under the Ministry of Justice, neither would yield, leading to a stalemate. After subduing the two, the soldiers conducted a search and reported, Commander Liu, we have found 10 gold bars, 1,000 taels of silver, and 9,000 taels in banknotes on them. It appears to be the very sum stolen from the prince consort's residence. Stolen? Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing immediately grasped that they had fallen victim to Qian Shoudao's treachery. Their earlier success at Qian's residence now seemed almost too good to be true, as it became evident that he had never intended to surrender, instead opting for a scheme to eliminate them and frame them for the crime. Commander Liu declared, We have caught them red-handed with the murder weapon and the stolen goods. Take them back for processing. Welcome to the Wuqing Bingmasi prison. Upon entering the jail, a large sign painted in vermilion caught their eye, while the chief jailer grinned, saying, Our prison offers specialized services, categorized into 3 classes. A, B, and C. Which one would you prefer? Fan Xiaodao inquired. How can a prison have such distinctions? Please enlighten us. The jailer explained, This idea was conceived by our commanding officer, in the capital, there are both the affluent and the common folk. Even in prison, their needs differ. Class A cells are spacious with private courtyards, excellent lighting and ventilation. You can even enjoy hot springs for 5 taels of silver per day. Class B cells are single rooms with 3 meals a day, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, and bathing facilities for 1 tael a day. As for Class C, it's merely a communal dormitory for 100 won daily. Your commanding officer certainly knows how to profit from misfortune. We'll take Class A, Fan Xiaodao decided. The jailer replied, That'll be 5 taels a day. Please pay for half a month's stay in advance. I have no money. No money? Then you shall stay in the dormitory. Fan Xiaodao said to the jailer, To be honest, I am with the 6 Doors Detention Division. We are somewhat colleagues. Why not make an exception? If you find yourself in our custody in the future, I can arrange for you to have a single room as a resource exchange. What do you say? Bah, you foul crow, seize him. 2 guards approached, brandishing small boards to strike. Zhao Xing interjected. I haven't said anything at all. Fair treatment for all. Since the brothers of the 6 doors have fallen into our hands, we of the Wuqing Bingmasi cannot be negligent. After all, courtesy demands reciprocity. The 2 endured 10 strikes, their faces reddened and swollen despite their internal fortitude. They were then confined in a Class C cell, where they discovered another prisoner dressed like a merchant, who explained that he had been apprehended for short-changing customers at the market. It seems their efficiency is lacking, Zhao Xing observed. The Bingmasi lacks investigative authority, primarily detaining unscrupulous traders, the merchant replied. What defines an unscrupulous trader? In today's market, which merchant does not shortchange customers? I simply had the misfortune of being caught in the act. But why were you two detained? For murder. The merchant trembled at their mention of being constables, shrinking into the corner. Fan Xiaodao remarked. Upon entering, I noticed their guards were lax. With our skills, escaping would be a piece of cake. Why not flee tonight? Zhao Xing shook his head. Once we escape, we will be forever tainted. What then? That scoundrel Qian has set us up. He will undoubtedly have contingencies. With evidence of our presence at the crime scene and the stolen goods on us, if he presents it as ironclad proof, we shall be irretrievably implicated. A voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. You two have also arrived? They then noticed another figure in the dimly lit cell, the fortune teller they had encountered earlier in the market. Fan Xiaodao exclaimed, How did you end up here? Don't even mention it, the fortune teller lamented. I underestimated the situation. Today, the commander of the Bingmasi employed entrapment under the guise of law enforcement, and I was ensnared. By the way, the fortune I told you earlier about a financial windfall followed by imprisonment has indeed come to pass. Earlier that day, he had been interrupted before finishing his prediction, and now, reunited in prison, it stirred a sense of irony. Though Fan Xiaodao was skeptical of such matters, the unfolding reality left him speechless. Do you have a way to resolve this? The fortune teller replied, 1 tael of silver. You demand payment for this? The fortune teller insisted. As a seer from the Tiangwei Pavilion, I conduct my business fairly, starting at 1 tael. I have no money. How about I pay you once we are free? The fortune teller remarked. Considering your recent fortune, it seems you may not be leaving anytime soon. Fan Xiaodao scoffed. You charlatan. Just for that, when we are out, I shall ensure you spend a few days in the 6 Doors jail. Zhao Xing surveyed their surroundings for a while before suggesting, We must find a way to send word out. Otherwise, once the case is sealed, it will become an ironclad conviction, causing great trouble for Lord Zhuge. He continued, With the recent murder of Xia Yuhua and her child, the Bingmasi arrived almost immediately. If they claim ignorance, I certainly do not believe it. This matter is as clear as day. It was undoubtedly Qian Shoudao's doing, framing us. Who would have thought that the seemingly simpleton would be so ruthless? Fan Xiaodao's expression darkened. This grudge must be avenged. At that moment, a voice from outside chimed, Excellent. I look forward to seeing how you two will exact your revenge. It was Qian Shoudao. Upon seeing him, Fan Xiaodao recognized the prince consort's son-in-law, now clad in official garb, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of calmness. Brother Fan, we meet again. You despicable scoundrel. You have plotted against us? Qian Shoudao smiled faintly, revealing his prominent front teeth. The mother and child from Jinan came to my residence to make a scene several times that I had them driven away, yet here you were seeking me out. I had no choice but to play along and ensnare you. 1,000 taels of silver to relieve my vexation. It was worth every penny. Fan Xiaodao seethed with rage. This is not merely about money. This involves lives. 2 lowly commoners, mere ants. Their lives are insignificant. Meanwhile, you two are accused of theft and murder, caught in the act with irrefutable evidence. Your method of killing was particularly brutal. I fear the dossier has already reached the desk of the deputy minister at the Dali Temple, and by dawn, you may well be sentenced. Rest assured, this case, due to its heinous nature, will be made an example of to deter others. Seeing Qian Shoudao's smug demeanor filled Fan Xiaodao with revulsion. Why do you seek to frame us? Frame you? That seems an inappropriate term, Qian Shoudao replied. You two have been embroiled in the affairs of the Baiwa Tower, angering some significant figures who wish for your demise. Naturally, it serves to create some chaos for Minister Zhao as well. Currently, Minister of Rights Zhao Huan was wholly responsible for negotiations with the Northern Zhou delegation. Known for his unyielding stance, he had placed the Northern Zhou representatives in a difficult position. Should Zhao Xing encounter trouble now, as Minister of Rights, he would be held accountable for lax oversight, providing his political adversaries with an opportunity to attack. Zhao Xing appeared to grasp the underlying issue, his fists clenched tightly. Qian Shoudao, mark my words. One day, I will personally see you in prison. Qian Shoudao laughed heartily. And with what will you accomplish that? Zhao Xing replied. With my blade, my sense of justice, and the laws of the Ming. You two are already struggling to save yourselves. Do you still have the energy for such thoughts? Qian Shoudao remarked. Fear not. I shall not let you die so easily. I have arranged an extravagant gift for you tonight, a customized prison repair package from the Bingmasi. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xinyu was in a meeting at the Six Doors when a messenger arrived, announcing that Lord Murong of the Jinyui sought an urgent audience. Murong Taizhu, the deputy commander of the Southern Town Pacification Office and a trusted aide of Shuang Xiong, held an equal rank to Zhuge. Hearing this, Zhuge Xinyu did not dare to delay and hurried to greet him outside. Lord Murong, what brings you here? Please come in. Murong Taizhu dismissed the others and said to Zhuge Xinyu, No need for formalities, head constable. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, your constables, have committed a crime at the Rujiao Inn and have been captured by the Wuqing Bingmasi, currently held in their jail. This matter is somewhat delicate. Our superior cannot intervene directly, so I have come to inform you. That is all. I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Xinyu's anger flared. The Wuqing Bingmasi had dared to apprehend his men, and he prepared to lead a team to demand their release. Deputy Head Constable Yang Desui cautioned, My lord, let us not act rashly. Given the situation, should we not send a formal letter first to gather information and decide after receiving their response? Zhuge retorted, I have tolerated them for far too long. They take advantage of their connections and meddle in matters that do not concern them. Today they arrest people. Tomorrow they may very well presume to impose their will upon us. Those who dare to apprehend our men, even if they are guilty, should be handled by us at the Six Doors. When did it become their prerogative? Young Desui, seeing that his counsel was unheeded, had no choice but to relent. Zhuge Xinyu commanded, Summon the men. 3 arrows shot into the sky, bursting into a formation resembling the character, signaling a level 1 alert for the Six Doors. In an instant, over 200 constables dropped their tasks and gathered their gear, converging at the Six Doors headquarters. After roll call, Zhuge Xinyu declared, All members of the Theft Division, arm yourselves and head to the Wuqing Bingmasi. Noticing Niu Dafu brandishing a rolling pin at the front, he inquired, What brings a civil servant like you here? Niu Dafu, already privy to the news of Fan and Zhao's capture, replied, Xiaodao and Zhao Xing are my friends. When friends are in distress, I must lend a hand, that if there's a fight today, count me in. Zhuge Xinyu grasped his sword and said, Who said we are going to fight? We shall reason with them. Reason? I understand that the side at fault is always the one whose blade is not sharp enough. Seeing Niu Dafu's insistence, Zhuge Xinyu had no choice but to acquiesce. After nightfall, under Zhuge Xinyu's leadership, a formidable group rushed towards the Wuqing Bingmasi's gates. Chapter 43. The brawly officers from the Six Doors arrived at the Wuqing Military Command with an imposing presence. Feng Qianjin, the commander of the military command, had been informed of the situation. The long-standing enmity between the two offices did not deter him. Upon hearing that the Six Doors were on their way, he boldly declared, What is there to fear? Rally the troops. 3 arrows soared across the sky, forming the character 5, summoning countless soldiers scattered throughout the capital back to the Wuqing Military Command. The most elite constabulary of the Ming Dynasty was finally set to clash with the municipal enforcement officers of the capital. With a demeanor of nonchalance, Feng Qianjin remarked, Lord Zhuge, accompanied by over 200 men, has come to besiege our Wuqing Military Command. Is this an act of rebellion? Zhuge Xinyu, observing the heavily fortified entrance, seethed with anger. Feng Qianjin, we have come for the apprehended individuals. And who might that be? Feng retorted, You detained 2 members of the Six Doors today. Where are they now? Zhuge pressed, We are unaware of any individuals from the Six Doors. However, we did capture 2 murderous robbers on our patrol who are now confined in our prison. It seems your command over the Six Doors is lacking. As an enforcement agency of the court, it is disgraceful to break the law. You, Lord Zhuge, cannot escape culpability for this negligence. Zhuge Xinyu coldly replied, The pursuit of thieves and criminals has always been our responsibility at the Six Doors. Your Wuqing Military Command is merely a municipal force. What qualifications do you have to make arrests? Your words are mistaken, my lord. Our actions are in accordance with the laws of the Ming Dynasty. If there are issues within the 6 doors, the military command must intervene. Even if this matter reaches the palace, we will be justified. How absurd! This is none of your business, Zhuge retorted. Until we clarify this case, hand over the individuals. If they are guilty, we will handle them according to the law, and you need not concern yourself further. Our court offices operate under the principle of first inquiry responsibility. Since we apprehended the individuals, if this case escalates, the court will inevitably hold us accountable. Thus, it would be inappropriate to simply hand them over to you. Zhuge Xinyu exclaimed. What makes it inappropriate? In his agitation, he spat, splattering Feng Qinjin's face, that a subordinate hastily offered a handkerchief, which Feng wiped his face with before tossing it to the ground. When his subordinate bent to retrieve it, Feng commanded, What are you picking up? It's filthy. He continued, Lord Zhuge, we are both serving the court. It is not about who shouts the loudest being right. Shall we refer this matter to the Dali Temple for resolution? The investigation of cases has always been our domain at the 6 doors. You, Wuqing Military Command, are merely a group of municipal officers, relying on the support of Princess Taiping to meddle in our affairs. Be it the Dali Temple or even the palace, we would have our say. Feng Qinjin chuckled. We are all officials of the court, serving His Majesty. Lord Zhuge, do not speak so naively about support. We all rely on the Emperor's backing. Do you not fear that tomorrow the censors will impeach you for forming cliques and engaging in favoritism? Such a sharp tongue. Since your military command is so keen on apprehending thieves, why not propose that the 6 doors be placed under the jurisdiction of the Wuqing Military Command? At that point, we shall all follow your command. Feng Qinjin replied, That is not out of the question that I will certainly reserve a position for you as a doorman. It is a lucrative role, yielding at least 10 taels of silver monthly. When it came to eloquence, Zhuge Xinyu found himself no match for Feng Qinjin. From the beginning to now, he had been at a disadvantage as a marshal general. Finding reason ineffective, he declared, If you do not comply, we shall settle this with our fists. In terms of combat prowess, the members of the 6 doors, being largely from the martial world, were formidable, while the Wuqing Military Command could not hope to compete. Yet Feng Qinjin remained unfazed, coolly stating, Lord Zhuge, consider this carefully. Should you resort to weapons, I fear that your cap will not remain atop your head. Who says we shall resort to weapons? Niu Dafu, hearing his name amidst the crowd, responded loudly, Present. Step forward and demonstrate your skills with that rolling pin against the members of the Wuqing Military Command. Niu Dafu protested. Weren't we told not to engage in fighting? The situation has changed. Carry out your orders, came the stern reply to in a hushed tone. He added, If you lose, expect a 3-month salary deduction. Feng Qinjin called out, Captain Liu, come forth to spar. Captain Liu observed Niu Dafu's rotund figure and unsteady stance, recognizing his lack of martial ability. Eager to teach him a lesson, he approached Niu Dafu, unarmed, and asked, I am Liu Dezhuang. May I inquire your esteemed name? Niu Dafu, thinking it was a fight, saw no need for introductions. Without a word, he raised his rolling pin and struck Liu Dezhuang on the head when he least expected it. Bang! Liu Dezhuang's head burst open, blood streaming down. You seek death. Liu Dezhuang retaliated, engaging Niu Dafu in combat. The surprise blow had left him dazed, and he quickly found himself at a disadvantage, receiving several more strikes. Witnessing this, the soldiers of the Wuqing Military Command could no longer stand idly by, cursing Niu Dafu for his unscrupulousness. Liu Dezhuang's subordinates, seeing their commander unable to defend himself, rushed in to attack Niu Dafu, unarmed. The members of the 6 doors followed suit, driven by adrenaline, charging into the fray. Zhuge Xinyu ordered, No weapons. The two sides, numbering over 400, clashed in a bare-handed melee that a grand brawl erupted. The 6 doors, trained and disciplined, engaged in combat with some throwing punches while others participated in underground fighting, and still more hurled bricks, stones, and branches. Their coordination in close, mid, and long-range combat rendered the military command utterly defenseless. Moreover, these fighters taunted each other with scathing verbal jabs while they fought. Observing the chaos, Feng Qinjin shouted, Arm yourselves. Stop! Stop! 2 voices echoed from the long street. The crowd turned to see over 10 soldiers in red helmets charging forth in formation. Though few in number, their armor commanded respect, and neither side dared to provoke the imperial guards of the palace. To do so would be tantamount to rebellion. From the throng emerged 3 figures. Leading was a eunuch clad in a crimson robe, adorned with a golden dragon insignia, that in his 50s. With a pale face and a plump physique, he exuded an air of calm. This was none other than Chun Quan, the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs. The other 2 were none other than the current Minister of War, Sui Silan, and the Minister of Justice, Dai Dali. The earlier calls for order had issued from their mouths. Upon seeing the 3, Zhuge Xinyu commanded the crowd to cease their hostilities. The commotion that night had drawn considerable attention. Word spread swiftly through the capital, and the involvement of the esteemed eunuch Chun suggested that the matter had likely reached the imperial ears. Zhuge's intentions were clear. His disruption was not without strategy, that if the matter were left to Princess Taiping and the Wuqing military command, it was likely that by morning, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing would be condemned. However, by stirring up this ruckus, he had created a turning point that a brawl was acceptable, but the use of weapons was strictly forbidden. The louder the disturbance, the better, but bloodshed must be avoided. He stepped forward and bowed. I pay my respects to Eunuch Chun. Without so much as a glance at Zhuge, Chun Quan slowly turned to Minister Dai and remarked, Years ago, the 6 Doors recruited a multitude of skilled fighters from the martial world to serve the court, defeating those vile rogues with ease. How is it that today's brawl resembles that of street thugs? Dai Dali smiled broadly. We are all court officials, serving the emperor. Should we resort to weapons, it would only invite ridicule from the populace. Today, Lord Zhuge acted hastily out of concern for the apprehended individuals, but there was no ill intent. He then barked. What are you waiting for? Withdraw the men. With a wave of his hand, Zhuge signaled the constables to retreat to the sides of the street. Dai Dali continued, The disturbance you caused has drawn the attention of the eunuch, which is regrettable, though we shall heed the eunuch's orders. Chun Quan remarked, You officials are all too calculating, each with your own agenda. Creating a ruckus and then pushing the matter onto us as if we were mere scapegoats. This incident began with Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao, correct? Feng Qianjin seized the opportunity. Eunuch Chun, Zhao Xing, and Fan Xiaodao committed murder and robbery at an inn, and our officers apprehended them in the act. The 6 Doors have been sheltering and abetting their subordinates. I implore you to investigate. Chun Quan dismissed him with indifference. When I speak, there is no room for your interjections. This rebuke struck Feng Qianjin like a thunderclap. His attempt to garner favor had backfired, leaving him pale and speechless. I have no opinions. I am merely a messenger. His Majesty has heard of today's events and has issued a decree. Zhao Xing, a scoundrel whom I once appointed and who refused the position, does not strike me as one to kill for a mere 10,000 taels of silver. Chun Quan, you shall handle this matter as you see fit. Zhuge Xinyu exhaled in relief. While the emperor's directive was to be delivered to Eunuch Chun, the emphasis on the first part effectively granted Zhao Xing a reprieve, regardless of the truth behind the events. What mattered was the emperor's stance. Dai Dali stated, We shall defer to the eunuch's judgment. Chun Quan replied, This hot potato is not one I can handle. What opinions could I possibly have? Since you two are the involved parties, it would be best to leave this case to the Dali Temple for adjudication. Minister Sui, what are your thoughts? With that, he deftly passed the responsibility. How could the Ministry of Justice dare object to the eunuch's words? Zhuge Xinyu inquired. And what of Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao, who are currently imprisoned in the Wuqing military command? Chun Quan stated, This matter originated from you. Expect censure from the censory tomorrow to as for Fan and Zhao. Since both sides possess jails, neither would be content with the other's confinement. Therefore, allow me to propose they be held at the Northern Pacification Office for a few days. The Imperial Prison? Zhuge Xinyu's heart sank at the mention. Such a place was fraught with peril, where the methods of torment exceeded those of the 6 Doors by hundreds of times, that if the 2 were sent to the Imperial Prison, they would be lucky to emerge unscathed. Just as he was about to argue, he caught a glance from Minister Dai, who shook his head, prompting him to swallow his objections. Once Chun Quan departed, the crowd dispersed. Dai Dali remarked, Zhuge, given your temperament, tonight's affair surely was not your design? Zhuge Xinyu replied, It was a message conveyed by Lord Shui. This incident has roused the emperor's interest. His thoughts are inscrutable. The legal tussle between the Six Doors and the Wuqing military command may lead to unforeseen developments. Prepare yourself and ensure no mistakes occur. Zhuge Xinyu responded, I shall obey. Upon returning to the Six Doors, he summoned his subordinates. Dispatch an urgent message over 800 li to Hebei, summoning Dingy back. Chapter 44. The imperial prison the Jinyue is divided into the Southern and Northern Pacification Offices, with the Northern Pacification Office exclusively managing the imperial prison. IT possesses the authority to arrest, interrogate, execute, and pass judgment independently, bypassing the conventional judicial institutions, far surpassing the three judicial bodies in the Ming Dynasty. Early the next morning, Murong Taizhu personally escorted Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing into the imperial prison. The Northern Pacification Office, adorned with flying eaves and intricate brackets, is surrounded by imposing black walls, constructed entirely of dark bricks and tiles, exuding an ominous aura. At the entrance, two black stone xieji, one on each side, crouch guard. It is said that this mythical beast can discern loyalty from treachery and good from evil. Inside the imperial prison, an unusual silence prevails, unlike the clamor of grievances echoing through the Six Doors or the Shuntian Prefecture's dungeons. Those who find themselves within these walls are all dignitaries of the court, their fates resting solely in the hands of the emperor, rendering cries of injustice futile. That a middle-aged Jinyue with a round face and a charming smile approached, saying, Boss, we have new guests. Murong Taizhu replied, These two are friends of Lord Shui, temporarily residing here for a few days. Make sure to attend to them well. The rotund middle-aged man responded, Rest assured, we will serve them diligently. Recently, we have had little new business, and the brothers have been idle, so we concocted a few new methods. Finally, we have some practice. Murong's expression darkened. The Lord has commanded that if either of them loses even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. The middle-aged man chuckled. Fear not, we shall be meticulous and discreet, ensuring no outsider perceives anything amiss. Lu Fatty, it seems you have spent too much time in the imperial prison, warping your mindset. Are you unable to comprehend my words? These two are here to evade disaster. You are to treat them well and provide them with ample food and drink. Lu Fatty was taken aback, thinking, evade disaster. In the imperial prison and treated with kindness. Have I misheard, or has this vice commander of the Northern Pacification Office lost his mind? Our Jinyue has always been known for tormenting others. We are not skilled in the art of hospitality. Less chatter. Learn if you do not understand. With that, Murong Taizhu strode away, leaving the three men exchanging bewildered glances. Zhao Xing turned to the middle-aged man. Could it be that you are Lu Yishou, the esteemed 100 household of the Northern Pacification Office, renowned as the foremost interrogator in the Ming Dynasty? Lu Yishou chuckled modestly. You flatter me truly. I have merely devoted myself to the study of my craft and achieved a modicum of success. To.B. called the first. I cannot accept that title. His tone was soft and courteous. Even Zhao Xing, with his considerable composure, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing that name. Lu Yishou was nearly a household name in the capital, known for his expertise in torture and his research into the methods of coercive interrogation employed since the Qin and Han dynasties. It was said that the means of torment he devised were numerous, and no one subjected to his methods could endure even a day. Fan Xiaodao inquired, Is Lu Yishou truly that famous? Not just famous. Our Six Doors T. Laosi is but a younger brother in comparison to him. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that Murong Taizhu had forewarned them. Had they experienced even a slight measure of his methods, they might not have emerged unscathed. Lu Yishou continued. Before Murong left, he instructed me to take good care of you both. The conditions in our imperial prison are rather rudimentary. You shall have to make do, and I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. He led them into a cell, which contained 2 stone beds, clean and tidy enough for their stay. Shortly after, Lu Yishou returned carrying 2 new cotton quilts. These are freshly changed. They will be more comfortable. Zhao Xing replied, Lu 100 household, you are too kind. These quilts appear quite new. No need for such trouble. Yet Lu Yishou insisted, new as they may be, these 2 are known as murder quilts. I fear that should you rest upon them for a night, You may never see the sun rise again. Fan Xiaodao questioned. Murder quilts? Lu Yishou smiled. Indeed, while these quilts seem ordinary, they harbor a hidden secret. As Fan Xiaodao approached to examine the quilts, he found them astonishingly heavy, weighing nearly 70 to 80 pounds. Lu Yishou explained. The cotton in these quilts has been soaked in mercury. When a prisoner lies down, they may feel merely a slight weight. However, once they fall into a deep sleep, lowering the head of the bed allows the mercury to press down upon their chest. With such a burden, even if they awaken, they will lack the strength to resist and will be suffocated to death. Even the most skilled coroner would find no trace of foul play. The two men exchanged glances, intrigued. Methods of murder are myriad, but to think that a simple quilt could serve as a lethal weapon is astonishing. To reach such a level of cruelty in interrogation, where common objects are transformed into instruments of death, truly elevates the practice to an art form. No wonder. Is Princess Taiping truly that influential within the court? Lu Yishou chuckled. That is not for me to speculate upon. I presume you have yet to dine. Allow me to prepare some wine and dishes. The weather is turning colder. We must drink a few cups. Inside the cell, steam rose from a bubbling hot pot. Lu Yishou had procured a furnace for heating iron and gathered various tools of torture to prepare a meal, ingeniously constructing a hot pot for the three of them to share within the confines of the imperial prison. However, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, fearful that this could be yet another method of murder, hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Lu Yishou remarked, In my life, I possess little talent beyond two pursuits: interrogation and gourmet cuisine. There is a peculiar pleasure in interrogating prisoners while savoring fine food. The two exchanged glances, pondering the grim interrogation chambers alongside delectable dishes, concluding that only those with a warped psyche could indulge in such a combination. Though Lu Yishou's reputation was formidable, he appeared harmless and spoke with utmost politeness, making it difficult to reconcile him with the title of the foremost torturer. As a few cups of wine were consumed, the atmosphere gradually lightened, and before long, the three began to refer to one another as brothers. Fan Xiaodao remarked, Lu, I find it perplexing. You seem so calm and composed, your demeanor so amiable, yet the rumors about you are quite the opposite. Lu Yishou laughed. What? Must interrogation always be conducted with a ferocious visage? At least it would intimidate people. Lu Yishou replied, having spent over 20 years, interrogation is merely a process. Whether one appears fearsome or affable is irrelevant. What matters is the outcome. Regardless of whether they are high-ranking officials or common folk, once subjected to my methods, they are no different from any ordinary person. Thus, I have come to a realization. Maintaining a tranquil mind is key. A tranquil mind? Precisely. Today, one may stand atop the world, yet tomorrow they may find themselves as a prisoner. Having witnessed the rise and fall of many, I have grown somewhat numb to these matters. I am simply content with my current position, even if it lacks grandeur, as I receive my monthly stipend and can sit here enjoying hot pot with you too. Zhao Xing surveyed the array of unfamiliar torture instruments and could not help but exclaim, Brother, your mindset is truly steady. Lu Yishou chuckled. It was not always this way. In the past, I employed methods ranging from chilly water and tiger benches to skinning and using the skin for lighting. I have experimented with them all. However, when it comes to coercing confessions, the means utilized must be tailored to the psychology of the individual. Fan Xiaodao inquired, Surely there have been many wrongful convictions? Lu Yishou sighed and shook his head. This is the imperial prison, not your 6 doors. You pursue thieves and investigate cases for the people, while we serve the political interests of the court. For centuries, the power struggles within the court have been a matter of the east wind overpowering the west or vice versa. Where lies the room for wrongful accusations? How many officials can be deemed clean? If one is to blame, it is for standing on the wrong side, aligning with the wrong people, uttering the wrong words, or performing the wrong deeds. His words were profound and insightful, shattering Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing's preconceived notions about the imperial prison. Fan Xiaodao raised his cup, declaring, Your words are worth more than 10 years of experience. Brother, I toast to you. Lu Yishou, feeling a slight intoxication, seemed to have longed for conversation. Once the floodgates of dialogue opened, he spoke incessantly. Over the years, I have interrogated countless individuals. Most cannot withstand the process, yet there are two notable exceptions. Intrigued, the two leaned in closer. The first is Yang Datu. He once risked his life to offer counsel and was subsequently imprisoned here, and he endured 100 strokes of the cane. At one point, someone brought him snake gall, but he refused, declaring that he possessed courage enough on his own. Later, as his legs rotted and maggots festered in his wounds, I was summoned to bring oil for the lamp that I witnessed him using shattered pottery to dig out the decaying flesh as if it were nothing. He even scraped the sinews from his bones. It sent chills down my spine that in that moment, I was reminded of the tale of Guan Yu who treated his wounds with wine and chess. He is truly the person I admire most. The case of Yang Jixing had stirred considerable commotion in the capital, and even the reclusive Fan Xiaodao had heard of it. Hearing Lu Yishou recount his personal experience was all the more astonishing. Zhao Xing then asked, "And the second?" Lu Yishou replied, "That would undoubtedly be the former head of the Six Doors, Song Jingang." Chapter 45. The past once again. It is Song Jingang. Having retreated from the martial world for over 20 years and having passed away 2 or 3 years ago, his legend still lingers in the realm of martial arts. One can only imagine the imposing presence he must have had in the capital during his prime. The shock in Fan Xiaodao's heart was beyond expression. Zhao Xing inquired, "Did our esteemed chief constable have such a history? Were you well acquainted with him?" Lu Yishou, holding a skewer of vegetables, took a sip of wine and began to speak animatedly. "We were merely acquaintances. How could I, an ordinary person, presume to befriend such a heroic figure?" Over 20 years ago, the late emperor initiated new policies in the martial world, aiming to recruit the finest martial artists for the court. Thus, he issued a call to heroes, promising generous rewards, and convened a martial arts conference at the Earth Altar. In a short time, martial heroes from all corners flocked to the capital. This conference lasted nearly a month, culminating in the selection of the 8 great sects and the 10 masters, and the late emperor intended to bestow them with accolades, which was indeed a remarkable spectacle. During this time, voices of idle chatter emerged from the roof of the Temple of Heaven. Upon looking up, the crowd saw a young man and a girl, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, munching on a watermelon and pointing at the people below. The girl exclaimed, "Brother Song, after watching this commotion for days, it feels like a monkey show. These so-called top 10 masters are nothing compared to you. They are leagues behind." The crowd gasped in surprise. At that moment, the martial world's elites had gathered, with hundreds of imperial guards present. Yet these two remained unnoticed on the rooftop, raising suspicions among the onlookers. The young man replied, "Of course they pale in comparison to me, but if you were to face these 10 masters alone, it might prove a challenge. Alas, having just entered the martial world, I find it rather dull." The crowd, witnessing their nonchalance before the late emperor, grew restless and began to confront them. Fan Xiaodao thought to himself, "This man must be Song Jingang. But who could that girl be?" After spending so many years in Heifeng's stronghold, Song Jingang had never mentioned his past, and others were equally reticent. Now, hearing Lu Yishou speak of his adoptive father stirred his curiosity. What happened next? Lu Yishou continued. The 10 masters were all renowned figures in the martial world, that on the day the late emperor was to bestow accolades upon them. Seeing their arrogance in the presence of the emperor, the martial crowd could not help but feel their blood boil. The leaders of the Ding Song and Kongtong sects stepped forward, intending to teach those two a lesson, but within 3 exchanges, the girl had knocked them to the ground. She mocked them, urging them to come at her together. Except for the leaders of Shaolin and Wudong, who refrained from acting due to their status, the other 8 were tossed around by the girl, utterly humiliated. They disregarded their reputations and surrounded her, but when she was on the verge of danger, the young man, surnamed Song, suddenly intervened. With a single punch, he shattered the combined efforts of the 8. This martial arts conference became a laughingstock in the annals of the martial world. The late emperor, recognizing their exceptional skills, developed a fondness for them and pardoned their intrusion. When it came time for rewards, the girl stated, "What need is there for a martial arts alliance? One Song brother is sufficient for the martial world." Consequently, the late emperor personally appointed Song Jingang as the chief constable of the 6 Doors, and thus he became known. Zhao Xing asked, "I have heard of the position of chief constable, but who was that girl?" Lu Yishou sighed. "That is a part of the tale I cannot speak of lightly. Come now, don't keep us in suspense. Haven't you said enough? Lu Yishou laughed heartily. Though Song Jingang was a man of remarkable skill, he held a deep affection for this sister, almost to the point of being subservient to her wishes. After he became chief constable of the Six Doors, it wasn't long before he brought order to the capital and scattered the brigands in the surrounding areas. When the girl turned 18, the late emperor recognized her as his adoptive daughter and honored her as Princess Changle. Those years were undoubtedly the most peaceful times in the realm. However, they soon faced the turmoil of the demonic sect. The turmoil of the demonic sect. Was it not the battle between righteousness and evil 20 years ago? Lu Yishou confirmed, indeed, that at that time, the leader of the demonic sect, Yi Hua, led his followers to sow chaos in the Central Plains, challenging several factions. The martial world was in a state of alarm. Song Jingang was tasked with eradicating the demonic sect, but at that moment, the late emperor fell ill and passed away. The current emperor ascended to the throne and became infatuated with Princess Changle, bringing her into the palace. After Song Jingang repelled Yi Hua and returned to the capital, he found that Princess Changle was already with child. Although he said nothing upon learning of her marriage to the emperor, he devoted himself to his duties. The new emperor had only recently taken the throne, and with the court rife with intrigue and affairs to manage, Song Jingang made it a point to visit Princess Changle consistently. Zhao Xing listened intently and asked, "Surely Song Jingang must have harbored feelings for Princess Changle." Lu Yishou replied, "That remains uncertain, but it is said he treated her as a beloved sister." The following year, Princess Changle gave birth to a prince. Yet the emperor faced great calamity, which altered his temperament, leading him to reside in the Western Garden and adopt the doctrines of Huang Lao, seeking the path to immortality. Alas, where in this world is there true immortality? Seeing Lu Yishou's lamentations, Fan Xiaodao pondered how this ordinary prison guard was so well versed in the old tales of the capital and the secrets of the royal family. Moreover, as a member of the Genie Wei, how could he dare speak so freely of royal matters? Doubts filled his mind. "How did you come to know all this, Lu Leoj?" Lu Yishou's expression shifted slightly. "Are you doubting me?" "No, merely curious." Lu Yishou sighed. "To confess, I was once a personal guard to the late emperor. After his passing, I resigned from my post and found myself aimless in the capital. It was through the recommendation of old acquaintances that I managed to find refuge in this prison, that a new emperor brings new courtiers. After all, so that was the case. Otherwise, how could he speak so irreverently of the current emperor?" Hearing for the first time about his adoptive father's numerous past events, Fan Xiaodao pressed further, "And what transpired afterward?" Lu Yishou replied, "What followed is largely hearsay. After the emperor was attacked, his demeanor toward Princess Changle changed drastically. The princess wept daily in the palace, and later, believing in the words of a sorcerer, sought to concoct the elixir of immortality, intending to use her own flesh and blood as the catalyst. The young prince, still under 10 months old, seemed to be the prime candidate. Upon learning this, Princess Changle sought Song Jingang's aid to protect herself and her child. Song Jingang attended court to plead for them, but the emperor had already made up his mind. Feeling threatened by Song Jingang, who was favored by the late emperor, he pretended to acquiesce, inviting him to drink at Fengqi Pavilion, ultimately leading to a catastrophic disaster. Zhao Xing exclaimed, "The assassination at Fengqi Pavilion?" Having grown up in the capital, he had heard tales of such events, especially regarding Song Jingang, who was a hero in his eyes, that he was familiar with the public case involving him. Lu Yishou nodded. "This incident has many versions, each differing. Back then, the late emperor honored Song Jingang with the privilege of entering the palace armed, and he always carried his sword. That time was no exception. However, given his upright character and sense of chivalry, he would not have committed such an act. Moreover, with his abilities, he could have easily taken the head of a general amidst 1,000 troops. If he had truly intended to assassinate the emperor, a mere dozen guards could not have stopped him. Those who witnessed the events at Fengqi Pavilion have all been executed by the emperor, and it seems this case will forever remain unsolved." After the incident at Fengqi Pavilion, Song Jingang was imprisoned in this very prison at that time. The Six Doors held immense power in the capital, rivaling that of the Genie Wei. After Song Jingang's imprisonment, the Six Doors were left leaderless, and the emperor replaced all the original personnel, rendering it a shadow of its former glory that I in prison. The Jin Wei attempted to force him to confess, but he steadfastly refused to speak or write any statement of guilt. They subjected him to severe torture, employing every conceivable method, inflicting pain upon him for 5 to 6 hours each day. The it is said that several guards fell ill from the strain. To prevent him from escaping, they fashioned shackles weighing 200 pounds, piercing through his shoulder blades, and forced him to ingest poison daily to suppress his martial prowess. Such torture would break an ordinary person within an hour. Yet from early spring to the summer solstice, Song Jingang endured for 3 long months. Fan Xiaodao trembled at the thought that in his childhood, when Song Jingang bathed, he would ask Fan Xiaodao to scrub his back, revealing countless scars across his body, with not a single patch of unblemished skin. When he had inquired about the origins of those scars, Song Jingang merely laughed and attributed them to the price of traversing the martial world. Now, hearing Lu Yishou recount these tales, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. At that time, I was merely a prison guard, and I saw him in such a state, flesh torn and mended, only to be beaten again the next day. Remembering the late emperor's favor, I brought him some healing ointment, but he refused, saying, "If I use this, they will surely investigate, and it may implicate my brothers." He would not relent. Alas, who would have imagined that such a hero, who had resolved countless significant cases for the 6 doors, would ultimately meet such a fate? After Song Jingang was imprisoned, his reputation in the court remained pristine, and many officials sought to plead for him. However, the crime of assassination carried a heavy penalty, and those who petitioned on his behalf also faced repercussions. The executioners beat him to near death each time, and we speculated how much longer he could endure, yet he clung to life. At that time, several people had already broken down. Princess Changle was also cast into the cold palace due to this affair, and the case dragged on until after the summer solstice. The emperor aimed to solidify this case as an ironclad judgment. Even if Song Jingang refused to confess, the Jin Wei had to find a way to extract a statement. I recall it was a summer solstice afternoon when rain poured down. The emperor sent one of his eunuchs to visit him, humiliating him before departing. Song Jingang remained remarkably composed. When I brought his meal, he requested an additional fish, explaining that Princess Changle adored fish. Our prison chief agreed. That night after the torture, there was nothing unusual, but at the appointed hour, it was discovered that the shackles on his body had been removed, and Song Jingang had vanished. Fan Xiaodao exclaimed, "He must have used a fishbone to pick the lock." This technique of unlocking with a fishbone was something Song Jingang had once taught him. Indeed, from that day forth, fish were never again served in the prison meals, Lu Yishou remarked. With such circumstances, when Song Jingang escaped, it immediately alerted the commanding officer, and the Jin Wei across the capital suspended all other matters to pursue him. Yet, no one anticipated that Song Jingang had not fled, but rather had gone to Fan Xiaodao and Zhaoxing chorused the palace. Chapter 46. Dingy, it appears that you are all aware of the matter. Dingy remarked. 2 decades prior, during the bloodshedding night in Kyoto, Song Jingang stormed the imperial palace with a blade in hand, seizing the newborn prince and escaping the capital amidst the pursuit of over 100 martial arts. The incident caused such an uproar that rumors spread like wildfire, prompting the court to issue a gag order forbidding any mention of the occurrence. Yet the events of that fateful rainy night continued to circulate among the populace. Fan Xiaodao, parched and restless, inquired, "What became of the infant that Song Jingang carried away?" Lu Yishou shook his head, replying, "After fleeing the capital, his whereabouts became a mystery. The court classified this matter as top secret, and over the years, our Jinui have dispatched numerous personnel in pursuit of the truth, yet to no avail. We suspect that the young prince has long since departed this world." Fan Xiaodao felt a jolt of shock within. Could this be connected to his own origins? However, Song Jingang had told him that he found him at a mass grave outside Jinan, and that incident occurred 23 years ago, long before he had come of age. Reflecting on Yang Qing's words before departing from Haifeng's, they now seemed laden with deeper significance. His adoptive father had ostensibly withdrawn from the martial world, so why had he returned to the capital? What secrets lay hidden within the passages of the 6 doors? All these thoughts swirled like a dense fog in his mind, rendering him deaf to Lu Yishou's subsequent remarks that it was evident that he needed to devise a plan to explore the mysteries of the 6 doors without delay. The hour grows late. You should both take your rest. The case of Xia Yuhua is no longer merely between the two of you. Qian Fuma is intent on eliminating you, and there are likely deeper intrigues at play. You must exercise caution, Zhao Xing declared. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall dam it. Have I ever feared anything? Lu Yishou, without pausing, made his way directly to the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Shuang Xiong was meticulously crafting a delicate fishhook, using an iron clamp to shape a silver needle. Heating it in the charcoal furnace that he worked slowly, threading the fishing line with great care, while Lu Yishou stood silently beside him. The master enjoyed fishing, and all his fishing gear was crafted by his own hands that he had a habit. When engrossed in such tasks, he would not tolerate any disturbances. Once everything was complete, he finally cast a glance at Lu Yishou. Lu Yishou reported, "Everything has been done as per your instructions. I have spoken to the two individuals." Shuang Xiong inquired. What was their reaction? Zhao Xing appeared utterly unafraid, yet Fan Xiaodao seemed troubled by something. Shuang Xiong tested the resilience of the fishhook, clearly pleased with his work, and smiled. Well done. Consider it a gift. That at the Duke's residence, Qian Fuma was in a foul mood. Following the capture of Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, he had hastily instructed the Ministry of War to prepare evidence overnight, ensuring that by dawn, the documents would be submitted to the ministry for review and placed on the emperor's desk. The emperor was indifferent to state affairs, often delegating many documents to the imperial secretariat and Princess Taiping. Once the red brushstroke was made, it would likely be impossible to reverse. However, the uproar caused by Zhuge Xinyu had made the matter widely known, complicating any attempts to handle it discreetly. Furthermore, the Jinyui had intervened, transforming what was once a straightforward case into a perplexing conundrum. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing had incurred his wrath. Killing them was personal, yet it also served to drag the Minister of Rights, Zhao Huan, into the fray. Currently, he was engaged in negotiations with the Northern Zhou delegation, and as a staunch hardliner, Zhao Huan was uncompromising, causing the talks to reach a stalemate. Meanwhile, his enterprises in Northern Zhou had already been confiscated, a significant financial blow. The world did not belong solely to the Zhao clan. It was merely a handful of cities, so why should he be so petty, jeopardizing his own lucrative ventures? A scholar, dressed as a secretary, approached him. Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao have been taken to the imperial prison. Qian Fuma felt a chill run down his spine. Once they enter, they may not emerge unscathed. We have our people inside, so ensure they're given a rough time. The scholar replied, the Jinyui have always been under the Duke of Jinghua's purview. We may not be able to intervene. Have they been tortured? The Duke pressed. The secretary responded, according to the Jinyui, they are currently enjoying hot pot in the imperial prison. Enjoying hot pot? Qian Fuma's eyes widened. What is the meaning of this? Did those two bribe the Northern Town Protector's office? And they get hot pot? I haven't even had hot pot this year, the secretary assured him. This case has been referred to the Dali Temple for examination that I have instructed the military staff to substantiate the evidence. Rest assured, we have both witnesses and material proof. Even the legendary Bao Qingtian could not overturn this case. What Bao Qingtian? We are the righteous party, and heaven will assist us, Qian Fuma retorted. The secretary added, You speak wisely. Moreover, Zhuge Xinyu has summoned Dingy back to the capital to investigate this case. Dingy? Qian Fuma seemed to recall. Wasn't he the one who came to my residence last year with a letter of introduction? The secretary confirmed, indeed. At that time, he offered 500 taels of silver, seeking your endorsement for the princess, but you dismissed him. Qian Fuma declared, Times have changed. I shall find an opportunity to meet with him. Additionally, instruct the officials at the censorate to draft a memorial overnight, impeaching Zhao Huan for failing to discipline his own son. If he knows what is good for him, he should resign. Understood. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Fuma added, Wait, I must also confer with the princess regarding this matter. By the way, what has become of those two assassins? The secretary replied, I feared that prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen complications, so I arranged for their swift departure from the city tonight, utilizing the 5th City Military's credentials. I also dispatched Fei Ye and Qing Lang to accompany them out. They should return with reports by dawn. Recalling how the two had mocked him in court, Qian Fuma could hardly contain his rage. Hot pot. They have the luxury of dining on hot pot. Instruct the kitchen. I too shall indulge in hot pot tonight. That morning broke as a swift steed arrived at the gates of the 6 doors. Ding Yi dismounted gracefully, and the gatekeeper, Song Fei, hurried over to assist him with his horse. Captain Ding has returned. Ding Yi, having traveled through the night, bore a hint of fatigue upon his handsome visage, yet he maintained his courteous demeanor. He passed the reins to Song Fei, smiling. Thank you, Brother Song. As the youngest captain in the 6 doors, Ding Yi was well regarded. His polite manners and generous demeanor earned him respect from all, from Zhuge Xinyu down to the gatekeepers. Song Fei remarked, Captain Ding, you are too modest. The chief is awaiting you in the study. Ding Yi replied, I shall report back first, and when time permits, I will treat you to tea. After washing his face, he made his way directly to Zhuge Xinyu's study. Lord Zhuge, Zhuge Xinyu responded, I just dispatched you a few days ago, and now I summon you back overnight. Your journey must have been arduous. What news from Hejian Prefecture? Days prior, a duel had occurred between Li Baosan of the Xinjimen and Pang Chan of the Bagua sect, resulting in Li Baosan's death from poison. The Xinjimen alleged that the Bagua sect had resorted to treachery out of fear of defeat, leading to a lawsuit between the two factions. That the case involved a conflict between martial sects. It was brought directly to the 6 doors, and Zhuge Xinyu had dispatched Ding Yi to investigate. Originally, he was given a month to resolve the matter, but due to recent developments in the capital, he was summoned back immediately. Ding Yi reported, I have fulfilled my duty. The circumstances regarding Li Baosan's death have been clarified. It was the result of a conspiracy between Chang Yu, a disciple of the Xinjimen, and Li Baosan's concubine. Prior to the duel, Li Baosan had discovered their affair, and fearing retribution, Chang Yu conspired with the concubine to poison Li Baosan's mouthwash. Formal documents from Hejian Prefecture will be submitted shortly. Zhuge Xinyu nodded. What are your thoughts on Zhao Xing's case? Having informed Ding Yi of the case's developments, Ding Yi had contemplated it during his journey, stating, I believe this case is fraught with anomalies. Homicide cases typically fall under the jurisdiction of the 6 doors, with no connection to the 5th City military. Yet, they were the first to discover it and apprehend the suspects. This is highly coincidental. Furthermore, they accuse Zhao Xing of committing murder for financial gain. While I am unfamiliar with Fan Xiaodao, I know Zhao Xing well enough to assert he is not that sort of person. It is highly probable he has been framed. Additionally, Feng Qianjin of the 5th City military has long been associated with Princess Taiping, and given Qian Fuma's previous discord with the two, it strongly suggests he is retaliating against them. Zhuge Xinyu remarked, You have only guessed half the truth. This morning, officials from the censorate have already impeached Zhao Shangshu, compelling him to resign in disgrace. Ding Yi was taken aback. Zhao Shangshu is currently negotiating with the Northern Zhou delegation. They must have seized this opportunity to exploit the situation. Zhuge Xinyu replied, Thus, the matter is far from straightforward. The two are currently detained in the imperial prison, and in 3 days, the Dali Temple will convene to interrogate them. I have summoned you to investigate this case. Do not let me down. Ding Yi exclaimed, The imperial prison? The Jinyue and the 6 doors have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. How could they be imprisoned there? Once inside, the odds of survival are grim. Zhuge Xinyu responded, I find it perplexing as well. The Jinyue could have turned a blind eye, but chose to wade into these murky waters. You must investigate the situation. Also, the newly arrived Niu Dafu from the 2nd Theft Apprehension Team has befriended Zhao and Fan. Take him along with you. After Fan and Zhao were incarcerated, Niu Dafu had not slept a wink, and upon hearing that he would accompany his superior Ding Yi to investigate, he readily accepted. Ding Yi hastily consumed a couple of buns before leading Niu Dafu to the scene of the incident at the inn. Niu Dafu remarked, The search warrant has been submitted, but it has yet to be approved. Ding Yi replied, By the time the warrant arrives, the food will be cold. Let us go. Upon arriving at the inn, they found it sealed off due to the previous night's murder, with the innkeeper and staff forbidden from leaving. Surrounding the inn were numerous guards from the 5th City military. Ding Yi declared, The 6 doors have been dispatched to investigate this case. Oh, isn't this Captain Ding? The case of Xia Yuhua has already been taken over by our 5th City military. Without Commander Feng's orders, no one is permitted to approach, a leader from the 5th City military retorted. Niu Dafu protested, This case is related to us in the Six Doors. By imperial decree, each of our offices investigates independently. What right do you have to obstruct us? The leader responded. We are also acting under orders. Nyo Dafu, unable to contain his anger, shouted, Do you not adhere to the rules? Ding, he interjected. Arguing with them about rules is futile. We in the Six Doors have never adhered to such constraints. Even if we were to discuss rules, they must align with ours. With that, he drew his blade and prepared to enter. Chapter 47. The Haunted Tower Crash. The members of the 5 cities' military command drew their weapons, encircling the 2 men. Neo Dafu's face turned pale with fear. Boss, what should we do? Ding, he replied with a smile. If the military command obstructs the 6 doors from executing their duties, then we shall fight. Before Commander Liu could react, a glint of cold steel flashed before his eyes. Ding Yi's blade, like a venomous serpent, was poised at his throat. The chilling aura of the knife posed a mortal threat. Should Ding Yi exert even the slightest force, Commander Liu would be in grave peril. Seeing their leader captured, the soldiers hesitated, fearful of making a rash move. The members of the 6 Doors were notorious for their ruthlessness. What kind of tactic was this? Commander Liu stubbornly retorted, You are holding me captive. This is a breach of the great Ming laws, punishable by death, that if you know what's good for you. The Captain Ding, let us talk this over amicably. Realizing the gravity of the situation, some soldiers discreetly slipped away to report to Feng Qianjin at the military command. Ding Yi made no effort to stop them and cheerfully remarked to Commander Liu, You've apprehended our men, and now the 2 offices are at odds that you expect me to treat you with kindness? This captain intends to inspect the inn for evidence, and you shall accompany me. The 2 men seized Commander Liu and brought him to the room occupied by Xia Yuhua and her son at the inn. The room had already been sealed, and it was evident that the scene had been disturbed. Footprints marred the floor, and signs of a struggle were everywhere. Ding Yi frowned. Why was the marketplace not properly monitored? Preventing fire and theft should be a priority, yet the scene is left in such disarray. What a bunch of incompetence. Ding Yi ordered Nyo Dafu to keep the knife pressed against Commander Liu's neck, instructing, If he makes any rash movements, you are to kill him. Nyo Dafu hesitated. What if something goes wrong? Ding Yi replied, You are the one who would have killed him, so you are responsible. Nyo Dafu had never done such a thing before, but under Ding Yi's orders, he had no choice but to comply. However, the long knife trembled against Commander Liu's neck, and the latter, drenched in sweat, feared that Nyo Dafu might inadvertently end his life. Thus, he proposed, Why not tie me up instead? I assure you, I won't attempt to escape. With a knife at my throat, it would only lead to unnecessary hostility. That is not an unreasonable suggestion. Unable to find any rope, Nyo Dafu began to unbuckle his belt, sending Commander Liu into a panic. Brave man, I'm not into that. Nyo Dafu delivered a punch, binding him to a pillar with his belt. To prevent him from shouting, he removed Liu's socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Commander Liu's face turned a deep shade of purple, desperately trying to vomit, but unable to. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Ding Yi began to survey the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he entered a state of deep thought. From the wounds on the deceased, it appears there were 2 assailants, one wielding a sword and the other a dagger. Analyzing the traces of the struggle and the footprints on the ground, it seems these 2 killers were not particularly tall, and one had a limp in his right foot. Both suffered fatal blows to the throat, leaving them no chance to cry for help. They were likely professional assassins. Moreover, the woman, after being struck by the sword, did not die immediately, but crawled towards the door before succumbing to blood loss. As Ding Yi gestured, he reconstructed the crime scene. The doors and windows were locked from the inside, and there were no signs of entry from outside. The door had been forcefully kicked open, and since the victim's room was on the 2nd floor, there was only one way up, through the counter on the 1st floor. Ding Yi summoned a servant and inquired in detail about the guests from the previous night. The innkeeper explained that Xia Yuhua and her son had been staying for over 10 days. On the day of the incident, they had returned to the inn in the afternoon and had not left since. Only Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao, 2 constables, had visited twice, and no one else had come. Ding Yi sternly demanded, Speak honestly. Who taught you to lie? The innkeeper replied, Everything I say is the truth. Ding, he coldly stated. Whether it's true or not, you'll be taken to the jail for 2 days, and we shall see. We are constables, and it is easy for us to save you, but it is even easier to ruin your life. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper fell to his knees. Spare me. I truly have not lied. While intimidating him, Ding was carefully observing his facial expressions. Noticing the innkeeper's reaction, he waved his hand. You may go. Nyo Dafu, observing that Ding Yi's methods were entirely different from the standard procedures of the 6 doors, cautiously asked, Just now, you wouldn't actually resort to violence, would you? Ding Yi replied, If necessary, yes. But that would be against the rules. Ding Yi countered, I never adhere to rules when solving cases. Ding Yi splashed a cup of cold water on Commander Lu, removed the socks from his mouth, and asked, There are no footprints from Fan or Zhao at the scene, and they used the 6 doors daggers, which do not match the wounds on the deceased. Can't you see this? Commander Lu said, When we arrived, the only ones present were Fan and Zhao. They had over 10,000 taels of silver on them. It was a robbery murder, and we caught them red-handed. What more evidence do we need? Outside, a voice shouted, Listen, members of the 6 doors, you are surrounded. If you wish to live, quickly release Commander Lu and surrender. Hearing this, Commander Lu felt a surge of confidence and said, If you let us go, considering we are both serving the dynasty, I might be able to speak a few good words on your behalf to lessen your punishment. Ding Yi asked, Aren't you afraid we might kill you? Commander Lu, now calm and collected, replied, There is no enmity between us, and we are conducting official business. Killing me would only burden you with a murder charge, which isn't worth it. He then turned to Nyo Defu. You are an accomplice as well. You might persuade Captain Ding. Perhaps he will show leniency. He leaned closer to Lu's ear and whispered something. Upon hearing it, Commander Lu's face turned ashen. Ding Yi rose and declared, We have nearly finished our investigation. You will naturally keep your mouth shut about today's events, correct? Commander Lu, looking dejected, said, I will do as you instruct. Feng Qianjin had already brought a contingent of men and surrounded the inn, declaring, I give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not come out, we will storm in. One subordinate replied, Commander Lu is still in their hands. Then let it be deemed as dying in the line of duty. He continued, 10. As the door swung open, Ding Yi emerged arm in arm with Commander Lu, both wearing smiles, with Nyo Dafu closely following. This sight left Feng Qianjin dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Ding Yi had taken Commander Lu hostage? How was it that they now appeared as jovial companions? Ding Yi said, Brother Lu, today's success in the case is largely due to your assistance. I have official duties to attend to, so I shall treat you to a drink another day. Da-da. Isn't that Feng Qianjin the commander? What brings you here? Before Feng Qianjin could respond, Ding Yi interjected. I'm afraid I must take my leave. I have official matters to attend to. With that, he exited the inn with Nyo Defu. Commander Lu forced a smile, feeling awkward, and upon seeing Feng Qianjin, said, I pay my respects to Commander Feng. What is going on here? Commander Lu stammered, Well, this, that. What do you mean by this and that? Were you not taken hostage? Commander Lu insisted. No, I merely entered to assist in the investigation. Feng Qianjin's expression darkened. Assist? He is just a lowly constable, and now both our offices are at odds, and you choose to assist him. Did you not hear my orders? Commander Lu stuttered. I cannot say. Cannot say. Feng Qianjin's anger flared. It seems a military command can no longer accommodate you. Guards confiscate his badge and sword. Seeing this, Commander Lu panicked and leaned in to whisper a few words in Feng Qianjin's ear. Upon hearing, Feng Qianjin was taken aback, recalling certain rumors from the capital, and dared not pursue the matter further. Cursing him as useless, she hurried off to the residence of Prince Qian. Ding Yi led Nyo Dafu south of the city, winding through alleys until they stopped at a grain and oil shop situated in a remote location, far from the main street. Nyo Dafu, puzzled, asked, What are we doing here? Ding Yi replied, We are here to inquire about 2 individuals. He pushed the door open, and upon entering, the noise in the bustling shop fell silent as the patrons recognized the constables. A clerk approached. Gentlemen, are you here to purchase lamp oil? Ding Yi replied, I'm looking for Sujio. The clerk, perplexed, awkwardly smiled. We don't have a Sujio here. Go tell him Ding Yi is here." Upon hearing Ding Yi's name, the patrons began to disperse. The clerk, clearly aware of the name, hurried into the inner hall to report. Soon, a stunning middle-aged woman emerged. "Ah, it is Constable Ding. Master Geo is waiting for you inside." The two followed the lady through the back hall, arriving at a hidden door, descending a flight of stairs, and traversing a concealed passage. They emerged into a well-lit area bustling with activity, featuring a casino, hidden dens, and various unsavory characters wandering about. Neo Defu, having lived in the capital for so long, had never heard of such a place and curiously asked, "What is this place?" Ding Yi replied, "This is the underground city, also known as the Haunted Tower, a melting pot for all walks of life in the capital." After a brief pause, he added, "It is also where I grew up." A group of local ruffians approached Ding Yi, sizing him up. "Oh, isn't this little Ding?" One of them, not letting up, remarked, "What is this? It has been years, and now you are dressed like an official, looking all dignified." Ding Yi shot him a glance, but chose to ignore him. The leader continued, "What, after crawling out from between your legs, you've transformed into an official? Now that you're back, how about you crawl through once more? Who knows, you might become a grand scholar when you return." The ruffian added, "That makes sense." Raising his foot, he stood on a stone. "Little Ding, don't say I'm not promoting you. Here is another chance for you to rise to greatness." The crowd joined in mockery. Ding Yi furrowed his brow, memories flooding back, and his anger flared. "Go ahead, little Ding. If you make it big, don't forget about us brothers." Ding Yi's grip tightened on the hilt of his knife. The ruffian taunted, "What is this? After a few years away, you've developed quite the temper. Do you want to draw your knife?" He stretched out his neck. "Come on, let us see if you have the guts to swing it here." With a flash of steel, a scream pierced the air. The ruffian fell, blood gushing from his groin, clutching his lower half as he writhed on the ground in agony. The others, witnessing this, drew their weapons, shouting, "Brothers, let us finish him." Chapter 48. The traitor Neo Defu did not anticipate that Ding Yi would act so decisively, without a hint of hesitation, striking directly at the adversary's vital point. It seemed that the latter's future would be limited to seeking a position within the palace. The remaining ruffians, witnessing their leader's downfall, began to shout and prepare for confrontation. However, Ding Yi appeared utterly unfazed, sheathing his long blade and surveying the room with an intimidating gaze. The onlookers, taken aback by his ferocity, dared not approach him. Aside from the fleeting moment of attention directed at their fallen leader, the others quickly returned to their own affairs, clearly accustomed to the events that transpired in this place. This was the Ghost Tower, a realm apart from the capital, interconnected by dark channels and sewage ditches, suffused with the stench of decay and mold. Those who ventured here were either notorious bandits, desperate fugitives, or members of the underbelly of society, often involving trafficked women. Some engaged in disreputable businesses or conspired over illicit transactions. This was the Ghost Tower, a clandestine world existing outside the boundaries of the imperial city. Neo Defu clicked his tongue. Your strike was quite ruthless. Yet Ding Yi remained composed. In the Ghost Tower, there is no law, no system of justice. To survive here, one must be more ruthless and resolute than others. Otherwise, my corpse would likely be lying in some nameless cesspool by now. Is there truly no one to oversee this place? Ding Yi replied, No, there is someone, Lord Sujio. Sujio, a figure shrouded in legend within the capital, was known only to those associated with the Ghost Tower. Yet within its confines, his influence was undeniable. In the capital, the earthly emperor bore the surname Zhu, while the underground emperor was named Su. For centuries, the Ghost Tower had endured as a lawless sanctuary, where bloodshed, conflict, and struggles for power were commonplace. However, with Sujio's emergence, all factions within the Ghost Tower fell under his dominion, establishing a unique power. The nobles of the capital occasionally heard whispers of the Ghost Tower's existence but dismissed it, viewing it as merely a necessary evil that could assist in resolving their clandestine affairs, a mere assemblage of ruffians that they could easily crush if they so desired. Under the guidance of a stunning woman, the crowd entered a dimly lit chamber and encountered Sujio. That he was of modest stature, slightly portly, and donned a menacing mask that concealed his facial expressions. A naked man hung from a pillar, and with each crack of the steel whip in Su Jio's hand, the man let out a howl of anguish. Rules, morals, and the laws of the Ming dynasty form the foundation of our existence in the underground city. Without rules, the ghost tower would be but a scattered heap. Without morals, it cannot unite in profit. And without the laws of the Ming, we would cease to exist. Su Jio continued. You Bi Chong, you have engaged in usury without my consent, disrupting the market order. This is your first crime. Setting traps that lead to murder and coercing virtue in a vice constitutes your second crime. That be why the authority vested in me as the Lord of the Ghost Tower, I declare you guilty. He commanded his underlings, dispose of him at the eastern cemetery to feed the wild dogs. One of his subordinates wiped his brow, and Su Jio turned his attention to Ding Yi. Ding Yi, since you chose to leave the Ghost Tower, we have had no further ties. I warned you that should you ever return, it would cost you your life. Why do you now seek your own demise? Ding Yi replied, I am here to find two individuals. Searching for someone? Have you heard about the murder of Xia Yuha and her son at the Ruji in yesterday, in the eastern part of the city? Su Jio chuckled. I heard it was your 6 doors constables who took action. What concern is that of the Ghost Tower? I visited the scene. The killer executed the act with brutal efficiency, suggesting a professional assassin, and all assassins in the capital fall under your jurisdiction. The weapons used were a curved short knife and a sword, wielded by individuals approximately 6 feet tall, one of whom limped. Su Jio stated, we have no such individuals within our ranks. I wish to see your order records from the past month. Su Jio chuckled. Providing clients with solutions while maintaining their confidentiality is our fundamental business principle. If we cannot uphold even this, who would dare to conduct business with us? Not only do we not have these two individuals, but even if we did, I wouldn't hand them over to you. Ding Yi, your request is rather excessive. Duke, considering our past acquaintance, I beg you to assist me in this matter. Su Jio coldly remarked, it is precisely because of our past that you currently still stand before me, speaking so boldly. In those days, you betrayed the former master of the tower for personal gain, nearly bringing calamity upon the Ghost Tower. Had I not restrained them, the brothers within would have long sought vengeance against you. He glanced at Niu Dafu. However, your friend here may not be so fortunate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 burly men stepped forward, placing a knife against Niu Dafu's neck. Niu Dafu immediately protested, Duke, gentlemen, I was merely passing through. I have no involvement in this matter. Su Jio smiled. Rest assured, as a court constable, we do not execute officials of the imperial court. However, living sins cannot escape retribution. Take him and gouge out his eyes, then toss them at the eastern cemetery for the dogs. Niu Dafu argued, wait, that man has already been sent to the cemetery. If you add me to the mix, they may not be able to handle it. Perhaps it would be best to temporarily keep me here instead. The woman who had led them earlier chuckled. This young man speaks quite humorously. Were it not for his somewhat unappealing appearance, I might consider keeping him around for my amusement. Niu Dafu retorted, what do you mean by unappealing? Madam, your words are mildly harmful, yet highly insulting. The woman's countenance darkened at being called madam. She had always prided herself on her beauty, retaining her charm despite her years. Niu Dafu's jest sparked a murderous intent within her. Ding Yi remarked, you are indeed the first to speak so boldly to the infamous Lady of Venom, Tong Ruhua. Niu Dafu asked, so you are the renowned Lady of Venom? Tong Ruhua inquired with a smile. Have you heard of me? Niu Dafu shook his head. No, this is my first time hearing of you. Seeing his mockery, Tong Ruhua's anger flared. You seek death. With a domineering strike aimed at Niu Dafu's head, the force was such that, should she connect, his life would be forfeit. Ding Yi intervened, blocking her strike with his sword. After exchanging blows, Tong Ruhua staggered back 3 or 4 steps. No wonder you are so unafraid. It appears your skills have significantly improved over the years. Whose techniques have you been secretly studying? Ding Yi continued. Su Jio, I propose a transaction. Su Jio questioned. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Ding Yi replied leisurely. What your kind pursue is nothing more than fame and power. There is no business that cannot be concluded, provided your stakes and sincerity are sufficient. State your terms, Ding Yi asserted. You hand over those two individuals, and I shall grant you the territory north of the moat and east of the West Fourth Alley, which I know you have coveted for quite some time." At this point, a man behind Sujio interjected, "This area has always belonged to the Four Harmony Hall. How would Master Chui acquiesce to your arrangements?" Sujio was evidently intrigued by Ding Yi's proposal, and upon hearing his subordinate's interruption, he chided sternly, "Do see, this matter does not concern you." The man shot a cold glare at Ding Yi, but refrained from further comment. Ding Yi stated, "I have my methods that demonstrate my sincerity. I wish to present you with a gift." He leaned in closer to Sujio's ear and whispered a name that Sujio's expression remained unchanged as he responded, "Very well, I will assist you in locating these two. Tomorrow morning, I shall provide you with a response. Farewell." Nyodafu called out to Tong Ruhua, "Annie, goodbye." This infuriated the Lady of Venom, her eyes glinting with ice, wishing to end this young man's life. Once the two had departed, Sujio dismissed the crowd, retaining only a few trusted confidants in the room. His gaze turned cold as he addressed them. The Ghost Tower has established its roots in the capital for many years, facing numerous crises. The reason we have survived to this day is due to our rules, our reputation, and our loyalty. Who orchestrated the incident at the Ruji Inn? No one spoke up, that Duci suggested. Perhaps it was a roaming assassin from outside the capital. Sujio replied icily. Even the wildest of assassins know the etiquette of conducting business in this territory, whom to pay tribute to, and to whom to submit their requests. Having governed the Ghost Tower for so long, my greatest disdain is for those who betray their own. Should anyone act recklessly behind my back, they shall not escape my wrath. He stood before Tong Ruhua. "Ruhua, was it you?" he remarked coolly. "Since none of you are willing to claim responsibility, we shall have to interrogate them." With that, he clapped his hands, and two dwarf assassins were dragged from a corner, collapsing to the ground in supplication. "Duke, we were wrong. We were merely following orders from the Qingmu Hall to assassinate those two, unaware that you had not sanctioned this." Sujio asked, "Why then, after the assassination, did you flee the city overnight? Who was your instigator?" It was. The two glanced around nervously, hesitant to speak. That Sujio approached Duci, noting his trembling form and the sweat beading on his forehead, coldly stating, "Duci, I have treated you well over the years. The silver I provide you yearly is more than sufficient to support 3 concubines in your household. Why then would you betray me and assist those from the Four Harmony Hall?" Duci, caught between acknowledgement and denial, seized the opportunity to dash for the exit. Whoosh, 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 dozens of short crossbow bolts flew towards him. As he had foretold, he was indeed met with the judgment of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Once Sujio had settled the internal strife, he declared, "Tonight, let us thoroughly interrogate these two." Chapter 49. Cooperation. Ding Yi returned to his quaint little courtyard. The previous owner had succumbed to madness, having brutally murdered a family of 3 before setting himself ablaze, leaving the courtyard in neglect. 2 years prior, Ding Yi had purchased the property for 120 taels, restoring it to a charming state. Vines climbed the walls, and in the center stood a grape trellis where Ding Yi sat, contemplating the intricacies of his case. Although the courtyard was modest, for someone like Ding Yi, who had grown up in the haunted building and lived on the edge of poverty, it felt quite satisfactory. Yet, Ding Yi was not merely content with this. He harbored greater ambitions and more profound thoughts. This courtyard and the position of the red-clothed constable were merely waypoints on his lengthy journey. The case assigned to him by Zhuge Xinyu was one he intended to tackle with diligence and excellence. Since joining the 6 Doors, he had treaded carefully, knowing that a single misstep could plunge him into irreversible ruin. In the capital, there were many who wished him harm, with Su Jiui being one among them. Were it not for his official capacity, he feared he would have long been hunted by his enemies. But he sipped from a bowl of porridge, reflecting on the day's investigative matters, when an unexpected visitor disrupted his thoughts. "May I inquire if Constable Ding is present?" "And you are?" Ding Yi scrutinized the visitor, a scholarly-looking man with a handlebar mustache, standing at the entrance, who clasped his hands and said, "I am Yu Jingdao, a staff member from the Prince Qian's residence. We met 2 years ago at the Princess Manor." He had a vague recollection that at that time, he had just entered the officialdom, aspiring to rise to the rank of red-clothed constable. Lacking connections in the capital, he had heard of Prince Chien, known for his love of wealth, and had scraped together 500 taels to seek his assistance in advancing his career. However, in a world where transactions often amounted to thousands of taels, his 500 seemed quite meager. He had waited from morning until evening at the door, only to be mocked by the doorman when he requested a cup of hot tea. Just 500 taels, and you wish to meet the prince? The esteemed Lee Darren, who just left, paid us far more for our tea. This experience had thoroughly opened Ding E's eyes to reality. Since then, he had abandoned his cautious demeanor, opting instead for a ruthless approach to his work, which gradually allowed him to establish a firm foothold within the six doors. Although his methods were often criticized, they were undeniably efficient, earning him the favor of his superiors and making him the youngest red-clothed constable in the organization. What brings you here? Ding E inquired. The Yu Jingdao replied, I hear that Constable Ding is investigating the case of Xia Yuan, her son. The victim is a relative of Prince Chien. Since the perpetrator has been apprehended, the prince wishes to avoid unnecessary attention and has asked me to convey that you should refrain from further involvement in this case. Ding Yi responded, Is this an order? Yu Jingdao chuckled softly. No, it is a matter of goodwill, that if you are willing to let this go, Prince Chien will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future. You know well of the prince's considerable influence in the capital. Assisting him now may yield benefits for you later. Ding Yi retorted, I am a constable of the six doors. Investigating cases is my duty. Furthermore, my colleagues are entangled in this matter, and I cannot simply turn a blind eye that I fear I may disappoint the prince. That Yu Jingdao countered, Do not be so hasty in your refusal. He produced a silver note from his bosom and placed it on the table before Ding. It amounted to 30,000 taels. Ding Yi replied, A mere 30,000 taels, and you think to buy me off? Yu Jingdao shook his head. Not at all. The prince knows you are an exceptional individual with ambitions, not one to submit quietly. Yet in the capital, everything revolves around money, that if you wish to achieve your goals, you will find that money is often required. This silver is merely a small token, intended to forge a friendship. Ding Yi gazed at the silver note, lost in contemplation. 30,000 taels, given his current salary of 7 or 8 taels a month, would take him 300 years to amass, even without eating or drinking. With a mere nod, such a substantial sum could be his. Coming from humble beginnings, he held money in high regard, and for a fleeting moment, he felt tempted. However, this thought was short-lived. He returned the silver note, saying, I fear I may disappoint the prince. That Yu Jingdao, unfazed, smiled, I understand your aspirations lie elsewhere. But if you assist with this matter, you will have forged a friendship with Prince Chien. The position of Chief Constable of the Six Doors will surely be yours in due time, as you know the princess's capabilities in the capital. Compared to 30,000 taels, this was a blatant temptation. Ding Yi hesitated once more. The Yu Jingdao remained patient, awaiting his response. Money, power, and desire are three insatiable cravings that accompany a person throughout life. Prior to this meeting, Yu Jingdao had conducted his research. He knew Ding Yi was not particularly interested in women or wealth, but he harbored a strong desire for power and advancement. That it was this insight that led Yu Jingdao to extend such an olive branch. Having served under Prince Chien, he had witnessed countless individuals struggle in the pursuit of power and was familiar with the kind of ambition reflected in Ding E's eyes. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Ding Yi rejected the offer, his reasoning perplexing. Your proposal is indeed enticing, but I have my own principles. And what are Constable Ding's principles? Ding Yi replied, To address matters as they are. While I aspire to rise in rank, I will never betray my colleagues. Seeing that persuasion had failed, Yu Jingdao's expression darkened. Things are not as simple as you imagine. Do you not realize that if you refuse, it could unleash a storm within the court? Ding Yi stated, What should have been a straightforward matter has become overly complex due to your machinations. If a storm is to come, let it be a tempest of the fiercest kind. With these words, Ding Yi expressed his thoughts clearly. The current capital was rife with undercurrents, yet remained stagnant. Without stirring a tempest, he would never find his way to the surface. Only through the confluence of fate and ambition could one ride the waves to success. Such was the game of the world. The following morning, Ding Yi and Niu Dufu set out for the Sahaitang. Niu Dufu questioned, Sahaatang is the largest gang in the capital, filled with ruthless individuals that in my youth, I witnessed their members seize territory, mercilessly killing in the street. How do you intend to convince Sahaatang to relinquish their hold? Ding Yi replied, with words that I don't understand. Then learn from me. Observe more, speak less. That is the foremost gang in the capital. Sahaatang monopolized the gambling houses and underground banks. Yet due to certain reasons concerning Chui Wentian, they refrained from entering the highly lucrative brothel industry. The main headquarters of Sahaatang, located in the southern part of the city, appeared unassuming, but those familiar with the capital knew better than to traverse its vicinity lightly. Even the Wuqing Bingmashi seldom ventured there. Chui Wentian, the leader of Sahaatang, had risen from the underground gambling scene, gradually expanding his influence with a cadre of young enforcers, ultimately establishing Sahaatang that he had invested heavily to recruit martial arts masters from the Jianghu, amalgamating various factions to form the second-largest force outside the haunted building. Upon meeting Chui Wentian, Ding Yi got straight to the point. I wish to borrow a territory from you, north of the city's moat and east of Shisi Hudong. Chui Wentian did not respond, but his subordinates erupted in laughter. This area represented the most prosperous commercial district in the capital, housing hundreds of merchants and significant establishments like the Mingyue and Ingo gambling houses, which contributed substantial annual profits to Sahaatang. For Ding Yi, a mere red-clothed constable, to audaciously request such a thing was truly presumptuous. The leader of the Sanxiang Hall remarked, "We of Sahaatang have maintained a peaceful distance from the Six Doors, coexisting without conflict. Even if the chief constable himself were to visit, he would never dare to make such a demand. Have you lost your wits?" Seeing Ding Yi's calm demeanor, Chui Wentian motioned for his subordinates to quiet down and patiently awaited Ding Yi's elaboration. Ding Yi continued, "You have 3 months. In return, all territories controlled by the haunted building will belong to Sahaatang." Laughter erupted once more. If Ding Yi's previous statement had been deemed mad, this one branded him a fool. The haunted building and Sahaatang virtually monopolized the underground world of the capital, and the haunted building's influence far surpassed that of Sahaatang. Over the years, Sahaatang had desperately sought to recruit masters merely to maintain their position. Contending with the haunted building was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The leader of the Sanxiang Hall said, "Constable Ding, you hail from the haunted building, and you well know its strength. Not to mention Su Jiui and his 4 formidable men, as well as dozens from the Hongxing Hall, all of whom are top assassins in the Jianghu. Even if we invited the 8 major sects and the people from Chuanfeng Yiyu Tower, we could not guarantee victory. Moreover, if you betray the haunted building, you would have long since met your demise were it not for your identity within the 6 Doors. How can you speak so boldly?" Chui Wentian asked, "What is your plan?" Ding Yi produced a document from his robe and handed it over, stating calmly, "In 2 months, the court will be rectifying the Jianghu factions in the capital. This task will ultimately fall to the Jianghu division. Here is the detailed plan." "You are but a red-clothed constable of the Jidao division," Ding Yi replied, "but I am also the next head of the Jianghu division." Chui Wentian remarked, "We need to deliberate on this matter." "Give me a few days to consider." "I do not have that much time," Ding Yi insisted. "The plan is in your hands. You must understand, I only need to modify a few details that in the end, it will be Sahaatang that faces consolidation, not the haunted building. Although I harbor enmity towards the haunted building, in the face of profit, there are no eternal enemies." Chui Wentian picked up the document and read it word by word. "That I agree to your terms," he said. Ding Yi smiled and extended his hand. "May our cooperation be fruitful." After they exited, Niu Dafu inquired, "What was written in that document? Why did the Sahaatang leader agree so readily?" Ding Yi explained, "For years, the 6 Doors have been responsible for overseeing the various factions of the Jianghu. The court has indeed reaped benefits from the implementation of the new policies over the years. However, ever since the previous chief constable encountered difficulties, the second phase of the Jianghu reforms has stalled. Now that the court has resolved to rectify the Jianghu once more, Niu Dafu, the era of the 6 Doors is upon us." Chapter 50. The Trial at the Imperial Prison. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing had been waiting in the Imperial Prison for 2 days, that in such a dehumanizing place. Fan Xiaodao felt a sense of unease. Although they had not committed the murder, he feared that unforeseen circumstances might arise, that in contrast. Zhao Xing remained remarkably composed, indulging in meals and sleep without a hint of concern befitting a prisoner. As he put it, with his usual busy schedule, he was simply enjoying a rare respite, treating it as a holiday. Fan Xiaodao inquired, "If they have the means to frame us, they surely possess the ability to convict us. Aren't you the least bit worried?" Zhao Xing replied, "Though I am not fond of Ding Yi, he has never mishandled a case." At that moment, a voice from outside called, "Someone has come to visit you." A cloaked elder, wearing a conical hat, appeared before them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Xing exclaimed in surprise, "What brings you here?" The man bellowed, "I am your father. What reason do I have to refrain from coming? While I am out there battling the northern Zhou forces, you little rascal are back here, causing trouble. I came to see if you were still alive, and yet you dare to blame me? I had a word with Shuang Xiong, but to gain entry, I had to part with over 300 taels of silver." Lu Yishou remarked, "My lord, such forthrightness puts us in a difficult position." The man removed his hat and, unabashedly, replied, "What? Since you dare to accept it, you cannot deny it. Besides, when has the Jinyui ever regarded us from the 6 ministries?" Lu Yishou could only manage an awkward smile. Indeed, this was no falsehood. Cases handled by the Jinyui typically involved imperial relatives or court dignitaries. Officials below the 4th rank, aside from those from the censorate, were not welcome. It was a privilege reserved for the likes of ministers, vice-ministers, and cabinet scholars. Fan Xiaodao queried, "Are you Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Rights?" Zhao Huan retorted, "What, do I not resemble him?" Zhao Xing, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, was strikingly handsome, while Zhao Huan, with his bushy beard and robust stature, exuded the aura of a martial general. To an outsider, it would be hard to believe they were father and son. However, Zhao Xing's demeanor suggested a lack of warmth towards Zhao Huan. Fan Xiaodao chuckled, "Oh, you certainly do resemble him. Yet, I have always imagined that a minister of rights should embody elegance and grace, such as one would expect from a gentleman like Minister Zhao. This is quite a new experience for me." Zhao Huan replied, "I am indeed the Minister of Rights and a model of virtue in the Ming Dynasty. How dare you claim I lack propriety? Do you believe I would not hesitate to strike you? I believe you, of course. After all, my lord has toiled his entire life to ascend to the ministerial position. If he were stripped of the right to strike anyone at will, would there be any joy in holding that office?" Zhao Huan laughed heartily. "You certainly have a way with words." Zhao Xing then posed the second question following their reunion. "Zhao Huan, what brings you here?" He addressed his father. "Since your incident, I have received a flurry of memorials from the capital demanding my accountability." Zhao Xing inquired, "And are you unharmed?" Although his tone was somewhat brusque, concern lay beneath. Zhao Huan responded, "Fortunately, His Majesty still trusts me. Those memorials did not even merit his attention and were handed directly to me. I, in turn, have not even glanced at them, but rather used them as toilet paper. Oddly enough, the paper from Tang is softer than straw paper. Should you require some, I can arrange for a supply next time." The father and son engaged in a bewildering conversation within the imperial prison. Fan Xiaodao discerned that the relationship between Zhao Xing and his father was strained, which explained why he disregarded his family's objections to join the 6 doors and become a mere constable, forsaking a promising future. Although it was a visit, after exchanging a few words, their dialogue ceased, leaving them merely staring at each other. Zhao Xing asserted, "I did not kill anyone." Zhao Huan countered, "You are my son. How could I not know you? Even if my son were to commit murder, it would have to be against a truly heinous villain. Rest assured, before coming here, I spoke with Zhuge Xinyu. He will surely find a way to clear your name." After a pause, he continued, "In a few days it will be your mother's death anniversary. Remember to pay your respects at her grave." "I must take my leave." After Zhao Huan departed, Fan Xiaodao asked, "Your relationship with Minister Zhao does not seem very cordial?" Zhao Xing hesitated for a moment, as if grappling with his words. Seeing this, Fan Xiaodao chose not to press further. The case of the murder of Xia Yuhua and her son was scheduled to be tried at the Dali Temple as anticipated. Unlike the case of Sun Mengwu, this matter involved 2 major departments within the court, and thus was not open to public scrutiny. The presiding official was one of the judges from the previous case, Dali Temple's Shaoqing Du Jinliang. As this case had been personally assigned by His Majesty to the Dali Temple, the eunuch Qin Quan from the Si Li Jian also attended to observe. Although he had no authority to adjudicate, his presence, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing were brought into the Grand Hall, where Feng Qinjin and others from the Wuqing Bingmasi had long been awaiting their arrival, eager to push the two into a pit of despair during the upcoming trial. However, Zhuge Xinyu remained calm and composed, offering a slight smile upon seeing them, a gesture of acknowledgement. The court clerk briefly introduced the case, serving as a warm-up to prepare the two departments and the presiding officials for the proceedings. Naturally, the materials used were those provided by the Wuqing Bingmasi. Once the clues were presented, Feng Qianjin interjected, "My lord, this case involves two constables from the Six Doors. According to Ming law, personnel from the Six Doors should recuse themselves." Even before the trial commenced, the Wuqing Bingmasi had already played their trump card. This caught everyone off guard. Indeed, such a stipulation existed in Ming law. Aside from the accuser, no one else was permitted to participate. Given that Fan and Zhao were captured by the Wuqing Bingmasi, they naturally represented the prosecution. If the personnel from the Six Doors recused themselves, would Fan and Zhao not be left as mere clay to be molded by the Wuqing Bingmasi? Du Jinliang found himself in a quandary. On one hand stood the Ministry of War. On the other, the Ministry of Justice, both backed by formidable patrons. The Dali Temple dared not offend either. Moreover, the case was linked to Prince Qian, and one of the suspects was the son of the Minister of Rights. What initially appeared to be a routine murder case was entangled with numerous relationships, allowing Du Jinliang to grasp the difficulties faced by Sun Zhao Hai during the Sun Mengwu case. This case, on the surface, was an ordinary murder, yet it served as a test between two major factions within the court. Over the years, the emperor had remained aloof from governance, and Princess Taiping, relying on the emperor's favor, conspired with the eunuchs within the palace to control personnel decisions in the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel. This had instigated considerable discontent among the civil officials, although it was not without the emperor's tacit approval. While the emperor indulged in alchemical pursuits, ignoring political affairs, he was no fool. An overbearing civil faction would inevitably threaten his imperial authority. Throughout these years, the cabinet scholars had changed like a revolving lantern, yet the substance remained unchanged. Regardless of who held power, they would always invoke the slogans of the common people and the stability of the nation to challenge imperial authority, which is why he turned a blind eye to Princess Taiping's arrogance. With both sides locked in a fierce struggle, he, as the master, could relish the chaos. However, recently, Princess Taiping had become too bold, even engaging in the sale of official positions. After the case reached the Dali Temple, Du Xiaoqing had remained there, scrutinizing the case files. That it was not that the case was particularly complicated, but rather that the ensuing relationships were intricate. Years of experience in the capital had taught him that in order to establish oneself, ability mattered less than choosing the right side. Attempting to please both sides and offend none, while being a congenial figure, was ill-suited for the complexities of court politics. Thus, Du Xiaoqing spent a considerable sum to invite a retired eunuch from the palace for a meal, seeking advice. With numerous informants in the palace, the small eunuchs who served the emperor often let slip snippets of gossip, which for someone like Du Jinliang with a keen political instinct was more than sufficient. Initially, it was expected that Zhuge Xinyu would argue vigorously, yet his reaction was unexpected. Since Commander Feng has stated such, we must recuse ourselves. The case of Xia Yue will be wholly represented by Captain Ding Yi from the Six Doors. Seeing his objective achieved, a hint of a smile crept on Feng Qinjin's lips. When it came time to submit evidence, the first key witness was the leader of the officers who had made the arrest, Commander Liu. He stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and stated, "I am Commander Liu, and I pay my respects to the court." Du Jinliang asked curiously, "Why is there a commander in the Wuqing Bingmasi besides the commander?" Commander Liu replied, "My surname is Liu, and commander is my title. I serve as a patrol officer in the Wuqing Bingmasi. 3 days ago, I led a patrol in the eastern part of the city when I suddenly heard cries for help. I rushed to investigate and happened upon Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao committing the crime, promptly capturing them." He continued, "Upon investigation, we discovered that the victim was a distant relative of Prince Qian, who had come to seek refuge with him. The prince had arranged for their stay at the Rujia Inn and gifted them 1,000 taels of silver. These two must have been tempted by the money to commit this heinous act. So please, my lord, judge wisely." Du Jinliang inquired, Did you witness them committing murder with your own eyes? Commander Lu replied, not directly. However, from the time of the incident until our arrival, it was merely a matter of moments. The crime scene was on the second floor, with the windows shut and only one exit. That afternoon, aside from Fan and Zhao, no one else entered or exited. Zhao Xing, Fan Xiaodao, is what Commander Lu said true. Fan Xiaodao stood up and declared, that is preposterous. He asserted, firstly, while Xia Yuhua and her son indeed sought out Prince Qian, they were not his relatives but rather a former acquaintance from many years ago. They came to the capital to accuse Qian Shoudao of abandoning his wife and child. The prince intended to settle the matter financially. The 1,000 taels was for us to resolve the issue, while the remaining 9,000 taels were our compensation. Commander Lu retorted, Prince Qian has always had an impeccable reputation in the capital. How could he engage in such sordid dealings? Fan Xiaodao scoffed. If he is so reputable, why not ask him who the father of the child that Sun Mingwu carried in her womb was before her demise? At this revelation, gasps of shock echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 51. The prisoner's dilemma in the case of Sun Mingwu. The trial was conducted publicly, yet the circumstances remained shrouded in mystery. That it was only after the conclusion of the case that the coroner discovered she was pregnant at the time of her death. Throughout the proceedings, no one mentioned the notion of one corpse, two lives. Within the confines of the Shuntian Prefecture prison, Li Banyang, fully aware of her impending demise, divulged this secret to them. Though the case of Sun Mingwu had reached its formal conclusion, in the eyes of Fan and Zhao, it was merely a procedural closure, for numerous ambiguities still lingered in the case. The poison of Tia Moro and the cryptic message hidden within her belly remained unresolved, and the two had never relinquished their pursuit of the truth. Now, with Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing having fallen victim to a conspiracy, it was likely connected to their continued investigation into this matter. Before the assembled crowd, Fan Xiaodao revealed this secret, leaving all present in stunned silence, the air thick with disbelief. The news was so explosive that they required time to process it. Meanwhile, the eunuch Qin Quan, seated to the side, appeared to doze off, his eyes half closed and utterly still. Du Jinliang was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "This matter concerns the dignity of the royal family. Do not speak without evidence, especially since it bears no relation to this case." That he gestured to the clerk. "Do not record this." Fan Xiaodao replied, "Forget I mentioned it. What was stated by Commander Lu just now. Do you have anything to add?" Fan Xiaodao retorted, "Lu has consistently accused us of murder and robbery. Yet the banknotes in question were indeed taken from Qian Shoudao's residence. That if you doubt this, you may investigate his household records. If they have been destroyed, you could consult a substitute magistrate named Ho Lighting, who delivered 50,000 taels on that day to purchase a vacancy." The audience gasped once more. Fan Xiaodao displayed audacious boldness, daring to speak of such matters. The practice of buying and selling official positions was well known, yet typically conducted beneath the surface. To bring it to light so brazenly, especially in the presence of eunuch Shun, could spell trouble for either Prince Qian or Princess Taiping if it reached the emperor's ears. Du Jinliang felt overwhelmed. What could he do when faced with such an audacious character? How had this case landed in his lap? If mishandled, he risked being branded as incompetent, especially after learning so many intimate details. His career prospects would surely suffer. Do not speak without proof. Do not record this either. Noticing Qin Quan's slight frown, Du Xiaoqing addressed him. "Eunuch Qin, what do you think of this matter?" With narrowed eyes, Qin Quan replied leisurely, "I am merely here to listen to the proceedings. As for other matters, I am of an age where my hearing is not what it used to be." Some things I may have caught, while others I may have conveniently missed. Du Xiaoqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He sternly stated, "Fan Xiaodao, refrain from casting unfounded allegations unrelated to this case. Ding, you represent the 6 doors in this matter. Do you have anything to add?" Ding had been waiting below, and upon being questioned, he spoke, "I have conducted inquiries in the capital for 3 days and found numerous inconsistencies in this case. Firstly, Xia Yuhua and her child died from a blade and a sword. Analysis of the wounds reveals a narrow incision. Yet Fan and Zhao both wielded the 6 doors knives, which do not match the injuries, and there are no traces of blood on their weapons. Secondly, the timing of Commander Lu's appearance is highly suspect, that I questioned the staff on duty, and they did not hear anyone cry for help. He is currently waiting outside for your summons. Furthermore, the room where Xia Yuhua and her child were murdered is located in the northeast corner of the inn, away from the street. Even if someone shouted, Commander Lu, patrolling at a distance, would not have heard a thing. Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao had just arrived at the inn when Lu appeared, as if it were all meticulously planned. Far too coincidental that as for the third point, Ding produced a document from his pocket. I visited the Qianzhao Bank. On the day of the incident, Fan and Zhao exchanged a 1,000-tael banknote there, which belonged to Prince Qian's residence. That I have also inquired and found that they verified the authenticity of the remaining 9,000 taels on site, meaning that the money was in their possession before their deaths. Given that they had acquired the wealth, why would they resort to murder? Commander Lu interjected. Those two visited the Rujian 3 times that day. Perhaps they took the money and, fearing exposure, returned to kill them. Ding chuckled. Finally, someone with an IQ above room temperature, that if you have more evidence, let us hear it. Commander Lu stated. When we arrived, the bodies of Xia Yuhua and her child were still warm, indicating they had died recently. The doors and windows were locked. Aside from Fan and Zhao, no one else had gone upstairs. How do you explain that if the murderer was someone else, perhaps a ghost? Just because no one else went upstairs does not mean there was no one on the floor. Ding produced another document, the guest registry from the Rujiao Inn, and presented it to Du Jinliang. I investigated the inn, and during those days, business was poor. The entire second floor, aside from Xia Yuhua and her child, had another room booked right next to them. According to the staff, those two moved in the day after Xia Yuhua and her child checked in, with no clear departure date. Moreover, that very night after the murders, they checked out and vanished. What of it? That does not prove they were the murderers. It's merely coincidence. Ding smiled. What if those two were professional killers from the Ghost Tower? Would that not be a coincidence? Feng Qinjin scoffed coldly. Such baseless claims are merely Ding's conjecture, fabricated to exonerate his colleagues. With your talent, perhaps you should consider writing novels instead of being a constable. What a pity! Ignoring Feng Qinjin's scorn, Ding continued. Du Darren, I implore you to separate the two for questioning. The Du Jinliang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the intent granted. Zhao Xing smiled subtly, while Fan Xiaodao looked confused. What is going on? Zhao Xing explained. Have you heard of the prisoner's dilemma? What is that? Game theory. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Ding instructed Niu Defu to take Chang Su to a separate room for questioning, while Su De was confined in another interrogation chamber. After a brief interval, Ding entered, stating, there was a point I did not make clear earlier. You two are accomplices. The murder case will eventually be uncovered, and according to Ming law, hiring a killer makes the employer and the assassin co-conspirators, both punishable by death. However, those who confess may receive leniency, and if you negotiate, you could be sentenced to exile. Once you reach the place of exile, a little bribe could set you free. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was the person who hired you or Su Jiu, you will find no refuge in this capital. How do I know if what you say is true? The truth is secondary, but once Chang Su confesses, he may receive leniency. While you face certain death, Su De fell in a deep contemplation. Just then, Niu Dafu entered and gestured to Ding. It's done. Seeing this, Ding addressed Su De. All right, let us return to court. Your testimony is no longer crucial. What do you mean? Ding chuckled. Chang Su has confessed everything you did at AS for you. Leave your fate to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Su De panicked. The job was taken by Chang Su. He was the one who handled everything. Even if there is leniency, it should apply to me. Ding replied, you can discuss that with Du Darren. They reconvened. Chang Su and Su De were brought into the courtroom, where Chang Su maintained an air of calm, while Su De glared at him with malice. Du Jinliang asked, is there any conclusion? Just as Ding was about to speak, Su De interjected, Your Excellency, this matter was entirely Chang Su's doing. He was the one who handled it, and we had no part in it. Du Jinliang pressed, do you admit to killing Xia Yuhua and her child? Su De replied, yes, but I was merely assisting. Chang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it strange that after such a brief separation, and without any interrogation, Su De suddenly altered his testimony. As he was about to speak, Ding pressed him down. You are not being questioned now. It is not your turn to speak. Upon realizing the plan had failed, Feng Qinjin shook his head and withdrew. Now, recount everything clearly, Suda thought. Since Chang Su had confessed if he backed down, he would die for nothing, that a dead comrade is better than a living one. He resolved. He could not allow Chang Su to take the lead, that he stated, "We partnered to sell pork in the east of the city and occasionally engaged in illegal activities. 10 days ago. Chang Su approached me, claiming he had a private job that required my assistance, offering 100 taels as my share. At that time, I was in debt, having lost money gambling, and upon hearing there was profit to be made, I agreed. However, I did not inquire further about the details. We stayed at the Rujiao Inn for several days, and aside from eating and drinking, we did not go out. Chang Su observed a mother and child living next to us, and I thought it was merely a routine surveillance task. 3 days ago, he suddenly suggested we scare them. He burst into their room without hesitation, and without a word, he killed the woman. Then he forced me to kill the sleeping boy, threatening me with his sword. He insisted we both get blood on our hands, or he would kill me too, that I protested, as I had never committed murder before, but when I heard commotion downstairs, Chang Su seized my knife and killed the boy. Afterward, we fled back to our room. That night, we received our payment and left the city, only to be pursued and attacked, that we were fortunate to escape with our lives. Your Excellency, it was all Chang Su's doing. I am innocent." Chang Su's face turned ashen. "Su, I cannot believe you would betray me like this, that we swore an oath before Lord Guan that this matter would remain between us. You were the one who first spoke of it." "Nonsense. I said nothing." Realizing he had fallen into Ding's trap, Suda knew that even if the situation were to repeat, he would likely still choose to confess for his life's sake. Ding added, "This job supposedly cost 500 taels, and you were to receive 100 for losing a life. That hardly seems worth it." Suda, now filled with rage, retorted, "He killed the person, and he took the bulk of the money. I was merely caught up in this mess, but I did not commit murder." Chang Su interjected, "You fool. I am a bronze plaque assassin, while you are but a wooden plaque. Our share should be 8-2. It's the rule." Suda's anger flared further. Not only had they committed murder, but the spoils were also unfairly divided. How could he endure being silenced? They began to accuse each other vehemently, and soon the courtroom descended into chaos. Du Jinliang, witnessing the disarray in the grand court of the Dali Temple, the highest court of the Ming dynasty, felt it resembled a small county magistrate's court instead. With eunuch Shun present, if this incident spread outside, it would reflect poorly on his competence, but he slammed the table. "Enough! Silence in the court. Each shall receive 40 strokes." 6 constables stepped forward, pairing off to restrain the 2 men, while another delivered the punishment. The court erupted with cries of pain, as the enraged constables administered the strokes with fervor, leaving both men battered and bruised. Through Ding's clever maneuvering, the truth behind the murder of Xia Yuhua and her child began to surface. Zhao Xing and Fan Xiaodao were exonerated and released on the spot. However, the case was not yet closed. Du Jinliang ordered the physician to attend to the 2 men's injuries before continuing the interrogation. "You must truthfully disclose who instigated this. If you cooperate, I may be lenient." Having endured a beating, both men realized their guilt was now undeniable. Rather than stubbornly cling to their innocence, they opted to cooperate for a chance at mercy. Chang Su stated, "We are unsure. The employer never revealed himself. All contact was through an intermediary named Wang, also known as Wang Bagao, a notorious broker in the capital." Wang Bagao, Du Jinliang, sensing a breakthrough, commanded, "Bring that Wang Bagao to me from Drum and Gourd Alley." Cough, cough. Chen Quan cleared his throat and suddenly stood, prompting Du Jinliang to plead, "Eunuch Shun, the truth of this case is nearing revelation. Please remain a moment longer." Chen Quan replied, "To speak frankly, the palace's directive is to ascertain whether these 2 constables from the 6 doors are the murderers, not to identify who the actual murderer is. Investigations have always been the responsibility of the 6 doors. Du Xiaoqing is overstepping his bounds." That Du Jinliang felt a jolt of alarm. Caught up in the excitement of the investigation, he had momentarily lost his composure. If what Fan and Zhao claimed were true, pursuing further could unearth deeper issues and potentially implicate Prince Qian. Moreover, Xia Yuhua had come to the capital under Princess Taiping's protection. If this escalated, it could provoke her wrath, and he would be unable to bear the consequences. Grateful for Chen Quan's reminder, he realized that the trial had concluded with Fan and Zhao's vindication. The remaining matters were of no concern to him. With a deep bow, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, eunuch." That he then ordered the arrest of Su De and Chong Su, bringing the case to a close with the capture of the true murderers. He instructed the clerk to organize the records, intending to review them before submitting the documents. After completing the formalities at the Dali Temple, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yishou as they exited the courthouse. Zhuge Xinyu, Ding Yi, and Niu Dafu awaited them at the entrance. Fan Xiaodao took a deep breath. Though the food in the prison was decent, the air outside is far fresher. Zhao Xing remarked, "If you wish to return, I can ask Lu Yishou to arrange it." Fan Xiaodao chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. Zhuge Xinyu added, "We owe a debt of gratitude to Ding Yi. You must thank him properly." Ding Yi responded, "It was merely my duty." Zhao Xing cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of envy in his tone. "Ding, it's rare to see you proactively assist us in clearing our names." Truly a novelty. Having heard of Ding Yi's reputation and having seen him in the courtroom, Fan Xiaodao now had the chance to assess him. Ding Yi was handsome, robust, and spoke with a sense of confidence that was distinct from Zhao Xing's arrogance. He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Ding Yi, for saving my life." Ding Yi laughed heartily. "We are colleagues. It is only right to support one another, but if you are overly polite, it may come off as insincere." Niu Dafu interjected, "I contributed quite a bit too. You can't only thank him." Fan Xiaodao nodded. "Thank you, Niu Dafu. I have nothing to offer in return but the opportunity for you to treat me to a meal at Tianxiang Tower." At that moment, the atmosphere shifted as personnel from the Wuqing Bingmasi emerged from the Dali Temple, their expressions dark and foreboding. The incident had been instigated by the Wuqing Bingmasi, which had led to the unjust accusations against the two men. Now that they were free, the tension was palpable. Fan Xiaodao approached one of them, smiling. "Greetings, Lord Feng." Feng Qinjin replied, "Today, you are fortunate." Fan Xiaodao responded, "I am generally a good-natured person and do not hold grudges." "Is that so? A mere constable seeking revenge on an official?" "Not at all," Fan Xiaodao declared. "I prefer to settle matters immediately." With that, he threw a punch straight at Feng Qianjin's face. Boom! The fist connected with Feng Qianjin's nose, causing blood to gush forth. Lu Tongling and others drew their weapons in response, while Niu Dafu and his companions also brandished their blades, plunging the two factions into yet another standoff. Since the enmity had been established, they might as well sever ties and secure a definitive conclusion. In this capital, the Wuqing Bingmasi and the Six Doors were destined to clash. Chapter 52. A discipleship in a bag. 3 days following the siege of the 5 cities' military command by the Six Doors, a scuffle erupted once more at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Though the Six Doors were outnumbered by 5 or 6 to over 30 men from the 5 cities' military command, with the addition of Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing, the latter proved to be no match for them. Even Niu Dafu, who relished the melee, selected a rather frail opponent, using his imposing physique to pin him to the ground and administer a thorough beating. Ding Yi stood to the side, refraining from intervening. Having once been a figure of the Jianghu, he chose not to engage in such meaningless brawls characterized by bravado and brutality. Naturally, Zhuge Xinyu would not take action either, for as a 4th-rank official, he could not afford to lower himself to the level of a mere 6th-rank commander of the 5 cities' military command. To do so would be to diminish his own stature. However, Feng Qianjin was far less fortunate. This altercation, ignited by Fan and Zhao, quickly turned personal. Unbeknownst to him, he had already endured a barrage of punches, leaving him with a bruised visage and bloodied head. Yet both Fan and Zhao displayed remarkable restraint, inflicting only superficial injuries. Although he appeared quite battered, the damage was not severe. Feng Qianjin's heart seethed with indignation that he understood his own capabilities, yet could not swallow this affront. Even a clay Buddha possesses a measure of temper. What more could be expected from a dignified commander of the 5 cities' military command? Should he suffer defeat, how could he maintain his standing in the capital? Engaging in a brawl with the Six Doors, a faction straddling the line between officialdom and the underworld, would yield him little advantage. Nevertheless, he could not let this slight go unchallenged, especially since the incident also implicated Prince Qian. While losing the fight might be bearable, losing face in front of the prince would spell trouble. However, intent on exacting revenge, he found himself powerless to turn the tide. Though he had brought a considerable entourage, they were all inept, particularly Commander Liu, who, despite his usual bluster, now found himself subdued. Glancing up, he spotted the carriage of the eunuch Chun, halted by the roadside, with the curtain lifted slightly as if to observe the fray. Recalling that the last skirmish had seen Chun intervene, he called out, "Eunuch Chun, I beseech your assistance. Drive on." The curtain fell, and the carriage slowly departed. Adjacent to the Dali temple lay the censorate, where a gathering of censors, having concluded their meeting, were preparing to depart for lunch. They witnessed the commotion and, being notorious for stirring trouble and scrutinizing various officials, could hardly resist. Stopping in their tracks, they began to observe with keen interest. The scene was exceedingly farcical. As the two factions clashed vehemently, a throng of spectators pointed and chattered. With the month drawing to a close, "Censor he, have you met your impeachment quota for this month? The brawl between the 6 doors and the 5 cities military command surely provides us ample material to work with," remarked one censor. "Censor he," rather smugly, replied, "Since the beginning of the year, I have adhered to a personal edict. I shall no longer impeach officials below the 3rd rank, that if I am to impeach, it must be directed at the ministers of the 6 ministries, the grand secretaries of the cabinet, or regional governors. What merit is there in targeting officials of the 5th rank or lower?" The previous speaker chuckled. "Indeed, censor, he is one of the 3 foremost censors of the Ming dynasty. Just recently, he authored that treatise, Impeachment of Minister Zhao Huan for Neglecting His Children, an impressive 3,000 characters filled with eloquence that left me in awe, compelling me to reflect on my own inadequacies. One must admit, it is a remarkable talent that I ask fellow scholars. Why do you excel so? Censor, he laughed heartily. What talent? I merely harnessed the time others squandered in taverns and brothels to draft my impeachment memorials. The sharpness of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. Minister Zhao's impeachment was meticulously crafted, drawing from extensive references. It has indeed been a proud achievement in recent years. It must be resting on the Emperor's desk as we speak. And let me tell you, writing on paper from Qingxin Hall flows like a gushing spring. If you succeed in impeaching Minister Zhao, the title of the foremost censor in the Ming dynasty will belong solely to you. By the way, isn't the one embroiled in this brawl Zhao's son, Zhao Xing? I heard he was to be tried today. How did he find himself in a fight? At that moment, a diminutive and gaunt censor, standing apart from the others, interjected, "I've heard that your impeachment of Minister Zhao is not without ulterior motives, censor he. I understand a non-profit organization in the capital has generously compensated you. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye." Censor, his expression darkened. "My impeachment of Zhao Huan is purely a matter of justice." Censor Qin, your insinuation suggests you harbor ulterior motives. Does it not? Before long, the outcome of the clash became evident. The 6 doors triumphed decisively over the 5 cities military command, leaving their opponents strewn across the ground. Feng Qianjin fared the worst, having been thoroughly beaten into a state resembling that of a pig's head, his speech barely coherent. Yet he persisted. "Zhuge Xinyu, mark my words, the military command shall repay this grievance in kind." Zhuge Xinyu responded airily. "Litigation is futile, and fighting is also fruitless. All that remains for your military command is to wail and bemoan your fate." With that, he departed with his companions. One censor from the censorate observed the scene. "I suddenly feel unwell. Esteemed colleagues, please proceed to your meal. I shall join you shortly that I too feel an unexpected ailment. Let us go together. I am not hungry anymore." Being a censor is no easy task. The censorate imposes stringent evaluations, requiring 10 impeachment drafts each month. With so few officials in the capital, writing too harshly risks animosity, while being too lenient jeopardizes one's career. Having finally acquired such rich material, how could they let this opportunity slip? They abandoned their meals and rushed back to the censorate, readying their pens and ink, determined to launch a profound critique of the two factions. 2 major offices brawling in the streets. What a disgrace! Where is the dignity of the court? As the censors sharpened their quills in anticipation, the previously frail censor Qin did not yield to the frenzy. Instead, he returned to his modest home, situated not far from the censorate. This small courtyard was the only property he had acquired during his 20 years in the capital. After bathing and changing, Censor Chin lit a sandalwood incense in his study, retrieved a scholar-s inkstone, and took out a treasured ink stick he had kept for many years, his demeanor solemn as he began to grind the ink. This particular ink was a gift from his mentor upon his entry to the censorate, crafted from the pine soot of Li Tingue of the southern Tang. Once ground, the room filled with a rich fragrance. He fetched a writing tablet and inscribed a line of characters that it was this very memorial that would herald the onset of a political storm within the court. In the western garden, within the palace, the air was thick with fragrance that a middle-aged man, donned in a pale yellow Taoist crown and a white Taoist robe, sat quietly before a couch. Eunuch Shin Quan, bending slightly, cautiously reported the scene at the Dali temple entrance to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing, the man inquired, "Is that all?" Chin replied, "Though merely 2 minor offices are involved, a public brawl is inherently unrefined, particularly with the son of Minister Zhao embroiled. Given that the North Zhou delegation is currently in the capital, should this news spread, it could tarnish the dignity of our nation." The middle-aged man remarked, "I have heard that you were also quite entertained by the spectacle at the entrance, were you not?" Chun's heart sank. The Ming Emperor, though rarely venturing outside, had an extensive network of informants within the capital that it was needless to say that the Jinyui had already reported this matter to him. He promptly knelt and bowed. "This servant is guilty." The emperor narrowed his eyes. "What crime have you committed?" Chin replied, "This servant should not have made light of court affairs that rise that I in this instance. You were merely attending on my behalf. If I were to express my opinion too readily, others might misconstrue it as my directive. Nevertheless, it is time for the recent tranquility to be curtailed. Their influence has grown rather excessive, even meddling in matters of the Ministry of Justice. They ought to receive a lesson. Draft an edict to admonish the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War. I am curious to see how they will respond. Both those ministers are cunning officials, each exceedingly astute." The emperor rose and began to pace slowly within the chamber. With each step, Chen followed closely behind. Suddenly, the emperor halted, nearly causing Chun to collide with him. "Forget it. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. Leave it to the Jinyui to investigate." Feeling somewhat overheated, the emperor raised his hand, prompting Chen to quickly retrieve a red elixir from the table, presenting it to him. The pill, the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmered and emitted a fragrant aroma. The emperor examined it closely, remarking, "This is the latest concoction from the Taiping Taoist temple. Though not the elixir of immortality, it does possess properties to prolong life. Consider it a reward." Chun hastily knelt in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. "To receive your Majesty's grace is a fortune earned through 3 lifetimes of toil." With that he consumed the pill, and the emperor added, "Do not consume it dry. Return, and remember to drink some warm wine." Upon returning home, Niu Dafu lit a brazier, prompting Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing to step forward, claiming it was to dispel ill fortune. Li Qingyo, basking in the sun in the courtyard, glanced at the two and then squinted his eyes shut once more. Seeing Li Qingyo's demeanor, Fan Xiaodao's anger boiled over. "Young master, I have been wrongfully accused and spent 3 days in the imperial prison. Upon my return, you do not even inquire about my well-being. Not a single cup of tea or a word of comfort." Li Qingyo shifted his weight and let out a loud fart in response. "What's this? After a few days apart, have you grown wings? Have my words lost their impact?" Li Qingyo retorted, "Young Master Fan, you appear quite radiant and robust. After 3 days, you seem to have gained a few pounds. That it seems the food in the imperial prison is indeed quite excellent. Truly the greatest prison under heaven." Fan Xiaodao replied, "I am quite familiar with the jailer Louis show. Perhaps you would like to join me for a few days?" Li Qingyo sprang to his feet. "I see no need for that." Li Qingyo turned and entered the house, shortly re-emerging with a cloth bag, a proud expression gracing his face. "I now proudly present to you all, from this day forth, I, Li Qingyo, officially become a disciple of the Beggars Sect's Beijing branch." The 3 stared in disbelief. "What? You heard correctly. I have been absent from home recently to facilitate this very matter. Why join a society when you could simply beg?" Li Qingyo explained, "The Grand Elder of the Beggars Sect has extensive connections in the capital. Not long ago, while I was out begging, I happened upon him in a predicament, beset by ruffians that is a person of chivalry. How could I stand idly by? Thus, I swiftly dispatched those rascals and became acquainted with the Grand Elder. Through his introduction, I have formally joined the Beggars' Sect as a disciple. Fan Xiaodao inquired. What are your plans moving forward? Li Qingyo declared. With you three employed in the public offices, I, being young, cannot simply remain idle at home. Upon joining the Beggars' Sect, I shall devote myself to improving the unjust treatment faced by its members in the capital, advocating for the welfare of my fellow disciples, and vehemently denouncing any actions that defame the Beggars' Sect. As Li Qingyo spoke with increasing fervor, he appeared to be embarking on a grand endeavor. Zhao Xing, observing his enthusiasm, turned to Fan Xiaodao and asked, "What has gotten into him?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "He has probably just become a little too idle." "Well, what should we do about it?" Fan Xiaodao suggested, "Let us give him a good thrashing and see where that leads." Chapter 53. Li Qingyo's dream of wealth. Li Qingyo sprang up with indignation, exclaiming, "Now we have become organized individuals. If you intend to confront me, my 3,000 brothers from the Beijing branch of the Great Ming Beggars Association will be the first to object." The Great Ming Beggars Association, the full name of the Beggar Gang, is registered with the Six Doors but is not an official sect. It merely constitutes a loose organization. Fan Xiaodao, noticing his deep immersion in the role, inquired, "What benefits does joining the Beggar Gang confer?" Li Qingyo elucidated, "I have joined as a disciple of the first bag. We operate under a pyramid structure. By recruiting 3 subordinates, I can ascend to the rank of a second bag disciple, from which I would receive 30% of their earnings from begging. Moreover, from the subordinates they recruit, I would claim 10% of their begging income. All it requires is a one-time payment of 10 taels of silver, and I need not engage in begging myself. I can bask in the sun, sip tea, and by merely waking up, wealth will flow into my account. Within 3 years, I shall achieve financial independence. This is a lucrative opportunity. Do not accuse me of not including you. Why not join me as my subordinate and lend me a hand?" Fan Xiaodao, consumed by anger, retorted, "I will indeed give you something this." He continued, "In this world, where is there a chance to gain without toil? Even bandits risk imprisonment by the authorities. While they may feast, they also face beatings. Have I not imparted wisdom to you on many occasions? How can you be so foolish? And what makes you think you can afford silver?" Li Qingyo replied, "I shall use the silver you provided me. Was it not stated that the funds in this courtyard are under my stewardship? I have contemplated this while you toil daily. After much deliberation, I have discovered a means to generate wealth." Fan, Zhao, and Niu were left speechless. Niu Dafu remarked, "Brother Qingyo, are you not perhaps entangled with a cult?" Zhao Xing gazed at Fan Xiaodao with a look of helplessness. "I am genuinely concerned about your brother's intellect." Fan Xiaodao turned to search for a stick in the courtyard, muttering, "No worries, I shall advise him." "And how do you propose to advise him?" "There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a good beating. If there is, then another beating will suffice." Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyo hurried into the house, prompting Fan Xiaodao to pursue him, resulting in a fierce beating. Li Qingyo, refusing to submit, seized a broom and retaliated against Fan Xiaodao. During Song Jingyang's lifetime, the brothers in the stronghold practiced martial arts, but a strict rule forbade Li Qingyo from training. The scant martial skills he possessed were imparted to him by Fan Xiaodao in secret. He was no match for Fan Xiaodao, and soon, the sounds of Li Qingyo's wails echoed from within the house. "On what grounds do you strike me? I have rights too. On the grounds that you dare speak of rights?" In the courtyard, chaos ensued, leading Zhao Xing and Niu Dafu to shake their heads in dismay. This brother Qingyo truly offers no respite. After a considerable time, Fan Xiaodao, fatigued from the altercation, sat in the courtyard to rest. Niu Dafu procured some food, stating, "Let us eat a little. Only when we are full can we muster the strength to fight." Fan Xiaodao pointed at Li Qingyo and scolded, "We toil outside to earn a living, entrusting you with the care of this place, yet you teach others to be such a source of trouble." Li Qingyo, filled with grievance, retorted, "You all serve in the yamen, bustling about daily, while I do nothing but guard this shabby courtyard, longing to contribute. I am still young. I cannot simply waste my days here, waiting for death." Zhao Xing interjected, "My courtyard has not wronged you. Then why not seek some respectable business?" Li Qingyo responded, "Respectable business? Is it so easy to pursue? I initially thought of opening a shop, but after much investigation, I realized that business is difficult, that in this world, survival is exceedingly challenging. Can you not help me devise a means of earning?" Fan Xiaodao retorted, "You wish to gain without effort. Why not aspire to become an emperor? That is not out of the question. Why not assist me?" Seeing their conversation drift further afield, Zhao Xing redirected, "Qingyo, how much have you given to the beggar gang? Counting my frugal living, a total of 20 taels. Tomorrow, take me to meet that elder Quan. Let us see if we can reclaim the silver. Is that advisable?" Zhao Xing replied, "3 constables reside in this courtyard. If we cannot even accomplish this, we might as well cease our endeavors at the 6 doors." Fan Xiaodao spent a sleepless night, filled with anger. Even if falsely accused and imprisoned, he would confront the situation head-on without a flicker of inner turmoil. Yet, Li Qingyo's predicament ignited his ire. Though they were master and servant in name, they had grown up together of similar age, and Fan Xiaodao had always regarded him as a brother. Even Song Jinggang, before his passing, entrusted Fan Xiaodao to look after Li Qingyo. Little did he know that merely 2 months into their arrival in the capital, Li Qingyo had ventured down such a path. Previously inseparable, upon arriving in the capital, Fan Xiaodao had gained employment and made new acquaintances, while Li Qingyo remained cooped up at home, inevitably breeding some discontent. Originally, they had come to the capital to infiltrate the 6 doors to retrieve the belongings left by Song Jinggang. Upon learning that Song Jinggang had been framed, Fan Xiaodao harbored intentions to uncover the culprit and avenge his adoptive father, thus necessitating their prolonged stay in the capital. However, in the past 2 months, they had been embroiled in 2 cases, leaving him overwhelmed. The capital was not like the Black Wind stronghold, rife with both heroes and villains. Relying solely on individual prowess was untenable. Thus he entertained the notion of establishing his own foundation. However, before that he needed to set Li Qingyo on the right path. The next day, Li Qingyo skipped breakfast, and the 3 of them had to make do with a meal by the roadside before returning to the 6 doors. The demeanor of the others at the 6 doors towards Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing had notably changed. When Fan Xiaodao first arrived, he was obscure, merely a menial worker delivering food to the prison, hardly garnering attention. However, after defeating Tuoba in combat, he gained their respect. Furthermore, emerging from the imperial prison in Scave commanded a level of reverence. Such places could consume even high-ranking officials. Moreover, he had engaged in a skirmish with the 5-city military division, besting Feng Qianjin and allowing the 6 doors, perpetually at odds with the military division, a moment of relief. Upon returning to the criminal pursuit division, Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing were summoned by Zhuge Xinyu to the official's office, where they found a visitor, Murong Taizhu of the Jinyui. The incident involving the 2 departments had reached the censorate early that morning, and His Majesty had instructed the Jinyui to investigate the matter. Fan Xiaodao stated, "Lord Murong, the military division has acted with excessive arrogance, and we acted out of public outrage." Murong Taizhu, having just come from the military division, replied, "Violence is unjustifiable. The military division insists that you instigated the altercation and that your actions were particularly brutal. Commander Feng Qianjin currently lies incapacitated, unable to rise. They plan to report to the Dali Temple, but I have suppressed that for now. Lord Shue's intention is to minimize the issue. We all serve in the capital, and it is best we maintain civility." Zhuge Xinyu remarked, "Minimizing the issue is not the Jinyui's style." Murong Taizhu chuckled. "The military division is under the influence of Princess Taiping, whose power in the court is such that even the vice-ministers of the 6 ministries can be replaced at her whim. Our Lord Shui pays her due respect." Fan Xiaodao inquired, "What resolution do you propose?" "The military division has threatened to severely punish the instigators, namely you 2, and demands your dismissal and investigation, requiring the 6 doors to issue an official apology to the court to mitigate the adverse effects on the military division, along with compensation of 100,000 taels as medical, lost work, and emotional damages for the injured parties." Fan Xiaodao had previously dealt with Shuang Xiu. He appeared amiable, yet as the head of intelligence, he directly reported to the emperor and had little fear of Princess Taiping. Realizing this, Fan Xiaodao said, "Lord Shui intends to escalate matters, does he not?" Murong Taizhu awkwardly smiled. "I am merely relaying the message. After all, The Jinyui is here to mediate the discord between the two departments. Zhao Xing coldly remarked. If they cannot best us, they resort to petty grievances that is the military division so weak that they would demand reparations. Is Feng Qianjin dead? If he were, I would generously offer him 250 when out of respect. Zhuge Xinyu asked. What if we refuse to comply with the mediation? Then we must return to the Dali Temple. Although the 6 doors are under the Ministry of Justice, they have little connection to the Ministry of War, which cannot intervene directly. Engaging with the influence of Prince Qian would only lead to your detriment. Fan Xiaodao asserted, we have already established enmity with Qian Shoudao. No matter how powerful he is merely an outsider. The deeds he has committed have enraged both man and deity. We can confront him in our own way. Murong queried, what is your way? Fan Xiaodao replied, I am afraid I cannot disclose that. Murong shook his head, producing a document titled, Report on the Incident of the Street Brawl between the 5-City Military Division and the 6 Doors, placing it on the table before departing. Zhao Xing took a look and chuckled. The military division's account reads like a scorned woman's lament. I wonder who penned it, with so many errors that it would surely invite ridicule. Zhuge Xinyu remarked, words carry weight. While this incident was instigated by them, we were the ones who acted first, and when it reaches the Dali Temple, it may not bode well for us. Zhao Xing replied, 2 parties are responsible. Let those involved bear the consequences. The officials here have not participated from start to finish, so allow us to resolve this. After exiting, Fan Xiaodao lamented, I initially joined the 6 Doors thinking it would be about catching thieves and solving cases, believing I was serving justice. Yet here we are entangled in legal troubles ourselves. Zhao Xing did not respond but countered. You mentioned using your own methods. Do you have any plans? Fan Xiaodao shook his head. I lack a clear direction. However, as you know, Qian Shoudao is relentless in his pursuit of us, that if we do not topple him, our days in the capital will be fraught with difficulty. Yet he wields significant power and influence. To remove him will not be an easy feat, Zhao Xing noted. The cases of Sun Mingwu and Xia Yuhe are related to him, indicating he is not without vulnerabilities. We should start by targeting his associates, severing his ties and minions. Let us focus on that individual named Wang Bogo. If we can uncover the mastermind behind the assassination plot, which leads back to Qian Shoudao, we will have a substantial advantage. Niu Dafu returned, stating, I found someone from the beggar gang. The leader of the so-called Beggars Association is named Quan Dali, who has self-styled himself as the beggar gang's master, though he bears no direct relation to the traditional beggar gang. This organization has recently become quite active in the capital, promoting the guise of achieving financial freedom while peddling miraculous pills. Many common folk have joined this organization that I exerted considerable effort to learn that they are holding a gathering at Hualongwen this afternoon, and Quan Dali will be in attendance. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaodao declared, They dare to swindle us at the 6 Doors? Gather the brothers. We shall dismantle their lair. Zhao Xing cautioned, This matter requires careful consideration. Their actions have already breached the new rules of the martial world, but we must first gather evidence. Niu Dafu, do you have a way to infiltrate? Niu Dafu replied, I can feign interest in joining. I will claim I need to return home to fetch money. Gaining entry should not be a problem. The 3 of them changed into ordinary citizens' attire and made their way directly to Hualongwen. Chapter 54. The Divine Power Pill at Hualongwen in the northern part of the city. Hualongwen, also known as Xuanfu Palace, was originally a temporary palace where the emperor would stop to pay respects at the mausoleum. It was thus named Huilong, and due to the current emperor's deep faith in Taoism, it has since been transformed into a Taoist temple, which enjoys a thriving incense trade. Upon their arrival, the 3 were met with a courtyard teeming with individuals of various appearances. Among them were primarily beggars, but there were also quite a few well-dressed individuals who did not appear to be in dire straits. Their ages varied greatly. The trio found it peculiar that such a diverse crowd had gathered for a beggar-s assembly. After confirming it was indeed a gathering of the Beggars Guild, they settled into a discreet corner to await the appearance of Elder Quan Dali. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached them, inquiring, Are you 3 here to attend the Wealth-Seeking Conference as well? Wealth-Seeking Conference? The man replied, Indeed. Today, Elder Quan Dali from the Beggars Guild in the capital will personally take the stage to deliver a lecture. Fan Xiaodao, seeking to glean useful information, asked, What kind of person is Elder Quan? The man chuckled. Elder Quan is one of the 5 bag elders of the Beggars Association and a co-founder of the Guild's Investment Conference. He owns vast fields in the southern part of the city, worth millions, and today he has taken the time to impart his wisdom on us common folk, guiding us towards prosperity. Zhao Xing then inquired, if he is so wealthy, why does he still choose to be a beggar? The man explained, begging is an ancient profession, existing since the dawn of time. As the saying goes, in every profession, there are those who excel. Elder Quan is a leader in our field, a distinguished figure, and a selfless contributor. After amassing his fortune, he could have lived a life of comfort, but he is not content with that. He seeks to elevate this profession and share his insights with us. You 3 are still young. It would be beneficial for you to listen and learn. Zhao Xing remarked. Then we shall pay close attention. The man pondered for a moment before speaking again. To be frank, I have attended this event 7 or 8 times, and I am now a 2-bag disciple within the Beggars Guild. If you do not have a sponsor, allow me to be your guide. With just 20 taels of silver, you can become a 1-bag disciple, receiving 6 taels monthly that if you recruit 3 subordinates, you will earn an additional 6 taels each month. As long as you are diligent, it is a one-time investment for lifelong benefits. Rest assured, I will not keep your silver. I will return it to you later, as a favor to my brother. Neo Dafu questioned, is it merely a matter of paying money to earn silver, without needing to do any work? Surely, such good fortune cannot exist in this world. The man responded, you do not understand. 10 or 20 taels may seem trivial to us, but to those above us, it is a treasure trove that generates wealth. Unfortunately, we are mere commoners. We can only aspire to be 4-bag disciples. To become a 5-bag disciple, one must have official status. It is said that officials from the 6 ministries and members of the royal family are involved in this wealth-seeking conference. They have connections and can undertake significant projects, using this money to invest in businesses and then return the profits to us that we merely receive a portion of the benefits. Nonetheless, even as 4-bag disciples, we can earn several hundred taels monthly. Such claims sound extraordinary. What major projects are there? The man replied, you have indeed asked the right person. I recently perused a project proposal, and there are several large undertakings, such as applying tiles to the Great Wall, adding railings to the Yellow River, painting Mount Tai, and installing staircases in the Himalayas. These are all state-sponsored public welfare projects, with special funding and officials from the 6 ministries participating. This is akin to picking up silver for free. Neo Dafu nodded. If such good fortune exists, why not keep it all for oneself? The man sighed, looking at Neo Dafu with pity. This reflects the disparity in one's moral standing. Elder Quan is not an ordinary person. Despite his immense wealth, he is deeply concerned for the welfare of the common people and harbors a strong disdain for the rich, which is why he strives to help us achieve prosperity. However, the impoverished may resort to cunning, while the wealthy often uphold their conscience. Your assets have yet to reach that level, and I do not blame you. Neo Dafu declared, your words are so enchanting. I am quite keen to meet this Elder Quan. Inside the grand hall, the sound of musical instruments filled the air. The man said, come, I shall lead you into the hall. The crowd formed a line to enter, and at the entrance, each person received a numbered token. Upon entering the hall, they found over 200 people present. Following the throng, they soon witnessed a spectacle. Amidst the bright lights and a swirl of white smoke, a man emerged at the center of the hall, flanked by several elderly individuals. This man appeared to be in his 30s, adorned in luxurious garments, with 5 bags draped over his shoulder. Indeed, he was Elder Quan Dali of the Beggars Guild. His complexion was radiant as he surveyed the crowd. Fan Xiaodao remarked, is he so young? The man replied, he is already over 130 years old. Those elderly men beside him are his grandchildren. One individual led the crowd in a chant. We pay our respects to Elder Quan, our venerable elder, the god of wealth. A cacophony of kneeling ensued, leaving only Fan Xiaodao and his companions standing awkwardly. Upon seeing Elder Quan, why do you not kneel? Elder Quan noticed the 3 and waved his hand, smiling. You 3 must be new friends visiting for the first time, no offense taken. Please rise. Elder Quan possessed a dignified appearance, youthful in demeanor, and his words were like a refreshing breeze that he quickly ascended the stage, proclaiming, Greetings to all the new and old friends of the Wealth-Seeking Conference. Good. Very good, excellent. The crowd responded in unison, clapping 3 times. It sounds out of sync. Your enthusiasm appears lacking. Once more, dear friends of the Wealth-Seeking Conference, greetings to all. Good, very good, excellent. The applause resounded again. It must be noted that this method was highly effective in stirring the crowd's emotions through a coordinated approach. Elder Kwan's voice boomed as he stood upon the stage, declaring, "Friends present today, having come to Hualongwen, you are our family. As family, we treat one another equally, sharing both wealth and hardship." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted in response. Fan Xiaodao noticed that among the crowd, a few individuals clearly acted as cheerleaders, leading the applause and chants, and the rest, influenced by the crowd mentality, followed suit without standing out. Have you endured the hardships of labor, only to be exploited by officials and landlords, ultimately left to suffer in hunger and cold? We have. Have you suffered the disdain of others due to your poverty, enduring scorn and dependency? We have. Do nobles and lords possess any true merit? No. Surprisingly, even Nyo Dufu could not refrain from joining in the chants. What should we do then? The crowd responded in unison, "Make money." A sudden voice shouted, "Revolt!" The crowd turned to look, and Nyo Dufu's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. "This is my first time here. I didn't know the chant was incomplete, my apologies." Elder Kwan fixed his gaze on Nyo Dufu. "Young brother, your thoughts are quite dangerous. The purpose of our Wealth-Seeking Conference is to allow some individuals to prosper first, who will then uplift others, ultimately achieving common prosperity. Revolting is a rather creative profession, but it is not suitable for us, that you wish to make money." Nyo Dufu replied, "I dream of it." The crowd erupted in laughter. Elder Kwan chuckled. "The opportunity lies before you. Opportunities must be seized, not given. Join our Wealth-Seeking Conference, join our organization, and I will lead you to earn wealth together." Nyo Dufu hesitated. "Is this really feasible? How could it not be?" Elder Kwan responded, "Do you not believe in me? Thanks to the trust placed in me, I established the Wealth-Seeking Conference, and over the years, I have amassed tens of thousands of taels annually that I do not mean to boast, but one could say I am somewhat of a successful individual." He produced a golden ingot from his robe and asked, "Would you like one?" The crowd's eyes glimmered with envy. "Yes, but earning money is not so simple. First, you must follow me, and second, you must possess the determination to earn. Those who are lazy will earn nothing. Chant with me. To succeed, one must first be audacious, charging forward with a simple mind. To succeed, one must first be audacious, charging forward with a simple mind." Instantly, the hall of Hualongwen erupted with enthusiasm. Ultimately, a young man in the front row, having fulfilled his desire, obtained the ingot, and the crowd's gazes were filled with both envy and jealousy. Fan Xiaodao, however, recognized that this young man was one of the initial cheerleaders. If he was not mistaken, he was likely a member of their inner circle. Elder Kwan gestured for silence before clearing his throat, stating, "I have earned enough money. What should I do next? Naturally, I aim to live as long as possible. This year, I am 138 years old, and at this gathering, I present to you a new product, the Divine Power Pill." Upon finishing, he produced a bottle from his robe and poured out a red pill. Fan Xiaodao noted that the pill resembled those he usually took for headaches, albeit in a slightly duller hue, and he was uncertain of its composition. Elder Kwan proclaimed, "My longevity is not solely due to health practices. My daily consumption of this pill also plays a role. The Divine Power Pill was bestowed upon me by an old immortal I saved while seeking enlightenment on Mount Zhongnan at the age of 80. He granted me a formula that can cure all ailments and prolong life. Initially, the ingredients required for this pill were exceedingly rare and expensive, so I had been using it solely for myself. However, now you are fortunate." He paused dramatically, heightening the crowd's anticipation, and then continued, "This year, we have welcomed a new investment elder, Elder Yang, who shares my vision of helping the world. She owns a family enterprise with 250 million hectares of industrial parks in Uganda, perfectly producing the necessary medicinal herbs, significantly reducing the cost of the Divine Power Pill." Nyo Dufu, puzzled, asked, 250 million hectares? The entire Ming dynasty doesn't even cover that much land. Are you certain? Elder Quan assured him. I have confirmed this with Elder Yang Yang. It is indeed true. He added, now, in order to give back to society, we have managed to reduce the cost of the Divine Power Pill to just 1 tael of silver per pill, and it is tied to the Wealth-Seeking Conference. By purchasing 20 pills at once, you can become a one-bag disciple of the Beggars Guild. Compared to before, the payment remains the same, yet you gain an additional means of wealth. If sold externally, each pill would fetch no less than 5 taels of silver. However, this offer is limited to tonight, exclusively for those present. An elderly man in the crowd exclaimed, I want 1,000 pills. Elder Quan chuckled. Qin Laoji, you cannot simply take what you want. You are currently only a 3-bag disciple and can purchase a maximum of 200 pills. Today, we are merely offering a bundle discount. The more you buy, the more we lose. The wealth of Elder Quan is immense, and Elder Yang Yang is unrivaled. This small sum is nothing. Consider it a promotional benefit for our wealth-seeking conference. Elder Quan replied, given your age and my respect for you as my junior, I shall sell you 250 pills. However, the extra 50 must be charged at 2 taels each. The elderly man responded, then I still make a profit. He promptly produced a banknote from his robe and purchased 250 divine power pills. The crowd, witnessing this, clamored, I want 10 pills. I want 30 pills. Elder Quan called out, everyone, do not rush. We have prepared 5,000 pills today, and each person will have the opportunity to purchase according to their rank. If you wish to buy, please write the quantity on the back of your token, pay the silver, and collect them in the rear courtyard. Someone in the crowd loudly questioned, is the divine power pill truly as miraculous as you claim? This question caused a ripple of astonishment among the crowd. Indeed, Elder Quan had merely spoken of its ability to cure all ailments and prolong life, but how could they ascertain the truth of his claims? Elder Quan remained unfazed and asked, is there anyone here who suffers from ailments or hidden illnesses? Feel free to come up and try it. It's a free opportunity, but only 5 individuals. An elderly man in the front row spoke, I have a hunchback and my back and legs ache. Come forward for a pill. The elderly man consumed it, and immediately his formerly bent back straightened as he exclaimed, incredible. My back doesn't ache anymore. My legs don't cramp anymore. I could climb 5 flights of stairs in one breath. Another individual, accompanied by his wife, stepped forward and said, my wife and I have been married for 10 years without offspring. Will this work? 1 pill for you. Let us see. That 1 tea suffice. We can't tell if she can conceive until 10 months later. It 1 tea work immediately. You can't refute Elder Quan's words. Who are you to argue? He took a pill and administered it to his wife. Moments later, her abdomen began to swell as if she were several months pregnant. The man marveled. This truly is a miraculous medicine. Others chimed in. Is this really yours? Get lost, I want 50 pills. Another individual approached Elder Quan, stating, I am mute. Can this cure me? Elder Quan replied, you should leave. No, I misremembered. I should be blind. No, I'm deaf. Yes, deaf? Elder Quan was at a loss for words, but still handed him a pill. Upon consuming it, the man suddenly exclaimed, how marvelous! I can see no. I can hear. Elder Quan had the man removed while quietly instructing his subordinate. What kind of people have you found? This is utter nonsense. I'll dock your pay. He then smiled at the crowd. There are 2 more chances left. Who wishes to try? Neo Dafu raised his hand. I want to try. What ailment do you have? Neo Dafu hesitated, reluctant to divulge. Elder Quan said, if you do not speak, I cannot help you. Neo Dafu finally admitted, I am a bit short. The crowd erupted in laughter. Elder Quan responded, of course, it can cure that. Come forward for a pill. Neo Dafu took it but waited in vain for a response. It's not working. Elder Quan explained, this requires time. Neo Dafu protested. Earlier, a woman could conceive without delay. Why does it take time for me? You are clearly deceiving me. Elder Quan replied, your situation is somewhat different. A frozen river doesn't form in a day. The TOC growth, you must take 1 pill every 3 days for 3 cycles to see effects. Or would you like to start with 3 cycles? How much is that? You're a newcomer, so I'll charge you 50 taels. Neo Dafu waved his hand. I have no money. Elder Quan sighed. Then there is nothing I can do. This is the last opportunity. Does anyone else wish to try? At that moment, a man carrying an elderly man approached. I wish to try it on my father. The crowd, noticing the elderly man's gray complexion as he lay motionless on the stage, grew curious. What has happened to your father? He passed away this afternoon. We were about to hold the funeral as a dutiful son. I heard the elder had miraculous medicine and wondered if you could grant me a pill. Elder Kwan's face fell. Young brother, are you trying to disrupt our gathering? Our medicine can cure all diseases, but it does not include resurrection. Just treat it like a dead horse being used as a living one. Given your filial piety, I shall give it a try, but I must state beforehand that if it does not work, you cannot blame us. With that, he instructed his subordinates to pry open the elderly man's mouth and force a divine power pill down his throat. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. Then came the moment of witnessing a miracle. With a roar, the elderly man suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, "You little rascal, where is this, the Hall of Yama? Why are there so many people?" The son, witnessing this, repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, "Father, you just died. It was Elder Kwan who saved you with his divine power pill." The elderly man scratched his head. "Is that so? I had a strange dream where I was taken to the Hall of Yama. Halfway through I felt hungry, and passing by a house, I smelled something delicious that I saw a pill inside. So I ate it and woke up. A miracle! A miracle! Elder Kwan's divine power pill could indeed bring the dead back to life. Elder Kwan performed wonders. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "I want to buy one too." Over 3,000 divine power pills were instantly sold out. Nyo Dafu remarked, "The power of the masses is truly boundless." Zhao Xing commented, "The collective mindset is foolish." Fan Xiaodao sighed. In a crowd, one's folly knows no bounds. Nyo Dafu asked, "Should we not apprehend him?" Zhao Xing shook his head. "These people are in high spirits. If we were to arrest him publicly, it would incite their wrath, and we would find it hard to escape. Besides, Elder Kwan is merely a small fry. Making a grand show of it would only alert the snake in the grass. It is better to wait." The three exited the grand hall, waiting outside to be by the time the crowd dispersed. It was already midnight. Elder Kwan had completed his tasks, changed into a different outfit, and hummed a tune as he walked out of Hulongwen. The three trailed him from a distance. After walking several streets, Elder Kwan, parched from speaking all night, settled at a noodle stall, wiped the chair, and ordered, the usual, a bowl of plain noodles, extra cilantro, and a bit of gravy, no eggs. The three sat beside him. Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "Oh, the venerable elder, a successful man, such a wealthy individual. Yet you can't even afford an egg for your meal?" He turned to the stall owner. "Boss, 3 bowls of plain noodles with eggs. Put it on his tab." Elder Kwan retorted. "Who are you to treat me to a meal?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "You don't recognize us after such a short time. Just a while ago, my brother tried your divine power pill." Elder Kwan finally recognized them as the trio who had caused a stir at the conference earlier. Initially, he had thought they were just ordinary believers and had not taken them seriously. Now, seeing them approach, he became wary. "What do you want?" Fan Xiaodao said. "At 138 years old, can you not guess our intentions? Have you truly lived for over 100 years in vain? Spare me, good sir." Elder Kwan, mistaking them for rogues, quickly surrendered. "I'm only 31. I'm not 138. Fan Xiaodao teased. 31. "You seem to have rushed things a bit." He leaned closer to Elder Kwan. "Not long ago, one of my brothers was swindled out of 20 taels of silver by you, a certain Li Qingyo. Do you recall? So they had come to collect a debt." Elder Kwan relaxed, saying, "You mean Brother Qingyo? His money was not swindled from him. He willingly parted with it, that I neither forced nor demanded it from him. I merely explained our Beggars Guild's membership process, and he chose to join. I could hardly refuse him. Besides, what concern is this of yours? His money is his affair, but it was our money he spent that, of course, it concerns us." Elder Kwan countered. "It was a mutually voluntary transaction. You cannot claim otherwise. If you wish, we can go to the magistrate and settle this legally." Fan Xiaodao produced the badge of a constable and placed it on the table. "If you wish to discuss the law, this is not the right place. Let us find a more suitable venue to deliberate." Upon realizing they were officers from the 6 gates, the color drained from Elder Kwan's face, but he dropped his meal and fled, moving faster than a rabbit. Just as Fan Xiaodao and the others were about to pursue him, they suddenly saw a figure dart past, swiftly returning with Elder Quan in tow. Fan Xiaodao looked at the stall owner. What impressive skills! The stall owner, a frail middle-aged man, chuckled. A small business cannot withstand chaos. He then turned to Elder Quan. 3 bowls of plain noodles, a total of 31. Elder Quan, looking dejected, replied, Lu boss, it's just 31. Is it necessary to be so harsh? I'm not a first-time customer. The middle-aged man responded, I apologize, but my small shop does not extend credit. Chapter 55. Interception. Fan Xiaodao scrutinized him. He appeared to be in his 40s, slender in stature, and one could surmise he was once a handsome man in his youth. The skill he had displayed earlier was not to be underestimated, even in comparison to his adoptive father, Song Jingang. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, with your prowess, you must not be an ordinary figure in the martial world. Why then, do you find yourself selling noodles on the streets to make a living? The middle-aged proprietor sighed. What does it matter how formidable one's martial arts are? They cannot be consumed as sustenance. What good is a heart that yearns to save the world if it cannot rescue oneself? In the end, one achieves nothing. That it would be better to be like you 2 young gentlemen, born among the common folk, securing a modest occupation, and living a life rich with flavor. Zhao Xing raised his thumb in approval. Insightful. You seem to be a man with a tale to tell. As the hour grew late, Fan Xiaodao settled the bill. The middle-aged owner began to pack up, shouldering his noodle basket and vanishing into the night. From afar, his voice echoed. In my youth, I delved into the classics, and in my maturity, I have knowledge of power and strategy, like a fierce tiger lying on a desolate hill, lurking with bated breath. Zhao Xing kicked Quan Dali playfully. Old Quan, venerable elder, why not accompany us on a little excursion? Having been incapacitated by the noodle vendor as pressure point, Quan Dali could barely move. He pleaded, Gentlemen, we are all men of the martial world. Let us leave a thread of goodwill for future encounters. How about this? Release me, and I shall offer you a monthly tribute of 10 taels of silver. We can share in the profits together. Sound agreeable? Fan Xiaodao retorted. Let us first discuss the 20 taels owed to Li Qingyo. Quan Dali protested. Goodness, that would put me in a difficult position. I am merely a runner. The money has already been handed over to my superiors. I could not possibly retrieve it. Handed over? To whom? Your organization is nothing but a swindle, and according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, exceeding 10 taels warrants conscription. Now, be honest, who is the mastermind behind this? Quan Dali replied, I dare not say, for I fear it may frighten you. Fan Xiaodao sneered. I have been frightened since childhood, yet here I stand, living quite well. If you refuse to speak, we are not in a hurry. We have all the time in the world. Let us head to the jail and converse there. At the mention of the jail, Quan Dali panicked. In truth, we are merely beggars. However, 2 months ago, someone approached us proposing to orchestrate a scheme. They would provide the resources, and we would supply the manpower to run this beggary operation, selling divine strength pills, and we would share the earnings. I know nothing beyond that. Zhao Xing, loathing such con artists, growled, scamming the common folk is despicable. Quan Dali defended. It's business. There are buyers and sellers. If they are willing to part with their money, what can we do? If we do not seize the opportunity, we would be fools ourselves. Your worthless pills could have caused fatalities. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated. With a chuckle, Quan Dali replied, It's merely brown sugar green bean noodles. After consuming them, one can enhance their physique and prolong their life. To be candid, it's not an empty boast. Some officials in the barracks consume divine strength pills and become extraordinarily powerful. Of course, there's contained a bit of divine herb, which differs from what is sold today. Divine herb? Quan Dali continued. It's not easy to procure. That I've heard that the palace uses this ingredient in their elixirs. Zhao Xing observed. You speak not a word of truth. Quan Dali produced 10 silver notes from his pocket. Gentlemen, this is 10 taels I have painstakingly saved. If you release me, I shall ensure a monthly tribute henceforth. Fan Xiaodao accepted the notes, stating, Let us proceed to the jail. Now that you've taken the money, why should we still go? Let me clarify. This is your reimbursement for Li Qingyo's debt. You still owe 10 taels, and our visit to the jail is due to our evidence of your involvement in illegal gatherings and financial deception. It is better to clear this matter up within the confines of the jail. Seeing no way out, Quandali quickly changed his demeanor. I could not have orchestrated this alone. Those who could are beyond your reach. You are merely minor constables. If you disrupt their financial endeavors, you will find yourselves in dire straits. Zhao Xing, what is the penalty for threatening an officer? At the very least, a few dozen lashes and half a year in prison. Quan Dali warned. I have powerful connections. Fan Xiaodao was taken aback, glancing around. It's late at night. Do not jest. Zhao Xing stepped forward, seizing Quan Dali's wrist. Let us go. You mentioned having connections, so we shall wait for them to come to your rescue. Upon returning to the 6 doors, they briefed the head jailer. Brother Zhang, we've apprehended a suspect. It's rather late, so we'll conduct questioning tomorrow morning. Please look after him in the meantime. Zhang, the jailer, chuckled. Rest assured, we shall entertain our esteemed guest well. As they exited, the night had deepened. Fan Xiaodao mused. In these times, the impoverished yearn for easy gains, while the affluent seek immortality. What a world we inhabit! Zhao Xing remarked. The king of Chu favors slender waists, leading to many starving in the palace. Even the emperor has not attended court for 20 years, preferring to mingle with sorcerers, concocting elixirs, and practicing the mystical arts. What positive influence could possibly emerge from such behavior? Fan Xiaodao detected the underlying tone of Zhao Xing's words. You seem to harbor discontent towards the current emperor. Zhao Xing chuckled self-deprecatingly. What can we common folk do if we have grievances? Then why join the 6 doors to serve the emperor? Zhao Xing responded earnestly. You misunderstand. I do not serve the emperor as a constable. Rather, I serve the people. I am acutely aware that entering the bureaucratic realm inevitably leads to the adoption of some corrupt practices, which I find utterly abhorrent. I would rather remain a constable, safeguarding a corner of the city and doing something beneficial for the common folk, thus staying true to my conscience. Fan Xiaodao was deeply impressed. Are you destined to be a constable for life? Zhao Xing countered with a question. And you? After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xiaodao answered. Being a constable is merely a temporary measure. My purpose in coming to the capital was to uncover my origins and then return home to Qingzhou. However, upon hearing of my adoptive father being framed, I cannot stand idly by. Your adoptive father? Having spent enough time with Zhao Xing, Fan Xiaodao knew he was not one to pry. After some thought, he admitted, to be honest, my adoptive father is none other than the former chief constable of the 6 doors, Song Jingang. Zhao Xing exclaimed in astonishment. What? I apologize for not revealing this sooner, considering you as a brother. However, his identity is sensitive, as he is a target of the court, which is why I have kept it from you. Zhao Xing scrutinized him. No wonder your martial skills are so profound. You are his disciple. Though many years have passed, that name still carries a weight of caution in the capital. You ought to mention it sparingly, especially in front of Dingy. Ding, he saved us. You seem to have a low opinion of him. He is overly self-serving and resorts to unscrupulous methods that he has good relations within the 6 doors and knows how to flatter, allowing him to thrive far better than I. However, you have only witnessed one facet of him. There are many matters you remain unaware of. Is there some discord between you two? Zhao Xing shook his head. There is no personal enmity. I simply dislike him, though we are not cut from the same cloth. Will the investigation into the beggary operation continue? Zhao Xing affirmed. From what I observed tonight, the beggary operation has significant backing. However, I will not condone the deception of the common people. Fan Xiaodao concurred. The capital is a small place. Both the underworld and the legitimate realm have been thoroughly divided among the profiteers. The beggary operation is fundamentally flawed. Its swift revenue suggests that powerful individuals are behind it, and it will inevitably attract troublesome figures. Zhao Xing laughed heartily. We have dared to provoke Princess Taiping and have lived to tell the tale. What do we have to fear in the capital? Fan Xiaodao admitted. I was terrified at that moment. Zhao Xing chided playfully. Do not pretend. When you clashed with the 5-city military commission, you fought fiercely. Do not say you did not consider the consequences. Fan Xiaodao scratched his head. They were too overbearing. However, if what Lord Murong said is true, and we are to engage in legal battles with them, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Zhao Xing asserted, though the chief constable holds only a fourth-rank title and the six doors remain inconspicuous in the capital. Do you truly believe he lacks influence? Once, he was the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's personal attendant, but he was subsequently punished for misconduct, and while he was initially to be conscripted, the Emperor, recalling past ties, assigned him to the six doors. For 20 years, while officials have come and gone, his position as chief constable has remained unshaken. Why is that? Fan Xiaodao shook his head, indicating he was unaware. This martial world may seem small, yet its influence is substantial, ultimately resting in the hands of the court, ensuring the Emperor's peace of mind. To my knowledge, the Emperor has recently been contemplating further reforms to strengthen control over the martial world, and the Chief Constable is to lead this initiative that if the five-city military commission cannot maintain order, how can they manage the martial world? But the five-city military commission is backed by Princess Taiping, is it not? The political strife within the court is a constant struggle, either the east wind overpowering the west wind or vice versa. The reeds may sway, but the wall remains steadfast. The Emperor's strategy emphasizes balance. No single faction may dominate. Recently, Princess Taiping has grown too powerful, so the Emperor will naturally support us. Otherwise, do you think that Eunuch Chun in the Dali Temple would advocate for us? Having just arrived, Fan Xiaodao was oblivious to such matters. However, upon learning of the Chief Constable's influential connections, he felt reassured about confronting the five-city military commission. The following day, the two returned to the six doors, ready to interrogate the apprehended Quan Dali. Although the case was not a matter of life and death, the significant sums involved fell under the jurisdiction of the six doors. Moreover, having witnessed the beggary operation's illegal financial activities, they had both public and private reasons to intervene. Lacking a victim to file a report, they could only detain Quan Dali for 12 hours, prompting them to arrive early at the detention center. Zhang, the jailer, remarked, "You finally arrived. You nearly caused us great trouble." Fan Xiaodao asked in surprise, "What happened?" "After you apprehended that individual, I intended to give him a good beating. However, just as you left, someone arrived to take him away." Zhao Xing exclaimed, "What? Taken away? We captured him, and even if he were to be released, it must be with our consent." "Who has such audacity?" Zhang replied, "While that is indeed the case, the individual who came has significant influence. We would not dare defy him." "What influence?" "The person claimed to be surnamed you, a secretary from the Prince Qian's household, wielding a token from Princess Taiping that he stated that this man had been swindling and deceiving, robbing the princess, and was searching for him. Upon learning that we had apprehended him, Princess Taiping was enraged and demanded immediate interrogation, that I intended to notify you both, but was unsure of your whereabouts. They pressed urgently, accompanied by a contingent, and we had no choice but to release him. Secretary, you also mentioned that if you wish to reclaim him, you should approach them." Zhao Xing's expression darkened. "What swindling? It is merely a fade for their interception." Fan Xiaodao mused. "Grievances have their roots, and debts have their masters. Originally, there was no lead. Now someone has rashly emerged, and it seems to be our old adversary. This matter requires thorough investigation." Chapter 56. Undercover Mission. Fan Xiaodao visited room number 1 to see Yi Jihua. According to Zhang Laotu, after Fan Xiaodao entered the six doors, Yi Jihua's mood had stabilized significantly during this period, that he was no longer prone to sudden outbursts or random acts of violence, which greatly relieved them. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Xiaodao suggested changing the person who delivered meals, but was met with a cold refusal from Yi Jihua. "You've only been delivering my meals for a month, and you're already restless?" Yi Jihua remarked. Fan Xiaodao explained, "I have recently been reassigned to the Theft Investigation Department, tirelessly working on cases and apprehending criminals every day that I fear I might inadvertently forget to deliver your meals, thus hindering your dining schedule. Although you dine once every 3 days, should you truly suffer any ill fate from hunger, my guilt would be immense." Yi Jihua chuckled. "Yet I have heard that recently you have been either at the Bingma prison or the Imperial prison, spending your time in various jails, which has little to do with solving cases." Fan Xiaodao replied, "This is also necessary for the case, but truth be told, frequent visits to such places are making me feel as though I am destined to languish in prison myself. I should come here less often." Yijihua gazed intently at Fan Xiaodao and said, "Perhaps one day, you will find yourself in need of me." Fan Xiaodao shivered at the thought and waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, I have no such inclinations." "Do you suffer from migraines monthly?" "How do you know?" Yijihua replied coolly, "Your migraines are not an ailment, but rather a form of poisoning. I have become what I am today precisely due to this poison. If I fail to take my medicine on time, I will end up in a state worse than death, neither human nor ghost. From the very first day you arrived, I could detect it from your aura." A shock ran through Fan Xiaodao. All along, Song Jinggang had told him that his migraines were a congenital issue requiring long-term medication. Though he appeared no different from others, Fan Xiaodao was indeed troubled. Hearing Yijihua label it as poisoning left him utterly astonished. Poisoning? Indeed, this poison is rare across the land. However, it has its benefits. Once afflicted with this poison, other toxins pose no threat to you. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. "Who poisoned me?" asked Song Jinggang. "Is there an antidote?" asked Song Jinggang. Fan Xiaodao rolled his eyes. Song Jinggang had passed away 2 years prior, leaving him no one to inquire. Yet a sense of panic welled within him. When Yijihua became unhinged, he recognized no kin. Should he ever find himself in such a state, death would seem preferable. Recalling Lu Yishou's words in the imperial prison, he began to question his own identity and tentatively asked, "I have heard that my adoptive father stormed the palace and took the young prince away. Where is that young prince now? Does it relate to me?" Yijihua replied, "Ask Song Jinggang." Irritated, Fan Xiaodao retorted, "Why do you know nothing?" Yijihua responded, "When Song Jinggang encountered trouble, I was already imprisoned here. If you ask me, whom should I consult?" Fan Xiaodao took out a vial of medicine from his pocket, comparing it with the elixir on Yijihua's shelf that he noted both looked and tasted identical, save for some differences in size and weight. "Where did you acquire your medicine?" Yijihua said, "I do not know. I only know someone delivers it every few years." "And mine?" asked Song Jinggang. Frustrated, Fan Xiaodao stormed out, but was halted on the first floor by 2 individuals calling out, "Captain Fan, who are you?" "We are the Eastern heroes, Song Tianba and Yang Wei. You captured us and we've been locked up for half a month." Fan Xiaodao replied, "I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it." Song Tianba said, "Is it you who forgot, or the author? Does it matter?" "Of course it matters. Your forgetfulness indicates a noble's tendency to overlook, while the author's forgetfulness suggests a lack of ability." Hegel said, "What exists is reasonable. A piece of paper or a lump of dung has its use. Even as mere tools, we possess our dignity, that if you cannot find evidence, then release us that we, the Eastern heroes, will return to our origins and promise never to appear before Captain Fan again." Fan Xiaodao said, "That cannot be. You still have great utility as you brothers venture into the capital. If you do not return as respectable individuals, how will you face your fellow compatriots? Speaking of tools, I have found you a job. Tell me, would you be capable of swindling?" Yang Wei replied, "During our time in prison, we have undergone re-education and have resolved to become law-abiding citizens, never again to commit heinous acts." "Then you may remain here." Song Tianba interjected, "Hold on. Captain Fan, whatever the matter, feel free to speak. Are we to deceive for wealth or for pleasure? There is no one in this world we cannot swindle." After Quan Dali was taken away, precautions against the cheat-size society were inevitable. Fan Xiaodao and Zhao Xing's identities had been exposed, and further investigation would likely yield little. It was better to let these two blend in among them, that he then explained the situation regarding the cheat-size society in detail, instructing, "I need you two to infiltrate the cheat-size society, ascertain their background, gather evidence, and seize the opportunity to apprehend them all at once." The Eastern heroes had grown weary of their stay, and upon hearing this directive, pounded their chests, declaring, "Such ruthless scoundrels, who even swindle from the common folk, are intolerable even to us seasoned con artists. Captain Fan, you can rest assured, we will apprehend them, and when you achieve merit and promotion, do not forget your brothers. First, accomplish the task at hand, then we shall discuss rewards." Having processed the necessary paperwork for the two, Fan Xiaodao released them. Seizing the moment, Song Tianba said, "From now on, we shall be your informants. Can we perhaps receive a portion of the informant fee in advance?" Are you not professional swindlers? How is it that without me, you cannot survive? Song Tianba replied, the emperor does not disdain hungry soldiers. Our identities have changed. Serving the court, we cannot work for free. Besides, to join the Chitsai society, we need some capital. Without money, any attempt to join would be futile. Fan Xiaodao's expression darkened. If not, I could find someone else, and you can return to your previous lives. Upon hearing this, Song Tianba and Yang Wei immediately asserted that they could still perform their duties without money. I give you 10 days. You must ensure the task is completed. The Eastern heroes eagerly agreed and departed from the 6 doors, heading towards the city gate. Yang Wei asked, Brother, where are we going? Song Tianba replied, the capital is a place of chaos. We have only been here a few days, and we have already encountered misfortune, that we have earned no money but have accrued prison time. Rather than this, it is better to resort to the 36 stratagems and flee. Remaining here could cost us our lives. And what of the Chitsai society? Song Tianba chuckled. The Chitsai society is their concern, not ours. Once we pass through the city gates, the sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky high for birds to fly. In the vastness of humanity, do you think that the surname Fan would chase us to another province? What my brother just executed was the cicada shedding its shell stratagem. Yang Wei raised his thumb in approval. Brother, you are brilliant. Behind them, a mocking voice rang out. There is another stratagem called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ah, Captain Fan? What brings you here? Fan Xiaodao remarked. I suspected your swift agreement was not out of goodwill, and it seems my intuition was correct. Song Tianba hastily declared. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Isn't it the cicada shedding its shell? Song Tianba insisted. Captain Fan entrusting us with such an important mission is a great trust in us brothers. How could we simply flee? We were just discussing how to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, gain their trust, and find a way to extricate ourselves, hence the mention of the cicada shedding its shell. Fan Xiaodao extended his hand. Hand over the travel permits. The two complied without hesitation, and Fan Xiaodao added, I will keep this for you. From now on, you are restricted from leaving the capital and must report to me at the 6 doors every 5 days that I will inform the gate officials of your status. Do not think of slipping out. Rest assured, Captain Fan, we will ensure the task is accomplished. Watching Fan Xiaodao disappear from view, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Wei inquired, What shall we do next? Song Tianba, devoid of irritation, replied, What else can we do? We must find a way to identify members of the Chitsai society, earn their trust, and find a way to blend in. How do we get close? Relationships win people over with food, drink, and entertainment. As long as we are willing to spend silver, who would refuse to befriend us? But we have no money. If we lack funds, we can use our words to flatter and charm. We can still manage to eat and drink. Fan Xiaodao reunited with Zhao Xing to analyze matters pertaining to the Chitsai society. Quan Dali had been taken away the very night of his incident, suggesting his role within the Chitsai society was crucial. Otherwise, the royal residents would not have utilized Princess Taiping's token. Following this lead could potentially uncover more evidence. However, last night's commotion had already startled the snake, and they likely would not dare to make any significant moves soon. Zhao Xing, having been in the capital for some time, had a clear understanding of the assets owned by Prince Qian and Princess Taiping. Apart from the newly emerged Chitsai society, their income stemmed from several sources, one being the capital's entertainment industry, led by Baiwa Tower. This trade in pleasures had existed since ancient times and was always one of the most lucrative ventures. Additionally, they leveraged Princess Taiping's influence to manipulate the appointments of court officials, engaging in the lucrative but illicit business of selling titles. A trade that, while profitable, was rarely acknowledged, making investigations difficult. The third source of income involved their connections in the court, engaging in border trade with nations like Northern Zhou, yielding substantial profits annually. After analysis, it was evident that their annual earnings exceeded several million. Given such wealth, why would they resort to establishing the Chitsai society to swindle the common folk? Did they not understand the principle that competing with the people for profit leads to political ruin? Fan Xiaodao remarked, Money is something everyone desires. Human greed knows no bounds. Zhao Xing shook his head. In the realm of the Ming, some money can be earned, while some cannot. They hold prominent positions and must maintain a certain decorum. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to their downfall. Unless, Fan Xiaodao interjected, unless they are currently in dire need of funds. Chapter 57. I also aspire to be the chief constable opening a brothel, selling titles, and engaging in border trade. Princess Taiping, through the enterprises controlled by Prince Qian, is poised to generate a steady stream of profit. As for the crude method of extorting wealth through begging, if it were to be exposed, it would irrevocably tarnish their reputation. Fan Xiaodao remarked, they possess power and influence. The entire realm belongs to the Zhu family. What need do they have for such vast sums of money? Zhao Xing elucidated. The imperial taxes primarily flow into the Ministry of Revenue, allocated for military salaries, official stipends, river management, and other domestic affairs. Each year, the amount that can be allocated to the inner court scarcely exceeds a few million taels. Moreover, with the numerous royal relatives of the Ming dynasty, when all is accounted for, the royal family finds itself with limited resources. Hence, some imperial merchants have emerged, leveraging their connections to profit for the royal family, a mutual arrangement that sustains the interests of all parties involved. It is said that gold flows in daily, and expenditures are as swift as flowing water. Under normal circumstances, such a plethora of enterprises might be manageable. But what if the northern Zhou were to seize their goods? Fan Xiaodao responded. They would be compelled to devise every possible means to fill this gaping hole. With the intricacies of their situation becoming clearer, Zhao Xing stated, if we continue to investigate this matter, it may prove detrimental to both of us. With our limited strength, we cannot contend with that formidable force. Do you wish to persist in your inquiries? Fan Xiaodao chuckled heartily. I, Fan Xiaodao, believe in avenging grievances and repaying debts. Prince Qian has made several attempts to deal with us, already crossing our bottom line. Even if we withdraw, he will not simply let it go. Since he has chosen us as adversaries, let us be resolute and fulfill our role as worthy opponents. This is not only an explanation to the deceived citizens of the capital, but also a testament to ourselves. Zhao Xing gazed at him in astonishment. When he first met Fan Xiaodao, he was merely a desperate mountain bandit, fretting over his next means of survival. A common man might seek a constable's position, collecting protection fees and idling away, leading a comfortable life. Yet, Fan Xiaodao chose an extraordinary path, possessing a warm-hearted nature and a sense of chivalry, qualities sorely lacking in those who serve within the 6 doors. Contemplating this, Zhao Xing declared, we are not alone. As the two engaged in casual conversation, Niu Dafu arrived with a message, informing Zhao Xing, the chief constable wishes to see you both individually. Upon arriving at the chief constable's office, Zhao Xing did not find Zhuge Xinyu present. Sitting at the desk was Yang Desui, the deputy chief constable and the third in command of the 6 doors, who was currently reviewing several documents. Noticing Zhao Xing's arrival, he gestured for him to take a seat, poured him a cup of tea, and requested that he wait for a moment while he continued his work. Zhao Xing, puzzled, inquired, where is the chief constable? Yang Desui replied, recently, due to the altercation at the gate of the Dali Temple with the Wuqing military command, the inspectorate has filed a complaint against Lord Zhuge. The Dali Temple has taken the case, and according to the law, Lord Zhuge must avoid any conflict of interest. Thus, I am temporarily acting on behalf of the 6 doors. You are aware that Deputy Chief Constable Li is in poor health and will retire in 6 months, making it impossible for him to oversee matters at this time. In terms of hierarchy, Yang Desui ranks 3rd within the 6 doors with another Deputy Chief Constable, Li Debiao, senior to him, but Li is nearly 80 years old and holds only a nominal position, refraining from engaging in the affairs of the 6 doors. However, even though Zhuge Xinyu is avoiding conflict, Yang Desui has his own office, and Zhao Xing sensed an unusual tension in the air. Yang Desui, being a seasoned figure within the 6 doors, had many of the officers beneath him at one time. The struggle for power within the 6 doors was not a new development. He managed to outlast Li Debiao, but could not do the same with the younger Zhuge Xinyu, which is why he often opposed Zhuge. May I inquire as to why you seek me, Lord Yang? Yang Desui smiled. It is not of great consequence. The conflict between the 6 doors and the military command has become a well-known affair in the court. Although it is not a formal trial, an investigative committee has been established, and a hearing will be held tomorrow to question you both. This matter concerns the reputation of the six doors, so I wanted to remind you. You know how to respond, correct? Zhao Xing replied, we shall speak the truth. Yang Desui frowned. After all, the six doors initiated the confrontation, and we severely injured members of the military command. The facts are evident. The key issue is one of classification. Classification? Yang Desui continued. Why did you resort to violence? Was there anyone who instructed you to act? Zhao Xing stated, the military command framed us. Our actions were purely out of righteous indignation. Righteous indignation? Yang Desui shook his head. That is likely not the answer they wish to hear. The truth is as such. Zhao Xing, you entered the organization earlier than Ding Yi. Your abilities are no less than his, and your solved cases are equally numerous. Moreover, with the connection to Minister Zhao, have you ever pondered why, despite being a red-clad constable, you still hold the position of a green-clad constable? Zhao Xing shook his head. I have not given it much thought. I simply wish to be a dedicated constable, apprehending thieves and solving cases, letting my career unfold naturally, without ulterior motives. You underestimate the nature of politics. Yang Desui spoke earnestly. In this world, there is no such thing as purity. In the court, power is wielded by the emperor, with external factions of civil officials and internal factions of eunuchs and relatives maintaining a delicate balance. However, this balance is not everlasting. Once disrupted, it inevitably leads to turmoil within the court. The altercation between the two agencies presents an opportunity for change. Zhao Xing was disinterested in such idle chatter. Being a man of action, he held Yang Deshui's factionalism in disdain and interrupted. Lord Yang, spare me the roundabout discourse. I cannot absorb it. Please, directly inform me of your purpose. Yang Desui, feeling thwarted by Zhao Xing's retort, suppressed his displeasure and replied, Constable Zhao, I am the third in command of the six doors. Your manner of speech seems to lack the necessary respect. Do I owe you respect? Yang Desui was quite incensed, but since he sought something from Zhao Xing, he chose to endure, stating, the six doors acted first and are at fault in this matter. Someone must take responsibility. Do you think it should be you? Or Fan Xiaodao? Or perhaps Niu Dafu or Ding Yi? If we are to discuss fault, it was the Wuqing military command that instigated this. If responsibility must be assigned, let it fall upon Feng Qianjin. Yang Desui, seeing that Zhao Xing was unyielding, continued, as I mentioned, it is merely a matter of classification. Fan Xiaodao and Niu Dafu are your friends. They are still in their probationary period that if they were to be held accountable, they would likely be unable to remain in the six doors. Zhao Xing asserted, I struck the most people. I shall take responsibility. Yang Desui thought to himself that this fellow was ungrateful and decided to be forthright, saying, during the hearing, you should inform the investigative committee that the order to engage with the military command was given by Zhuge Xinyu. In this manner, you would be merely executing orders and could avoid primary responsibility. Lord Zhuge did not give such an order. Yang Desui replied, whether or not there was an order is for you to decide. Zhao Xing, times have changed. The six doors have long been plagued by ailments. It is time for transformation. Zhao Xing scoffed. I fear it is Deputy Chief Constable Yang who seeks to rise in rank. Yang Desui did not deny it. As the saying goes, a chef who does not wish to be a tailor is not a good coachman. I have been with the six doors for over 20 years. The position of Chief Constable was once within my grasp. However, Zhuge Xinyu intervened and, with a tarnished reputation, became the Chief Constable. If he could lead the six doors to glory, it would be acceptable. Yet for 2 decades, we have stagnated, declining year after year, becoming increasingly irrelevant. Rather than continue this decline, it is better for the capable to take charge. Instead of allowing Zhuge Xinyu to occupy a position without contributing, it would be preferable for me to take that position. This situation presents an opportunity. The court is soon to implement a second reform of the rivers and lakes. If I can become the Chief Constable, the position of officer overseeing the rivers and lakes will be yours. Zhao Xing replied, Lord Yang, I fear you are not a good negotiator. Yang Desui finally lost his temper. What benefits has Zhuge Xinyu promised you that you defend him so fiercely? I offer double. Zhao Xing stood, slowly making his way to the door. Before exiting, he said to Yang Desui, I, Zhao Xing, have always acted according to my principles. The identity of the chief constable of the six doors bears no relation to me, nor does it concern my father. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave." With that, he pushed open the door and departed. Crash! The sound of young Desui smashing his teacup echoed within the room. Seeing Zhao Xing's displeasure, Fan Xiaodao was unaware of the cause and, anticipating his own audience, approached to inquire. Zhao Xing reassured him. "It is nothing. I merely had a cup of tea." Fan Xiaodao remarked. "One can hear the tea being consumed." As the clerk called for him, he cautiously entered, only to find Yang Desui, and promptly bowed. "Deputy Chief Constable Yang, you summoned me?" Yang Desui, regaining his composure, asked. "Fan Xiaodao, how long have you been here?" "Almost a month now." "So, your probationary period has yet to conclude. As the Deputy Chief Constable in charge of personnel, I possess the authority to dismiss you for any reason. You are aware of this, correct?" Fan Xiaodao replied. "I am aware, but I have committed no wrongdoing. Why would I be dismissed?" Yang Desui was less accommodating with Fan Xiaodao, and sternly declared, "Committed no wrongdoing. You were the first to strike at the Dali Temple Gate, were you not?" Feng Qianjin is the commander of the Wuqing Military Command, a sixth-rank official of the court. If not for the protection of your identity as a member of the Six Doors, do you comprehend the dire consequences you would face? Fan Xiaodao responded, "I acted to defend the reputation of the Six Doors." Feng Qianjin was excessively arrogant and deserved to be struck. Yang Desui, losing patience, said, "Of course, he deserved it. Confess honestly, did Zhuge Xinyu instruct you to act?" Drawing from prior experiences, he stated directly, "If so, this matter is not your concern. If not, you will be dismissed, and even the Six Doors cannot protect you. Consider this carefully." Only then did Fan Xiaodao comprehend why Zhao Xing had appeared displeased earlier. It turned out Yang Desui intended to create trouble. However, he remained cautious and asked, "If I were to say yes, what benefits would I receive?" Yang Desui replied, "If Zhuge Xinyu resigns, I shall become the next chief constable." Fan Xiaodao countered, "Deputy Chief Constable, you misunderstood. I meant what benefits would I receive? What benefits do you desire?" Fan Xiaodao chuckled. "I too aspire to be the chief constable." Chapter 58 Commanding Yang Desui remarked, "If you are to be the chief constable, what role shall I assume?" Fan Xiaodao replied, "Rest assured, should I ascend to the position of chief constable, you may freely select any of the 7 deputy roles." Yang Desui inwardly cursed, pondering the mental state of this young man. Nevertheless, Zhao Xing had already made his rejection clear, and his support was of utmost importance. He retorted, "If I become a deputy, would I not be demoted? What would I gain from all this toil?" Fan Xiaodao widened his eyes. "How could that be? At the very least, you would have a new leader." Yang Desui, simmering with indignation, thought, "I may not be able to deal with Zhao Xing, but you are not beyond my reach." He darkened his expression and asked, "Who introduced you here? Given your demonstrated intellect, I seriously question your competence. Do you believe I would hesitate to dismiss you?" Fan Xiaodao chuckled, "My lord, please do not be angered. I was merely jesting. This matter indeed arose from my impulsiveness. Moreover, the chief constable has shown me great kindness. Not long ago, during my duel with Tuobobai, the chief constable staked all his possessions on my victory, which speaks volumes of his trust in me. If I were to betray him, would that not be both ungrateful and unjust? Of course, the ways of heaven are merciless, and righteousness has its price. It all depends on the conditions you provide, my lord." Yang Desui thought to himself, "This fellow has finally grasped the situation. As long as he is willing to submit a statement, we can indeed negotiate." He inquired, "What are your terms?" Fan Xiaodao declared, "My condition is to become the chief constable." Yang Desui slammed the table. "Get out." Fan Xiaodao scampered away. Smash! Another teacup shattered. When it was Niu Dufu's turn, Yang Desui adopted a different strategy. He spoke slowly. "Dufu, your father invested 3,000 taels of silver to have you appointed as a clerk. Though the sum is modest, it is nonetheless a respectable position. How are you finding it?" "Are there any difficulties?" Niu Dufu responded, "The money is scant, but the challenges are numerous." To elaborate. Niu Dufu continued, "First, the morning roll call is far too early, leaving me sleep-deprived. Second, the food is abysmal, making it hard to eat well. Third, the office is filled with a bunch of old men, and their eyes at even a female constable. For us single men, this is sheer torment. Yang Desui stroked his mustache. Your grievances stem from a humanitarian perspective, and they are indeed constructive. It is evident that you are a thoughtful constable. Unlike certain others, fear not, for an opportunity presents itself. If you are willing to implicate Zhuge Xinyu and shift the blame for the altercation with the military division onto him, I will resolve all your issues. That is this true. You are recommended by me. Naturally, you are under my protection, that we are of one accord. Would I harm you? Niu Defu glanced at Yang Desui's slight frame and replied, My lord, I fear your trousers may not fit me. Yang Desui looked at Niu Defu with disdain and waved him off. Very well. As long as you are willing to implicate Zhuge Xinyu, everything will be manageable. As for the female constable matter, I shall consider it. You may leave now, and remember, today's conversation never took place. He had endured for 20 years and finally awaited an opportunity to see Zhuge Xinyu err. If he did not strike now, when would he? The brawl was an established fact, witnessed by the Dali Temple, the censorate, and even Lord Chun of the Imperial Censorate, rendering its nature exceedingly grave. Zhuge Xinyu would undoubtedly seek to evade tomorrow's hearing. Among the remaining four, Ding Yi was one of his men. With Niu Defu's assurance, coupled with the support from within the palace, toppling Zhuge Xinyu was nearly a foregone conclusion. Upon contemplating this, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As he surveyed the shattered teacups strewn across the floor, he felt a twinge of regret, but recalling that this was Zhuge Xinyu's office, he tossed a few more teacups to the ground. The sound was particularly pleasing to his ears. The hearing commenced at the Dali Temple as scheduled. The 6 doors and the military division's office was not large, yet given the nature of the altercation, it was only natural for spectators to gather. The group of censors from the censorate also joined in, as they were both witnesses to the events and within their jurisdiction, not to mention their proximity to the Dali Temple, prompting them to arrive early. The investigation was led by the Jinyui, Murong Taiju, with 2 representatives each from the Dali Temple and the censorate forming a committee. When Fan Xiaodao and the others arrived, they beheld several door panels laid out haphazardly in the Dali Temple hall, upon which individuals lay wrapped in white cloth like mummies. As they entered, a voice called out, The assailants have arrived. The individuals on the panel struggled to turn over, exclaiming, The culprits have come. We implore you, esteemed officials, to seek justice for the military division. Murong Taiju shot a glance at Fan Xiaodao and stated, Today, our investigative team is here to gather evidence regarding the altercation between the 6 doors and the military division. On the 7th of September, under clear skies during the golden autumn harvest season, a heinous tragedy unfolded.